In Yuanlin City, the black barrier isolates the sun, making it the most comfortable environment for the vampires. Lonia did not yet know how much she would come to hate this city in the future. But in fact, even before that, 6-year-old Lonia already disliked this place. Too heavy, too stuffy. Just like everything she had ever known. She had no concrete concept of the sun, only knowing that there was something in the sky that hurt when it shone on you. When the carriage stopped in front of Jia Castle, a servant lifted the curtain, and a cascade of ink-black hair spilled out from inside. "Don't run around!" The court lord of the vampire royal court, Lonia's elder sister, a girl named Yilisha, let these words, and then followed the servant through the main gate. She had told Lonia that she was going to discuss with the Demon King and the other court lords a sword called the Holy Sword. A sword that existed to kill the Demon King. Every person who drew the Holy Sword became a hero, just like in the stories. Every hero killed the Demon King, just like in the stories. The previous hero was killed by the Demon King. That seemed a bit different from the story. This current Demon King called himself a pacifist. He once dragged the hero into a small room and gave him 3 days and 3 nights of ideological education, and then the hero stabbed him with the Holy Sword. Then the Demon King stepped on the Holy Sword and broke it. 10 minutes later, the Demon King carried the hero's head and threw it like a shot put in front of the human allied army, telling them, "You lose. Get lost." Hundreds of years passed since then. No hero appeared among the humans. The Demon King never initiated war. Then today's meeting about the Holy Sword began. But this had nothing to do with Lonia, at least she thought so. After all, she wasn't even a court lord thinking about the Demon King, and the hero was too distant. No matter how terrifying the hero was, she had no real sense of it. The maids led Lonia into a side hall. The room was large with gloomy furnishings. On the table stood a goblet filled with warm blood, a snack prepared for her by the maids. Yilisha had inherited the power passed down from their ancestors, able to create a brew that could make any vampire addicted. Although Lonia had only tasted that rich brew at family banquets, it was enough to make her feel disgusted and bored with the inferior blood in front of her. She sat on the chair, her long black hair tied into 2 small buns with a ribbon by her sister, making her delicate face look even more like a porcelain doll. "So boring!" Lonia jumped down from the chair. The maids had left. The side hall door was ajar. She poked her head out. The corridor was empty. Lonia stepped out of the side hall. She had no destination, just walking along the corridor like a safe adventure. For a child, wandering around a large empty building was itself very attractive. When she passed a spiral staircase leading downward, she stopped, her red eyes looking down. Then she went down. No particular reason, just felt it was atmospheric. Like a game protagonist walking a long path and finally meeting a boss behind a fog gate. The further down she went, the colder the air became, and the phosphorescent lights grew sparser. When she finally reached the bottom, she saw only a half-open iron door behind, which was a space she had never seen. It was the old library of Jia Castle. She walked through the door, imagining what she would see. She imagined things like a nameless man riding a dragon, a glowing preserved egg, a fan club of knights fighting each other. But all she saw was a small figure curled up in the center of the library. Lonia first noticed the hair. A head of smooth silver-white hair tied into low twin tails. The lonely little girl sat in the corner, hugging her knees, with a book larger than her upper body spread open on her lap. Lonia looked her up and down. Feet covered in dust, a thin black tail with an arrow-shaped tip, a patched black dress, 2 small transparent horns, like white crystal. Finally, she focused on those eyes. Crimson eyes stared intently at the page, lips moving slightly, as if silently reading the words. Very focused, she didn't even notice someone standing nearby. Lonia stared at that girl for a long time. She had never seen a demon like this. She looked like, and yet not like, a vampire, a succubus, a demon. A half-blood. Lonia was only 6, but she had heard that word too many times in the vampire royal court. When Yilisha mentioned half-bloods, her tone always carried undisguised disgust, like talking about blood cattle in a pasture. But that girl was just reading. Lonia took a step forward, making a slight sound. The girl's head snapped up. 2 pairs of eyes met in the dim library. One blood red, one crimson. The crimson eyes instantly widened, reflecting Lonia's figure. The book slid off her lap, hitting the floor and raising a cloud of dust. The girl instinctively shrank back into the corner, her small hands gripping her dress. I'm sorry. Don't hit me. Lonia tilted her head. Who are you? Why would I hit you? The braces in her mouth made her enunciation slightly slurred. The girl in the corner was stunned and did not answer. She just looked up like a frightened cat that dared not hiss. Lonia took 2 steps forward. Rude. I asked you a question. Lafina. What's your surname? Lonia took a few more steps. Toon. Huh? A question mark appeared over Lonia's head. Toon. Never heard of it. Which court do you live in? No answer. Fine, doesn't matter. Lonia cleared her throat and said in her most serious low voice, My name is Lonia Katoli, Princess of the Vampire Royal Court, sister of Lady Ylisha. Lafina bit her lip, no reaction, just nodded her gaze, sneaking a glance at the book on the floor. Lonia, seeing that her grand name had no effect, felt a bit deflated and followed her gaze. Aren't you going to pick it up? Lafina was stunned, as if remembering something, and began to shake her head vigorously. You're a strange one. Lonia muttered, picked up the book, opened it on her knee, and glanced at it. A hand-drawn map. Not of Yuanlin City or the Demon Realm. The picture showed a vast green plain, a river winding through golden wheat fields, a white castle with pointed spires in the distance, and a huge golden circle drawn in the sky. Lonia stared at that golden circle for 2 seconds. This is the sun. Lafina's voice suddenly became clearer. She leaned closer, extending a dust-covered finger and pointing at the golden circle. The book says that outside Yuanlin City, there is a very bright thing in the sky called the sun. Her fingertips slowly slid along the light ray lines in the illustration, stopping at the spire of the White Castle. This is the capital of the Huiguang Church. When the sun shines on this spire, it refracts and projects the phantom figures of the church's past sages. It is said that the Pope of the Huiguang Church is the child of God, born in accordance with the will of the sun, so the capital was built in a place that could be completely bathed in light. Lonia looked at Lafina's profile. There was something in it that Lonia had never seen on anyone in the vampire court. Longing. Like the feeling Lonia had when she wanted her sister to look at her a little more, but not exactly the same. She felt that what this girl named Lafina longed for was much bigger than a look. Big enough to hang in the sky and illuminate the whole world. Why are you so surprised? Haven't you seen the sun? Lonia could not quite understand this excitement. Pure-blood high-ranking vampires didn't die from sunlight like common-blood slaves, but they still felt discomfort. Like turning the water temperature too high in a bath. She had seen the sun. It was very hot, very painful, that's all. In response to Lonia's question, Lafina just shook her head. I've always lived here. Are you the librarian here? No. Assistant? The old librarian says I am. His assistant. Fine, whatever. Lonia closed the book and shoved it back into Lafina's arms. The action was a bit rough, but not out of malice. She stood up. You hole up in this place reading without a decent lamp while your eyes go bad. Lafina, holding the book that was shoved back, looked up at Lonia in a daze. The girl stood before her, hands on her hips, chin slightly raised, striking a condescending pose. She had learned it from her sister, but she didn't pull it off well. Because her sister never put her hands on her hips, but crossed her arms. But Lonia thought putting her hands on her hips was much more domineering. No, Lafina answered quietly, hugging the book tighter. I can see in the dark too. Oh right, you're a half-blood. You? Don't mind. Lafina looked up, her eyes flickering with confusion, and something Lonia didn't quite understand. Huh? Mind what? She didn't answer. Her gaze swept around the old library. This place is so dirty. Doesn't that old librarian clean up? What a terrible fellow. Lonia snorted, then crouched down again, reached out, and pinched a strand of Lafina's hair. And you're dirty too. Don't you take a bath? Lafina's ears turned red. She lowered her head, burying her face in the book's spine, her tail swaying uneasily behind her, tapping the floor. Whatever. Lafina, do you want to be my friend? The silver head lifted slightly from behind the book's spine, revealing half a face and a pair of moist crimson eyes. Why me? Why not you? If I need a reason. I can't stand your pathetic look, is that enough? Lafina looked at her silently for a moment. Then call me Fina. Lonia tilted her head. Then you call me Mia. The corner of Lafina's mouth lifted in a tiny arc. Nia. Listen, half-bloods are impure beings unworthy to approach the pure-blooded. When she said the name Nia, Lafina remembered what the old librarian had said to her. But she still said that name. Many years later, Lafina would understand what this choice meant. The girl who would become the hero and the girl who would become the demon king met for the first time that day. Rafina turned a few more pages of the book. Lonia could not understand the script. Its strokes were intricate, tangled like a mass of thorns. What does this say? Ah, it's ancient demonic language. Lonia turned the book over twice, then shoved it back into Rafina's arms. I haven't studied it. Read it to me. Rafina's gaze shifted from the page to Lonia's face, her blood-red slit pupils filled with matter-of-fact expectation. Then she lowered her head and opened the book. This is about the God-forsaken era. Her voice was still soft, but a little louder than before. Her fingertip traced a line of ancient demonic script moving slowly along the strokes. Long ago, the Creator made the progenitor of humans in its own image, then gave ribs, hair, tears, and milk teeth to the progenitors of dragons, elves, wings, demons, and all races. Then he distributed authority among the hands of all progenitors, and together they built the world. When the world was completed, he took back the authority granted to all beings. Lonia sat down cross-legged, her skirt spreading in the dust, her pale face showing a focused expression. Of course she had taken history lessons, and the teacher had taught such things. But that didn't stop her from wanting to hear it again from Fina. And then, everyone started fighting. The Age of Strife began. Rafina turned a page. The paper made a dry crackle. The progenitor of humans united the other progenitors in rebellion, stole the primordial flame, exiled, and sealed the Creator in an unknown place, and scattered authority across the world. Then the progenitors fought over the scattered authority. Then the black tide appeared, ending the Age of Strife, and the Dragonrite Age began with dragons and humans ruling together. Lonia frowned. Why dragons and humans? Because during this time, travelers from other worlds appeared. Beasts and demi-humans gained power and status because they were favored by the travelers, and the dragons, who had always been solitary, were pulled into marriages one after another. Wow. So, after the black tide was suppressed, the era of Coriol by dragons and humans began, until the man known as the Wild Hunt King rose, waged countless wars, and directly ended the Dragonrite Age. How many battles was that? The corner of Rafina's mouth twitched, and her slender tail swayed gently behind her. The book has a map marking every major battle. Show me. Lonia leaned her head directly over her black hair bun, brushing Rafina's shoulder. Rafina's body stiffened, but this time she didn't pull away. She merely tilted the book slightly, turning the yellowed hand-drawn map toward Lonia. The map was marked with dense red crosses in faded ink, each accompanied by tiny annotations. Lonia couldn't read a single word, but she stared at the crosses with great interest. Are all these crosses battlefields? Yes. And this box? Also a battlefield. And this? All battlefields. Lonia looked up, meeting Rafina's eyes for a moment. The distance between the two little girls was unnaturally close. Lonia could see her own reflection in Rafina's crimson pupils, a little girl with black hair, red eyes, and a smudge of dust on her face. You know so much, Lonia said. Rafina looked away, a faint blush coloring the tips of her ears. Because there's nothing else to do. Lonia didn't press further. She returned her attention to the book, pointing at a huge cross in the center of the map. What's the biggest one? Rafina followed her gaze, silent for a moment. Holy Remains Field. Holy Remains Field. The place where the Wild Hunt King fell. The Battle of Holy Remains Field that determined the continent's current borders. The oil lamp's flame flickered, casting dancing shadows on the girls' profiles. The old library was silent except for the occasional rustle of paper and the low moan from deep within Silent Night Castle, whether wind or something else. Lonia suddenly stood up. Dust fell from her skirt. She patted her knees and looked down at Rafina, who was still curled up on the floor. The red slit pupils reflected the dying oil lamp. I'm going out for a bit. He'll come back. Read the rest to me. Rafina hugged the book, opened her mouth, as if to say something, but finally just nodded softly. Even the tip of her tail twitched. Lonia returned to the side hall. The tray she had seen earlier held a small dish of honeyed blood oranges, half a piece of bread, and a cup of blood that had gone cold. Previously, she would not have looked at anything besides the blood. But this time she ignored the blood, stuffing the blood oranges and bread into an embroidered handkerchief she had taken from her suitcase. Then she ran to the living room and pulled out a neatly folded black dress from the bottom of her trunk. It was a spare outfit her sister had prepared for her. The Catalai family's tailoring was always meticulous. Even for a 6-year-old's dress, every stitch was precise. Lonia rolled the dress into a bundle and tucked it under her arm. The corridor was still empty of maids. The two who had been nowhere to be seen were still missing, probably thinking a 6-year-old vampire princess didn't need much supervision. Lonia had no complaints. After all, this suited her. She followed the previous route, and when she reached the end, the iron door was still half open. Lonia squeezed in sideways. Rafina was still sitting in the same spot, cross-legged, the big book open on her lap, still on the same page. The moment she heard footsteps, the silver-white head lifted. Lonia saw the arrow-shaped tail stiffen first, then slowly rise. "You really came back." "I said I would." The Catalai family doesn't make empty promises. If we say something, we do it. Lonia stepped over the scraps of paper, walked over, knelt down, tossed the dress she had carried under her arm onto the floor, and unwrapped the handkerchief, spreading it between them. "Here, blood oranges." Rafina's gaze fell on the dish of oranges, then moved to the half loaf of bread, and finally settled on Lonia's face. "This is for me." "What else?" "For the mice." "Eat up." Lonia stuffed the bread into her own mouth, nibbling on it. Rafina watched her for a moment, then reached out and took a slice of blood orange. As the fruit entered her mouth, her crimson eyes blinked. "So sweet." "Of course it's honeyed. Haven't you eaten this before?" Rafina didn't answer, but she picked up a second slice. Lonia watched her while chewing bread. When Rafina finished the last slice, Lonia set down the bread and picked up the black silk bundle on the floor. "Rafina, your clothes are too worn. They don't look good at all." She shook out the dress and spread it in front of Rafina. The silk glowed with a soft luster under the lamplight. Dark red gems looked like drops of congealed blood. The lace was so fine, it was almost transparent. Compared to Rafina's old dress with its crooked patches, it seemed like something from another world. Here were about the same size. "Try it on." Rafina stared at the dress, frozen.
Rafina,
"I can't wear this."
dress and hold the
"Why?"
dress.
"It's yours." "Yes, it's mine. I'm telling you to wear it." Lonia shoved the dress into Rafina's arms, announcing it as if it were obvious. Rafina hugged the dress, her head bowed. "But what if I get it dirty?" "If it's dirty, wash it. Are you going to wear it or not?" Lonia planted her hands on her hips, chin lifted. "I will." The voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "Then hurry up. Take off the old one." Rafina set the book aside, hesitantly placing the new dress on her knees. She reached behind her back to untie the old dress ribbon, but it was tied in a knot, and her short arms couldn't reach. She twisted around for a long time, her crystal horn swaying in the light, her tail whipping in frustration. Lonia sighed helplessly. "So clumsy. Turn around." She shuffled on her knees behind Rafina and grabbed the tangled knot of the ribbon. The knot was tight and messy, as if it had never been properly tied, just twisted together carelessly. Lonia's small fingernails dug into the knot, and after much effort, she managed to pull it loose. The back of the old dress loosened, revealing Rafina's back. On her pale skin, the outline of her spine was too clearly visible. "You're so thin." Lonia wrinkled her nose, her tone carrying a hint of something between reproach and concern. Rafina slipped the old dress off her shoulders, crossing her arms over her chest. Though her 6-year-old body had nothing to hide, she instinctively curled into a ball. "I've always been this way. You must not eat enough. They'll bring more tomorrow." Lonia picked up the new dress, opening it from the collar. "Raise your arms." Rafina hesitated, then slowly uncrossed her arms and raised both hands above her head. The silk slid over Rafina's silver-white hair, over her small crystal horns, over her narrow shoulders, and finally settled above her knees. Lonia walked around to the front and looked her up and down. The dress was a bit big. Lonia was more developed, so the dress hung loosely on Rafina. The collar was crooked, revealing a collarbone and half a shoulder. The sleeves were a little long, covering her fingertips. But the silk's luster set off her silver hair, and the dark red gems matched her crimson eyes. Lonia tilted her head and looked for a long time. "Not bad, but not as good as me." "You're too thin." Rafina pinched the extra fabric at the cuffs, rubbing it gently. Thank you. Nothing to thank. I have plenty at home. Lonia sat back down, picked up the half-eaten bread, and continued nibbling.
You wanted to me dress.
Read to me. Rafina nodded, placing the book back on her knees. The silk of the new dress was much smoother than the old cotton, and the book nearly slipped off. She quickly pressed it down with both hands. Even her tail extended from her waist to hook the bottom edge of the book, helping to hold it. She turned to the previous page. The Elven King's sister fell in love with the Human King's third son, then was betrayed and died on the battlefield. This event directly worsened the relationship between the human-hating Elven King and humans. Lonia chewed her bread, listening. Rafina's voice was a little louder than before. Lonia found that she could read Rafina's unspoken thoughts from her tail. Circling meant hesitation, drooping meant dejection, raised probably meant happy. She noticed that the tail was raised most of the time. She finished the bread. She brushed the crumbs from her skirt to the floor, moved closer to Rafina, and leaned her shoulder against the other girl's arm. Rafina's voice paused for a beat, then continued. Hey La Fei Na, do you live alone? 3 days had passed. During these 3 days, visiting La Fei Na had become Luonia's daily routine. Her elder sister was busy with meetings, and since she hadn't ventured into dangerous areas, the maids occasionally turned a blind eye when they saw her. Every time she visited La Fei Na, Luonia couldn't help but marvel at how there could be someone as kind as La Fei Na in this world. La Fei Na never minded her blunt speech, never said she lacked the demeanor of a princess, knew so much, was so gentle, so adorable. Most importantly, being with La Fei Na made her incredibly happy. It was a joy entirely different from the one she felt with her sister. They talked about many things. Books they had read, knowledge they had acquired, and stories from the past. La Fei Na had no memories from before, nor did she know who her parents were. According to the caretaker, someone had paid him to raise her, and he had to suppress his disgust to care for her. Luonia in turn shared stories about her sister. A genius born once in 1,000 years in the Ka Tuali family, the restorer of the Blood Clan's glory, the strongest Blood Clan member of the era, the holder of the Blood Authority, a woman who might even reach the heights of the legendary progenitor of the Blood Clan. Time flowed, and when Luonia came to her senses, she realized that tomorrow she would have to return to the royal court with her sister. The conference of the 10 tribes' royal court had proceeded smoothly and successfully, with most court lords obtaining what they desired, and her sister was no exception. But for Luonia, this was not a good thing. If she left, wouldn't she have to wait until the next conference to see La Fei Na again? So Luonia moved closer to La Fei Na. That caretaker uncle treats you badly, doesn't he? It's enough already. I was born to. Would you like to come to my home and live with me? The tip of La Fei Na's tail sprang up from the floor. Luonia's crimson eyes reflected the dancing flames of the oil lamp, and La Fei Na's half-hidden profile veiled by silver-white bangs. We just need my sister's approval. My sister is very good to me. She won't refuse. She spoke with a certainty, as if stating an unshakable truth. If you have no objections, I'll take you to see my sister right now, okay? La Fei Na froze in place, her vermilion pupils slightly dilated, something violently trembling within them. Me? Who else? There's only the 2 of us in this library. Live at your house. Yes. It's better than you holing up in this place. Cold and dark. Does your little room have a bed? Yes. Is it big? No. Then you definitely should come. The bed in my room can fit 4 of you. Luonia stood up and extended her hand. Let's go. La Fei Na didn't take it. She sat on the floor hugging a book, looking up at Luonia. Her eyes shimmered with a complex light. Your sister won't agree. Why? Because I am. La Fei Na's voice caught in her throat. She lowered her head, her gaze falling on the satin dress she wore. Ka Tuali, the spokesperson of the Blood Clan royal court, the highest nobility of pure-blooded Blood Clan. Tuin, a surname of unknown origin given to her since birth. An incongruous crystal horn and errative tail belonging to no demon race, and strange eye colors. Even the caretaker uncle wouldn't bring her meal tray into her room. He just left it at the door, like feeding an unwanted stray cat. Because I am a half-breed. There was no bitterness, no anger, only a dry, flat tone. Luonia didn't withdraw her hand. So what if you're a half-breed? La Fei Na looked up. Don't you know? Half-breeds in Yuanlin City. I know. My sister said that half-breeds are impure. But didn't I say I don't mind? She extended her hand further, nearly poking La Fei Na's nose. Come on. If my sister disagrees, they'll keep begging her until she agrees. I did that before when I wanted her to spend time with me. I begged for a long time, and she came to play with me. That's because your sister had no other choice. But it worked. La Fei Na gazed at that hand. Pale small. She placed her book on the floor, then reached out and placed her hand in Luonia's palm. Luonia's fingers immediately closed around hers, gripping tightly. The force was a bit painful, as if she was afraid La Fei Na would change her mind. Let's go! The footsteps of two little girls echoed alternately on the stone steps of the spiral staircase. Luonia led the way, one hand pulling La Fei Na, the other lifting her skirt. La Fei Na followed behind the little leather boots she had been half-forced to wear the day before, clattering on the stone bricks. Unaccustomed to walking this way, she stumbled along as she was pulled. From the old library to the side hall, Luonia had walked this path more than a dozen times. The corridors of Jia Castle sped past beneath her feet, and eerie blue flames flickered overhead, casting shifting patches of light and shadow on the faces of the two little girls. She leaped past the side hall and headed toward her sister's resting chamber. Pushing open the door, she stepped in. Yili Shakatuali sat in the high-back chair at the center of the side hall. Her ink-black wavy hair cascaded down her shoulders, spreading over the dark velvet upholstery of the chair. Beside her stood two Blood Clan maids, heads bowed and eyes downcast, barely daring to breathe. Luonia, what is it? Yili Sha's voice was not loud, but every syllable seemed steeped in ice water, clear enough to cut the air. Luonia released the hand holding her skirt and puffed out her small chest. I went down to play. Sister, I have something to tell you. Yili Sha's gaze shifted from Luonia to the silver-white head half hidden behind the doorframe. The air grew cold. What is this thing? Luonia didn't grasp the meaning behind those words. She stepped aside, revealing La Fei Na behind her. She was completely hidden in the shadow of the doorframe, her translucent crystal horn catching the fractured light of the eerie flames. Lift your head, Yili Sha said coldly. Thus vermilion eyes met a pair of blood-red vertical pupils. The color drained from La Fei Na's face. Sister, this is La Fei Na. She lives alone beneath Jia Castle. The librarian treats her badly, she has few clothes to change into, and she doesn't get enough to eat. I want to take her home to live with me. Can I? Luonia finished in one breath, looking up at her sister with eyes full of anticipation. Yili Sha stood up. She walked to Luonia, crouched down, and pinched Luonia's chin with one hand, forcing her to look up. The gesture was gentle, but those eerie red vertical pupils held no warmth. Luonia, do you know what it is? Her name is La Fei Na too. Am not asking for its name. She straightened up, looking down over Luonia's head at the silver-white figure by the doorframe. Half-breed. Sister, a mongrel born from two mongrels, with 3 or more abnormal features, a waist not even the carrying court would accept. Sister, you? Let go of her hand, Luonia. No. Sister, she's wonderful. She reads to me and knows so much. Let go. Luonia's fingers trembled. I won't let go. Yili Sha didn't move. The two maids in the side hall had retreated to the corner, their backs pressed against the stone wall, breathing softly. Luonia's fingers gripped La Fei Na's hand, looking up at her sister, with a thin layer of watery light shimmering in her red vertical pupils. La Fei Na hasn't done anything wrong. She'd just share a room with me. It won't cause any trouble. Yili Sha wore an expression of annoyance. La Fei Na stood by the doorframe, the borrowed satin dress hanging loosely on her. Luonia, do you know who made that dress? Luonia was momentarily stunned. The Ka-Tuoli family tailor. The Ka-Tuoli tailor, using Ka-Tuoli fabric following Ka-Tuoli regulations, sewed the dress for the bloodline of the Ka-Tuoli family. Yili Sha spoke slowly. Now it's worn by a half-breed. Luonia's lips quivered. I gave it to her. You have no right to give. Yili Sha finally moved. She stepped forward. A feeling rose from the depths of Luonia's heart. Not fear, but something more primal, a sensation deep in her bones that made her knees weak. Since the departure of the Creator, the concepts of authority scattered across the world awaiting the birth of those worthy to bear them. Elisha was the being who inherited the authority of blood. Thus, simply by standing without even releasing her aura, the pressure of one who governs the world's laws was enough to make Lonia struggle for breath. Lonia gritted her teeth. Sister, you've been running wild outside for days, and I haven't questioned it. Elisha reached out and brushed the stray hairs from her sister's forehead, her movements surprisingly gentle. You got your clothes dirty, and I didn't question it. You ran back and forth countless times taking food and clothes and all sorts of other junk, and I didn't question it. But some things can't be obtained just by throwing a tantrum. Her fingers slid down from Lonia's forehead to the hand that gripped La Fey Na's. Let go. No. Lonia. She's my friend. This was the first time Lonia had used that word. In the Ka-Tuali mansion, those around her were only maids, retainers, and her sister. No one was ever called a friend. Elisha's eyes narrowed. The blood clan of Ka-Tuali does not need a half-breed as a friend. They ma the Yinma Cortia of the Minging Corte. I don't care. I already promised her. I want La Fey not to be with me. Lonia's voice grew shrill, laced with tears. The water that had been welling in her eyes finally spilled over. Elisha looked at Lonia and let out a disappointed sigh. So Lonia don't make promises lightly. Understand? Ka-Tuali always keeps their word. This family rule is broken by you. But I will forgive you, Lonia. Then, what about La Fey Na? No. Elisha stood up and turned to La Fey Na by the doorframe. Will you continue to make Lonia suffer? La Fey Na slowly released Lonia's hand. Lonia spun around abruptly, seeing La Fey Na withdrawing her hand from between her fingers. The movement was slow, gentle, as if afraid of hurting her. La Fey Na. It's okay. La Fey Na's voice was flat. Nia, thank you. Her vermilion eyes gazed at Lonia. Something inside them shattered, but it broke quietly like a thin piece of ice sinking into deep water without even a ripple. The dress. He'll return it to you. Her hand reached behind her to untie the sash. Lonia grabbed her wrist. Don't take it off. I gave it to you. Once given, I don't take it back. Lonia let go. Elisha's voice came from behind, cold, as a basin of icy water poured over her head. As for the dress, let that half-breed take it back. La Fey Na's hand stopped and her entire body began to tremble. It's already a piece of rag stained with the stench of a half-breed. Sister. Lonia still hadn't let go, but the two maids had already stepped to La Fey Na's side. They separated her from Lonia. La Fey Na's wrist slipped gently from Lonia's fingers. Then a hand clamped onto Lonia's shoulder from behind, pitting her in place. Elisha's hand. The force was light, but Lonia struggled twice and couldn't move. La Fey Na. La Fey Na was led by the two maids toward the door. She didn't look back. Her silver-white twin tail swayed gently behind her, and the hem of the satin dress dragged across the stone bricks, gathering a thin layer of dust. Her arrow-tipped tail hung behind her, the tip almost touching the ground, motionless. She stepped over the threshold. The eerie flames in the corridor bathed her, turning her small, thin silhouette into a swaying patch of blue. Then she turned the corner of the corridor. She disappeared. Lonia stood in the side hall, her shoulder held by her sister's hand, trembling like a withered leaf in the wind. Tears dripped from her chin, leaving a small dark stain on the stone floor. Elisha released her hand. Go to your room. Tomorrow we leave you on Lin City. Lonia didn't move. She lowered her head, her stray hairs clinging to her wet cheeks. Her hands hung at her sides, the right palm still retaining the chill of La Fey Na's fingertips. Sister is a bad person. Her voice was hoarse, muffled, as if squeezed from the deepest part of her chest. Elisha didn't answer. Remember to take a bath. Don't make me hate you too. With that, she turned, her long hair tracing an arc behind her, and walked toward the other door of the side hall. Her footsteps beat an even rhythm on the stone bricks, unhurried, the same as when she arrived. The door closed behind her. Only Lonia remained in the side hall. Eerie blue flames drifted silently overhead, casting their cold light on the empty high-back chair and on the two sets of gray footprints, one large, one small, on the floor. Lonia crouched down, reached out a finger, and touched the smallest footprint. Dust clung to her fingertip. Cold. Lonia stood before Eliza's door, her nose still red, and faint swelling around her eyes. She sniffed and raised her hand to knock 3 times. The maid opened the door a crack, and upon seeing Lonia seemed to want to say something but ultimately just pulled the door open a little wider. Eliza sat at her vanity. With her inky black hair cascading down, a maid was gently combing it from the crown to the tips with an ivory comb. The mirror reflected Lonia's silhouette as she walked in. The comb did not pause. "Rufina is very well behaved." Lonia's voice was hoarse. She approached Eliza from behind, her hands gripping the hem of her skirt, knuckles turning white. "Tu can be as well behaved as Rufina. I can bring her back with me. Is that really impossible?" The comb slipped from the ends of her hair, and the maid carefully started over from the top. In the mirror, Eliza's red vertical pupils were half closed, casting a small shadow on her pale cheekbones. "No." "But Lonia," Eliza raised a hand, and the maid immediately stopped combing. Long hair slipped through her fingers, draping over the shoulder of her deep red velvet robe. She did not turn around, only gazed at her sister through the mirror. "I will not say it a 3rd time." Lonia's lips quivered. She stood there staring at her sister's back in the mirror for a long while. Then she turned and walked out of the room. As the door closed behind her, she heard the comb fall back onto the hair. The corridors of the Silent Night Fortress were quieter at night than during the day. Lonia lay on the bed in the guest room assigned to her, her face buried in the pillow, completely still. She waited for a long time. After the footsteps in the corridor had passed by for the 4th time and faded away, she rolled off the bed. She was barefoot. Her bare feet touched the cold floor, causing her to shiver. The door was not locked. Eliza probably thought she wouldn't dare to sneak out. Lonia cracked open the door and squeezed through. The corridor was empty. Indigo phosphorescence floated above, stretching her shadow into a long, thin shape. She walked along the wall, heading for the spiral staircase leading to the old library at the end of the corridor. When she reached the staircase, she saw an iron gate blocking the entrance, secured with a fist-sized black iron lock. The gaps in the gate were so narrow that not even an arm could fit through, let alone her entire body. She squatted down, gripping the iron bars with both hands, shaking them vigorously. It did not budge. "Ugh!" Lonia released the bars and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Guided by memory, she turned into a narrower side corridor. She had glimpsed this fork in the road on her way back from the old library yesterday, but hadn't paid it any mind at the time. At the end of the side corridor was a half-height ventilation opening. The iron grid rusted down to a few shaky remnants. Lonia squatted down, pried apart 2 iron bars with her hands, and squeezed through. Rufina had told her stories about the structure of the Silent Night Fortress. The stories behind every ornament, the ingenuity in every design, and all sorts of other things. She listened intently. Now she was climbing toward the old library, following the route she remembered. After about 5 minutes of climbing, a faint light appeared ahead. She poked her head out of the vent. Slanted bookshelves scattered volumes, cobwebs in the corners. Everything was just as she remembered. In the center of the light, Rufina sat in her old spot, not reading. She hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, her silver twin tails draping down on either side, the tips resting in the dust on the ground, utterly still. Her scarlet eyes were wide open, blankly staring at the wall. Lonia jumped down from the vent, the sound of her landing echoing through the library. "Ah!" Rufina's head snapped around. Her tail sprang up from beside her ankle, the arrowhead tip freezing in midair for a second before starting to sway violently side to side. "Inaya! Shoo! Keep it down!" Lonia brushed off the rust dust from her nightgown, stepping barefoot across the scraps of paper and dust to squat down in front of Rufina. "How did you? I thought the passage was sealed. I crawled through the ventilation pipe." Rufina stared at her, something flickering in her scarlet eyes. She reached out her hand, hesitated for a moment, but then withdrew it. "Did you get any cuts?" "No, I'm not that foolish." Lonia took a deep breath. "I'm sorry. I couldn't bring you with me." Rufina shook her head, her crystalline horns gently swaying in the light. "I know. But—" Lonia grasped Rufina's hand. "One day I will take you to live in a better house. At that time you can wear whatever clothes you want, read whatever books you want, and even my sister can't object." "Are you leaving tomorrow?" "Sister said at dawn." Anyway, very early. Rafina lowered her head, looking at their clasped hands. Lonia bit her lip, her braces pressing against her gums. If you don't want me to go, we could make a pact. Rafina lifted her head. A pact. Lonia opened her mouth, pointing with her index finger at her upper teeth. Behind the braces, two small, undeveloped fangs peeked out. It's not like I'm asking you to be my blood slave. She quickly added, a light blush creeping onto her face. Those who have their blood drawn by a high-ranking vampire gain the ability to communicate with their master mentally. So as long as you give me a small sip, we can chat anytime. Rafina stared at the two tiny fangs in her mouth. Have you ever drawn blood? Lonia's face turned even redder. No. Then do you know how to control the pressure? I've read about it in a book. Which book? The one in Sister's study. I peeked. Is that book proper? Ah. Can it not be proper? Rafina chuckled softly. The flickering flame of the oil lamp reflected in her scarlet pupils along with Lonia's flushed, somewhat confused face. All right. Lonia was taken aback. So does that mean you agree? Rafina released one hand, adjusting her satin dress that had slipped to one side, revealing a small section of her neck where delicate blue veins were visible. Is this okay? Lonia swallowed hard. She leaned in a little closer. The skin on Rafina's neck emitted a faint scent reminiscent of books. You'll try first. It might hurt a bit. Lonia opened her mouth. The braces were pushed slightly aside by her tongue. The device was designed to be removable for easier eating. Two pearlescent tiny fangs were fully revealed, pressing against Rafina's neck. Lonia could feel the pulse beneath her lips. Hesitating for a moment, her fangs gently pierced the skin. She only broke the very surface of the skin. A small drop of blood seeped from the needle-sized wound, staining Lonia's lips. The moment the taste flooded in, her pupils dilated. For vampires, every drop of blood has its own color and temperature. The sister's blood she had tasted at the family banquet was cold and thick, heavy with iron and roses. In contrast, Rafina's blood was warm, light, like honey diluted with water. It wasn't overwhelmingly captivating, yet it instinctively made one want to seek more. She released after just a tiny sip. A fine thread of blood stretched between them before breaking. Two needle-sized red spots remained on Rafina's neck, nearly invisible. Lonia licked her lips. Then she felt it deep in her mind, a once empty corner, where a warm fuzzy presence began to emerge. Rafina sensed it too. Her scarlet eyes widened, one hand covering the wound on her neck, the other pressing against her temple. How strange. My head feels warm. That's me. Lonia wiped the blood residue from the corner of her mouth, with the back of her hand, her eyes shining, with a mix of nervousness and pride. Can you feel it? If you want to talk to me, just think it in your mind, and I can hear you. No matter how far apart we are. Rafina closed her eyes. After a few seconds, a voice surfaced in Lonia's mind. Can you hear me? I can hear you. She rushed to embrace Rafina. The sudden movement caused them both to fall onto the dusty stone floor. Dust from the bookshelves fell in a cloud, settling on their hair, faces, and skirts. Lonia lay on top of Rafina, her arms tightly wrapped around her neck, her face buried in the silver hair. I will come back. The voice was muffled, coming from between the strands. No matter how long it takes, I will come back to find you. Rafina lay on the ground, her hand slowly lifting to rest on Lonia's back. Very gently, as if afraid of breaking something. Her tail coiled up from the ground, the arrowhead tip wrapping around Lonia's waist, gently pressing against her back. The flame of the oil lamp flickered. They lay on the floor of the old library, surrounded by dust and old pages embracing each other. One had black hair, the other silver. One was stained with rust and blood, while the other wore an ill-fitting satin dress. The warm presence deep in their minds beat steadily, like a small heart held together by both of them. Lonia climbed off Lafena and sat in the dust for a while. Should she leave something for Lafena? She touched her own hair. She untied the two black ribbons that held her small bun. Here! She stuffed the two ribbons into Lafena's hands. These ribbons are of good quality. You can use them to tie your hair from now on. Lafena sat on the ground, looking down at the two crumpled black ribbons in her palms. They were woven tightly and densely with invisible dark patterns along the edges. What else could she give? Lonia thought for a moment, then touched her mouth. She hesitated, took out her dental retainer, still warm from her mouth, and let it fall into her palm, then unconsciously pursed her lips. This is for you too. A dental retainer. Keep it. If anyone ever bullies you, just show them this, and tell them you know someone from the Catoli family. That's so silly. Wah. I am joking. Lonia quickly patted her shoulder to comfort her. Lonia finally searched herself all over. Only then did she realize she had come out too hastily, and brought nothing. That's all I have. She lowered her hand. Her vertical red pupils glinted in the dim light. Without the ribbon, her black hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her pale face appear even smaller than usual. It's enough. Lonia clutched the ribbons and retainer to her chest, the satin fabric of her dress crumpling under her fingers. These are enough. Lonia stood up, looking at Lonia, who was still sitting on the ground. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. She turned and walked toward the entrance of the ventilation duct, crouched down, and crawled inside. When she was halfway through, the warm presence deep in her mind suddenly pulsed. Nia! Very softly. Take care. I know, idiot. When she crawled out of the duct, the phosphorescent flames in the corridor had shifted from indigo back to deep blue. It was almost dawn, though Yuanlin City had no true daybreak. However, the phosphorescent system of Jaibu Castle would brighten at fixed times, simulating a kind of dusk and dawn unique to the demon race. She secretly hid her dirty clothes, then took a bath, washing away all traces of her crawl through the ventilation duct. After making sure there was no smell, she changed into new clothes, slipped into bed, and sent a message to the other side. Faina! I'm here. When the carriage started moving in the square before Jaibu Castle, Lonia sat in the corner of the compartment, her forehead pressed against the heavy fabric of the sunshade curtain. Elisha sat opposite her, her long hair gleaming with a cool luster in the morning phosphorescent light. She was flipping through a document with a gold embossed cover, her slender fingers turning a page every few seconds. The wheels rumbled dully over the black stone brick pavement. The carriage swayed slightly, and through the gap in the curtain a streak of deep blue phosphorescent light occasionally slipped in, tracing across Lunia's pale profile. She didn't speak. Not a single word since boarding. Elisha didn't look at her either. Faina! Lonia sent a message across the other side of her consciousness. Silence. Faina! After a long time, an extremely faint response surfaced. Here! Lunia's fingers clenched into fists under her skirt. Distance weakens the connection, but it doesn't seem to break completely. I'll talk to you again when I get home. Okay. After a while, at the Catoli family estate, Lonia returned to her room, flopped directly onto the bed, and sent a message to Lonia. I'm here. She fell asleep very late. The next day, Elisha sent someone to call her. When the study door opened, Elisha was standing by the window. Outside the window was the courtyard of the Catoli estate, where several dark red roses bloomed only under moonlight. Sit! Lonia sat on the chair opposite the desk. The chair was too high, her feet couldn't reach the ground. Her legs dangled in the air for a moment, then stopped. Elisha turned around, walked to the desk, and looked down at her sister. Regarding what happened in Yuanlin City, I won't mention it a second time. Lunia's lips pressed together. But you were right. You need playmates your own age. Huh? Elisha's vertical red pupils were half closed, her expression no different from usual. Cold calm, unquestionable. But what she said was something Lonia hadn't expected. If you want friends, they should at least be peers of a status equal to the Catoli family. When you have time, go play with Faye Ma of the Fire Demon Tribe and Tia of the Nightmare Tribe. Lonia stared at her sister for 3 seconds. Faye Ma. The little girl with fiery red hair from the Fire Demon Court Lord's family. The one who at the last 10 courts banquet spilled an entire jug of blood wine, and was dragged out by her mother holding her ear. Tia. From the Nightmare Court Lord's family, always with a thin pipe stolen from somewhere, pretending to be an adult. They won't read books to me quietly. Lunia's voice was muffled, her chin tucked into her collar. Elisha's eyebrow twitched. Reading. Since when were you interested in books? Just recently. The Catoli family library has 3,700 volumes of classics. If you want to read anything, you'll have someone send it to your room. It's different. Lunia's voice rose half a tone, then quickly lowered again. She kept her head down, her black hair falling over her face, hiding most of her expression. It's different. Elisha looked at her. The silence lasted a few seconds. Go find Faema and Tia. That's not a suggestion. Lonia jumped off the chair, landing with a dull thud. Without looking at her sister, she walked straight to the study door, pulled it open, and stepped out. Just before the door closed behind her, she paused. Sister. What? I hate you. The door shut. I should assign her more homework. Lonia didn't hear this mutter. In the corridor, Lonia leaned against the wall for a while. She closed her eyes, groping for the warm outline deep in her consciousness. Faina! A long time. A very long time. Then from an extremely far away place, a response lighter than a whisper drifted over. Naya! My sister told me to go play with others. Oh! I don't want to. They're noisy and stupid. Silence. That thread trembled in her consciousness like a spider's web in the wind. When will you come again? Lonia opened her eyes. At the end of the corridor, moonlight seeped through the gaps in the window lattice, drawing a thin silver-white line on the black stone floor. I don't know, she said earnestly, but I will definitely come. On the third day after returning to the residence, Lonia began her training. It was the necessary path to becoming a qualified member of the vampire clan, even for a princess. The training ground of the Cthulhu family was on the second basement level of the mansion. The floor was made of black stone slabs that could absorb impact, and the walls were embedded with protective runes. Lonia stood in the center of the training ground, facing a wooden stake target about her height. The basic physical arts of the vampire clan emphasized explosive power and teleportation footwork. The instructor was an old attendant of the Cthulhu family, a gaunt old vampire who looked as if he could be blown away by the wind at any moment. Don't lift your heels. Lower your center of gravity. Lonia gritted her teeth, her bare feet pressing against the cold black stone slabs, her knees bent until her thighs ached. She threw a punch. Her fist slammed into the wooden stake, but no wood chips flew. Instead, a searing pain shot through her knuckles. Your strength is scattered. Again. 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 She kept practicing until her knuckles were raw with blood, and the soles of her feet went numb from the cold stone. Only then was Lonia allowed to stop. She sat in a corner of the training ground, dipping her fingers into a basin of medicinal liquid brought by a maid. A cool sensation wrapped in sharp pain spread from her fingertips to her wrists. She closed her eyes. Her consciousness sank into the deepest recess of her mind, groping for that thread, so thin it was almost imperceptible, that led to a warm silhouette. Faina! She waited for about 10 seconds. The connection between the vampire residence and Yuanlin City was stretched too long. The signal was vague and sluggish, as if through a thick layer of cotton cloth. Here! Did you train today? I did. My hands hurt. Don't push yourself too hard. It's not pushing myself. I want to become stronger. There was a moment of silence. The thread trembled gently in her mind. What book did you read today? The topic naturally shifted. La Faina began to talk about an old book on plant illustrations she had found in the old library that day. She said that in the elven race there was a kind of tree that would emit sounds when touched, and different trees produced different tones, so the entire forest connected like a giant musical instrument. Lonia pulled her hands out of the medicinal basin, wiped her wet fingers on her knees, her red vertical pupils, half closed, under the phosphorescent light, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved slightly. Every day was like this. Training during the day, chatting at night. Sometimes La Faina would read aloud to her. The voice transmitted through telepathy was lighter and softer than the real one. Sometimes Lonia would talk about what happened during the day, how the old instructor in the training ground flicked her 3 meters away with a single finger, or how she secretly poured the medicinal liquid into a flower pot when the maid was changing her bandages. La Faina didn't laugh much. At least Lonia couldn't hear any laughter. Telepathic communication couldn't convey such subtle things. But she could feel that the thread would occasionally become warmer and softer, as if lightly stroked by something. Lonia felt that was La Faina's way of laughing. On the 7th day, Elisha's arrangements were finalized. An invitation stamped with a Cthulhu family crest was sent to the 9 courts. The wording was polite, but the content was straightforward. The sister of the vampire court master wished to interact with the young members of the other courts. The venue was set in a newly designated area outside Yuanlin City, and the time was 3 days later. It was quite a distance from Jiyue Castle. It was not hard to see that it was a precaution. Once the gathering ended, Lonia would be pulled into the carriage by the maids and taken back to the residence. Lonia opened the invitation and read it once, then flipped the golden boss card over and placed it face down on the table. "I don't want to go." The maid standing at the door lowered her head, pretending not to hear. 3 days later, she was still dragged there. The gathering hall was a circular chamber with a dome set with glowing or simulating an ambiguous light between dusk and night. Several low tables were arranged in the hall with pastries and drinks on them. The carpet was so thick that footsteps made no sound. When Lonia arrived, there were already people inside. The first thing she noticed was a voice. "I said don't put so much sugar. Whose pastries are this sweet? One bite and my teeth will fall out." With fiery red short hair and fiery red eyes, a girl, half a head taller than Lonia, was standing in front of the pastry table shouting at a gargoyle servant carrying a tray. Her left shoulder and chest were covered with a patch of dark red crystalline scales. She was a fire demon. Fima, daughter of the fire demon court master. Lonia stood at the door for 2 seconds before Fima noticed her. The fiery red eyes turned, looked her up and down, and wrinkled her nose. "Oh, a vampire." The tone was neither friendly nor hostile. Lonia also looked her over. "Oh, a fire demon." The two little girls stared at each other across half the hall for 3 seconds. Something seemed to crackle in the air. Then the door opened again. In came a girl with ash gray hair, looking a few years older than them, around 11 or 12, wearing an excessively loose deep purple silk robe. In her mouth was a long slender pipe, unlit, just held for fun. Her violet eyes were half closed, carrying a languor that didn't match her age. Tia. A nightmare. She glanced at the two little ones in the hall, curved her lips, and swayed the pipe by her lips. Everyone's here. How obedient. Who's obedient with you? Can't you take off that damn pipe? It's not even lit. Stop pretending to be an adult. Fima yelled angrily. Pretending to be an adult is so much fun. Much more fun than you throwing a tantrum over pastries here. You? Lonia leaned against the doorframe, watching the two argue. Fima's voice grew louder, and the temperature around her rose. The nearest frosted cookie on the pastry table began to slightly melt at the edges. Tia just smiled with a pipe in her mouth, each word precisely stepping on Fima's fuse. Afterwards, a few more arrived, one after another. Those from the Shadow Demon Court, the Gargoyle Court, the Succubus Court. Among them, only the Succubus Court caught Lonia's attention. The Succubus Court sent two who appeared to be a pair of sisters. The elder sister, Ailey, had pink hair and peach-colored eyes. She was not much older than Lonia, but her voice was syrupy sweet, giving Lonia goosebumps. The younger sister, Selah, had long brown hair and was very quiet. Throughout the event, she just held her sister's hand without saying a word, sometimes only nodding along with her sister. Her temperament was very similar to La Fena's, yet distinctly different. Lonia looked at the two and felt somewhat displeased. The Lich Court didn't come. It was said they were conducting an important skeletal restructuring experiment and couldn't spare the time. The Carrion Court didn't come either. They simply gave no reason. The Prince of the Demon Court seemed busy studying with the Demon King, so he didn't come either. The Wraith Court sent one who could turn invisible. He did nothing the whole time, and everyone only realized he was there after half the gathering had passed. The entire afternoon, Lonia sat by a low table, not touching the pastries in front of her, watching these creatures from the various courts make a ruckus in the reception hall. Fima and Tia argued 3 rounds. In between, Fima's crystalline scales lost control and spat out a small flame, singeing the hem of Tia's robe. Not only was Tia not angry, she laughed even more happily, turning Fima's face green with rage. Ailey tried to engage Lonia in conversation, but was glared back by her. The Gargoyle and Shadow Demon stood far away from them, seemingly whispering to each other. Lonia left early. The maids didn't dare say anything, silently escorting her to the carriage. Miss, if we're found out that we returned early, we'll be scolded. On the carriage, a young maid spoke softly. He'll take the blame, Lonia said with closed eyes, displeased. Miss, what I meant was, we could stop at Fignette Town for a while, and then go back to Fignette Town. Yes, a trade hub established by the Demon King. There are lots of fun things there, the maid whispered. I want to go see it. It's noon now, the sun is still out. It's fine, miss, look. I brought a cloak that can block the sun. She excitedly pulled out several black cloaks from somewhere. Another maid beside her had a face full of black lines. You didn't plan this all along, did you? Lonia yawned. All right, let's stop at Fenya Town then. Just to pass the time. After the young maid left, Lonia remained in the carriage, reaching out with a thread in the depths of her consciousness. Fena. Did you meet those people today? Yes. Annoying. What happened? That fire demon Fima has a terrible temper. She threw a fit over the pastries for ages just because they were too sweet. Who cares if they're sweet? Maybe she doesn't like sweets. Then just don't eat them. And that nightmare Tia with an unlit pipe in her mouth acting all grown up. She speaks in a sarcastic way just to provoke Fima for fun. Sounds like they get along well. Not at all. They almost fought. Fima sprayed fire and burned Tia's clothes. And then Tia said it looked good. Fima got even angrier. The thread trembled gently in her mind. Lonia opened her eyes, staring at the dark fabric of the carriage ceiling. And the two succubi, one of them spoke in a sticky sweet voice, gave me goosebumps. And there was one who could turn invisible. When I found out he was there, it almost scared me to death. You can be scared. Isn't that normal? Who would expect something invisible to suddenly speak behind you? There was a moment of silence. Is there anyone you thought was okay? Lonia thought for a moment. Sayla, I guess. She's a succubus, but she's quiet and well-behaved. Like. She paused. Like you. The thread trembled again. Like me. A bit, but there are differences. What differences? I feel like she seems very cold, but you're different. You're so gentle. A long silence. The thread vibrated quietly in the depths of her consciousness, conveying a warmth that couldn't be translated into words. And Did you practice your boxing today? I did. The instructor said my footwork has improved. That's good. Another silence. Do you have to meet them again tomorrow? My sister says once every 7 days. Then tell me about it next time you come back. Lonia turned over in the carriage, burying her face in the cushion. Okay. At the third gathering, the sisters from the succubus court finally stopped greeting her with that syrupy tone. Ailey sat across the low table, her cherry pink wavy hair tied into two high buns, her peach-shaped heart pupils glittering under the oar light. She was about 7 years old, shoving a piece of cream cake into her mouth, smearing white cream all over her lips, while making faces at Lonia. Lonia, in your dress today is so pretty, is it new? Every syllable curled upward, making the hairs on the back of Lonia's neck stand on end. Don't call me Loniakin. Then what shall I call you, shall Luo? Luo. Catuli. Use my surname. So cold. Ailey didn't mind at all and continued stuffing cake into her mouth. Cream smeared on the tip of her nose, she stuck out her tongue to lick it, couldn't reach, then wiped it with the back of her hand, transferring the cream from her nose to her cheek. Lonia watched this scene, her mouth twitching. Beside her sat Sela, the complete opposite of her sister. Her indigo eyes were calm as two stagnant pools, expressionless, as she sat there, her plate of pastries untouched, only clutching Ailey's hem. She was half a head shorter than Ailey, and looked a year or two younger, but that icy aura made her seem more mature than everyone else present. Lonia stared at the two sisters for a long while, one with a face full of cream giggling, the other motionless, frosty as ice. Ailey, why is your sister so different from you? Are you really sisters? Ailey was licking cream off her fingers. She looked up at the question, her peach-shaped heart pupils blinking. Of course we're blood sisters, it's just that our Sela has been like this since she was little. Oh, Sela, are you sure you want to eat? This cream cake is super delicious. No. Sela's voice was very soft, very flat, like a blade without an edge. Then those indigo eyes turned to Lonia. Your sister is also very different from you. Huh? Yilishikatuli. The Blood Court Lord. 8th rank. At your age, she had already broken through to the 4th rank. And she is calm, precise, never losing her composure in public. Sela's pace was neither fast nor slow, as if reciting a dossier. Even the blood ancestor, who also possessed the blood authority, had only reached the 9th rank, while Yilisha was the only blood race in history with the potential to break through the 9th rank and reach the apex. She deliberately brought this up, just to make a comparison. And you are only at the 2nd rank now. At the first gathering you glared at my sister 3 times, rolled your eyes twice at the gargoyle's pastries, and nearly kicked over the low table when you were startled by the ghost. Very different. Lonia's face flushed red. That's different. It's the same. Sela withdrew her gaze, and didn't move a finger on her lap. Differences between sisters are normal. No need to explain. Lonia opened her mouth and found herself unable to speak, silenced by a succubus pup younger than herself. She glared fiercely at Sela, who showed no reaction, her indigo eyes not even blinking. Ailey laughed uncontrollably beside her, nearly dropping the cream cake. Ha ha ha, Lonia got shut down by Sela. Shut up. This kind of social interaction repeated every 7 days. Faima was still irritable, getting into at least 2 arguments with Tai at every gathering. Once her crystal scales lost control and spat out flames that scared the shadow demon, who melted into the wall in fright and didn't come out for half an hour. Taya still had that unlit pipe clenched between her teeth, speaking with a tone 3 times more mature than her age, saying things that were either compliments or sarcasm. She was currently the strongest here. 4th rank. Most people spent their entire lives only reaching the 3rd rank. But Taya never fought. At least not in front of him. The gargoyle always silently followed the shadow demon, while the ghost simply remained invisible, never speaking a word. Lonia left early again. The intensity of training increased in the 2nd month. The old instructor began teaching her the blood race's flash step, a technique using a burst of magical power to displace over extremely short distances. The principle was not complicated, but the strain on the body was enormous. Her 6-year-old bones and muscles hadn't fully developed, and after each practice Lonia felt as if her calves were filled with lead, her ankles swollen, so much she couldn't fit into her boots. She didn't care. After training each day, she soaked in herbal solution, closed her eyes, and groped for that thread. Lafina! Here! The connection was slightly more stable than before. Perhaps Lonia's spirit had grown slowly through training, or perhaps the repeated use of the thread had made it tougher. Lafina's voice no longer sounded as if through cotton, but through a thin veil, clearer. I went to the gathering again today. Ailey wiped a handful of cream on my hair. Why? She said she wanted to see if white stuff looked good on black hair. I almost bit her. You didn't, did you? No. I held back. But I glared at her. She laughed even harder. Are all succubi like that? Still laughing when glared at. I don't know much about modern succubi. The clan habits recorded in books might not apply to certain individuals. I don't know much either. My sister doesn't allow me to read books about succubi. There was a moment of silence. The coolness of the herbal solution spread from her ankles to her calves. Lonia pulled her legs deeper into the basin. Lafina. How are things? Over there. The thread in her consciousness paused for a few seconds. Same as always. Reading. Eating. Sleeping. Has anyone bullied you? No, the old caretaker isn't mean to me anymore. Though he wasn't very mean before either. Because he didn't even want to see her. Are you wearing the dress I gave you? Yes. When I wash it, I wear the old one. And the braces. Placed by the bedside. Her tone sounded a bit odd. Lonia didn't think much about it. By the way, Lafina, what rank are you? I forgot to ask last time. A long silence. The thread swayed gently in her consciousness, as if brushed by an invisible wind. I don't know. You don't know? Haven't you tested? No one has tested me. Lonia thought for a moment. Anyway, you're definitely not stronger than me. Why are you so sure? Because I'm from the Katui family. And I train every day while you stay cooped up in the library reading. You definitely can't beat me. Yeah, probably. Lafina's reply was very soft, very faint. Lonia didn't pay it any mind. When I get stronger, I'll come get you. The thread pulsed quietly in the depths of her consciousness, as if there was more to say. What is it? After a moment, Lafina's voice came back. I want to see you now. Lonia bit her lip. Wait. She stood up and trotted all the way to the mansion's library. On the third shelf was a silver-stamped book titled, Demon Realm Trade Chronicle. Lonia had stumbled upon it while searching for references on blood race physical techniques, probably misfiled by a servant during archiving. Her finger traced the ink lines on the map. Abyss Falls City. To the west on the border between human and demon territories, a small point circled in red maple leaf. Maple Leaf Town. The annotation beside it read, Key border trade town convergence of humans and demons lacks laws adventurers guild branch. Lonia turned to the next page. A more detailed description appeared. The founding of Maple Leaf Town could be traced back decades, when the current Demon King implemented an open policy and established this location as a trade hub. The town had a permanent population of about 5,000, but the transit population consistently exceeded 20,000. Human, demon, and dark elf merchants and adventurers mingled there, a mixed bag where almost anything could be bought. It wasn't close to Abyss Falls City, but carriages and other transportation ran between the two every day. Lonia's eyes lit up. She closed the book, shoved it back to its original spot, then jumped onto the bed. Lafina. The connection was established faster than before. The thread pulsed twice in her consciousness, and Lafina's response surfaced. Here. What's wrong? Your voice sounds excited. I found a way. What way? A way to meet. Lonia shifted position on the bed, hugging a pillow and resting her chin on its top. Maple Leaf Town. You know it. West of Abyss Falls City at the human-demon border. There are all kinds of people there. Nobody would care about two kids wandering around town. When I go to the gathering every week, I'll slip out early and take a carriage to Maple Leaf Town. You come out of Silent Night Castle and head that way too. We'll meet in town. The thread in her consciousness was silent for several seconds. Maple Leaf Town is not close to Abyss Falls City. I checked the map. From your place, it's about 2 hours by carriage. The gathering lasts half a day at least. If I leave early, no one will notice. Another silence. That town is the trade hub established by His Majesty the Demon King, right? Lafina's tone carried something Lonia recognized well. The Demon King. Whenever she mentioned him, her voice held a softness tinged with longing. The book says His Majesty the Demon King hoped for peaceful coexistence between demons and humans, so he built this town on the border. Though it hasn't been very effective, at least it's a start. Yes, the Demon King did well. Lonia didn't care about peaceful coexistence at all. She only cared about one thing. So are you coming? But I've never left Silent Night Castle. Then you should come out even more. Haven't you always wanted to see the outside world? Maple Leaf Town has a market, taverns, all kinds of people. The book says there are red maple leaves, whole stretches of them, and when the wind blows they fall like red snow. Red snow. Do you want to see it? A long silence. Yes. Then it's settled. Next week at the gathering you'll leave early. You come out of Silent Night Castle to head west, and go to Maple Leaf Towns. Wait, where should we meet? The book says the biggest tavern in Maple Leaf Town is called Drunken Moon Tavern. In the center of town. Good Drunken Moon Tavern. Next week. Don't be late. The first meeting was 7 days later. Lonia slipped away an hour after the gathering started. Everyone was used to her leaving early, only Ailey would whimper. Loniakin, don't go. Gray wasteland, sparse, dead trees, occasional low-level demon shadows darting by. For the first time, she seriously gazed at the scenery through the carriage window. Then she saw red. First a few scattered specks emerging from the gray horizon, as if someone had splashed a few drops of paint at the edge of the wasteland. Then more and more, denser and denser, from a few specks to dozens, from dozens to a whole maple forest. Red maple leaves cascaded from the canopy on both sides of the road, swept up by the wind, spinning, tumbling, drifting down. The moment the carriage entered the maple forest, Lonia's vision was filled with red. She stuck her head out the window. The sun was blocked by the maples, so she simply let her hood fall, letting her long black hair fly in the rain of red leaves. Maple Leaf Town lay at the edge of the maple forest. Wooden buildings lined a main street, thick red leaves piled on the rooftops, like a deliberately laid carpet. Lonia jumped off the carriage, her feet landing on the red leaf-covered stone road with a soft crunch. If the Catuli family carriage were parked openly in Maple Leaf Town, it might attract unwanted attention. So they always stopped in the maple forest and walked a short distance. Drunken Moon Tavern was in the center of town. A 3-story wooden building with a weathered sign hanging at the entrance depicting a crooked moon and an upside-down wine cup. The door was half open, and from inside came the clamor of voices clinking glasses, and the off-key singing of a bard. Lonia stood at the entrance tiptoeing to peer inside. The tavern was full of adults. Tall, burly, reeking of alcohol. Her gaze swept through the crowd, but found no silver-white hair. She stepped back outside, leaned against the wall, and pulled her hood back up. She waited about a quarter of an hour. Red maple leaves fell from the roof, landing on her hood, her shoulders, the tips of her shoes. She caught one with her hand, raised it to her eyes. The veins were clear, the edges slightly curled red, like congealed blood. Then she felt it. The thread deep in her mind suddenly pulsed. Lonia spun around. At the end of the street, where the maple forest met the town, a small figure emerged from the curtain of red leaves. Silver-white twin tails peeking out from under a hood, translucent crystal horns, a black satin dress, and a pair of plain cloth shoes. Lafina stood on the street of Maple Leaf Town, looking up, her crimson eyes watching the red leaves drifting down from the sky. Lonia stared at the scene for a moment, then ran over. Lafina heard the footsteps and turned. Crimson met blood-red again. Lonia stopped in front of her, a few maple leaves landing in her hair, like little flowers pinned in. "You came! Lafina smiled. Her arrow-shaped tail rose from behind, using its tip to hook a maple leaf and hold it up to Lonia. "Look, red snow." Lonia took the leaf, looked down at it, then up at Lafina. "Isn't it even more beautiful than you imagined?" "Yes." Lonia tucked the maple leaf behind her ear and grabbed Lafina's hand. "Come on, I'll show you around. You're a first-timer too. So what? I have a good sense of direction." Lafina didn't argue. Her tail just drew a small circle behind her. Hand in hand, they walked into the noisy streets of Maple Leaf Town. Not far away, 2 maids were eating bought flatbread, their faces full of satisfaction. Red leaves drifted down from the sky, falling on the 2 children's hair, shoulders, and the backs of their clasped hands. One black, one white, one striding boldly with head high, the other following slightly bowed, their shadows intertwined on the stone road paved with red leaves. Kenya Market was much noisier than Lonia had imagined. Lonia held Lafina's hand, darting and squeezing through the gaps in the crowd. "Move aside, move aside!" Lafina was pulled along by her, stepping on the stone slabs. Her crimson eyes were wide open, her gaze jumping from one stall to another. "Naya, what is that?" "Grilled meat skewers." "And that?" "I don't know. Looks like some kind of bug." "And that red one?" "That's chili. Don't touch it, it's spicy." Lafina looked at Lonia's serious expression and couldn't help the corner of her mouth lifting. Lonia fished out a small coin purse from the inner pocket of her cloak. She had found it in her drawer before leaving. Inside were a few silver coins and a handful of copper coins, her monthly allowance from Elisha. For the Katuali family, it was nothing, but in a place like Vignette Town, it was enough for 2 little girls to splurge for an afternoon. The first stall they stopped at sold candied fruits. Glass jars were filled with fruits of various colors. The stall owner was a short, plump woman who, seeing the 2 little girls approach, smiled until her face was covered in wrinkles. "Would you 2 little ladies like to try? 1 copper coin per skewer." Lonia slapped 2 copper coins on the stall. 2 skewers. Red ones. The candied fruit skewers were threaded on thin wooden sticks coated with a solidified layer of sugar that glowed with an amber luster in the sunlight. Lonia shoved 1 skewer into Lafina's hand and bit into the other herself. Sweet. Sickeningly sweet. The sugar shell cracked under her teeth, and the soft sour fruit pulp mixed with the cloying syrup flooded her mouth. Lafina took a tiny cautious bite, chewed a couple of times, then took another bite. Her cheeks puffed up like a squirrel that had stolen a nut. Lonia watched her eat, forgetting to chew her own fruit. "Is it good?" Lafina nodded. Her mouth was too full to speak, so she just nodded vigorously, repeatedly. Lonia turned and slapped 2 more copper coins on the stall. 2 more skewers. Next was a stall selling hair accessories. A faded black velvet cloth was spread on the stall, displaying all kinds of hair clips, hair ties, and headbands. Lonia's gaze swept over the stall and stopped at a pair of maple-leaf-shaped red hair clips. The veins were etched with a fine needle, rough but highly recognizable. A pair of 2 tied together with a thin hemp string. "How much?" 3 copper coins. Lonia took out money paid, untied the hemp string, and held one in each hand. Come here. La Fena was still nibbling on her 3rd skewer of candied fruit when Lonia pulled her forward, startling her for a moment. Lonia stood on tiptoe and clipped 1 red maple leaf hairpin into La Fena's hair on the left side. The red of the copper piece contrasted with the silver-white strands like a maple leaf fallen on snow. For me. Obviously. The other one is mine. Lonia clipped the 2nd one into her own black hair on the right side. The red maple leaf nestled among the dark locks, forming a pair with a real maple leaf behind her ear. 1 each. That way, even if we get separated, we can recognize each other. La Fena reached up to touch the hairpin on her head. Her fingertips met the cool edge of the copper, and something glistened in her eyes. By the time they reached the 5th stall, Lonia began to feel something was wrong. Sunlight. Vignette Town was not like Yuanlin City. Here there was a real sun. Even with her robe covering her, even if it didn't shine directly on her all the time, it still fell upon her. At first, it was just a slight prickling, but as time passed, the prickling turned into a burning sensation, and the burning into a dull, piercing pain. The exposed skin on her body began to flush an unnatural pink, as if scalded by boiling water. A vampire's tolerance to sunlight was directly proportional to their rank. High-ranking vampires could move freely in daylight, only feeling slight discomfort, or those who had reached adulthood, like the 2 maidservants. But Lonia was only 2nd order. 6 years old. She pulled up the hood of her cloak, covering most of her face. La Fena noticed. Naya, your face is really red. It's hot. This damn place is too hot. But it's autumn. I said it's hot, so it's hot. La Fena's crimson eyes stared at her for 2 seconds, then her gaze fell on the unnatural pink on the back of Lonia's hand. It's the sunlight, isn't it? Lonia withdrew her hand into her cloak. Vampires feel uncomfortable in the sunlight. It's written in books. I'm a half-blood, so I'm not afraid. I know what the books say. Then let's find a place with shade. No need. Lonia stopped, turned around, and looked straight at La Fena with her red vertical pupils under the hood. Haven't you always wanted to see the sun? La Fena's lips moved slightly. She had indeed said that. In the old library, in those deep nights of telepathic communication, she had mentioned the sun more than once. Yuanlin City had no sun, and Jia Castle even less. Her entire knowledge of the sun came from descriptions in books. A huge ball of light hanging in the sky, radiating warm light, illuminating the entire world. And now the sun was right above them. Golden light poured down through the canopy of the maple forest, making the red leaves translucent, their veins as clear as blood vessels. The light fell on La Fena's silver-white hair, gilding each strand with a pale gold edge. It fell on her crystal horn, refracting tiny rainbows. It fell on her skin, tinting the pallor that never saw the sun with a thin layer of warmth. Lonia looked at that scene. Then she patted her own flat chest. It's fine, I'm not afraid. I'm a high-ranking vampire. Just uncomfortable. La Fena looked at her. Under the hood, that pale little face had turned a patchy red. You're only 2nd order. High-order pure-blooded royal vampire of the Ka-Tuli family. The book says that 2nd order vampires exposed to sunlight for more than 1 hour will start to peel. Eek. I am not afraid. La Fena gave a wry smile, grabbed Lonia's hand, and pulled her away from the main street of the market into a small alley covered in fallen leaves. Hey, hey. Fena. I just noticed it, look here. In the alley, sunlight divided the open space into light and dark halves. Lonia looked at the shadow half, then at the sunlight half. Ah. Then she plopped down in the sunlight. Huh? La Fena was a bit bewildered. I said I'm not afraid, so I'm not afraid. The Ka-Tu only keep their word. Lonia patted the ground beside her vigorously. La Fena hesitated for a moment, then finally sat down beside her. But Naya, you didn't bring a book. Lonia was stunned for a moment. Right. She hadn't brought a book. Neither had La Fena. From Jia Castle to Vignette Town, the two had come empty-handed. Then recite from memory. You remember everything, don't you? And then what do you want to hear? The Great Slime Adventure. Do you like this picture book that much? It's from the Longuan era after all. Because it's so fun. A slime dismantles a city and reassembles it into a mecha. Don't you think that's cool? Then start from there. Lonia closed her eyes, her silver-white lashes casting a small fan-shaped shadow in the sunlight. The plain stretched to the horizon, where a rust-colored steel giant stood upon the earth. Steam enough to scorch and vaporize all living things surged from the gaps in its mottled shell. Each time it sent a scorching wind seemingly capable of destroying everything sweeping across the land. Thus only the plain remained. Above the rusted visor, the eyes that once shone with brilliance like the blazing sun had long since extinguished. Black and eclipse-like dead silence stared at this world. Lonia leaned against Lonia's shoulder, listening with closed eyes. Sunlight fell on her eyelids, and the burning pain seeped layer by layer from the surface of her skin inward. The pink on the back of her hand had deepened into an unhealthy crimson, as if rubbed repeatedly with fine sandpaper. She could feel the skin on her cheeks tightening, as if something was pushing from inside out. It hurt. It really hurt. But Lonia's voice came through from beside her ear, mingled with the rustling of maple leaves stirred by the wind, the vague murmur of the distant market, and the faint sizzle of sunlight on her skin. Lonia rubbed her face against Lonia's shoulder. The satin fabric of her dress was cool against her burning cheek, so comfortable that she let out a sigh. Continue reading. Your face is even redder. It's fine. Continue. Lonia turned her head slightly, and looked at the little face resting on her shoulder. A patchy flush of crimson spread over a pale base. That irritable tail extended from behind, and quietly rested on Lonia's knee. Lonia didn't open her eyes, but the corner of her mouth twitched. Lonia withdrew her gaze, and continued reading. That was not a gaze anyone would realize this fact in an instant. They were the eyes of the dead, a death devoid of any emotion or life. Merely a simple emotionless observation. The giant still standing upon the earth after death silently witnessed and destroyed all that came before it. Between the two extinguished suns, a rhombus reflected like a totem was the mark of what people call the imaginary. Things that do not exist, things that will exist, things that have died, things that will return. One of the most despairing possible futures that could be reached amidst unpredictable changes. Realized by a slime using a city as its foundation here only to protect all that it wished to protect. Wind blew from the direction of the maple forest, lifting a swirl of red leaves that spun twice above the two little girls before scattering down in a flurry. Was this story always this poignant? Because when it was written to this point, the Lonquan era had ended. Oh! 2 years, neither too long nor too short. It was enough for Lonia Cthulhi to transform from a little girl who only knew how to punch wooden stakes with straight fists into a third-rank vampire who could force the old instructor to exert his full effort in the training ground. 104 times. 2 years once a week, 104 times. The gatherings of Fignet Town, Lonia had never missed a single one. Even once when she had a low fever and her legs were wobbling as she stepped off the carriage, she did not stop. Lafina had never missed a gathering either. Now Lonia was 8 years old. She had grown nearly a head taller, and her black hair, still not quite reaching her waist, was no longer tied into a small bun, but loosely gathered into a low ponytail with a black ribbon at the back of her head. Most of the baby fat on her face had faded, revealing a kind of aggressive beauty similar to her sister's. Third rank. The old instructor said that her talent ranked among the top 5 of the Cthulhi family's successive generations, but her temper was too hasty. She always struck faster than she judged. Yilisha made no comment. She merely had a maid deliver a short sword on the night Lonia broke through to the 3rd rank. A gray blade, the hilt wrapped in black leather, and the guard engraved with the Cthulhi family crest. No words accompanied it. Lonia hung the short sword at her waist, covering it with her cloak when she went out. Today was the gathering day. In the public reception hall of Shitting District, Fima was competing with a newly arrived flame demon boy to see whose flame temperature was higher. Taya leaned against a corner bench, a pipe in her mouth, her violet eyes half closed, as she watched the excitement. 2 years had passed, and she had grown into a girl of 13 or 14, with waist-length hair the color of gray mist. Her deep purple silk robe had been replaced by a more tailored cut, subtly revealing the increasingly full curves of her figure. And that languid, all-seeing aura had not changed at all. Ailey was lying on the low table, her cherry-pink curls spread across the surface, using her finger dipped in cream to draw Fima's scowling face on the table. Sila sat beside her sister, expressionless, as she had been 2 years ago, her indigo eyes as calm as stagnant water. The only change was that she no longer clung to her sister's hem, she simply leaned closer. Lonia stayed in the reception hall for less than half an hour. When Fima's fireball contest reached its climax, she slipped out through the side door. The maids had already made preparations. The Blood Clan girls serving as maids in the Cthulhu household were generally of lower bloodline status, and thus they could empathize with Lonia and Lafina more than Yelisha could. Moreover, every time Lafina saw them, she would softly say, "Hello, sisters." The carriage jolted over the maple leaves. Deep in her mind that thread twitched. "Fana, am on my way. I've come out too. I'll wait for you at the town entrance. What do you want to eat today? Is that roasted chestnut stall from last time still there?" "Yes. I saw it when I passed by." "Then roasted chestnuts. Plus a skewer of candied fruit. The red ones. You always pick the red ones. Because they look pretty." Everything was just like the past 104 times. Until just now. Lonia jumped down from the carriage, her leather boots landing on the muddy ground. The edge of the maple forest. The red leaves had lost their former brilliance under the gloomy sky, turning into a dull dark red, like dried bloodstains. The wind blew from deep within the forest, carrying the damp smell of decaying leaves. She walked along the old path toward the town. The maids, after countless repetitions, had long let down their guard. Around the 50th time, the older maid had simply joined the younger ones to go play. Although she hadn't forgotten her duty, and still kept an eye on Lonia's whereabouts and safety, it was nowhere near as attentive as at the beginning. Lonia walked alone toward Thingya town. Halfway there she stopped. She smelled something. The Blood Clan's sense of smell was keener than most races. Even more so after the third rank. She caught a whiff of sweetness. Very faint. So faint that an ordinary person would absolutely not detect it. But for a Blood Clan member, that sweetness had a very clear name. Soporific incense. Lonia's hand reached for the short sword at her waist. Too late. The sweet scent intensified the very second she identified it, as if someone had splashed a whole bottle of concentrate onto her face. She looked down, and saw a layer of pale purple liquid seeping out from beneath the fallen leaves under her boots, quickly evaporating into visible purple mist. A trap. Lonia's pupils constricted sharply. She held her breath, her mana exploded within her. She gathered strength in her legs, executed a flash step, and her body shot to the right. But she only made it half a step before a net flew out from the bushes. Silver-gray threads spread in the air, precisely covering the landing point of her movement. The moment the net threads touched her skin, Lonia felt a searing pain. It was no ordinary rope net. The threads were coated with silver powder. The silver threads bit into the fabric of her cloak, binding her arms and shoulders. Lonia's right hand was entangled, and the short sword was only half drawn before it got stuck in the scabbard. She tried to pull the threads with her left hand, but the moment her fingertips touched the silver powder, her skin emitted a sizzling sound like red-hot iron branding flesh. She gritted her teeth, swallowing the cry of pain that surged to her throat. 3 figures emerged from the bushes. Leading them was a tall, thin human man, wearing a dirty leather vest, with an old scar running from his brow to his chin. In his hand, he carried an iron rod with a hook at the end, its shaft wrapped with silver thread of the same material as the net. Behind him followed 2 stocky fellows, their hoods pulled low, their faces barely visible. One carried a rolled-up spare silver thread net, and the other clutched a brass sprayer. The scar-faced man walked up to Lonia, crouched down, tilted his head, and studied her for 2 seconds. He let out a whistle. "Whoa, a pure blood!" Lonia struggled in the silver thread net, but every movement drove the silver powder deeper into her skin. She glared at the scar-faced man, her fangs visible between her clenched teeth. "Let me go!" "Quite a temper!" The scar-faced man extended his iron rod, and used the hook to lift the hood of Lonia's cloak. Her black hair spilled out, the low ponytail undone, in the struggle strands stained with silver powder and fallen leaves. Black hair, red eyes, skin as white as paper, and a pretty face to boot. TSK. He turned to look at his 2 companions. "Does the auction house over at the Dark Elves take Blood Clan pups recently?" "They do." "Someone just posted a purchase order last month. For a pure blood, the price triples." Lonia's blood froze in that instant. A scorching rage surged from deep within her chest, washing away most of the dizziness caused by the soporific incense. Her mana roiled violently inside her, and the silver thread net tightened around her, emitting faint creaking sounds. How dare you lay hands on one of my kind? Acting so high and mighty! You from the Cthulhu family. The Scarface man raised an eyebrow, then laughed. What are you playing at? A Cthulhu brat walking alone on the path outside Fingya town. If you were really from the Cthulhu family, then that Yilisha would be way too irresponsible. He stood up, slinging the iron rod over his shoulder. But if it really is Cthulhu blood, that's even more valuable. Let's go load her up. The silver thread net was tightened. Lonia's body was dragged toward the bushes, leaves rustling beneath her. She struggled desperately, but the burning of the silver powder made every exertion excruciating. Deep in her mind, the thread twitched violently. Faina! The moment the telepathic communication exploded, Lonia poured all her fear and anger into it. Don't come for me! Go back. There are slavers. Lafina was leaning against a wooden fence waiting. Her silver-white twin tails hung over her shoulders, her crimson eyes fixed on the path. The new, more fitted dress she wore had a red maple leaf copper hairpin pinned at the collar. The moment that thread exploded, her body stiffened, and her crimson pupils shrank to pinpoints. Lonia's pain, the burning of silver powder on skin, the agony of being bound by the net and unable to move, thrust straight into Lafina's mind along the thread. A few passers-by nearby suddenly felt their hearts sink, a pressure bearing down on them, nearly forcing them to their knees. They looked in terror at the source of that pressure. But Lafina was already gone. Her cloth shoes stepped over the muddy ground beneath the fence, over the flagstone path covered in red leaves, over the small road from the town entrance leading to the maple forest. In Gia Castle, the man, with closed eyes, opened his eyes. Huh? The silver wire net tightened around Lonia, each strand like red-hot iron wire embedded into the fabric of her cloak, searing through the cloth to burn the skin beneath. The Scarface man crouched before her, using the hook of his iron rod to toy with her scattered black hair. Lonia stared at him, her pupils constricted into two needle-like vertical slits. Her jaw clenched so tightly that her gums bled under the pressure, the taste of rust spreading through her mouth. Deep within her mind, the thread vibrated violently. Rafina's presence was closing in at a speed Lonia had never felt before. Don't come! The thread quivered once. No response. Faina! Don't come! There are 3 of them. The weakest is at least third tier. You can't beat them. No response. That scorching presence still drew near, its speed undiminished. Please! Go back! What's scared stiff? Stop struggling. The silver wire net only tightens the more you fight. With your frail body, you'll break your bones if you keep it up. Lonia didn't look at him. Her panicked gaze passed over the Scarface man's shoulder, through the gaps in the bushes toward the maple-lined path. The winding path between the maple leaves covered in fallen leaves. What arrived first was not a person but an aura. The maple leaves stopped falling. The countless red leaves suspended in midair froze for an instant, then plummeted, as if weighted with lead crashing to the ground. The Scarface man's expression froze on his face. What? A figure appeared at the end of the path. A red maple leaf copper hairpin was pinned to the collar. Rafina's face was expressionless. It was empty. Like a mirror wiped clean, reflecting nothing at all. Even more blank and more lifeless than what Bisela had revealed. Color was being stripped away. As if ash blown away by the wind, the blood red of the maple leaves was torn from them, drifting into the air, leaving behind only pure white. The same color as Rafina's hair. Lonia lay in the silver wire net, her head tilted back, watching the figure approaching from the end of the path. She recognized that person. Every detail was one she had seen for 2 years, imagined countless times in their telepathic communication. The Rafina she knew all too well. But that aura was not. Lonia had never felt it before. Not in the countless meetings over the past 2 years, not in the countless silent conversations in the dead of night. Never. 2nd tier. 3rd tier. 4th tier. Lonia had seen Yilisha release her pressure before. She was like a wall of ice, cold, precise, with absolute control. What Rafina carried was not like that. It was something far more terrifying. If a comparison were to be made, it was like a leviathan racing toward the sky beneath a frozen sheet of ice. Rafina did not look at Lonia. She stared fixedly at the Scarface man. Trembling, he turned his head. He had been in the human trafficking trade on the outskirts of Maple Leaf Town for years, and had seen all kinds of prey. Vampires, succubi, halforcs, and once even a lone dark elf child. Accordingly, he knew how to assess threat levels, how to decide instantly whether to fight or flee. His body told him to retreat, but his mind hadn't caught up yet. Another little one. His voice was a half-tone higher than before, his Adam's apple bobbing once. The hell, buy one get one free. Rafina took a step forward. Pure white spread forward, clinging to the Scarface man's body. In the next moment, all color turned to pure white. Before his words could finish, he completely lost all life and fell backward. He was dead. What the hell is that? His companions bolted the moment the Scarface man fell. Rafina raised her hand. Pure white spread once more. Maple trees, maple leaves, human silver nets, all had their colors stripped away, then lost all vitality. In the dreamlike whiteness, only Rafina and Lonia still retained their colors. Maple leaves rustled down, perhaps because their life force had been stolen, falling in unnaturally large numbers. They shattered into fragments mid-fall, spinning and tumbling in the white light, landing on the fallen tree trunks, on the corpses of the traffickers, and on Rafina's silver-white hair. Then she turned and walked toward Lonia, still trapped in the silver wire net. Lonia lay on the ground, her head tilted back, eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape. Two tiny fangs exposed, her entire being in a state of complete, utter, and total stupor. The silver wire net still clung to her, but it no longer burned. Rafina crouched down and gently pulled the net open. The tough silver strands were easily snapped, revealing the girl inside. Naya! She spoke softly, then pulled her into an embrace. My Naya! It was very abnormal. Rafina's current state was completely different from before. But Lonia couldn't notice that. She couldn't hear anything now. Her entire perception was consumed by one fact. Faina. The Faina who curled up in the old library reading books. The Faina whose hand she dragged through the Maple Leaf Town Market. The Faina who leaned on her shoulder and used her tail to shade her from the sun. The Faina she had confidently declared, "Anyway, she's probably not stronger than me." The Faina who had just killed 3 people stronger than herself. Naya! After a moment, Rafina's voice regained some warmth, as if nothing had happened. You're injured. Lonia stared at her blankly. I'm sorry. I should have come sooner. I'm sorry. She stared at that familiar thin face, half hidden by silver-white bangs. Staring at those crimson eyes brimming with tears. Gone was the hollow, weakening thing from before. Only pain, guilt, and endless sorrow remained. You? Lonia's lips moved. Her voice was hoarse like sandpaper. What did you do? Rafina was silent for a while. I don't know. Liar. I really don't know. I only used it once by accident. I was reading a sad part in a book, and the book just turned to ash. That just now, all those things, they all died. I don't know why it happened either. Rafina tossed the silver wire aside, then reached out and took Lonia's burned left hand. The old librarian said if I ever used it again, I'd never be allowed in the library. So I never used it. I never used it again. Her hand was light. As light as the first time they held hands in the old library 2 years ago. I'm sorry. I scared you. Lonia looked down at the hand holding hers. A slender, thin hand with dust under the nails. The same hand that had just killed those people. She opened her mouth, then closed it. Then she grabbed Rafina by the collar and pulled her close. I said don't come. Her voice was hoarse, choked with tears. I said it was dangerous. Why didn't you listen? What if you couldn't beat them? What if they had a backup plan? What if you got caught too? But you were in pain. Rafina's voice was very flat. I felt it. You were in pain. Lonia's fingers clutched Rafina's collar, her knuckles white. The blackened tips of her burned fingers left gray marks on the fabric. Her lips trembled, her eyes reddened, a thin film of tears glistening. Idiot! Big idiot! Lonia released the collar. You killed people. They deserved it. But... She sat on the ground littered with broken leaves and silver wire remnants, head bowed, black hair cascading around her face, hiding most of her expression. Rafina sat down beside her. She brought her irritative tail around from behind and gently laid it across Lonia's knee. Rafina's tail rested on Luonia's knee. Luonia stared at the tail for a long while. She had somewhat recovered. Then she raised her right hand and grasped the middle of the tail. Lafina's body stiffened slightly. "Naya!" Lonia did not answer. She held the tail not with much force, but her fingers were trembling. Crimson vertical pupils emerged from scattered strands of hair staring at Lafina's profile. "You lied to me." "I didn't." "You lied to me." Luonia's voice was hoarse, not like a voice an 80-year-old could produce. "I asked you what rank you were, and you said you didn't know. I said I was stronger than you, and you said probably. I said I would come for you when I became stronger, and you said Each word was uttered heavily, as if chewing gravel. "You knew all along that you were stronger than me." "Right. Even without using that power, you are stronger than me." Lafina did not speak. Her tail curled slightly between Luonia's fingers. "I really don't know what kind of power I have." "Then what about just now?" "It never happened before." Lafina's voice was very soft, but every word was enunciated clearly. "At Jibeo, no one taught me how to use magic. No one tested my rank. I just read books, ate, slept. Occasionally when moving bookshelves, I felt a bit lighter than before, but I thought it was because I had grown taller. Just now, I felt that you were in pain. Then my mind went blank. My legs ran on their own. When I arrived, I saw that person crouching in front of you holding an iron rod. And then something inside me exploded." She lifted her head and looked at Luonia. "I don't know what it was." "Really?" Luonia stared into her eyes. She thought she already knew Lafina well enough. Knew what books, she liked what food she disliked, knew that her tail traced circles when happy, coiled into a knot when nervous, and pressed against her leg when sad. But she did not understand this. That power that had poured out from Lafina's body, the power capable of killing anything. Luonia released the hand holding the tail. "Come here." "Huh?" "Come here. Closer." Lafina hesitated for a moment, then shifted toward Luonia. Knees touched knees. The fabric of their skirts rustled against the fallen leaves. Luonia grabbed Lafina's wrist with her right hand, lowered her head, and pressed her forehead against Lafina's palm. "Naya!" "What's wrong?" "Shut up. Let me lean for a while." Lafina's fingers froze for a second, then slowly, carefully closed, loosely cradling Luonia's forehead. The pads of her fingers touched the hairline, feeling the dampness of sweat and dust mixed together. Luonia closed her eyes, her forehead pressed against that palm. The burning pain in her left hand surged upward in waves from her fingertips. The scorch marks on her shoulder tingled faintly in the autumn wind. The bite marks on her lips were still seeping blood. The remnants of the incense made her head groggy. But the palm was cool. "I trained for 2 years. Her voice was muffled, coming from beneath Lafina's palm. "Every day. I practiced flash step until my ankles swelled and I couldn't wear boots. I punched until my knuckles bled. All to become stronger. Stronger than my sister. Strong enough to protect you." Her shoulder trembled. "But you are stronger than me, so much stronger. Don't you think him ridiculous?" Lafina's fingers moved slightly. "I'm sorry. You really think so?" "No. No, I don't." Luonia sniffled. "But I still want to become stronger, not to protect you." Her right hand grasped Lafina's fingers tightly. "It's so that when I stand beside you, I won't hold you back." Lafina looked at her. "Okay." Luonia glared at her. "Are you laughing at me again?" "No, I'm not." "You are clearly laughing. You haven't stopped." Luonia stared at Lafina for 2 seconds, then snorted, turned her face away, and wiped her nose with the tattered sleeve of her cloak. In the distance from the direction of Fingya town, the noise of voices came. Probably the Adventurers Guild people were rushing over. Luonia struggled to stand up, her knees wobbling, and Lafina steadied her arm from the side. "Let's go!" "Let's find the maid sisters. They must be frantic, and it will be troublesome if we are seen." "What about the bodies?" Luonia asked in a low voice. "Those who hurt you will disappear soon." Lafina gently pulled up Luonia's tattered cloak hood, covering her face full of burns. The figures of the 2 little girls disappeared into the depths of the maple forest. Red leaves fluttered down behind them, covering the cracks on the ground, the scattered silver threads, and the 3 corpses that had been completely blown away by the wind. Wind blew from the depths of the maple forest. It was a clean airflow devoid of any temperature, cutting straight through the heart of the forest, lifting the fallen leaves before them, and forcibly opening a path. Lonia instinctively reached for the hilt of the short sword at her waist. Then she felt it. Entirely different from Lafina's eruption just now. She sensed a restrained and precise aura perfectly contained within an extremely small range. For that reason, its density was suffocatingly high. It was as if someone had compressed an entire mountain into a marble and placed that marble in a maple forest. Lonia's knees went weak. It was an instinctive urge to kneel, just like commoners who felt suffocated when sensing Lafina's released aura. She gritted her teeth and suppressed that urge. Lafina stood beside her motionless. Her silver-white hair gently drifted in the unnatural wind. Between the trunks of the maple trees, a figure emerged. A man. He looked to be in his early 30s. His long, deep purple hair was loosely tied at the back with a few strands falling on either side of his cheekbones, framing a gently contoured face with a faint weariness. His eyes were a very deep purple, almost black, like two bottomless wells. On each side of his forehead was a curved dark gray horn. The horns were gracefully curved, their surfaces smooth as polished stone. His attire was simple. A dark gray robe with no ornamentation or insignia, its cuffs and hem frayed. He looked like an ordinary traveler, a bit weary from the journey. The man stopped before the two little girls. His gaze first fell on Lonia, a quick glance as if confirming something. Then his gaze shifted and landed on Lafina. It stopped. Those deep purple eyes lingered on Lafina's face for 3 seconds. Then they moved to the crystal horns atop her head, to her tail, to the maple forest behind her, that had returned to its original color. "So it's you." His voice was not loud, carrying something that had been smoothed by the passage of time. It was hard to call it composure, it felt more like a kind of leisurely ease. Very relaxed. But in stark contrast to this demeanor was an oppressive pressure that made it almost impossible to breathe. Lafina's tail curled behind her. "Yes." Lonia stepped half a pace forward, blocking Lafina. "Who are you?" The man looked down at this little girl covered in wounds shorter than his waist, pointing a short sword not yet fully drawn at him. "Standing in front of someone stronger than you, or standing in front of the one who just saved you?" "Quite interesting." Lonia's face flushed red. "I asked who you are. I forgot my real name. In short, I am the current demon king." A transmigrator. The strongest of the current demon race. One of the few 9th rank existences in the world. The demon king who practiced benevolent governance. Yeah. In countless records, he referred to himself as such. His true name unknown. Lafina's breathing quickened. It was only natural. Lonia understood. Lafina's idol was this man before her. The man poured a mouthful of water from a copper flask at his waist, drank, and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. His movements were as casual as resting in his own courtyard. His gaze passed over Lonia's head and settled back on Lafina. "How old are you?" "8. 8. The man repeated the number. The faint weariness in his deep purple eyes dissipated, somewhat replaced by something brighter and sharper. "Amazing! When I was 8, I was still in elementary school. At 8, you've already shown your potential." He said words that were incomprehensible, and then crouched down. He knelt on one knee, bringing his eyes level with Lafina's. This action made Lonia pause. A 9th rank existence kneeling on one knee before an 80-year-old girl just to look her in the eye. "What is your name?" Lafina's fingers curled against her skirt. "Lafina Toon. Toon!" The man repeated the surname. His deep purple eyes narrowed, as if searching through his memory. Do you know my parents?" "No recollection." "Do you live in Jibeo?" "Yes." "Managing the old library." Lafina's eyelashes trembled. "You know, I know everyone in Jibeo, including those whom others pretend not to see." His tone did not change. Lonia spoke up. "You knew she was there all along, but you did nothing." Her voice was sharp like broken glass. A flame of anger burned in her eyes, incongruous with her age. The man glanced at her. "Yes, because I am very busy. There are many things more important than helping a destitute child waiting for me to do." Lonia's hand gripped the short sword's hilt until her knuckles turned white. She wanted to curse him, to interrogate him, to throw in his face every day and night of the 2 years Lafina had spent alone in that small room. But her lips moved twice, and nothing came out. because Lafina's hand touched the back of her hand. Very lightly. The fingertips were cool touching and then withdrawing. Lonia turned her head and saw Lafina looking at her, gently shaking her head. The man turned his gaze back to Lafina. I came to ask you one thing. What is it? Would you be willing to become my student? The maple forest fell silent for a beat. Your power is very strong, but if you don't learn to control it, it will sooner or later hurt you or those around you. His gaze briefly swept over Lonia. I can teach you. How to sense magic, how to channel it, how to make it obey you. Lafina's lips parted. Also, if there is anything you want, you can tell me. Consider it a belated gift and compensation for the past. Lonia stared at this man. Her mind was in turmoil. She wanted to grab Lafina's hand and turn away, but her feet were rooted to the spot because she saw Lafina's expression. Her crimson eyes shone like two polished gems, a living light warm with feeling. In those ancient books that recorded the history of the demon race, she had read about his benevolent governance, about the Fingya town he established, about his efforts to achieve peaceful coexistence between demons and humans. She had mentioned him to Lonia more than once in their mental communication. Lonia released the short sword's hilt. Fena! Lafina turned her head. Lonia looked at her. Looked at those eyes that were almost impossibly bright, at that tail excitedly tracing circles behind her. Looked at that complete unreserved smile that she had spent 2 years trying to bring out, but never succeeded. A pang of sourness struck her chest. Then another emotion flooded her heart. Fear. Lonia could feel that thread vibrating violently in the depths of her consciousness. She recognized that warmth. Now the one who had been revered for untold ages stood before Lafina. He wore an old robe. He crouched down to her eye level and asked if she would be willing to learn from him. A surge of bitterness rose in Lonia's nasal cavity. It was as if someone had poured a spoonful of vinegar into her lungs. She did not know what to call this feeling. All she knew was that her chest felt tight, her nose was sour, her eyes burned, and there was a truth she refused to acknowledge. She was afraid. She was afraid that Lafina would say yes. She feared that once that yes fell, the oil lamp in the old library, the sunlight by the maple grove, the sweetness of candied fruits, the weekly secret rendezvous, the nightly mind-to-mind communion, all the things she had painstakingly accumulated over 2 years, would be effortlessly replaced by this man in the old robe. She was merely a passerby. A little princess of the Catulli family, who had stumbled into the old library out of sheer curiosity. She had known Lafina for 2 years. 2 years. And that man, the existence Lafina had worshipped between the pages of books for countless years, needed only to crouch down and utter a single sentence to make Lafina's tail draw arcs she had never seen before. Fina would no longer have as much time to chat with her, would she? She would have to learn how to use magic, how to control it, and do things Lonia could not even begin to understand. And she herself would have to return to that insufferable gathering, watch Fima throw a tantrum over the pastries, listen to Taya's sarcastic remarks, and have idly smear cream into her hair. Fina would meet more people. Fina would find better friends. Fina would have a far greater future. Lonia sniffled. But she did not cry. The Catulli family had no such rule. Yet she absolutely could not cry in front of this being called the Demon King. The silence behind her stretched on for a long time. I am willing. Lafina's voice came from behind. Lonia's fingers clenched. She had known this would be the answer. She had known it from the moment she saw Lafina's tail draw that circle. But Lonia's fingers froze. I have a wish. Speak. I want Nia to be able to come to Gia Castle as well. Lonia turned around, her entire face etched with sheer astonishment. Lafina stood still. She was not looking at the Demon King. She was looking at Lonia. Not every day. Lafina's voice continued her speech slightly faster than usual, as though she were reciting a passage she had rehearsed in her mind many times. Nia lives in the vampire territory, so she cannot move to Yuancheng City. But, if possible, I want her to be able to come and go freely from Gia Castle. No need to use the ventilation ducts, no need to sneak around. Me too. Enter through the main gate, come as I please, leave as I please. Her arrow-shaped tail gave a gentle sway behind her. This is my wish. The Demon King looked at her, then shifted his gaze to Lonia, the vampire princess, who was staring at Lafina with an expression she herself could not name. He laughed. It seemed like a laugh born of exasperation. "Damn it, 8 years old," he exhaled. "Well, a vampire free to come and go from Gia Castle. And a vampire from the Cthulhu family. Yes. Do you know what that means? The rules of the 10 courts enforce strict access controls between the vampire court and the Demon King's direct territory. Allowing the sister of a vampire court lord to freely enter and leave Gia Castle is tantamount to making a public statement before the 10 courts." "I know," Lafina interrupted him. This was the first time Lonia had heard Lafina interrupt someone. In all their exchanges over the past 2 years, Lafina had always been the one who listened quietly, waited patiently, and spoke only after the other had finished. But she had interrupted the Demon King. "If possible, I would also like someone to be responsible for escorting Nia to and from. Would that be too greedy? Compared to what you just asked for, that's nothing. Sigh, what a hassle. The vampire court lord is tough to deal with. Even though she's just a child, she has more tricks up her sleeve than anyone." He said this without any regard for Lonia, even as she straightened her spine, as if she had been hissing. "I know it will be troublesome. But you said within the scope of what I can do." Lafina looked straight into the Demon King's eyes, and spoke earnestly. The Demon King was silent for a few seconds. "Fine. I will inform the captain of the guard. Lonia of the Cthulhu family is granted free passage to Gia Castle." He took another sip of water from the copper flask at his waist, drank, and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. "Why hasn't this damned world invented cola yet?" After muttering a meaningless complaint, he continued. "As for teaching starting next week, once every 3 days in the inner courtyard of Gia Castle. Don't be too nervous, I'm not a strict teacher." He turned and took 2 steps into the depths of the maple grove, then stopped and tilted his head. "Oh, we'll have someone give you a larger room later, facing south with a window that lets in sunlight. Granted, it's artificial, but don't go expecting any more." He did not wait for a reply and continued walking. The hem of his old robe dragged across the fallen leaves, rustling softly, and then his figure disappeared among the maple trunks. Lonia stood still. Her eyes were still wide open. Lafina looked at her. The reverent light that had been there when facing the Demon King was gone, replaced by something softer, closer, something that only appeared when facing Lonia. "Nia." Lonia's lips moved. No sound came out. "Your nose is red." "It's not." "It is. Same color as your eyes." "I said it's not." Lonia rubbed her nose roughly with the sleeve of her cloak, but after rubbing the tip of her nose was even redder. Lafina looked at her. Then her arrow-shaped tail reached out from behind the tip, lightly brushing the back of Lonia's hand. Lonia's eyelashes trembled. Maple leaves drifted down from above the 2 of them. One landed on Lonia's shoulder, another on Lafina's crystal horn. Red against black hair, red against silver hair, just as it had been when they first reunited on the main street of Maple Leaf Town 2 years ago. Lonia lowered her head, staring at the spot where Lafina's tail tip had touched the back of her hand. She sniffled. "From now on, when I enter through the main gate, the first thing I'll do is sweep all the dust from your broken library. It's filthy." The corners of Lafina's mouth curved upward. The tail tip slid off Lonia's hand and curled around her little finger hanging by her side. Then cool, wrapping around once. "Then we have a promise." "Yes." When they returned to the territory of the Blood Clan, the sky had already darkened. A younger maid was sobbing while holding Lonia, while an older one with a face full of despair was writing a will. 2 maids had gone ahead. Lonia's jump down from the carriage was much clumsier than usual. She kept her head down, hurriedly crossing the front hall, trying to slip back to her room before anyone noticed. She failed to succeed. At the end of the corridor, Eliza leaned against the door frame of the study. The 2 maids knelt beside her, trembling uncontrollably as they pressed their bodies against the ground. Eliza's arms crossed over her chest, and Lonia halted her steps. "Sister." Eliza remained silent, scrutinizing Lonia's appearance. Burns on her nose, bite marks on her lips, abrasions on the side of her neck, a tattered cloak, scars on her shoulders, and charred fingertips on her left hand. Although the maids had already administered emergency treatment, it was still easy to tell what she had gone through. "Silver powder. Who? Human traffickers. 3 of them. In Maple Leaf Town. Maple Leaf Town, I remember it being the trade hub established by the Demon King." Was there an attempt to kidnap the princess of the Catalai family there? Eliza's voice did not rise, but the temperature in the corridor dropped by 2 degrees. It's not the Demon King's fault. I go there every week. I've been going for 2 years. I know. Lonia's back stiffened. You think I don't know you leave early every time there are gatherings? She shouldn't know she wasn't supposed to know. Yona and Lynn didn't keep an eye on you. It's not the maid's fault. It's all my own mistake. Enough. Eliza straightened up from the door frame, her high heels clicking against the stone floor. They just told me everything. She walked in front of Lonia, looking down at her injured sister. I thought you only hated socializing and were looking for a quiet place to hide. I didn't expect you to be mingling with a bunch of lowlifes in the gray area of the human-demon border. You are dishonoring the Catalai family's reputation. I didn't. You even went to meet that bastard. Don't say that about Fina. Eliza coldly stared at her for a few seconds. Come in. First let Lynn take a good look at your injuries. Yona, come with me. The younger maid stood up with a pale face, following closely behind Eliza, while the older one held Lonia's hand with a worried expression. No, don't send Sister Yona away. Shut up. Lonia sobbed as she was pulled into the study by Lynn. Lynn remained silent, holding a basin of medicine and bandages at the side, skillfully starting to clean the burns caused by the silver powder. As the cool medicine soaked into her charred fingertips, Lonia's shoulders trembled slightly, her teeth grinding together. After a while, Eliza entered alone. She sat behind the desk, flipping through a ledger without looking at Lonia again. Sister, Yona, I just had her clean the entire residence. What do you think I did? And Lynn, you will have to go too. Lonia showed a confused expression. Eliza sighed. According to family rules, they were supposed to be executed. She paused for a moment. This will not happen again. When you go to Maple Leaf Town in the future, remember to bring 2 more maids. Lonia raised her head. Sister, you're not going to stop me. I don't want you to hate me. The sound of turning pages was particularly clear in the quiet study. Moreover, since the Demon King has spoken, what difference would it make if I tried to stop you? Lonia opened her mouth, then closed it again. Her left hand soaked in the basin, the charred fingertips trembled slightly in the pale blue liquid. Thank you, sister. Don't thank me. If you come back next time covered in silver powder burns, I'll lock you up for 3 months. After Lonia fell asleep, Lynn closed the door and quietly left the room, heading towards Eliza's chamber. The door opened and Yona was sitting nearby, her hands clasped on her knees, glancing nervously at Lynn. Lady Eliza, is this really okay? It's just that the Demon King's intervention and that bastard's power exceeded the plan limits. Eliza narrowed her eyes and spoke lightly. Ultimately, she hasn't suffered any more harm. Moreover, the Demon King has dealt with the corpses of those 3 guys for you. In a sense, it even helped you. Yona opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. But Lady Eliza, how do you know what we are thinking? Eliza's lips curved slightly. It's a secret. Lynn lowered her head. A disciple of the Demon King. Hee. She scoffed, completely closing her eyes. A week later, at the main gate of the Silent Night Fortress, 2 guards clad in black armor stood on either side of the gate, expressionless, as they looked down at the small child dressed in a black travel skirt. She pulled out a copper token from the inside of her cloak. A pass issued under the direct order of the Demon King with Lonia's name written on it. The guard glanced at the token and then stepped aside. The black iron gate slowly opened before her. The interior of the Silent Night Fortress was just as she remembered it from 2 years ago. A servant was waiting in the hall to lead her through the main corridor, up 2 flights of stairs, and into a southward hallway. At the end of the corridor was a wooden door. The door panel was newly replaced, lighter in color than the surrounding walls, still carrying the scent of freshly planed wood shavings. Lonia pushed the door open. Sunlight. Sunlight created by some kind of magic, serving as a substitute for the absence of the sun in Uelin City. The room was large. A single bed covered with a gray cotton blanket was leaning against the wall, with a new oil lamp placed at the head of the bed along with a dental retainer she sent her. Across from her was a whole wall of bookshelves, empty, but someone had already begun to move books onto it, with the bottom 2 shelves filled with yellowed old volumes just like those in the old library. Rafina was sitting on the windowsill. Her silver-white twin ponytails hung on her shoulders, still tied with a ribbon she had given her. She gazed outside at the withered trees with her crimson eyes. Sunlight fell on the girl's profile, tinting her pale skin with a light golden hue, while her crystal horn refracted tiny rainbows in the light. She had also changed into a new outfit, a simply tailored black long-sleeved dress with a red maple leaf copper hairpin still pinned at the collar. Lonia leaned against the door frame, watching her for 3 seconds. "Hey!" Rafina turned her head. The crimson pupils brightened at the moment they saw Lonia, her lips curling up, and the irritative tail perked up from behind, drawing a small circle at the tip. "Naya! You came in through the front door." "Of course. I have the token." Lonia walked into the room, her leather boots making crisp sounds against the wooden floor. "Not bad. There are windows, sunlight, and no need to go outside." She walked to the windowsill and flicked Rafina's crystal horn with her hand. "So it's been a week. What has that guy taught you?" Rafina jumped down from the windowsill, standing in the center of the room, closing her eyes, with her hands hanging at her sides. Lonia leaned against the windowsill, crossing her arms as she watched her. The air changed, like ripples spreading across the surface of a pond radiating from the center of Rafina's body. Lonia felt her own magic tremble in response. Rafina opened her eyes. "He taught me how to perceive the flow of magic. How to make it circulate within my body rather than accumulate in one place." She raised her right hand palm up. A faint red light floated up from her palm, its shape clear and stable. "And how to guide it outside without losing control." The light orb hovered in her palm for 3 seconds before she closed her fingers to retract it. Lonia stared at her palm for a moment. "You can already do this in just a week. He said my affinity for magic is very high. Higher than most demons he has seen. What about your ability?" He said. "It's a flawed authority." "Authority?" Lonia instinctively clenched her fist. "So what tier are you? Did he measure it for you?" Rafina's tail curled slightly. "He did measure it." "What tier?" "He said it's hard to measure with conventional levels. Because my total magic amount is very large, but my control is almost 0. If we only looked at the power I can exert normally." "What tier?" "Around tier 5. Lonia's expression froze. "Tier 5. 8 years old. Without any training." "Tier 5. She had trained for 2 years practicing until she wanted to die and only reached tier 3. Lonia's lips twitched, then they twitched again. "Oh, Naya, it's nothing." "That's great. Tier 5. Impressive." Her tone was flat as if pressed by an iron. Rafina's tail coiled back, the tip curling into a small knot. She recognized this tone. It was the tone Lonia used when she was sulking but didn't want to admit it. "Naya, are you angry?" "No. Why would I be angry? My good friend is a genius. I'm happy for her." "Your lips are twitching. It's the wind." Rafina looked at her. A hint of unease surfaced in her crimson eyes, but was soon replaced by something else. "Naya." "What?" "I have a surprise for you." Lonia raised an eyebrow. "What surprise?" "You'll find out at the next gathering." "Since when did you learn to keep secrets?" Rafina's lips curved slightly, the irritative tail swaying gently behind her. "It's a secret." Gathering day. The public lounge of the 10-court district. The ambiguous light from the dome-thick carpets, low tables, and trays of snacks. Everything was just like every other time in the past 2 years. Thema stood in front of the snack table, her fiery red short hair frizzled up, as she wrinkled her nose at a plate of freshly delivered honey cakes. "Again with the sweets. Can't we have something salty for once?" Tia leaned against the long bench, her gray mist-colored hair sprawled over half the chair, a pipe dangling from her mouth, her violet eyes half closed. "You complain every time, yet you eat every time." "I didn't eat. I just sniffed it." "You've sniffed 3 pieces already." Ellie was sprawled on the low table, drawing her heart-shaped pupils, looking up at Thema, giggling. Sarah sat beside her sister, expressionless, her indigo eyes calm as ever. Lonia entered through the side door, stopping at the entrance. Her gaze swept across the lounge. Thema, Tia, Ellie, Sarah, the shadow demon in the corner, and the gargoyle, the evil spirit. Then it stopped. At the very end of the low table. A figure she had never seen in this lounge before. Silver-white twin ponytails. Crimson eyes. Transparent crystal horn. a black long-sleeve dress with a red maple leaf copper hairpin pinned at the collar. Rafina was sitting in the lounge of the 10-court social gathering. In front of her was a cup of untouched tea, her hands folded neatly on her knees, just like Sarah. But unlike Sarah, her shoulders were slightly tensed, her back too straight, giving off an air of nervousness. Lonia froze at the door. Rafina's gaze lifted from the teacup sweeping across the entire lounge, landing on Lonia at the entrance. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly. The irritative tail perked up beside the chair leg, drawing a small circle at the tip. Surprise. Thema was the first to notice something unusual. She turned her head from the honey cake, her fiery red eyes scanning the unfamiliar silver-haired girl, and her brows immediately knitted together. Who? Newcomer. Which court? A demon. That guy isn't male, is he? Tia's pipe rotated halfway in her mouth, her violet eyes finally wide open. She looked at Rafina for 2 seconds, then her eyes narrowed, and a knowing smile appeared on her lips. Not from any court. Then how did she get here? Thema's news is really slow. She is the Demon King's student. The lounge fell silent for a moment. The Demon King's student. Rafina stood up from her chair. My name is Rafina Toon. Nice to meet you. She slightly bowed to everyone. Thema stared at her for 5 seconds. Toon! I've never heard of that surname. Which bloodline do you belong to? Not one of the top 10 bloodlines. Not one of the top 10 bloodlines yet. You are the Demon King's student. Thema's tone carried skepticism. Why? Tia's pipe swayed in her mouth. She could crush you with one hand, little Fifi. Thema turned her head to glare at her. How do you know that? You're seeing her for the first time too, aren't you? Oh, I had a dream. Someone told me in the dream. You? Lonia had been standing at the door for a long time. She watched Rafina standing in the center of the lounge, surrounded by Thema's questions and Tia's teasing. The corner of Lonia's mouth twitched. She walked into the lounge, weaving through the gaps between the low tables, and directly sat down in the chair next to Rafina. What's all the fuss about? She's my friend. Who has any objections? Thema's fiery red eyes shifted to her. You know her? Yes, so what? You a blood clan being friends with someone who doesn't belong to the top 10 bloodlines. Being friends with a student of the Demon King who doesn't belong to the top 10 bloodlines. Is there a problem? Lonia's crimson vertical pupils stared straight at Thema, her chin slightly raised, her small fangs peeking out from between her lips. Thema's crystal scales crackled twice, hot air escaping from the gaps in her scales. Then she snorted and turned away, grabbing the softened honey cake and stuffing it into her mouth. Do as you please. After all, this gathering is already chaotic enough. Tia laughed on the long bench. Ellie peeked her head out from behind the low table, her peach-pink heart-shaped pupils curiously examining Rafina. Wow, such beautiful horns, can I touch them? No. Lonia answered for Rafina. Rafina sat back down in her chair, her hands folding neatly on her knees. Her tail stretched out from the side of her leg, quietly and inconspicuously hooking around Lonia's calf. Lonia glanced down at the tail, then looked at Rafina. She was smiling at her. Lonia rose from her chair, one hand on her hip, while the other gestured around the parlor. Fine, since you'll be coming every week from now on, I'll introduce you to everyone. So you want to embarrass me by calling them by the wrong names. Rafina stood up from her chair, her tail giving a gentle flick behind her. Lonia tugged her over to the dessert table. Thema was stuffing a 4th piece of honey cake into her mouth, her fiery red eyes glaring at Lonia. This is Thema, from the Yinma court. Doesn't like sweets, but always eats the most. Very spoiled. Am not spoiled. Cake crumbs sprayed from Thema's mouth, one piece landing on Lonia's sleeve. With a deadpan expression, Lonia flicked it off. And very rude. Thema's crystalline scales crackled twice. She swallowed the cake in her mouth, then turned to Rafina with a fierce glare, sizing her up for 2 seconds. Taya just told me. You're 5th rank. But my control is still terrible. I'm still 5th rank. I'm only 3rd rank. Thema's brows furrowed, then her gaze softened slightly. How old are you? 8. Oh. Thema nodded, grabbed a piece of honey cake from her own plate, and slapped it into Rafina's hand. This flavor isn't too sweet, it's better. Thank you. What's there to thank? There's plenty, I just didn't want to eat it. Lonia tugged Rafina onward. On the bench, Taya had her mist gray hair spread across half the seat, her eyes half lidded as if lost in thought. This is Taya, from the Mengyan court. She always has a pipe in her mouth, but never smokes, just pretending to be mature. Lonia, you're still so adorable. I wonder what you'll look like when you grow up. Her pipe turned half a circle in her mouth, and her eyes finally opened, fully landing on Rafina. 2N, how interesting. Do you know that surname? No. But I had a dream once, and someone mentioned it in it. A smile curved at the corner of Taya's lips. Many people. But I can't recall exactly what they were like, sorry. Anyway, welcome to this noisy place. You'll need patience. Especially when sitting next to Fima. I heard that. Fima's roar came from across the room. Lonia rolled her eyes, and tugged Rafina toward a low table. Eli had already climbed up from the tabletop, her heart-shaped pupils sparkling, as she stared at Rafina. Sarah sat beside her sister, silent. These are Eli and Sarah. Sisters from the Maymaw court. One is too enthusiastic, the other too cold. What do you mean, too enthusiastic? I'm just being friendly. Eli came around from behind the low table, grabbed Rafina's hand, and brought her face within a palm's distance of Rafina's. Your eyes are so beautiful red, they're different from Loniakin's. She looks fierce, but you look soft. Thank you. And your horns. They're transparent. You look like an angel from a book. Sarah expressionlessly grabbed her sister's hair and yanked it downward. Sister angels are bad guys. Ow. That hurts. Sorry. Eli wiped her tears while pressing her palms together in apology to Rafina. It's fine. Lonia said that when light passes through these horns you can see beautiful patterns. Want to see? She tilted her head, trying to adjust the angle so that rainbow-like light would refract through her horns. So beautiful, Sarah, look. Sarah's indigo eyes lifted from her knees, glancing at Rafina. I see. Then her gaze dropped back down. She continued, leading Rafina around the parlor. That one's from the Ingma court and the Shixiangli court. I didn't remember their names, they never talked to me anyway. That white mist is from the Yiling court. Don't be scared. Actually, they're pretty quiet. The ones from the Shifus court and the Wiyak court have never come, and nobody cares. As for that prince of the Emo court, he seems to really dislike His Majesty the Demon King. Oh, Lonia felt a hint of surprise. Isn't he also the Demon King's student? Why would he hate the Demon King? Well, I'm not sure of the reason. But he doesn't seem to like me either. He's never spoken to me. The introductions ended with no conflict. Lonia had prepared herself to deflect any challenges aimed at Rafina about bloodline origins or other messy things. But those challenges never came. From the youngest Sarah to the eldest Taya, no one said anything too harsh. Perhaps such prejudice existed mainly among the elders. For these children who grew up in the 10 courts dealing with peers of various bloodlines from a young age, being a half-blood was far less shocking than being 5th rank and the Demon King's student. In fact, with those two identities, who would dare to pick a fight? Unexpectedly boring. Lonia returned to her chair, sat down, crossed her legs, and gazed at the center of the parlor. Rafina did not follow her back. Twin silver-white ponytails appeared beside the dessert table. Fima had somehow sidled over her fiery red head and silver-white head close together, discussing something. Lonia pricked up her ears. The cake is good, right? And then it's really delicious. I've never had anything like this before. Then try this. This pudding is also good. That idiot Taya who likes bitter stuff always mocks my taste. That's matcha. It's a flavor for adults introduced by the Demon King. There you go again. Lonia sat in her chair watching Fima yell at Taya, then turned back to share all her favorite treats with Rafina. Rafina ate in small bites, then showed surprise, praising the desserts. Lonia stared at Fima's smug smile, and the corner of her own mouth dropped a millimeter. Eli had somehow drifted over too. Rafina, look, I drew the Drunken Moon Tavern, isn't it pretty? Is this the Drunken Moon Tavern? Yes, the crooked moon at the door is the sign. At first glance, it's a bit hard to recognize. Looks like a maggot. Sarah added from the side. It's not a maggot. It's a moon. A crescent moon. It does look a bit like a moon. Rafina smiled helplessly. Right, Rafina is so smart. Sarah is so dumb, she can't even see that. Eli laughed happily. Sarah glanced at her sister, and for once showed a hint of displeasure. Rafina Taya said you used to be the librarian. Have you read an introduction to rune construction? Yes, I have. Chapter 3 Master Vault's classification of rune hierarchies is quite interesting. Sarah's expression froze for a moment. Then in Chapter 3 Section 7 regarding the material suitability of different rune constructs, what hypothesis did he propose that earned him the position of Archmage? When a mage's understanding and perception of the world reach a certain level, they no longer need to be limited to using ores and crystals as mediums. They can use air as the base, paint runes with wind and water, and give them effect through words. He verified this theory at the age of 18, and named this level of Mage Word Spiritist. The stagnant water in Sarah's eyes finally rippled. That's amazing. Not really, I just read those books because I was too bored. Then, Lonia remained seated in her chair. Sounds from the parlor surged in from all directions. Thema was recommending new foods, Eli was showing off her painting, Sarah was discussing books with Rafina that Lonia had never heard of, and Taya was watching it all with a smile. Even the 3 shadow demons, who usually kept to themselves, couldn't help but cast glances at Rafina. Everyone was looking at Rafina. Everyone was talking to Rafina. Knowledgeable, polite, humble, adorable. Much more popular than Lonia. Lonia looked at Rafina, her lips pressed into a thin line. She wasn't angry. After all, she had long known she wasn't popular. But, Rafina, how did you and Lonia meet? Alice's voice broke Rafina's train of thought. Rafina's expression changed. From shy and gentle it turned into something bright and sparkling. It was in the library. Naya approached me first. She approached. Eli was shocked. She approached. Thema was puzzled. She went to the library. Sarah expressed disbelief. Hey, what do you mean by that? Lonia shouted toward them, and received 4 strange looks. But among those gazes the one from the center, different from all the others, made a trace of dissatisfaction in Lonia's heart vanish. Whatever, do as you please. 3 days later, within the inner courtyard of the Silent Night Fortress, surrounded by high walls of black stone, with no ceiling above it open directly to the eternal dark sky of the abyssal city. The air carried a faint dry scent like the lingering odor of cool, burnt stone. Lonia leaned against a stone pillar by the entrance, arms crossed, watching the center of the courtyard. Lafina had said the Demon King specifically requested her presence, and she had intended to accompany Lafina anyway, so she simply came. Now Lafina stood in the center, with the Demon King 3 paces away facing her. He held his right hand level before him, palm up, with a cluster of deep purple light floating above it, rotating slowly. Gather your mana like tying up your hair. Draw those threads together, then let them flow out naturally. Lafina extended her hand, eyes tightly shut, until a ball of white light emerged above her palm. Then imagine those threads dispersing, flowing through your body like a stream. A faint white light circulated through her form. What contrasted with the visual simplicity was the suffocating pressure. Chi leaked from Lafina's body, making it almost hard for Lonia to breathe. But still, she could endure it, withstand it. And the Demon King's method of teaching was completely different from what Lonia had imagined. A bit strange. Anyway, it was vastly different from the old man at home, much more patient and gentle. The training lasted about half an hour. A thin layer of sweat beaded on Lafina's forehead. That's enough. Withdraw it? Lafina opened her eyes, and the white light receded. That's about it. Practice on your own with this feeling. Lonia, you're next. Me? Yes, you. The Demon King's expression turned very serious. I asked about your training methods. It's focused on physical techniques, right? Ah, yes. High-rank vampires can control their blood and release it externally. That's correct. And you can convert mana into blood. My sister can too. The Demon King said solemnly, do you know what you're called where I'm from? Eternal Night Sovereign. Fusion Phase. Who's that? It doesn't matter. The Demon King clapped his hands together, forcefully startling both Lonia and Lafina. Come, do exactly as I do. Huh? Oh, okay. Concentrate your blood, gather it in your palm. Lonia obediently clapped, then manipulated the blood within her body to gather and concentrate. This is called 100-fold convergence. Now try shooting the blood out. Huh? Just like that. Try it. Whoosh bang. The black stone wall was struck, leaving a small hole. Oh, you're quite talented too. I thought with such simple instructions you'd at most manage a water pistol. Ah, this. Lonia could tell that the quality of this wall far surpassed the protective barriers at home. And previously destroying those things required a great deal of effort. From now on, when you use this move, remember to shout blood pierce. Do you know Vault's theory of incantations? Actually shouting the technique name does enhance it. Demon King, that kind of thing seems reserved for high-rank mages. Lafina added weakly, her tail flicking slightly in apparent confusion. Don't rush. Lonia, this next move is called Crimson Scale Dance. Blood Star Pile Crimson Scale Dance, Supernova Blood Blade Canal. For some reason Lonia felt the Demon King was even more attentive and earnest in teaching her than he had been with Lafina. Moreover, the techniques he taught, some were recorded in her family's archives, others were utterly unheard of. It made sense. The ability to freely convert mana and blood was a unique trait of the Catalai family. If other vampires used blood like this, they would likely become anemic very quickly. I'm full. The Demon King said, this cryptic remark showing a satisfied smile. What a strange person. But what he taught was quite useful. Lonia snorted. Thank you. Don't mention it. It was impromptu anyway. I have to rush to work now. The Demon King waved his hand and was about to turn around. Then his expression changed. The faint weariness in his eyes was replaced by something else in an instant. Like a tree cut from its roots, he leaned forward and collapsed to the ground. Lonia's body stiffened and Lafina froze for a moment. Then Lafina moved. With both hands, she caught the Demon King's shoulders, supporting him as she leaned back, letting his back rest against her knees. Her movements were a bit clumsy, but it seemed this wasn't the first time she had dealt with such a situation. No, why did it happen without warning? Before it wasn't like this, she murmured, pressing her right hand against the Demon King's chest. Her palm rested on the fabric of his old robe, her fingertips pressing slightly, sinking into the area of his chest. White mana seeped from her palm through the claw, spreading outward along the Demon King's sternum. The Demon King's face was gray like stone. The curved horns on his head had lost their luster, and fine cracks appeared on their surface, like a dried riverbed. Lonia stood by the stone pillar, watching it all. Watching Lafina kneel on the stone slab, her knees soaked in the spilled water, her hands pressed against the chest of a nine-tier existence. Using her own power to do something Lonia completely failed to understand. Time passed slowly. The mana on the Demon King's chest continued for about a quarter of an hour. His complexion gradually warmed from gray. The cracks on his brow horns didn't disappear, but they stopped expanding. Lafina withdrew her hand from his chest. The red glow in her palm extinguished. Her fingers trembled slightly. Her unfathomable mana had been mostly consumed after a quarter hour of continuous output. Lafina gently placed the Demon King's head on the ground, unfastened her outer robe from her waist, folded it twice, and placed it under his head. Then she stood up and turned around. The vampire's eyes met hers. What happened? Lonia's voice came out softer than she intended. Lafina didn't answer immediately. She walked over to Lonia, her tail drooping from behind, hanging limply against her thigh. The Demon King's throne carries a curse. Her voice was very soft. Softer than usual. Whoever sits on that throne will have their body slowly eroded. The mana circuits disintegrate bit by bit, like a riverbank being washed away by water. As time passes, the rate of disintegration accelerates. He has held on for a long time, but... Her lashes lowered, veiling the light in her eyes. There's not much time left. Lonia stared at her. At that face, paler than usual, at the sweat still beating on her forehead, at the trembling fingers hanging by her side, at the limp tail. The Demon King's health has been worsening in recent years. It's common knowledge in the Demon City. The first time I received training, he told me about the curse. I've also seen what the curse looks like when it strikes. He said it feels like flames burning from the stomach, spreading until they cover every inch of his skin, charring it before restoring it, then burning again. So you learn how to treat it. It's not really a cure, just a delay. Temporarily stabilizing the disintegrating parts. Like plugging a crack in a dam with a finger. How long can you hold it? I don't know. Every time it strikes, the cracks are a little bigger than before. And before an attack there are always obvious signs, like physical discomfort, collapsing so suddenly like today. This is the first time I've seen it. Lonia's fingers clenched in front of her chest. So he took you as a student? Lafina looked up. Her crimson pupils gazed straight at Lonia. There were no tears, no fear in them, only a clarity that didn't match her age at all. I am his successor. The inner courtyard fell silent for a long time. The engravings on the ground had completely faded, and the gray stone slabs looked especially cold under the dark sky. Lonia loosened her hands, which were clenched before her chest. She walked over to Lafina, extended her right hand, and grasped Lafina's still trembling hand. Her palm was cold. Colder than usual. The drop in body temperature after mana depletion made the hand feel like a stone just pulled from water. Lonia held that hand tightly in her own, giving it a firm squeeze. Lafina said nothing, but her trembling subsided slightly. So he wants you to die for him. Just as that day when Lafina had shown Lonia a side, she didn't know now Lonia showed Lafina a side that was unfamiliar. Her eyes were already brimming with tears. Lafina opened her mouth, but Lonia didn't give her a chance to speak. Did he force you? Has he actually been unkind to you? Lonia stepped forward. It's always like that in the books we read together, right? Talented girls deceived by hypocritical scoundrels ending up losing everything. Nia, you can't be that you. Her throat caught. Lonia's shoulders slumped. Her chin trembled, her lips trembled, and her two small fangs bit into her lower lip, leaving new marks. Please, her voice broke. You could choose someone else. Please don't follow him anymore. I can talk to my sister, give you everything you want. Lafina stood before her saying nothing. Her crimson eyes looked at Lonia's lowered face, at her black hair. She raised the hand that wasn't being held and gently touched Lonia's head. Nia. Lonia didn't look up. Listen to me. I won't listen. Listen to me. Lonia's mouth closed. Lafina's fingers slid down through her hair and came to rest on her cheek. He didn't force me. No, he must have. He gave me a choice. During the first training session, he told me everything. What the curse is, what inheritance means, what price it would exact. Then he said, if you don't want to, it's fine. You will still be my student. Louis will become the next demon king. You can continue living in that room with windows, read your books with Lonia, who is Louis. The prince of the demon court, a very ill-tempered fellow. He was the one responsible for slowing the demon king's disintegration before. Lafina's eyes dimmed slightly. If he inherits the curse, he won't even survive 3 years. So he's been working harder than anyone, hoping to hold on a few more days, so as not to disappoint the demon king. That fellow who never attended gatherings, whose name was barely even whispered. Lafina withdrew her hand from Lonia's face, letting it fall to her side. But some things can't be changed by effort alone. If it were me, I could hold on for a very long time. Much longer than the demon king. That much time would be enough to accomplish many things. The demon king told me all of this. Then he let me decide. Then you should have refused him. It doesn't matter what happens to that Louis anyway. Lonia, I want to become the demon king. Lonia finally looked up. Lafina's face was calm, like the lamplight in the old library. I lived in the old library for many years. Aside from the old librarian, who occasionally threw books at me, no one came to see me or talk to me, and no one cared whether I was there or not. So I read a lot of books, read them over and over again. The books told of many people doing many things, building cities, waging wars, enacting reforms, making sacrifices. Sometimes I wondered why they did those things. She looked at Lonia. Then you came. You became my friend, brought me honey, blood, oranges, and changed my dress. You came to Maple Leaf Town every week even when you were sick, and you even stayed with me, letting your skin peel in the sun rather than leave. You kept training even though you were a princess, pushing yourself until you were almost falling apart every day, all for the sake of... She paused. For me. Lonia's eyelashes fluttered. So I understood why the people in those books did those things. It wasn't just for a great cause. Not just because of nobility. The most important thing was that they had someone they wanted to protect. Someone they wanted to see live, better to see smile freely. You? Lonia's voice squeezed out between her teeth, muffled and nasal. Lafina looked at her. Nia, I want to complete what the Demon King couldn't achieve, true peace. Do you know about Utopia? I read about such a realm in books. In that place, elves, the winged folk, even the followers of Radiance, and the Knights of the Empire, all could laugh together without any barriers, a harmonious land. Then we could go to the elven forest to see the sea of moonlight flowers, to the highest peak of the celestial dome to enjoy the symphony of wind and clouds, to the holy city of radiance to hear the whispers of the saints, and to Avalon to rejoice in the glory of the knights. I want to live with you, in a utopia free from war and suffering. So I will become the Demon King, for the person I want to protect, the one who is important to me. The tears Lonia had held back for so long finally spilled over. She wept. Bastard. Her voice was indistinct. Lafina didn't say anything more. She quietly opened her arms and embraced Lonia. Her tail crept around, wrapping itself around Lonia's waist, patting gently again and again, as if to comfort her. Lonia cried for a long time before finally lifting her head. Her eyes were swollen like two cherries, her nose red, and shiny tears, and snot smeared all over her face. She sniffled and wiped haphazardly with her sleeve. I wasn't crying. Lafina looked at her face, even messier after the wipe, and couldn't help but smile. You weren't crying. I really wasn't. You weren't. Am I being childish? Why are you so blunt at times like this? Lonia wiped her face thoroughly, and then continued, I still can't accept it. I know. But I can't stop you. So I'll watch over you. You're going to be the Demon King, and I'll be right there watching. If anything happens to you, I'll drag you down from that damn throne. Even if the Demon King crawls out of his grave, it won't matter. You have to be fine, got it? Lafina looked at her. Okay. Speaking of the Demon King, I will go check if he has woken up yet. Lonia's voice still had a nasal tone. The Demon King lay on the ground, his head resting on the folded outer garment of Lafina. Lonia crouched down, staring at his horn for a while. The Demon King's eyelids fluttered. Fortuna, how long are you going to torment me? His tone was as weak as someone who had just signed up for a gathering they did not want to attend. Fortuna? Lonia asked in confusion. Hey, you will meet him in the future. In my hometown, we generally use this name to refer to that guy. As long as one does not directly call out the true name, and its concept, one can avoid punishment. It is clearly like this, yet I am always told in inexplicable ways you will pay for this. He still did not say what Fortuna was, only gazing at Lonia with a complex expression. Isn't it innate? It's just an ordinary little demon, he mumbled. What on earth are you talking about? Can you please speak in human language? Lonia snorted coldly and stood up. Really impolite, forget it. The Demon King pushed himself up from the ground, moving much slower than Lonia had anticipated. His arms trembled, cold sweat visible on his face, like an average person recovering from a serious illness. Looking at your sour face, I guess she told you. Lonia shot him a glare. Your expression is really fierce. Hey, stop going around in circles. So your horn cracked because of a curse. Yes, it's the manifestation of the curse. Can it be cured? It can be repaired but not cured. If it could be cured, I wouldn't need to look for an heir. I would have just confronted Beatrice for a lifetime. Lonia clenched her jaw. What about the heir? Will the same thing happen again? She imagined that scene. Soft skin turning from fair to a lifeless gray, that pair of crystal horns that could refract light seemed to crack as if thrown to the ground. What can I do? Should I just drag Fortuna down and stomp on him? The Demon King shrugged helplessly. Is it really necessary to inherit this position and curse? The title of Demon King is just a name. The Demon King interrupted Lonia. No, do you think the curse of the Demon King is inherited just like that? Draft a succession document. Then just announce that someone else has become the Demon King. Do you think that's why Yuanlin City can avoid sunlight? Could it really be as simple as setting up a barrier? He opened the collar of his robe, revealing skin covered in wrinkles and scars along with a line of text on his neck. It was a script Lonia had never seen before. It was neither the common language of the continent nor the ancient demon language. Sigma Kappa Omicron. Greek meaning darkness. Lafina said softly. Greek. Darkness. Greece. Seems to be a country that exists in the Demon King's homeland. That's roughly what it is. And you know about authority, right? The Demon King took over Lafina's words. This is the authority of the Demon King, which will be inherited along with the curse as proof of kingship. Authority. Lonia had heard this term before. Lafina, her sister history lessons. But seeing it with her own eyes was a first. Her sister's blood had never been directly shown to others. Lafina's was the same. It was said to be unable to manifest due to being incomplete. It is because of bearing the darkness authority that Yuanlin City can welcome eternal night. The weak demon race need not dwell in caves nor fear being annihilated by the holy light of the radiant church. Under the eternal night no light can shine here without the demon king's permission. This is also the greatest support for Beatrice, that war maniac, who does not dare to unite the 7 seals again to initiate demon hunts. If no one inherits the darkness, Yuanlin City will fall apart. The magical barrier laid for defense against ordinary invaders cannot withstand the Holy Spirit servants of the Radiant Church and the angels dispatched by the 7 seals. They will begin to clean up the demon race. Among the 10 kings' courts, only the fire demon court and the succubus court can fight in sunlight with little effect. If divine resistance is counted, then only the fire demon court remains available for battle. If I were still alive, I could still serve as a deterrent. But what if I die? Beatrice, beholder of the faith authority. Eternal little girl, sovereign of the Holy Spirit, ender of long nights, daughter of verses and songs, the girl who seizes the blazing sun. Damn, this old immortal has more titles than the cardinal of the 7 seals. And that's all secondary. The important thing is that she is a lunatic and also a 9th rank. Lonia, without the protection of eternal night, your sister wouldn't even last a minute in front of her during the day. So, does Thena have to bear all this? Huh? The demon king laughed weakly. Then what should I do? Lonia lowered her head. Are you crying? I am not crying. All right, you are not crying, don't rush, okay? But back to the point. The demon king shifted his tone. The curse erodes the structure of the circuit. The more stable the structure, the slower the erosion. My talent is limited, and the circuit is almost at its breaking point. But Lafina is different. She might find a solution before the curse completely erodes her. Lonia's pupils constricted slightly. Solution. You just said it can't be cured. What I meant was that I can't cure it doesn't mean there isn't a solution. The curse of the demon king's position was not present from the beginning. It was imposed by human hands. Who did it? When? I couldn't find it in the old library. Maybe it was Fortuna, or perhaps some unscrupulous transmigrator. In any case, someone inscribed this curse on the authority. Every time a new demon king inherits the authority, the curse activates. Lonia stood up. Her knees were numb, and she swayed. She leaned against a nearby stone pillar to steady herself. The demon king's deep purple eyes gazed at Lonia. I don't have much time left. But she still has a long time. If she can find the source before the curse erodes to an irreversible point, it may be possible to completely lift it. Not just for herself, but for all future demon kings. Lonia pressed her lips into a line. She turned around and walked back to Lafina. Then she reached out and grabbed her wrist. Let's go. Where to? The old library. Lafina blinked. You said there are tens of thousands of books there. About the history of the demon race, about the inheritance of the demon king, about curses, it's all there. He searched for hundreds of years and couldn't find it because he was looking alone. Now we have 2 people. Lafina looked at her with eyes that were frighteningly red but more serious than ever. Lonia pulled her towards the exit of the inner courtyard. But as she passed by the demon king, she paused for a moment. You? Don't die too quickly. Oh dear, are you concerned about me? The demon king leaned against the stone pillar, watching their backs. I will try my best. 2 small figures disappeared into the shadows of the inner courtyard exit. The demon king closed his eyes and exhaled through his nostrils. I really want to drink cola. In the year 1372 of the new era calendar. Autumn. Lonia was 13 years old. The 3rd underground level of the training grounds in the Catwari family's main residence. Lonia knelt on one knee amidst shattered stone slabs, holding the gray short sword her sister had given her. Her jet-black hair had mostly fallen loose from the high ponytail, sweat-damp strands clinging to her neck and collarbones. Her 13-year-old body was nearly a head taller than when she was 8. Her shoulder line had stretched from the soft roundness of childhood into the slender contours of a young girl. Inside, her mana surged. The barrier to the 5th rank shattered. The total amount of mana nearly doubled in the instant of breakthrough. Lonia pushed herself up from the ground. Her knees wobbled then steadied. She raised her left hand, gazing at the web-like cracks on the short sword. This blade had followed her from the 3rd rank to the 5th. 5th rank. 5 years. From age 8 to 13, from 3rd rank to 5th rank. 4 hours of physical training every day, 3 practical sparring sessions per week, and occasional extra drills. Finally, Lonia sheathed the short sword at her waist, wiping the sweat from her face with the cuff of her training uniform. She walked out of the training ground and ascended along the underground passage. The study door was open. Elisa sat behind the desk. 5 years had passed, yet her appearance remained unchanged. For pure-blood vampires, once they reached adulthood, their aging slowed to a near standstill. Her deep black hair fell over her chest, resting on her hands. In her hand, she held a letter, its edges bearing the distinctive dark gray wax seal of Jiua Castle. Lonia stopped at the doorway. Sister. Elisa did not look up. Her fingertips pinched the corner of the letter, her gaze moving across the paper, scanning line by line. You broke through. 5th rank. Just now. How long did it take? 3 years. Elisa's fingers paused. Then she continued reading the letter. Lonia leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed over her chest. The cuffs of her training uniform were still damp. A letter from Fina. A notice from the 10-Court Joint Conference. Elisa placed the letter on the desk, tapping her fingers twice on the paper. That friend of yours last month attended the 10-Court Joint Conference on behalf of the Demon King. Lonia's eyelashes fluttered. I know. She told me. What else did she tell you? She said she was very nervous, that each court lord was formidable, and she felt great admiration. Didn't she tell you what she did at the conference? Lonia's arms tightened slightly across her chest. What did she do? The territorial dispute between the Flame Demon Court and the Shadow Demon Court had dragged on for 2 years without resolution. She proposed a partition plan at the conference, and both sides accepted it. It took less than half an hour. Lonia said nothing. I voted in favor of the plan. Every boundary line was drawn based on historical documents and geographical surveys, and every compensation clause was precise to the output ratio of the mineral veins. She is only 13 years old. Elisa's tone remained unchanged, as if reading a report. Also, the results of her mana assessment from last week came out. Lonia's fingers clenched into her arms. What rank? 8th rank. She is already comparable to me. The surge of exhilaration after breaking through to 5th rank still made Lonia's blood vessels throb. But when that number fell into her ears, all the exhilaration deflated. 8th rank. She had spent 5 years climbing from 3rd to 5th. Lafina had spent 5 years going from 5th to 8th. The corner of Lonia's mouth twitched. That's good. 8th rank. Impressive. Elisa looked at her, as if inspecting a crack in porcelain. You don't mind? Mind what? She is 8th rank, you are 5th rank. So what? We're not going to fight. Indeed, you are not going to fight. But you spent 5 years chasing her, and now the gap is wider than 5 years ago. I'm not chasing her. But you trained 4 hours every day without fail. You used to hate effort the most. That's just because I want to become stronger. You want to become stronger because you don't want to be left behind by her. Lonia's jaw tightened. Sister, what exactly are you trying to say? Elisa stood up from her chair, walked over to Lonia, and looked down at her from above. What I'm trying to say is you should stop and think. Think about what? Think about what you are really doing. Elisa looked into Lonia's eyes. You spent 5 years training yourself to the 5th rank. That speed is already considered fast among the Blood Clan. But your goal is not the Blood Clan standard, your goal is her. And she, Elisa paused, is not someone you can catch up to. Lonia's shoulders stiffened. Do you know what the 8th rank means? A 13-year-old at the 8th rank. In the entire history of the demon race, only the demon ancestor can be compared to her. She was born with multiple authorities, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Lonia, your friend is not a genius. Geniuses are like Fima and Tia, a little faster than peers, a little stronger than ordinary people. Your friend is something of another level. Lonia's nails dug into her palms. I know. You don't know? Or you know, but you refuse to admit it. Elisa's voice carried no emotional fluctuation. Clearly, when you first met, it wasn't like this. That's what you're thinking, aren't you, Lonia? Do you think you are still 8 years old? Sitting in the maple forest eating chestnuts, holding hands, you protecting her and her protecting you. Lonia, she is now 8th rank. An existence that can change the course of a large-scale battle. And you are 5th rank, unable to even withstand the aftermath of her full power. I can withstand it. You can't. Last month you went to Jiua Castle to watch her train, and after returning you vomited 3 times. Do you think I didn't know? Lonia suddenly realized why after that Lafina would stop training as soon as she saw her coming. Standing by her side is not standing shoulder to shoulder. It is a burden. The air froze. Lonia's lips trembled. Alisa looked at her, expression, a glint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm telling you the truth. You can continue training, continue chasing, continue pushing yourself to the brink. But when you reach the 7th rank in 5 years, she may already be at the 9th rank. When you reach the 8th rank in 10 years, she may have already reached the pinnacle. Alisa turned around and walked back behind the desk to sit down. You are the princess of the Katori family, not someone's shadow. Lonia released the fingers that had been digging into her arms. I know I can't catch up to her. Her voice was very soft. Much softer than usual. I've known since I was 8. Alisa's hand paused on the letter. But that's not a reason for me to stop. Lonia turned around and walked into the corridor. She did not look back. At the end of the corridor, she turned a corner, and her figure disappeared into the shadows beyond the reach of the phosphorescent flames. Alisa sat behind the desk, her vertical crimson pupils fixed on the empty doorway for a long time. The stone slabs on the 3rd underground floor of the training ground shattered entirely that night. Lonia sat amidst the ruins, gazing up at the flickering phosphorescent fire on the dome. Blue phosphorescent flames cast wavering patches of light on the black stone surface, like a swarm of fireflies with no direction. She closed her eyes. Deep within her consciousness, that thread hung quietly. It passed through the black stone walls of the Blood Clan territory, through the gray sky of the withered bone wasteland, through the maple forest on the border of the human realm, and connected all the way to a room in Jiua Castle. A faint pulse came from the other end of the thread. I am here. Lonia stood up from the rubble. Jiua town. The autumn maple forest was denser than 5 years ago. Lonia wore a delicately crafted white shirt and shorts, sitting cross-legged with her legs spread carelessly. A piece of oil paper lay on her lap, piled with peeled chestnut shells and golden yellow nut crumbs. Lafina sat beside her. 5 years had left a markedly different mark on this mixed-blood girl compared to Lonia. She had a small frame, and as she grew she revealed an elf-like slenderness. Her silver-white low twin tails had grown much longer than 5 years ago, reaching her waist, their tips gently swaying in the wind. Her crimson eyes had deepened by 1 shade, becoming a serene dark red, surprisingly close to Lonia's eye color. But their shapes differed. Lonia's eyes bore distinct Blood Clan traits. Slit pupils that seemed ready to hunt at any moment. Lafina's pupils were round, like 2 polished rubies. Her horns had also grown larger, their shape more up. Her black long-sleeved dress had been replaced by a dark gray high-collared robe similar to the one Jiua wore. Only the red maple leaf copper hairpin was pinned to the collar. Her arrow-shaped tail rested on Lonia's knee, its tip lazily curling a peeled chestnut and offering it to Lonia's mouth. Lonia opened her mouth and bit the chestnut, chewed a couple of times, and spoke indistinctly. So you sorted out the messy accounts of the Fire Demon Court and the Shadow Demon Court at the joint meeting last week. It wasn't actually hard. Both sides had very clear demands, they just lacked a division benchmark acceptable to both. I used the old territorial maps from before the era of strife as a reference, then overlaid the existing vein distribution data. Alright, I don't understand. Lonia tossed the chestnut shell onto the oil paper and wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Anyway, it means you're amazing and everyone is convinced, right? Not everyone. Lady Yilish's expression was very subtle when she cast her vote. That's her usual state. Ignore her. Lonia leaned back. Tell me something. What? Anything. What book have you been reading recently? Lafina's eyes shifted. I've been reading biographies of heroes from various races. Heroes? Which ones? I heard the king of the Storm Empire is going to be replaced by his youngest daughter. Huh? I haven't paid attention to that. I'm reading the biography of Valder, the chief archmage of the Mage Tower. He has lived longer than even the Demon King. His most famous contribution is proposing the theory of logos and reconstructing the dragon language magic of the dragon sovereignty era, changing how pure-blooded humans understood magic at that time. It is said that in his youth, he had a terrible temper. He burned the papers of a scholar who opposed him in public and was stripped of his mage status. But later he regained it through his own research and strength. Lonia raised an eyebrow. Oh, that bespectacled nerd in the book. He looks silly like Sela. He's different from Sela. But his most famous anecdote is that after inheriting the position of second archmage, he married a daughter of the sheep tribe solely to learn shamanism from the beast men. Sounds boring. Anyone else? Then, there's Beatrice, the Pope of the Radiant Church. Lonia nearly choked on a chestnut. That lunatic. Her experience is very interesting. She looks like a 12 or 13-year-old girl, but her actual age is unknown. It is said that before becoming Pope, she traveled alone to every corner of the continent, including the borders of the demon realm. A very ancient record mentions that she seemed to have been active everywhere since the early stages of the era of strife. She says she is the child of the sun, and for that she will cleanse everything not favored by the sun. That's also the origin of her most famous epithet, the maiden, who seizes the sun. She calls herself the incarnation of the sun, the deity, who executes the will of the world. The Holy Spirits worshipped by the Holy Spirit Knights of the Radiant Church are mostly different interpretations of her different forms. Lonia shrank her neck. Don't talk about that lunatic anymore. Anyone else? Riddle, the Conqueror Knight of Isipafete. Unlike the other 4 chosen Apocalypse Knights, he is the only one who earned his title through military merit in the angelic forces uniformly equipped with Type 2 pseudo-engines, but it is said that he himself is actually a pacifist. Angels. Isipafete's most famous war unit, mecha pilots, who spread holy light with mechanical wings. Lonia spat out a chestnut shell onto the oil paper, her brow furrowed. Aren't these all enemies? Lafina's tail paused on her knee. The Mage Tower is human, Isipafete is human, and those lunatics of the Radiant Church go without saying. During the last border conflict, that Holy Spirit Knight named Kingston killed 3 of our scouts. Why are you telling me their heroic stories? Lafina turned her head and met Lonia's gaze. Naya people from other races aren't necessarily enemies, just as demons aren't necessarily evil. How could we be evil? Ah. Lafina's lips parted slightly, and her tail retracted from Lonia's, knee curling around her own waist, its tip gently swaying twice. Lonia recognized this gesture. It was Lafina's habit when weighing her words. I'm not saying we are evil. I mean, in the books of Isipafete, in the scriptures of the church, demons are evil. During the era of strife, the demon ancestor, unable to accept the Creator's expulsion, launched a war in the heart of the Allied forces. At that time, Beatrice established the Radiant Church, spreading faith by granting holy light to others, allowing the church to rival the Storm Empire established by the human king, becoming the main force against the demon race. Then the black tide began to surge, and the demon ancestor took the opportunity to counterattack the Radiant Church alongside the black tide. Since the black tide could devour holy light, and magic was monopolized by the dragons, a large number of believers at that time could only fight using mechanical constructs, sowing the seeds for the rise of Isipafete, a nation of faith and machinery, at the end of the dragon sovereignty era. Meanwhile, in the scriptures of the Radiant Church, demons were also described as calamities of the same origin as the black tide. Even now, during border conflicts, demons are still monsters to be purged in their eyes. That's their prejudice. Wasn't the demon ancestor later corrupted by the black tide? If the 10 courts hadn't joined the Allied forces to fight the black tide, it would have already swallowed the entire continent. Yes, it's prejudice. But prejudice doesn't disappear just because we know it's prejudice. Naya, there are people who don't want the prejudice to disappear. There was no anger or grievance in Lafina's pupils. What the Demon King wants to achieve cannot be realized by winning battles. If you win, they fear you. If you lose, they hate you. Either way, the prejudice remains. Lonia's frown deepened. Then what do we do? Understand them. Understand their heroes, understand their history, understand what they care about, what they fear, what they pursue. Not to appease them, but to find a table where everyone can sit down and talk properly. Lonia stared at her. You're becoming more and more like him. Like whom? The Demon King. The way you speak. The way you think. The way you see the world. Lonia pursed her lips and lowered her head. 5 years ago, you would still curse the traffickers with. Now you'd probably say the existence of traffickers reflects the structural deficiencies of border trade regulation. We should seek solutions from the institutional level. Lafina smiled helplessly. No, Naya. Traffickers are still bastards. But you'd think about the system first. I don't understand those things. What empire heroes, what division benchmarks, what structural deficiencies. I only know who is good to Fina, and who is not. If someone is good to you, I won't hit them. If someone is bad to you, I will hit them. You want to find a table, so I'll watch the door for you. If anyone dares to flip the table, I'll cut off their hands. Lafina looked at her. Naya, if your sister heard you say that, she would scold you again. The wind blew her silver-white hair to the side of her face. Her crimson pupils reflected Lonia's face. But I like you just the way you are. The maple leaves continued to fall. Red fragments swirled in the air between them, landing on the bluestone on the oil paper on their knees side by side. One landed on Lonia's shoulder, one on the tip of Lafina's hair. Lonia turned her head, glancing at the tail that had somehow rested on her knee again. The tip curled around her ring finger, cool and smooth, exactly the same touch as 5 years ago. In the public lounge of the shooting district, Fima sat on a low stool beside the snack table. Her fiery red hair had grown a bit longer than 5 years ago, tied into a crooked low ponytail. At 13, she had grown long and slender limbs, yet the area covered with crystalline scales on her shoulders and collarbone gave off an incongruous sense of toughness. She was currently stuffing the third piece of salty jerky into her mouth. The honey cake from 5 years ago had finally been replaced with something she could accept. Lonia leaned against the armrest of the chair beside her, one leg crossed over the other, the hem of her black waistcoat hanging down over the edge of the chair. So that bookworm burned someone else's paper in public when he was young. Fima paused her chewing of the jerky. The chief of the Mage Tower. Yes. Vald. This happened a long time ago. He was expelled from the entire Mage Tower, but then returned single-handedly. What does the matter of the human race have to do with us? That's what Fina said. Understand what they care about, what they fear, and what they pursue. Fima's fiery red eyes shifted from the jerky to Lonia's face. When did you start caring about such matters? I don't care. I'm just relaying the information. You relay it quite enthusiastically. Lonia squinted her eyes. Do you really want to hear it? Go ahead. Fima stuffed the jerky into her mouth, cheeks puffed up, staring at Lonia with a seriousness that she probably wasn't even aware of. Lonia also recounted the story of Pope Beatrice and Riddle. Her telling was not as good as Lafina's. She omitted most of the details, leaving only the framework and reassembling it in her own way. Beatrice was involved in a pyramid scheme, while Riddle shouted for peace while committing massacres. Fima fell silent for a few seconds after listening. She understands everything. There was no jealousy in her tone. Lonia recognized that tone because she used it every day. She really does understand everything. The underground library has everything. Lonia slid down from the armrest, stood up, and patted down the wrinkles on her coat. But do you know? She can't peel chestnuts. Every time she crushes the shell and mixes it with the flesh, ending up with a mouthful of residue. Fima was taken aback. She can't peel chestnuts. Yes, so every time I have to peel them for her. Then she wants to use her tail to feed me. Strange, isn't it? Fima looked at Lonia with a sympathetic gaze for quite some time, making her feel uncomfortable. After the gathering dispersed, Lonia did not leave through the side door. She walked through the main corridor of the shooting district, climbed 2 flights of stairs, turned into the hallway, and pushed open the wooden door. Lafina's room had accumulated a lot more items than 5 years ago. The bookshelf expanded from 1 wall to 3, each shelf stuffed full, the spines of the books varying in color, from yellowed ancient tomes to brand new literature. On the windowsill stood a row of small jars filled with fragments of different colored stones, samples for magical research. The oil lamp by the bed had been replaced with a beautifully designed magical lamp that emitted a soft, warm light. Lafina sat cross-legged on the bed, her silvery long hair spread out over the quilt, holding a book as thick as a brick. The collar of her dark gray robe was open, revealing a small patch of pale skin just below her collarbone. Bare feet stretched out from beneath the hem of her skirt, toes resting on the edge of the bed, while her tail swayed languidly behind her. Lonia kicked off her boots and climbed directly onto the bed, leaning her back against the wall, stretching her legs clad in black stockings next to Lafina's knees. What are you reading? Volume 7 of Comparative Studies on Magical Circuits of Various Races. Just hearing the name makes me sleepy. Actually, it's quite interesting. There is a chapter dedicated to various powers' views on magical circuits. Various powers. Is Esper included? Yes. Esper sees magic as something unclean. They believe that magical energy should only be released through the supreme machinery. From the mages of the Mage Tower to the demon race, who are born with magical circuits, all are desecrators of magic and machinery. Fina. Do you like the Demon King? Lafina's mouth froze halfway open, the heavy book in her hand tilting slightly, as the pages flipped over 2 at once. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Lafina's mouth closed. A rare expression appeared on her face. Speechless. Naya. What? He's hundreds of years old. So what? The demon race doesn't care about age, right? He is my teacher. Teacher-student relationships are quite common. Ellie has shown me several books. Those things Ellie reads cannot be used as references. Lafina closed the brick-like book and placed it beside her knees. I don't like the Demon King. I respect him. That's 2 different things. Oh. Then Fina, do you have anyone you like? You work and attend meetings with the Demon King every day. You must know a lot of impressive people, right? The lords of the royal court, the heirs of various bloodlines, and those foreign envoys who come to the Silent Night Fortress to discuss matters. Is there anyone who makes you feel heart racing, blushing, want to see them a bit more? Lafina's crimson pupils lingered on Lonia's face for 2 seconds before she blushed and gently pressed her hand against her chest. Why are you suddenly asking this? Earlier my sister said she would introduce me to a fiancé. Lafina's tail twitched suddenly. She said it was just an introduction to see if there's anyone I find pleasing. Since I'm still young, I won't really get engaged yet. Then my sister showed me a stack of portraits, all of suitable males from various courts. Aside from our bloodline, there were also some from the Shadow Demon Court, the Lich Court, and a Gargoyle Court. One of them looked like a city wall. Oh, and the Lewis you mentioned. He looks like a girl, but his expression is too fierce. Lonia's mouth turned down slightly. So I rejected them all. Why? Either too fierce or too ugly. Lafina chuckled. Are they really that ugly? Yes. The one from the Shadow Demon Court has eyes that look like 2 holes. The one from the Lich Court is just skin and bones. And the one from the Gargoyle Court. I don't even want to describe it. My sister said I'm too picky, but where am I being picky? They just don't match my eyes. What about your own kin? I am their kin, don't I know what they are really like? So I'm asking you. You know more people than I do, and have seen more of the world than I have. Aside from Lewis, is there anyone at least decent looking? Lafina lowered her head, her gaze falling on her interlaced fingers. I haven't thought about such things. You're 13, and haven't thought about it. I've been busy. The Demon King's health is deteriorating. Matters of the shitting district are increasing, and the clues to the curse have yet to be found. So you plan to stay busy your whole life, busy until you die without wanting anything. Lafina's eyelashes fluttered. Her tail lifted from the bed and rested on her hand. Not for a lifetime. Then how long? Until the curse is lifted. Until everyone can coexist peacefully. When will that be? Fina, you can't just keep pushing everything back. I know. You don't really know. You haven't even noticed if there are any handsome guys. Lafina nodded lightly. After all, Naya understands me. That's obvious. It's been so many years. Anyway, I won't let my sister arrange a marriage for me. No matter who it is. What do you plan to do then? I'll wait until I find someone I want to marry before deciding. Lonia looked at the ceiling, her tone casual, as if commenting on how the chestnuts today were sweeter than last week's. If I can't find anyone, then I won't marry. Being alone is fine. As long as I have you to chat with, that's enough. Lafina's tail tightened slightly on Lonia's hand. Naya. Lafina's crimson pupils lifted from her interlaced fingers to look at Lonia. The warm light from the magical lamp fell on the quilt between the two, dyeing the deep gray fabric a honey color. Silver long hair and black long hair intertwined at the edge of the pillow indistinguishable from one another. About those fiancé candidates you mentioned earlier. The ugly ones. Yes. In the portraits that Elizabeth showed you, were there any women? Lonia was taken aback. No. Oh. What's wrong? Nothing. Lafina lowered her head, picked up the brick book beside her knees again, and flipped back to the previous page. Her tail did not let go of Lonia's hand. Lonia shifted closer to Rafina. Read to me. Rafina didn't even lift her head. She put away the brick-sized book, and with her tail pulled a thin booklet from under the pillow. The Legend of the Brave. How about this? I don't want to hear human stories. And hasn't the brave been gone for centuries? Because the last brave didn't defeat the Demon King. So there's nothing to say about that kind of person. Pick another one. Another one. Rafina pulled out another book from under the pillow. The cover showed a round blue slime, and the title was written in ornate script. The Slime's Adventure. Holding the booklet with the tip of her tail, she offered it to Lonia. Your favorite picture book. Lonia stared at the blue slime for 2 seconds. Are you kidding me? Last time you said the big robot was cool. That was ages ago. Lonia slapped the picture book off the tail. The booklet spun twice in the air and landed on the floor with a thud. The slime's eyes gazed at the ceiling, its expression innocent. I'm 13. I'm not a child anymore. Nia is a big girl now. Rafina's tail swayed in the air and hooked another book from the shelf. This one was much thicker, with a dark blue hardcover and gold embossed lettering. Then read this one, Basic Theory of Mana Application Revised 14th edition. Isn't there anything more adult? More adult. Rafina looked at Lonia, a very subtle curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. The kind Ellie likes. Lonia's ears turned red. Not that kind. I mean normal novels. The last book you borrowed from Ellie, How to Tame a Fire Dragon, had a folded corner on page 73. That was... That page was already folded. And you wrote a note in the margin, can you really tame a fire dragon this way? Lonia grabbed a pillow and threw it at her. The pillow hit Rafina's horn cotton, bursting from the tear-white fluff covering both of their heads and faces. Her long hair was covered in cotton, and a tuft of white fluff hung from the tip of her horn, making it look like a mushroom. Lonia stared at that mushroom for 2 seconds, couldn't hold it in, and burst out laughing. Rafina laughed too. The warm light of the magic lamp illuminated 2 13-year-old girls, one with her head full of cotton, the other laughing so hard she was doubled over. The quilt was scattered with the brick-sized book, the picture book, the Deep Blue Theory textbook, and the cotton from half a pillow. That night, they squeezed into the same bed, Lonia's back against Rafina's chest, her erudite tail wrapped around Lonia's waist, the cool tip resting on Lonia's stomach. Rafina's breath fell on the back of Lonia's neck, carrying the faint scent of old paper and ink. Lonia closed her eyes, listening to the heartbeat behind her. It was reassuring. Lonia gently picked up Rafina's tail, rubbing the smooth arrowhead surface with her thumb, the coolness seeping from her fingertips into her palm. Fina! Will you be here tomorrow? Yes. The day after? Yes. The day after that? Nia, let's sleep. Answer me. Yes. Every day. Lonia tightened her grip on the tail tip and closed her eyes. New Era 1376. Winter. Many major events occurred in the world, like the change of ruler in the Storm Empire, with the new monarch being called the Storm Empress, or the internal rebellion in Esper, where some angels were purged and beheaded in public. But Lonia neither knew nor cared to know. She was 17 now. She had broken through to the 6th rank at the training grounds. At 17, she was much taller than at 13, but still not particularly tall among vampire females. Although her elder sister Elizabeth had her appearance frozen at 18, standing next to 17-year-old Lonia, one could still instantly tell who was the older and who was the younger. Her long black hair hung naturally, the ends brushing her waist. Her pale face had completely shed most of the softness of childhood, the lines sharp, as if carved by a knife, making her blood-red eyes appear cold and thin. Below her collarbone, the contours began to show a subtle rise, revealing a tight and flowing silhouette. As she walked out of the training ground, the thread deep in her consciousness vibrated once. Lonia closed her eyes, sinking her consciousness into that thread. Fina. The other end of the thread was silent for 3 seconds. Then came a warm pulse carrying a hint of pride. Then came apology. In a meeting. The pulse turned into vague fragments of thought. Court proposal vote sorry. Lonia opened her eyes. It's fine. Tell me when you're done. The thread sent another pulse of apology stronger than before. Lonia withdrew her consciousness from the thread and continued walking. 6th rank. It had taken her 4 years to climb from 5th to 6th. In the same 4 years, Rafina had gone from 8th rank to 9th. What kind of existence was a 9th rank? The Pope of the Radiant Church, the Demon King of Abyssal City, the Chief of the Mage Tower, the Sword Saint of Avalon, the High Priestess of the Elves, the Beast King of the Fong Wasteland, the Last Fire Dragon. Monster! Tia, now in her 20s, and at 7th rank, said this after learning the news. But the Demon King's body was failing. He spent most of his time lying in the deepest recuperation chamber of Silent Night Castle, tended by dedicated servants. Every 3 days, Rafina performed a mana stabilization treatment, but the effects were diminishing, and the duration of each session grew shorter. The daily affairs of the court, joint meetings, diplomatic negotiations, military deployments, all the responsibilities that once belonged to the Demon King had been gradually transferred to Rafina over the past 2 years. Bit by bit, naturally, the flow of power shifted from the Demon King's recuperation chamber to Rafina's study. 17-year-old Rafina sat behind the Demon King's desk, managing the workings of an empire. Lonia had last seen her 3 weeks ago. It used to be weekly meetings in Maple Leaf Town, then every 2 weeks, then once a month. Lonia walked into her guest room in Silent Night Castle. 2 years ago, Elizabeth had applied for a permanent guest room for her sighting. Convenience in handling matters between the vampire court and the Demon King's direct domain. But everyone knew it was to let her stay closer to Rafina. The guest room was at the end of the corridor, 3 doors away from Rafina's room, less than 20 steps. Lonia sat on the edge of the bed, her crimson vertical pupils fixed on an old map hanging on the opposite wall. A topographical map of the Maple Leaf Town area. She closed her eyes, sinking her consciousness into the thread. Fina. A pulse came. Weak, weary, like the last flicker of an oil lamp about to burn out. Apology. Again apology. And a vague fragment of thought. Elizabeth proposal, vampire privileges, rejection, sorry. Lonia's fingers tightened on the edge of the bed. Elizabeth's proposal. She knew that proposal. The vampire court had demanded double voting rights in the 10-court joint conference, citing the vampires' historical status and contributions to the Demon King's direct domain. During the suppression of the Black Tide, one of the few 9th-rank vampires in history, the one later called the Blood Ancestor, had held the gates of Abyssal City at a critical moment. That day, the beast born from the earth conceived from blood and resentment. The twisted seed of evil born from the union of curse and consciousness. The dead thing that craved, envied, and raged. The blood beast, the full manifestation of the blood authority, turning everything around into a hunting ground for the beast's slaughter. He held the gate, and the vampire court rose in prominence. Countless years later, Elizabeth spent 6 months preparing documents, garnered support from the Shadow Demon Court and the Lich Court, and formally submitted the proposal at the joint conference. Rafina rejected it, saying that double voting rights would break the power balance among the 10 courts, trigger a chain reaction from the other courts, and ultimately lead to the collapse of the joint conference system. In the meeting, she took less than a quarter of an hour to dismantle every flaw in the proposal, turning the documents Elizabeth had painstakingly prepared for 6 months into a pile of waste paper. After returning to the vampire territory, Elizabeth sat in her study all night. The next morning, she said one thing to Lonia. Your friend rejected your sister's proposal. Lonia did not respond. The pulse on the thread gradually faded, and Rafina's consciousness withdrew from the connection. She had more important things to do. Meetings, documents, decisions, the demands of 10 court leaders, the workings of an empire. Lonia opened her eyes. The guest room was very quiet. The old map on the wall gleamed with a grayish-white luster under the blue phosphorescent light. The location of Maple Leaf Town was marked with a small cross she had carved with her fingernail, the indentation filled with dust. Looking up, she stared at the ceiling. Fina was busy. Really busy. Lonia reached into her collar, her fingers touching the copper hairpin hanging below her collarbone. It was Rafina's. Last year Rafina had taken it off and given it to her for safekeeping, saying the Demon King told her it was inappropriate to wear in public, so she asked Lonia to keep it. Lonia clenched the hairpin in her palm, gripping it tightly, the edges of the copper leaf pressing into the skin of her palm, leaving a faint red mark. Lonia finally sat up, then walked to Lafina's door. The door was not locked. Nor was there that person who always waited for her in the room. She had said that if she wanted to find her, she could wait directly in her room. The moment she entered, the light in the room seemed to brighten a little. The bed was made, the corners of the quilt folded neatly, the pillow placed in the center. It was very tidy, completely unlike Lonia. She still didn't make her bed. Her elder sister would only sigh, not making too many demands. Lonia stepped inside and closed the door. She stopped at the desk. The desk was twice as large as 4 years ago, with 3 stacks of documents piled on the dark oak surface, each bound with a ribbon of a different color. Red for the affairs of the 10 courts, gray for military affairs, black for matters directly under the Demon King. Some had been read so many times that the corners were curled. But Lonia's gaze did not fall on those documents. In the upper right corner of the desk, in the shadow of the 3 stacks of documents, a few thin books were stacked together. The topmost one had a cover depicting a round blue slime with a title in fancy script. Slime Adventure Final Volume. The cover still showed that blue slime with the same round, innocent expression. She had finished reading this series long ago together with Lafina. This thing was a product of the Dragon's Authority era, the most glorious time for humans, also a period when transmigrators generally achieved fame and success. Since nothing was lacking, countless literary works fell like raindrops during a storm. The edges of the final volume's pages were yellowed, and the folded corners of a few pages had been carefully smoothed out, leaving faint creases. The booklet was open to a page in the middle with a thin quill clipped onto it, the ink on the tip not yet fully dry. Lafina was still reading this book. Next to it lay a notebook. A dark gray hardcover, no title, no decoration, only the words, Lafina, written in tiny script at the bottom right. Lonia's fingers touched the notebook's cover. She knew she shouldn't look inside. She looked. The first page was a table of contents. In neat handwriting, titles were listed. Volume 1, The Traveler's Beginning. Volume 2, The Ancient Super City. All the way to Volume 12. After each volume, title, page numbers, and completion dates were noted, the earliest being 4 years ago, the latest being last month. Lonia casually flipped through, roughly confirming what kind of story this was. She hadn't read the beginning very carefully, but in short, a slime living in a cave accompanied by a small bag gathered courage and left the cave. It rolled through grasslands, rolled across rivers, rolled through one unfamiliar town after another, meeting all kinds of creatures. A perpetually angry lizard, a chain-smoking sloth, and inseparable goat sisters. Everywhere it went, it learned something new, then rolled on to the next place. She glimpsed a chapter title, Break Crisis. Giant Robot Attack. Lonia's brow furrowed. No matter how she looked at it, it seemed familiar. A light-hearted yet slightly silly style. A round protagonist, occasionally appearing strange settings that seemed out of place in this story. Exactly the same feeling as Slime Adventure. But the story was different. Did she write this herself? Lonia murmured, but her fingers slowed down as she turned the page. The blue traveler looked up at the starry sky at night, missing the one waiting for it to return home in the cave. Lonia stared at that sentence for a few seconds. She closed the notebook and placed it back in its original position. Then her gaze moved downward. Beneath Slime Adventure lay a stack of documents. The top page had a heading, Blood Clan Court Assessment. Lonia's pupils contracted. She gently moved Slime Adventure aside, revealing the full stack of documents beneath. There were 7 pages in total. The first page was an outline. The title was Rebalancing the Power Structure of the 10 Courts Blood Clan Court Plan, with the subtitle, Reduce the Blood Clan Court's excessive power allocation and restore balance among the 10 courts. The date was marked in the upper right corner. 1 month ago. The second page was a current situation analysis using charts and data to list the proportion of resources the Blood Clan Court currently occupied in the Royal Court. Territory, area control over mineral veins, military organization, actual influence in the Joint Council. Each item was followed by a percentage. Exceeding the average. Circled in red ink. The third page was a historical trace starting from the Blood Clan Court's first acquisition of extra privileges, listing each time of power expansion, the reason, and the file number of the Demon King's approval at that time. Lonia's eyes swept over the dates. Most were concentrated after Yilisha became the court master. The 4th page. Lonia's fingers stopped at the edge of the 4th page. Yilisha Cthulhu personal assessment. The handwriting was still Lafina's. Blood Clan Court Master. 8th rank. Pure blood supremacist. Skilled in political maneuvering, adept at using various means to expand the Blood Clan's influence. Holds a potential challenge attitude toward the Demon King's direct authority. 3 tentative proposals in recent years were all rejected, but the response strategies after each rejection became more sophisticated, indicating that she is not acting impulsively but systematically testing the acting Demon King's bottom line. Lonia's jaw clenched. Her small fangs clicked together with a creak. She continued reading. Risk rating high. Yilisha Cthulhu's personal combat power 8th rank is sufficient to pose a direct military threat, while her political network covers the Shadow Demon Court, Lich Court, and parts of the Scavenger Court. If united, she could form a 4-vote alliance in the Joint Council. Suggested measures gradually reduce the Blood Clan Court's excess power. Phase 1. Lonia did not read the content of Phase 1. Her eyes jumped to the 5th page. The 5th page was a timeline. From now until the next 3 years, the reduction targets to be completed each quarter specified down to individual mineral vein numbers, and numbers of military personnel to be cut. Each step was marked with expected resistance and countermeasures. The wording of the countermeasures calm and thorough, like a chess player deducing all possible responses from the opponent before making a move. The 6th page was alternative plans. If Yilisha chose to resist strongly, Lafina had prepared 3 sets of countermeasures of different intensities. From economic sanctions to military pressure, the most extreme plan stated, if necessary, consider replacing the Blood Clan Court Master. Lonia's fingers stopped on that line. Replacing the Blood Clan Court Master. Replacing Yilisha, her elder sister. The 7th page was the last page. Only a few lines. Note Lonia Cthulhu is not within the scope of reduction. No matter how the plan progresses, ensure that Lonia's personal interests and safety are not affected. This is the bottom line, non-negotiable. Lonia stared at those lines for a long time. The warm light of the magic lamp illuminated the ink on the paper, and Lafina's handwriting glowed faintly under the light. The strokes of the 4 characters, non-negotiable, were slightly heavier than the others, as if she had used a bit more force when writing. Lonia stacked the documents in their original order and placed them back under. Slime adventure. She sat down on the chair in front of the desk. She crossed her arms on the desk, rested her chin on her forearms, and gazed ahead. She had always known. Her elder sister wanted to become the Demon King. She had known since long ago. Yilisha Cthulhu, pure blood vampire, 8th rank Blood Clan Court Master. She had been the sharpest piece on the political chessboard of the demon realm even before Lonia was born. Every negotiation, every resource exchange, every vote in the Joint Council, all moved in the same direction to make the Blood Clan the head of the 10 courts, and to make the Cthulhu family the true rulers of the demon realm. The Demon King's throne was merely the final step. Yilisha knew of the curse of the Demon King's throne, and had prepared herself, and made peace with it. She did not see Lafina as a real threat. A mixed-blood orphan of unknown origin, no matter how talented, even if personally taught by the Demon King in Yilisha's eyes, was merely a pawn temporarily occupying the center of the chessboard, destined to be taken by a more established piece sooner or later. Lonia the Demon Court was a waste, and Lafina was just a child. What waves could she stir? Until recently. At the Joint Council, Lafina dismantled half a year's worth of Yilisha's efforts in less than a quarter of an hour. The court masters of the other 10 courts began to call her Acting Demon King instead of the Demon King's student, until those who had originally wavered between Yilisha and Lafina one by one fell to the silver-white side. Yilisha finally realized that the pawn had reached the end of the chessboard and was turning into a queen. And Lafina realized it too. That was why these 7 pages of documents existed. Lonia remembered the words Yilisha had said in the study, remembered the back of Yilisha sitting all night staring at the rejected proposal, remembered her sister's hands that used to comb her hair when she was little. The movements were stiff, the force uneven, always pulling her hair painfully. Then she would apologize, asking with concern if she had hurt her. She also remembered Lafina. Remember the oil lamp in the old library, the chestnuts in the maple forest, the scattered cotton on the quilt, the tail that always rested on her. Remember the water stain on the notebook that fell on the words. Missing the one waiting for it to return home in the cave. Remember the non-negotiable on the 7th page. Elder sister and Faina. Faina and elder sister. Lonia buried her face in her crossed arms. She waited a long time, but Lafina did not return. So she lifted her face from her arms. There were no tears in her eyes. Lonia had not cried for a long time. She stood up and pushed the chair back under the desk. The chair legs made a low scraping sound on the wooden floor. When she reached the door, she paused for a step and looked back at the desk. The slime's round eyes stared at the ceiling under the light. The notebook lay quietly beside it. The 3 stacks of documents were piled high with red, gray, and black ribbons glinting in the light with different sheens. The 7 loose pages were hidden under the slime's belly. Lonia turned around, pulled open the door, and walked into the corridor. The light dimmed. She did not return to her own guest room. She walked to the window at the end of the corridor and pushed it open. The cold wind of Yuanlin City rushed in, carrying a dry air and the smell of sulfur. The wind stirred her long black hair, the ends flying behind her. Lonia reached inside her collar, and her fingertips touched the warm copper hairpin below her collarbone. Maple leaf shape. She pulled the hairpin out from her collar, pinched it between her fingers, and held it up to her eyes. The copper leaf lost its warm color under the blue light of the corridor's phosphorescent fire, turning into a cold gray metallic luster. Years of wear had smoothed the edges of the maple leaf, and the patterns of the veins had been almost worn away by the touch of her fingertips. What exactly are you busy with? Her voice was scattered by the wind, leaving no echo. Lonia tucked the copper hairpin back inside her collar against her collarbone, and the metal's coolness was quickly swallowed by her body heat. She leaned against the window frame, gazing at the silhouette of Yuanlin City outside. The black stone buildings under the dark sky resembled a frozen wave dotted with the blue light of phosphorescent fires. In the distance, the central spire of Jia Castle seemed to pierce the clouds, and the Demon King's emblem at the top emitted a faint dark red glow in the eternal night. Lafina was probably there. On some floor of the central tower, in some meeting room, at the head of some long table facing the court masters, or their representatives handling the operation of an empire. Her silver-white hair tied back, those beautiful eyes calm as water under the candlelight. She spoke those precise, thorough, impeccable words, standing steadily on the meeting room carpet. And her arrow-shaped tail hung motionless beside the chair. Lonia closed her eyes, sinking her consciousness into the thread, like placing her hand on a taut string, feeling its vibration. The other end of the thread was vibrating. Lafina's thoughts were racing at high speed, her consciousness split into countless threads handling countless things at once. In the gaps between pulses there occasionally flickered an extremely faint, almost imperceptible fatigue, like bubbles that occasionally surfaced from the deep sea, popping one by one. Lonia withdrew her consciousness from the thread. She opened her eyes, looking at the central spire outside the window. Faina! The wind carried the word into the dark sky of Yuanlin City. After a long while, footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. Lonia leaned against the window frame of the hallway, her crimson vertical pupils fixed on the direction from which the sound came. The blue glow of will-o'-the-wisps illuminated the corridor's end, and a slender silhouette emerged from around the corner. Her originally somewhat lifeless eyes, looking as if they had been overworked, brightened the moment they caught sight of Lonia. It was the kind of light in the eyes of a drowning person upon seeing a hand reaching out from the shore. Naya! You're back late enough. Lonia straightened up from the window frame, folded her arms, and swept her gaze over Faina from head to toe. From her increasingly beautiful silver hair down to the emblem of the acting Demon King on her chest, and from the emblem to her tail that kept wagging behind her. Come on, accompany me. Lonia grabbed Faina's wrist and pulled her toward her own room. Wait a moment, Naya. I need to go back to my room to get what? Documents. Are they more important than me? Get them tomorrow. Faina fell silent and let Lonia drag her into her guest room. Lonia kicked the door shut with her foot, and the door panel slammed closed, sealing off the cold draft from the corridor. Why do you always use your foot, Naya? You'll break the door like this. A louder sound makes me feel safer. Oh, I see. The will-o'-the-wisps in the guest room were warmer than those in the corridor, casting an orange glow upon them, washing away most of the blue chill. Sit. Lonia sat down beside Lafena. How long did it go today? 12 hours. That long. You've been at it since the afternoon. There's a new issue with the vein distribution between the Flame Demon Court and the Carrion Eater Court. Fima's father insists on rechecking the previous production data. Enough. I don't want to hear it. Lonia reached out and pinched Lafena's tail between her index and middle fingers. You've lost weight. Ah, have I? Your collarbone is so prominent it could hang clothes. Maybe it's because the robe's collar is too big. Anyway, you've lost weight. If you say so, then I suppose I have lost a bit. Then they were quiet for a while. Naya. You waited in my room for a long time, didn't you? No, I just arrived. You waited at least 4 hours. I cast a new spell on the lamp in the room. If someone entered, it would glow a little brighter. The corner of Lonia's mouth drooped by a millimeter. And you still made me wait. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Apologies are useless. Compensate me with actions. What actions? Tell me a story. Lafena's eyelashes fluttered. What story? Anything. Didn't you write something? The notebook on the table. Lonia's tone was as casual as if she were commenting on the weather. Lafena was silent for a moment. You read it. Glanced at it. Didn't read carefully. Just saw something about a giant robot. What can't I look? No, it's not finished yet. Unfinished is fine. Tell me up to wherever you've written. Lafena fell silent again, then began to speak. Once upon a time, there was a blue slime. It lived in a cave at the edge of a forest. Its daily life consisted of rolling around and eating fallen fruit. Sounds nice. One day a black bat flew into the cave. The bat was very small with a wound on its wing. It couldn't fly anymore and fell onto the slime. Lonia's fingers tightened slightly around the tip of the tail. The slime didn't know what a bat was. It had never seen any creature outside its cave. But the bat was warm. When it lay on the slime learned about temperature for the first time. And then, after the bat's wound healed, it didn't fly away. Every day it flew out of the cave, and at night it returned carrying the sense of the outside world. The smell of earth, flowers, rain, and sun. The slime inhaled those scents and began to imagine what the world outside the cave looked like. Lafena's voice was very soft, as if she were talking to herself. Each breath fell gently onto Lonia's collarbone, warm currents spreading across her skin, then absorbed by the cold of the winter night. What happened later? Later the slime decided to go out and see the world with the bat. It rolled out of the cave and saw the sky for the first time. What color was the sky? Blue. The same blue as itself. The corner of Lonia's mouth curved upward. That's a nice ending. It's not over yet. They traveled far together. They encountered many things. A lizard that liked to flare up, a tree sloth that loved to smoke, and a pair of goat sisters with completely different personalities. Both the slime and the bat were happy. But every time they arrived at a new place, the slime grew a little bigger because it absorbed moisture and nutrients along the way. Growing bigger is a good thing, isn't it? It is. But the bat didn't change. It remained just as small with wings just as narrow. The slime grew larger and larger, and when the bat lay on it, the area it occupied grew smaller and smaller. Lonia's fingers stopped. Moreover, the slime encountered some bad things that wanted to harm it, and in doing so they hurt the bat on the slime as well. Later the bat returned to the cave waiting for the slime to come back. That's about where I stopped writing. Lafena's voice was muffled. After the bat left, I didn't want to write anymore. Lonia clenched her hand instinctively. Then just make the bat bigger too. In the slime's world, bats don't get bigger. Then make the slime smaller, go back to handling the simple things. If the slime gets smaller, it will die. Then, Lonia's mouth closed. Slimes don't die from getting smaller. The guest room was silent for a long time. Lonia placed her hand on the back of Lafena's head, sliding her fingers into the silver-white hair, her fingertips pressing against the scalp, stroking downward along the hair's grain. Go to sleep. Fena, you'll be here tomorrow too. Lafena's breathing became a steady, slow rhythm. The arrow-shaped tail slipped out of Lonia's palm, hanging limply over the edge of the bed, its tip touching the floor, motionless. Lonia helped her lie down and pulled the blanket up to her shoulders. Silver white hair spread across the pillow, eyes closed, eyelashes casting a small shadow on her face. A 17-year-old face. When asleep, all the steadiness, meticulousness, and impenetrability of the acting demon king faded away. Lonia sat on the edge of the bed for a while. Then she stood up, pulled open the door, stepped into the corridor, and gently closed the door behind her. The click of the door panel echoed in the corridor for a second before fading. Her footsteps receded along the corridor, growing softer and more distant, until they were swallowed by the black stone walls. In the guest room, Lafena's breathing remained steady. About 30 seconds after the door closed in the shadowed corner of the room, the air produced a subtle distortion, like a crumpled piece of cloth slowly unfolding. A figure stepped out of the shadows. An old robe. Deep purple hair loosely tied back. A pallid complexion, lips devoid of color, and a weariness in his deep purple eyes, so thick it seemed almost tangible. The demon king stood beside the bed, looking down at Lafena lying under the blanket. Lafena opened her eyes. In the orange light of the will-o-wisps, her gaze was alert, not like someone who had just been asleep. She didn't sit up, only turned her head to look at the demon king standing by the bed. You shouldn't have left the convalescent room. You shouldn't have pretended to sleep in front of her. Lafena's eyelashes quivered. The demon king sat down on the chair beside the bed. You didn't ask her why she lied in the first place. She was just sulking, blaming me for keeping her waiting too long. No, she already saw it. Lafena didn't ask what she saw. She sat up from under the blanket, her silver white hair sliding off her shoulders and spreading over the cover. Lafena, she will tell her sister. Lafena's fingers clenched. Nia want. The demon king's deep purple eyes fixed on her. She want today. But what about later? You can't gamble on such things. Nia won't. Lafena Toon. He never called her full name, except when it was something truly important. You are to become the king of the demon race. Lafena's eyelashes lowered. You must sacrifice something. You've known her for over a decade. You are her best friend. But she is her sister. They have lived together since childhood. They are family. Vampires value family above all else. Blood ties are unbreakable. Whatever you have between you, call it friendship, bond, or something else. For vampires, it will always come second to family. Today, she chose not to tell because she hasn't been forced to make a choice yet. But once your plan is set in motion, Ylisha will sense it. By then, Lonia will be caught in the middle. I know. The plan includes protecting her. I've read it. A corner of the demon king's mouth twitched. But you can't protect her position. You can ensure her safety, ensure her interests aren't harmed, but you can't guarantee she won't have to choose between you and Ylisha. And once she is forced to choose, you mean Nia would choose her sister? Lafena's voice was very soft, like the rustle of paper being turned. Not necessarily. But you can't gamble. This isn't a gamble. Lafena said firmly. She will choose me. Are you so sure? Master, even if you betray me, she will never betray me. That would hurt my feelings. Anyway, let's make a hypothesis. If... The demon king sighed helplessly. I'm just saying if... What if she doesn't choose you? Then what will you do? She was trembling. Tears glistened in her eyes, her fingers clenched white, and distinct teeth marks appeared on her lip. Then I will. End it all myself. The decade-long bond, the contract signed since childhood, the words I dare not speak aloud. All of it. I will end it. Heh? The demon king stood up from the chair. His movements were slow, his knees bending at an unstable angle, and he used the armrest to straighten himself. The hem of his old robe dragged across the floor, the dust clinging to it like a thin frost under the will-o-wisps. You will regret it, but this is the necessary path to becoming king. I have lost count of how many times I have regretted. So I know you will too. You will be a better king than any generation of demon king before you. Precisely because of that, you will suffer more and regret more than any of them. Await the dawn, Lafena. Time will prove everything. The demon king walked to the door and pulled it open. The cold draft from the corridor rushed in through the gap, stirring the hem of his old robe and the loose strands of his hair. He did not look back. At tomorrow's joint meeting of the 10 courts, the vampire court will submit its 4th proposal. This time, Ylisha will not use gentle methods. The door closed. Footsteps receded along the corridor, the intervals between each step longer than when Lafena had returned. The guest room fell silent again. Lonia stood up and walked to the desk by the bed. Her fingertips rested on the cover of the notebook, then slid away to touch the Adventures of the Slime lying beside it. The blue slime's round eyes stared at the ceiling under the will-o-the-wisps, its expression innocent. She opened the notebook and turned to the back. The slime grew larger, and when the bat lay on it, the area it occupied grew smaller and smaller. Lonia's fingers paused on that line. Lonia had said, then make the bat bigger too. In the slime's world, bats don't get bigger. Lonia had said, then make the slime smaller. In the slime's world, if it gets smaller, it will die. Lonia didn't voice a third option. But Lonia knew what the third option was. Make the bat leave completely. Because this is the slime story. The bat could have many scenes, could be loved and relied upon by the slime. But in the end, the bat would be left far behind by the slime. The protagonist of this story is not her but her. It can only be her. She closed the notebook. For the Lonia of the past, her world had only one person, Lonia. She would make willful requests knowing full well the Demon King's difficulties, and she would constantly squeeze time out of her schedule just to see Lonia. But they had grown up. The dream that was born for Lonia was no longer something that existed only for Lonia. But she still didn't want it to end. Like a dream, she didn't want to wake from. Outside the window was the eternal dark sky of Yuanlin City. No stars, no moon, only the dim red glow of the Demon King's emblem atop the central spire of the Silent Night Castle in the distance, like a half-closed eye silently watching everything in the darkness. 1 year until Lonia becomes the Demon King. 1 year until Lonia becomes the hero. 1 day until their rift. Days until Lonia becomes. Days left. In the deepest part of the demon realm there stood an unnamed solitary grave. Neither Yilisha nor Louis, not even Lonia, knew of its location. There was only one person who would come here. Gia, carrying a jug of wine, silently walked to the grave. I can no longer drink wine. Whenever the liquor pours into my stomach, it burns like fire. Though I've long grown accustomed to that level of pain, if I can suffer less, I would naturally choose to endure less. He muttered to himself, pouring the wine before the grave. The liquid formed a continuous stream, evenly soaking the black soil. Gia gazed at the grave. Even if I had cola, I probably wouldn't drink it. I promised I'd let you try it. He gave a bitter smile, and simply sat down, speaking to the lonely grave. Those fruits buried in chaos, those remnants that should have completely dissipated, instead nourished the world's roots like withered petals. Once I found such devotion laughable, but now I have become the same kind of person have. Now that the 7 ages have occupied most of the soil and plunged their roots deep into chaos, those threads that still breed infinite possibilities continue to operate, creating everything. He fell silent for a moment. Lonia is a good child, and Lonia as well. But the trials they must undergo are never ones that can be passed with such childish resolve. The wind continued to howl. Gia remained silent, letting his vision blur. In 1 more year, I will come to find you. On the day the council was to reconvene, Yilisha arrived early at Gia Castle. As the attendant announced her in the corridor, Lonia was sitting on the edge of the bed in the guest room, lost in thought, her fingers unconsciously stroking the copper hairpin. Yilisha pushed open the door, bringing in a gust of cold wind. Her ink-black hair hung over her deep purple coat. Her eyes swept the room, and then settled on her younger sister. You look unwell. Haven't slept enough. Yilisha walked to the bed, and sat down beside Lonia. Then she patted Lonia's head. Just like before. She wasn't good at expressing tenderness, but her hand was indeed stroking. Lonia, lower your head. What for? Your hair is messy. Let me fix it. I'm not a child, I don't need you to fix it. Lonia snorted but still lowered her head. Yilisha's fingers threaded through her black hair, gently stroking as if handling fine silk. Her movement paused for a moment, but soon resumed its normal pace, continuing to comb downward. All done. She stood up, looking at the top of Lonia's bowed head, her expression unchanged. I will attend today's joint council. You stay in the guest room. Yilisha turned and walked out of the room, her high heels tapping a steady rhythm on the black stone floor of the corridor. The sound grew farther and fainter, finally disappearing around the corner. Lonia sat on the edge of the bed. An inexplicable unease began to spread deep within her heart. The 10 Courts Joint Council Hall. Lafina sat in the main seat, her silver-white hair tied back, her crimson pupils calm as water in the candlelight. Today was the day she intended to formally propose the first phase of the reduction plan. The documents had been prepared for a long time. Every piece of data, every basis, every possible rebuttal had been rehearsed countless times. She had even prepared 3 different opening approaches, planning to switch flexibly based on Yilish's reaction. But Yilisha did not give her the chance to open. She strode into the hall from the main door, her vertical red pupils scanning the other 9 court representatives present. Before the acting Demon King proposes today's agenda, the Blood Clan Court has an urgent motion. The Blood Clan Court has obtained definitive intelligence. The acting Demon King is secretly formulating a plan to reduce the power of the Blood Clan Court. The plan includes phased deprivation of the Blood Clan Court's control over mineral veins, reduction of military forces, and replacement of certain court lords if necessary. The air in the hall froze. The Flame Demon Court Lord's breath sparked a few embers. Taya, who had become the Nightmare Court Lord, was originally smoking, but upon hearing those words, her hand holding the pipe froze in midair, her eyes revealing a rare glimmer of concern and confusion. Then the Demon Court Lord cast a dark gaze at Lafina. The former Demon King's heir prince, Lonia, the Demon Court, had come of age at 18 and inherited the position of Demon Court Lord. His gray shoulder-length hair gathered around his lean frame, and his purple eyes resembling the Demon King's revealed a hint of contempt. But Lafina did not notice what expression he wore. Something shattered in her eyes. That plan, she had hidden it under the Adventures of Slime. Only one person had entered her room. Only one person had waited for 2 hours while she was away. Yilisha continued speaking. She even quoted the original text from the plan, word for word. Lafina sat in the main seat, her tail hanging beside the chair, motionless. The meeting ended after 2 hours. Yilisha's urgent motion gained joint support from the Shadow Demon Court and the Lich Court. It demanded that the acting Demon King disclose all power adjustment plans targeting each court and submit to a joint review by the 10 courts. Lafina did not object. She had no room to object. After the meeting, the court lords departed one after another. Taya and Louis both glanced back at Lafina before leaving. The former hesitated for a moment before departing, while the latter gave a cold snort and left. Yilisha did not leave immediately. She walked toward Lafina's seat. A person who cannot even keep their own secrets does not deserve to sit in this position. Her voice was very soft, only the 2 could hear. The first lesson of a king: never entrust your weakness to anyone other than family. She left. Lafina sat in the empty hall, unmoving. Lafina. The Demon King appeared behind her without warning. Lafina did not respond. Without a word, she left the main seat. Lonia heard footsteps in the guest room. Very light, as if someone was walking slowly step by step. Faina is back. As expected, it should be Faina coming to see her. But if it were Faina, she would have come running. She always did that. Whenever she thought of seeing her soon, her steps would unconsciously quicken. The footsteps stopped at the door. That person didn't knock, just stood outside. Heavy breathing came from beyond the door, a familiar sound yet now utterly alien to Lonia. Lonia stood up from the bed and hesitantly opened the door. She saw Lafina. Lafina was looking at her. Lonia had never seen that kind of look in those eyes. It was like the look in the eyes of a drowning person seeing the hand that pushed them into the water. The expression of witnessing something absolutely impossible happening. Faina! Lonia stepped forward out of the room, trying to take her hand, wanting to ask what was wrong. Lafina stepped back. You told her. Lonia's voice caught in her throat. What? The documents. The plan. You read everything. Then you told Yilisha. Her voice, like her expression, enunciated each word, revealing what was in her heart. I didn't. She recited the original text in the meeting. Word for word. Lafina's voice trembled. Only you entered my room. Only you. Lonia froze, then spoke in a fluster. No, that's not it. Faina, listen to me. You know what I wrote at the end, don't you? Lonia's mouth stopped. She knew. Only you. I thought I could never compromise. Only you. The world was turning white. Like that afternoon, when she almost lost her, everything around Lafina was turning white. Colors were stripped away, revealing the essence of nothingness. Pure unblemished white. I listed everyone in the reduction plan. Flame Demon Court, Nightmare Court, Succubus Court, I made plans for all the core figures related to the courts, even Taya and Phima were not exempt, but I excluded you. Her voice rose higher and sharper like a string stretched to its limit. Then you took this and told your sister. I didn't tell her, Lonia shouted back. I said nothing. I saw it, but I said nothing. I haven't said a single word since I came back last night. Then how did she know? All the phosphorus fires in the corridor exploded. The entire corridor was stained with flawless white. In the instant the phosphorus lamps were stripped of color, the flames screamed and burst forth, like sinners cast into purgatory. Lafina's breathing was rapid and erratic, her chest heaving violently, the fabric of her dark gray robe rising and falling. Her tail stood erect behind her, the arrow-shaped tip spreading open. Lonia had never seen that tail make such a move. It was like a startled cat arching its back. Lafina's pupils were burning, reflecting Lonia's pale face. No. It's not like that. Calm down, even though I don't understand why my sister knows, but as long as I explain clearly. Get out! All the words she wanted to say, all the things she still wanted to tell her, the unspoken words were brutally crushed in her throat. Fena! Get out! Magic power erupted from Lafina's body, the pressure of the 9th rank, like an invisible wall, spreading outward in all directions. Lonia's knees buckled. The floor beneath her feet, the top layer, had turned to dust. Just like those 3 human traffickers. Blood flowed backward to Nida's, faint blood seeping from her eyes, stomach discomfort. After she had vomited from Lafina's pressure, Lafina had never released any power in front of her again. Lonia sometimes wondered just how far had she grown. Would she be unable to help but kneel just by standing in front of her? Yes! That was a despairing gap. But Lonia did not kneel. She clenched her teeth tightly and looked into Lafina's eyes. Gazing at those ruby eyes she had watched since childhood, from light red to deep red, from curiosity to calmness now shattering. Lonia's hand reached into her collar. Her fingertips touched the hairpin. Maple leaf shape. 9 years of wear had rounded its edges, the vein patterns almost smoothed away by her thumb. She gripped the hairpin tightly, as if grasping something about to disappear. No. She's just too angry now. Let it be for now. When she calms down, I'll explain. Why does my sister know? I didn't say anything. Unless. No. Think about that later. Let Fena calm down first. Just let her calm down. She straightened up and turned to leave. Her leather boots tapped on the black stone floor, step by step, steady rhythm. Then she stopped. Deep in her consciousness, that thread was violently trembling. Extending from somewhere in her chest, connected to another person's heartbeat. From age 6 to 17, from the old library to the Maple Grove, from the Maple Grove to Jiua Castle, from Jiua Castle to this dark corridor. Lafina grabbed that thread. She pulled it hard and broke it. As long as one's rank was higher, the one who signed the blood pact could forcibly dissolve it. The cost was backlash on both souls. Lonia felt as if a piece of her chest had been gouged out. A void. A space that had been growing since age 6, filled with years of heartbeats and warmth, was emptied in a second. Lonia's body collapsed. She fell to the ground. The hairpin she had been clutching slipped from her hand and clattered on the floor. Pain, like serrated blades slicing every bone into powder, surged through her body. Aya! Lonia's body trembled, her heart-wrenching scream nearly echoing through the entire Jiua Castle. Tormented by the pain, she became aware of very faint, bitten-back sobs coming from behind. After a moment, she finally adapted to the agony. So she forced herself to turn around and look back. The corridor was dark because the colors had returned. The Blood Clan's night vision came in handy at that moment. Lonia saw clearly. Lafina limped toward her own room. She could only see Lafina's back. She knew that the one who actively severed the pact would endure even greater pain. Lonia stared blankly at Lafina's silent back. The pain that had nearly driven her mad moments ago seemed as if it had never existed. In its place was another kind of pain. She watched Lafina's figure disappear. That person never once turned back to look at her. Lonia didn't know how she walked out of Jiua Castle. The screen just now seemed to have been blocked by something. What happened in the corridor was perhaps known only to her and Lafina. After the pain had mostly subsided, she walked out of Yuanlin City and into the cold wind of the barren plains of bones. She did not take the hairpin that had fallen on the ground. The void in her chest howled in the cold wind like an abandoned thing that could not find its way home and could not even make a sound. Lonia did not cry. She just walked. Kept walking. Heading toward the Blood Clan's stronghold. The gates of the vampire domain swung open before Lonia. The guard, seeing her expression, dared not utter a word. She strode straight through the foyer, through the corridors, past the bowing servants and maids, her leather boots striking the black stone floor with urgent heavy thuds, like hammering nails. The study door was ajar. Elisha sat behind the desk holding a teacup, sipping it slowly. Hearing the commotion, she looked up and fixed her gaze on Lonia at the doorway, as if she had been waiting for her. "You're back." She beckoned, using magic to close the door. Now their words would be confined within this room. Lonia's chest heaved violently, her breath carrying the dry, sulphurous remnants of the cold wind from the wasteland. "It was you. You dug those things out of my mind." Elisha set the teacup down on the table, the bottom making a soft clink against the oak surface. "The word dig is inaccurate. You placed them at the very surface yourself. Last night you tossed and turned all night, agonizing over whether to tell me. That emotion was special, a rare kind of hesitation for you. So I knew you were facing a very important choice." Lonia's nails dug into her palms. "When was it signed?" "Blood pact. A one-way blood pact." Elisha's expression was as calm as a windless lake. "The year you were born, when you first drank my blood brew, it was already signed. Yuna and Lin, are they the same?" "They signed it during the induction meeting. So from the first time you went to Fingye Town, every time you returned, I would know who you met, what you said, and what you did. Normal vampires need to use blood-sucking as a medium to sign a blood pact, but I possess the authority of blood. So as long as you drink my blood, it is equivalent to signing a simplified one-way blood pact with me. It is different from normal blood pacts. Usually I can only sense your emotional fluctuations such as happiness, pain, joy, etc., and can only roughly determine your direction relative to me without the ability to sense your exact location or communicate telepathically. But if I touch you, even just a handshake, your memories will be injected into my mind." She had no intention of hiding it, even after concealing it for so long. It was as if she never planned to hide it again. Lonia's teeth ground together with a creak. "Over 10 years. Yes. You've watched for over 10 years. The chestnuts in the Fingling, the oil lamp in the old library, the feel of the tale, and the novel she wrote for you. Then the way you laughed with her, the things you only ever showed her, never me, and the things you did for her, never for me. I know all of it." Lonia's shoulders trembled, not from cold. "You used me. I was protecting you." "Protection?" Lonia's voice squeezed out from her throat. "You call this protection? What do you take me for? A bug? A spy? You let me stay with her just to steal things from my mind. I didn't make you read her files. That was your own choice. But I wouldn't tell you. Lonia's voice broke off, only able to utter a few incoherent syllables. Elisha looked at her. "Lonia. She wants to reduce the power of the vampires. To shake the foundation of the Cthulhu family. To replace me if necessary." "I know. You know, but you said nothing. You chose her. I didn't choose anyone. You just what?" Lonia's mouth opened, but no sound came out. "You chose her. That is the fact, Lonia. You betrayed your family." Elisha revealed a faint smile. "But I will forgive you," she said. "Lonia, I am your sister, the face and symbol of the vampires, the supreme leader unanimously elected by all blood descendants, carrying the fate of becoming the vampire king. So your sister will bear everything for you, because we are family." She reached out her fingertips, touching Lonia's cheek. The same hand that had combed her hair this morning. "Lonia, you don't need to choose. You don't have to live so tiredly. From now on you just need to stay with your sister. You never have to give up the things you like again, or chase that unreachable figure, or practice combat skills until your hands are calloused. You just need to be the vampire princess, my little sister, and that's enough." Lonia's cheek stiffened under that hand. "I won't force you to marry someone else. Vampires don't need outsiders, just as the Cthulhu family doesn't need a half-breed mongrel. You have a sister, a domain, an entire vampire court. Isn't that enough?" Lonia closed her eyes. Elisha's fingertips still rested near her ear, gently brushing her cheek. She had never been so gentle. "Not enough." The fingertips stopped. "You're right. I chose her. I read the files, I said nothing, I chose her." Elisha froze. But you turned this into something else. You made her think I told you. You made her think I betrayed her. The result is the same. Lonia, you. The result is different. Lonia slapped away Elisha's hand. The vampire court lord didn't know where to put her hand, so it hung in midair. She hates me now. Because of you. No, Lonia, she would have stood against you sooner or later. I just made it happen sooner. That was my business. Not yours. Lonia reached to her waist and unbuckled the scabbard of her short sword. The belt buckle clicked open, and she placed the scabbard along with the short sword that had accompanied her all the way onto the desk. The bat emblem of the Cthulhu family glowed with a dark silver light under the phosphorescent flames. Lonia. I don't want them anymore. What are you saying? The sword, the token, the guest room key, the name of Cthulhu. All of it I don't want anymore. Lonia pulled out the pass token for Gia Castle and the guest room key from her pocket and placed them beside the scabbard. The sound of metal hitting the oak desk echoed in the study for 2 seconds. Elisha opened her mouth. Where are you going? Anywhere as long as you're not there. You're all alone. Then so be it. I have no family now. Lonia turned around, opened the door, and walked out. Lonia, come back. I can pretend I didn't hear what you just said. The footsteps did not stop. Lonia, come back. Elisha's voice rose. It was the first time in 17 years that Lonia had heard her sister's voice rise due to emotion. So Lonia's footsteps paused for a moment. Then she continued forward. Behind her came the sound of high heels stepping forward half a pace. No, she couldn't go any further, Elisha told herself. There were attendants in the corridor, maids at the corner of the cloister, civil and military officials of the vampire court behind the pillars in the foyer. When the door was closed, no one was supposed to know what happened behind it. But now the door was open, and everyone was watching. The vampire court lord could not chase after someone who was walking away in front of her subordinates. Even if that person was her sister. Your Highness, shall we go after the young lady? Lin quietly approached and whispered. No need. She will come back. We are family, so after her anger subsides, she will come back on her own. Elisha stood at the study door whispering, watching her sister disappear into the distance. She will come back. The maple forest of Fingya town was gray in winter. The red leaves had all fallen, leaving only bare branches intertwined under the gray-white sky. Lonia walked past the edge of the maple forest. She did not stop. When passing through Fingya town, the door of the Drunken Moon Tavern was open, from which came the noise of voices and the clinking of glasses. Lonia crossed the town and stepped onto the official road leading to Shanghai Plain. On the distant horizon, the outline of Shanghai Plain was faintly visible under the gray-white sky. The Wild Hunt King bore the destiny of hunting all things in the world. Where his spear pointed was the continuation of the journey. But the war waged solely to hunt the strong eventually led to the alliance of prey, and the Battle of Shanghai Plain began. Fei Na's voice echoed in her mind. Lonia walked on the official road. No sword. No token. No key. No sister. No Fei Na. On the right side of her hair was still pinned that red maple leaf copper hairpin. Her own. Only this one remained. The winter wind blew from the direction of Shanghai Plain, carrying the scent of dry grass and frozen soil pouring into her open collar, chilling her body to the point of pain. Lonia pulled her collar together, lowered her head, and continued walking. The appearance of vampires was not much different from humans. A fourth-year vampire could already disguise themselves by slightly altering skin color and eye color and retracting their fangs. So occasionally merchant caravans passed on the official road. The driver, seeing Lonia, only saw a black-haired girl walking alone by the roadside. No luggage, no weapons, her clothes stained with dust and frost. It drew a few extra glances, but no one stopped. Shanghai Plain was vast. After walking for half a day, she still hadn't left it. Blisters formed on the soles of her feet, then burst, and her socks stuck to her heels each step, bringing a faint sting. Her knees hadn't fully straightened since last night. The backlash of the sole still ached like a thin layer of rust stuck between the bones. Lonia sat down by a boundary marker on the roadside. The marker was engraved with words weathered to only faint outlines. Shanghai Plain, Eastern March Duchy. This was already human territory. Naya, when that time comes we can go together to the elven forest sea to see the moonlight flower see in bloom stand atop the crown of the sky to enjoy the symphony of wind, and clouds listen to the whispered teachings of the holy spirits in the city of holy radiance, and cheer for the glory of the knights in Avalon. Lonia turned her gaze forward. Avalon. The official road stretched straight into the distance, disappearing into the gray-white horizon. In the distance, there was smoke from cooking fires, probably from some village or way station. The hollow in her chest was still there. Today it had been dug a little larger, and her sister's share had been taken away too. Lonia hugged her knees to her chest, resting her chin on them, staring at the distant smoke. The wind blew across Shanghai Plain, carrying the rustling of dry grass into her ears. The copper hairpin on her right side swayed gently in the wind. Under the twilight, the official road became a grayish-white ribbon with frostbitten, wild grass clinging to the earth on both sides, no longer rustling underfoot. The scent of burning firewood mingled with the peculiar sweetness of boiled grain drifted from behind a cluster of low shrubs on the left side of the road. Lonia stopped. Her gaze fell upon a wooden cabin 200 paces away. A human farmer. Lonia stood on the road and looked down at herself. Her coat was stained with dust and frost, her boots caked with mud and straw. She looked like a refugee. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Mana flowed slowly within her along the circuits she had deliberately suppressed. Her crimson pupils shifted in the darkness behind her closed lids. The pupils elongated from vertical slits into circles, the iris color shifting from deep red to dark brown. Her fangs retracted into her gums, enveloped by soft tissue appearing only as slightly sharper canine teeth from the outside. Her pale skin could not be changed, but a faint flush of blood was coaxed to the surface, as she had done every day for the past few days. Lonia opened her eyes. Those weary eyes resembled any human maiden's. She left the road and walked across the frozen hard earth toward the wooden cabin. The wooden door had no knocker, only a rough iron plate nailed to the plank as a handle. Lonia raised her hand and knocked 3 times. Inside, the scraping of a chair leg against the floor, then footsteps. The door opened. A face etched with the marks of wind and frost appeared in the gap. A man in his 40s with short brown hair streaked with gray and a few days' worth of stubble on his chin. His eyes surveyed Lonia through the crack from her disheveled black hair to her dusty coat, from her empty waist to her mud-stained boots. Who? Lonia's lips moved. Her throat was dry. She had not drunk a single drop of water since last night. The sound that came out was much quieter than she intended, hoarse like sandpaper. Aye. Could I stay for the night? The man's brow furrowed. You're alone. Where are you from? Lonia's fingers clenched at her side. The East. Walked for a day. East, in the context of the Holy Relic Plains, meant the direction near the demon border. The man's expression shifted from scrutiny to assessment, his eyes lingering on Lonia's face for 2 seconds. What's your name? Lonia's mouth opened. The name stuck in her throat. Lonia Catalai. No. That name, along with a short sword and the passage token, had been left on the desk in the vampire territory. I am. The wind blew from behind her, stirring the red maple leaf copper hairpin on the right side of her hair. The copper leaf glinted in the twilight, reflecting a dim light. Esper. The meaning of Esper, fate, as Rafina had said. A fate of hardship. Many names had flashed through her mind, but in the end, she chose this one. Because she was truly exhausted. The man looked at her for a few seconds. Then the door opened a little wider. Come in. It's cold outside. Inside, the house was much warmer than outside, filled with a sweet scent of grain porridge and the smoke of burning firewood. A rough wooden table stood in the center of the room, with 3 bowls of porridge simply placed on its surface. The man was named Gerd. His wife was a middle-aged woman with a gray apron and brown hair pinned up at the back, named Martha. He also had a son about 12 or 13, with the same short brown hair as his father, sitting across the table stirring his bowl of porridge with a spoon and occasionally stealing a glance at Lonia. Martha ladled an extra bowl of porridge and placed it before Esper. Eat. Nothing fancy, just something to fill your stomach. Esper picked up the bowl and took a sip. The wheat porridge was bland, with only the natural sweetness of the grain and the saltiness of pickled vegetables. The coarse grains were not fully cooked, leaving a gritty texture on the tongue. But it was hot. Esper's fingers tightened slightly around the earthenware bowl, her fingertips pressing against the wall, absorbing the warmth radiating from the coarse pottery. Slow down, there's more in the pot. Martha sat down across from her elbows on the table, studying her with a pure curious gaze. A young girl like you walking alone on the road. Traveling. I left in a hurry, didn't bring anything. Where are you headed? Lonia's spoon paused in the porridge. West. West. Toward Avalon. Martha and Gerd exchanged a glance. Gerd's eyebrow twitched, but he said nothing, lowering his head to continue eating. But the 12-year-old boy couldn't help himself. Are you an adventurer? Esper looked up. No, then what are you going to Avalon for? Lots of people have been heading there lately. Tom! Gerd's voice came muffled from behind his bowl, carrying a hint of warning. I'm just asking. Tom dropped his spoon into the bowl, leaned forward on the table, and looked at Esper expectantly. Have you heard about the Holy Sword? Esper's spoon stopped. Holy Sword. A sword appeared in Avalon that no one can pull out. It's stuck in the square in front of the palace. The Church of Radiance says it's the hero's sword, only the chosen one can draw it. Tom's voice grew louder, his cheeks flushed with excitement, his hands waving in the air. Hundreds of people have already tried. Knights, adventurers, nobles. None of them can move it. The church says whoever draws the sword is the hero who will go to vanquish the Demon King. Vanquish the Demon King. Her fingers tightened on the bowl. Hero. Yes. The hero. You know. The legendary hero. The church says that whenever a new Demon King is born and the demon race threatens the continent, a hero will be chosen to draw the holy sword and lead humanity. Tom, eat your porridge. Martha reached over and tapped her son on the back of the head. Tom grumbled, shrank back, and resumed stirring his porridge, but his eyes still sparkled as he peeked at Esper. Gerd set down his bowl and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Kids get excited over nothing. But it's true. Last month the church officially announced that the Holy Sword had appeared, calling on warriors from all over to try their hand at Avalon. The road has been busier these past few days, all heading that way. Esper held her bowl, the steam rising from the rim blurring half her vision. Hero. Holy Sword. Vanquish the Demon King. Rafina never told stories about the hero because she didn't want to listen. Such things had once been irrelevant to her, but later, when Rafina confirmed she would inherit the throne of the Demon King, Esper had felt a flicker of interest, so she had heard the Demon King mention the hero. Every hero would slay the Demon King. The first hero, the youth later known as the Spear of Radiance, killed the progenitor of demons. Every generation after that followed the same pattern. The Holy Sword would vanish after the hero's death, only to reappear when the next Demon King was born. The world cycled on. The church purged the demon race, the Demon King checked the church, the hero killed the Demon King, then the hero vanished, and the church continued its purges. This cycle was broken only when the Silent Knight killed the hero. No hero had appeared for a long time. All of the above was said by the Silent Knight himself. Can that sword really be pulled out? Esper's voice was very soft. Who knows? The last hero appeared hundreds of years ago. Gerd leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. The church says it can, but no one's pulled it out yet. Maybe it's just a gimmick to give hot-headed young people somewhere to vent their energy. It's not a gimmick. Tom popped up again, half a mouthful of porridge still in his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. The Pope himself certified it. The Holy Spirit Knights have even been authorized to guard the square day and night. If it were a gimmick, the kingdom wouldn't allow the church. You have porridge in your mouth. Swallow before you talk. Martha tapped him again. Esper looked down at the wheat porridge in her bowl. Vanquish the Demon King. The Demon King. Rafina is not yet the Demon King. But she will be. The Holy Sword has already appeared. She will soon sit on that throne, take up that curse, and become the new king of the demon race. Then humanity will produce a hero who will draw the Holy Sword and go to vanquish her. Esper placed the bowl on the table. The earthenware made a soft clink against the rough wood. Thank you. The porridge is good. You're welcome. There's hay in the woodshed. You can make do there for the night. If you're heading west tomorrow, there's a way station on the road half a day's journey away. Tom was still lying on the table, his brown eyes stealing glances at Lonia. Sister Esper. For Esper, the name sounded stranger coming from someone else's lips than from her own. She didn't even realize he was calling her at first. If you go to Avalon, could you take a look at that sword for me? Esper looked into the boy's bright eyes. Okay. The woodshed was beside the house, stacked with split firewood and several bundles of hay. Martha gave her an old blanket. Esper wrapped herself in the blanket, her back against the woodpile, her knees drawn up to her chest. The thin plank walls of the shed carried the sounds from the house, muffled but audible. Gerd and Martha were clearing the dishes, the clatter of earthenware, the splash of water in a wooden basin. Tom was still chattering about the holy sword until his mother urged him to bed 3 times before he quieted down. Then the house fell silent. After a moment, very low voices emerged. Deliberately lowered, but still within Esper's hearing. I told you not to let Tom read so many strange books, Martha said with a hint of reproach. He's at the age where he should be reading. But those books are about old times, old ideas. Gerd sighed. I know. The holy sword has appeared, which means the Demon King is probably nearing his end. Will the next Demon King be like him? I don't know. But he should have chosen his successor early. Hundreds of years are enough time for him to prepare everything. Even the appearance of the hero is part of his preparations. I don't know. But if it's him, maybe he really can. Gerd. There hasn't been a major war on the border for a long time. Except for a few rogue branches not under the Demon King's rule, and the occasional scum, and the death march corrupted by the black tide, the Demon Court has hardly ever invaded us. I know. But the hero will start a new war, just like the diary your ancestor left behind says. I know. They fell silent for a while. The only sounds reaching Esper's ears were the occasional crackle of firewood in the hearth, and the whistle of wind through the cracks in the planks. What will we do then? I trust the Demon King's choice. You always say that. I'm always right. All right, I'm going to bed. Good night. The voices ceased. Esper buried her face in her knees. The hollow in her chest howled in the darkness. When Esper departed, Gerd provided her with some supplies, and pointed out a safe shortcut, so she soon reached Avalon. As the capital of the Storm Empire, Avalon's city gates were far taller than Esper had imagined. The archway was built of gray-white boulders, with luminous veins of magical or embedded in the stone joints, emitting a faint blue glow under the winter's overcast sky. On either side of the gate stood 4 fully armored guards, their silver breastplates engraved with the thunder emblem of the Pendragon royal family, the tips of their long swords reflecting cold white points of light in the gray gloom. The queue to enter the city stretched nearly half a mile. Merchant wagons mounted, adventurers traveling, pedestrians, peddlers pushing handcarts, all surged in the same direction. Esper was wedged among the crowd, pulling her collar closer, her human-like eyes cast downward, trying not to meet anyone's gaze. At the city gate, the guards checked each entrant's identity. When her turn came, a young guard looked her up and down. Name? Esper. Where from? East. Shanghai. Purpose of entry. Esper's lips moved slightly. Sightseeing. The guard's mouth twitched, probably finding the answer too candid. But he asked no further, scribbled a few lines in the register, and stepped aside. Don't cause trouble in the square. There are many people lately, and the Holy Spirit Knights are in a bad mood. Avalon's main street was more than 10 times wider than the official road of Shanghai. Taverns, blacksmiths, apothecaries, and adventurer guild branch. Every door spilled out noisy voices, and a heat wave mingling various scents. There were too many people. Esper had never seen so many humans gathered together. The market in Maple Leaf Town would seem like a village stall before this. She was carried forward by the tide of people's shoulders, constantly brushed, touched, bumped. Each contact made her instinctively flinch. She was not used to nor fond of such dense skin contact. The warmth of others transmitted through the fabric made her feel nauseous. People surged toward the Royal Square. The square lay at the end of the main street, a vast expanse paved with white marble. At each of the 4 corners stood a squad of Holy Spirit Knights. Their silver-white full-armor long swords engraved with varying numbers of holy marks according to rank, and helmets carved with the likenesses of different holy spirits, all emanated a faint luster of willpower under the light. And at the very center of the square, Esper stopped. A sword. Embedded in a black rock, the blade sunk most of the way, leaving only the hilt, and a small section of the blade exposed. The hilt was surprisingly simple in design, just a smooth metal grip. The exposed blade did not reflect the gray light its surface covered with a faint mist-like gray halo. "Not something of the holy system," Esper muttered inwardly. For some reason the intense aversion she felt from the Holy Spirit Knights and the instinctive fear of holy light were completely absent when she looked at this sword. "It doesn't matter." A cordon of iron chains surrounded the black rock, and beyond the cordon people were packed tightly. Inside the cordon a fully armored man gripped the hilt with both hands, his face flushed, red veins bulging on his neck. He braced his feet against the rock and leaned backward, straining with all his might. The sword did not budge. The crowd burst into jeers and laughter. "Another one! Look at that armor, at least a knight right." "A knight is useless. Yesterday a few adventurers almost threw their backs out pulling. The church says it's not about strength. It's about qualification." Qualification. What kind of qualification? She tilted her head and looked at a middle-aged man carrying a large pack nearby. "Excuse me." The middle-aged man glanced down at her. What are the requirements for the holy sword to choose its master?" "Requirements?" The man scratched the back of his head. "The Chich's announcement put it quite mystically. Those with a righteous heart bearing a mission fighting for the continent." "Just the usual spiel." "Specifically, any race restrictions or rank requirements?" "Race wasn't mentioned." "All kinds have tried, mostly humans, plenty of demahumans, a few dwarves, and yesterday a dark elf snuck in and was chased away by the Holy Spirit Knights. As for rank, every level has shown up." The man nodded toward the center. The armored knight had given up, panting with hands on his knees, his expression as if had been publicly humiliated. "See that? He's tier 3, a common squire. The day before a tier 6 named knight tried for a long time. The sword didn't even wobble. Tier 6 couldn't do it either. It's not about rank. A cardinal over there said the holy sword recognizes something else, not strength. A young man once pulled it out a little, but it immediately slid back." Esper's gaze left the sword and fell on a temporary platform built on the east side of the square. Several people sat on the platform. Too far to see their faces, only white and gold robes gleaming softly in the gray light. "Are those the cardinals?" "Yes. They say His Holiness the Pope sometimes comes to watch. But not today. Someone said that seat is empty." Esper's eyes lingered on the platform for 2 seconds, then withdrew. She looked again at the sword in the center of the square. The gray halo flowed slowly over the blade's surface like a living mist. The black rock surface had been touched, kicked, and struck by countless hands, yet bore not a single scratch. The sword to vanquish the Demon King. If someone pulled it out. Esper's fingers clenched at her side. She had just been thinking if someone pulled it out, she would have to tell Faina. She was in danger, she might get hurt. But the scene from the corridor that day surged up from the depths of memory. Silver-white hair scattered in the darkness, fragments of crimson pupils leaking outward. "Get out! Get out!" She was surplus. The hero had appeared, and someone would naturally tell Faina. Through channels she lacked, they would inform her of all information known or unknown. In front of Faina, Esper swallowed hard, forcing those images back down. "One more question." The middle-aged man was already rummaging for his canteen. He looked up. "Is there a limit on attempts? Can the same person try twice?" "No limit. Try as many times as you want. One madman tried for 3 days straight and was finally carried away by the Holy Spirit Knights, not because he broke rules, but because he wore his hands bloody and wouldn't stop." "Thanks." Esper withdrew from the edge of the crowd and found a stone pillar at the square's perimeter to lean against. The pillar's surface was cold, the chill seeping through her jacket's fabric into the skin of her back. She leaned against the pillar, staring at the sword wrapped in gray halo at the center of the square. Another challenger stepped into the cordon. A young female adventurer with short brown hair tied in a ponytail, a gilt badge of at least rank pinned to her leather armor. She grasped the hilt with both hands, took a deep breath, and pulled upward. The sword did not move. The adventurer shifted her stance, bracing one foot against the rock, leaning her entire body backward, the muscles in her arms straining like ropes. Still no movement. The crowd jeered again. She released the hilt, shook her numb fingers, shrugged, and stepped out of the cordon. Her expression was calm, probably never having expected much. Even making the sword budge a hair would have been enough to become a talking point. Esper looked at the sword. Justice. Mission. Fighting for the continent. She lowered her head and stared at her own empty hands. No sword. No token. No family name. No blood pact. A blood-kin fugitive expelled by her best friend, used by her own sister, even her name borrowed on the fly. She had nothing to do with justice or mission. Esper leaned the back of her head against the stone pillar, raising her gaze to the gray-white sky. Low clouds pressed down on Avalon's spires like a vast sodden gray blanket. The clamor of the square surged from all directions. Voices, laughter, jeers, the clatter of armor vendors' cries, all blending into a vague, meaningless noise. The copper hairpin on the right side of her hair swayed gently in the wind. What are you doing now? Childhood means early years. Some define childhood as a fragile body, others as a fragile heart. For most, childhood ends at 12. They face new environments, meet new people, begin new journeys. For a person, that is the start of a new life. Lonia's childhood ended at 17. Rafina had been working continuously for 3 days. The trust crisis caused by the exposure of the plan forced her to spend more time dealing with the inquiries from the court lords and the ensuing matters. After finishing the last documents in her room, finally putting an end to those chaotic affairs, she lowered her head, let out a long sigh, and then turned her gaze toward the door. Today Lonia still did not come. She bit her lip. Yes, she knew why she did not come. She had driven her away herself. She also had no intention of looking for her. She was the future demon king. She should be responsible for her every action. Since she said she would cut off all ties, then she must cut them off completely. But even so, you should still come to see me. I had indeed acted too resolutely, but you should have come to find me. She should have come. Rafina unconsciously bit her thumbnail. No, don't think about such cowardly things. Rafina, can't you live without her? After all, what's so good about that Lonia? Is she worth your concern? Rafina picked up her pen and paused over the blank paper in front of her. She wanted to write something. She wrote down the title, Lonia's Flaws. 1, bad temper, reckless in her actions. The pillow she tore up was mended by me in the end, and she kicked the door several times no matter how much I told her. Her pen paused. 2, self-righteous. When she dressed me, when she made me read, she never asked for my opinion, she just did it because she wanted to. 3, cries easily. Cries when her sister scolds her, cries because I killed someone, cries when she learned I was to become the demon king. Rafina's pen stopped. Yes, she cried a lot. Every time she cried for Rafina. She couldn't write anymore. The next day, she dealt with the messy business of the corpse eaters and liches fighting over experimental materials. After the court lords left, Rafina gathered the documents, stood up, and returned to her room. She met Thema in the corridor. Hey! Thema leaned against the wall and asked her. Where is Lonia? Rafina stopped. I don't know. Did you have a fight? What did you fight about? Haven't you made up yet? Rafina's fingers tightened on the scroll. It's none of your business. Anyway, she won't come. What do you mean? I mean she won't come. Ever. Thema frowned. How is that possible? Is she dead? Then keep your mouth shut. Thema clicked her tongue and turned away. Rafina stood in the corridor, watching her leave. Lonia would not come back. Because she chose her sister. On the 3rd day after handling those trivial matters, she went alone to the old library to daydream. She sat on the floor, casually opened a book, and read quietly, just like before she met Lonia. She used to be able to sit like that all day. But then she met Lonia. She couldn't concentrate. Rafina closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into the threads. Empty. Ah, of course, it was empty. The thread that connected her and Lonia had been snapped by herself in the corridor 6 days ago. She couldn't feel Lonia. She couldn't feel anything. Rafina opened her eyes and looked at the spiral staircase behind the railing. The stone steps were narrow, the air cold, the will was sparse. She remembered the time Lonia first came down the spiral staircase. That child, looking proud and arrogant, asked her if she wanted to be her friend. She remembered Lonia in Maple Leaf Town. Her black hair flew in the red rain of leaves. She ran toward Rafina, with a few maple leaves landing on her hair, as if adorning her joy. She remembered the time Lonia made a promise with her in that training ground. Lonia, crying, begged her not to become the demon king. She didn't want her to suffer, nor did she want her to die. Then she remembered the look on Lonia's face when she was driven away. At that time Rafina turned and walked away without looking back. She was afraid that if she turned back, she wouldn't be able to leave. So in the end, she didn't look back. Now it was the same. I must never look back, Rafina told herself. On the seventh day, news came during the break of the 10 courts joint meeting. The Demon King's guards, the female soldiers called the Dusk Hunters, knelt before her and spoke. News from the Blood Court. Eliza Kator's sister Lonia Kator has already left the Blood Clan territory. Her whereabouts are unknown. Rafina's fingers stopped at the edge of the document. What? A runaway. Eliza blocked the news at the time and later sent people to search in the west, but there was no clue. She went west. The captain of the guard nodded. West. The border between humans and demons. Maple Leaf Town. Holy Bones Plain. Avalon. What would she do there? Rafina froze. Run away. Why did she run away? The words Lonia said, and the expression on her face, at that time suddenly flooded her mind. No, that's wrong, no. If she wasn't by her side nor by her sister's side, then who would she rely on? So weak, so naive, so foolish. She went west alone. She trembled all over. Rafina! The Demon King appeared behind her, from somewhere calmly calling her name. She didn't answer. She rushed out of the meeting room. The pedestrians on the road had no time to react. They only saw a dark gray shadow squeeze out through the door crack. The streets of Deep City sped backward beneath her feet. Black stone buildings, phosphorescent lamps, demon pedestrians. She ran through Maple Leaf Town, across the boundary of the withered bone wasteland, through the gray zone of the human-demon border. Searching for that person in this western land. Everything around was losing color. The power that had not yet been fully unleashed was once again out of control, violently painting the world. Because she wanted to find her. Reason, dignity, cunning, all seemed to have burned away in this moment. The girl ran wildly across the vast land like a headless fly. She ran for a whole day without stopping. But after searching almost the entire border, she finally stopped at that dividing line. The Demon King stopped her. Holding a long sword made of bones, he stood before her. All the whiteness stopped in front of him, unable to advance half a step. His eyes held a faint weariness and something else. Do you want to die? Can you consider my feelings? I almost had a hypertensive attack. The colors around slowly returned. Rafina. The Demon King's voice softened like a person speaking to a frightened cat. She went west. The Blood Court people are also searching. I know. Then you know she doesn't want to be found by anyone. Rafina's fingers clenched. She left alone, telling no one where she went, and no one knew. No, there was one person who should have known. But she had personally torn apart the connection between them. So no one could find her. Her figure was not here. And beyond it was the world of other races. Storm Empire, Radiant Church, Esperfall, Mage Tower, Fong Tribe, Startalk, Forest, Fibrous, Sky Crown. She could not go further. She could only close her eyes and sink her consciousness into the void. There was still nothing there. She was silent for a long time. Nia! Then the sound burst from her throat, hoarse and unlike her own. Like a beast, like a shattered string rippling out in circles, like water waves reaching the distance. The Demon King closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. Nothing responded to the girl's roar. Rafina returned to Silent Night Castle, to her room, sat on the windowsill, her back against the frame, her knees hugged to her chest. She remembered what Lonia said in the old library. Rafina, would you like to be my friend? Why me? Can't it be you? If you need a reason, because I can't stand your pathetic look, isn't that enough? The corners of Rafina's mouth curved up, then curved more, and then she found herself crying. Nia! The sound rushed out of the window, crashed against the black stone walls of Silent Night Castle, shattered into countless pieces, and disappeared into the dark sky of eternal night. No one answered. She remembered what she had said. Then I will end this with my own hands. She had done it. She had ended it all with her own hands. In the year 1365 of the Xinyuan calendar, Constantine was 20 years old. The future commander of the Holy Spirit Knights was still but a Holy Spirit Knight, who had only entered the order 2 years prior, his square face yet to fully shed the greenness of youth. A white warhorse galloped across the plain, neighing with spirited vigor. Yet the expression on Constantine, who rode it, was utterly different. Rage. His brown short hair whipped in the wind, and his eyes, uncovered by the visor of his helmet, stared fixedly at the towering flames on the horizon, just like his mentor, the old knight, who was stroking his chin not far away. "We're too late." The old knight withdrew his gaze, smacked his lips, and said nothing else. He simply whistled, urging his mount to quicken its pace. Such scenes were commonplace, but for Constantine, it was different. This was his first mission to the border between humans and demons, to capture a fugitive of the flame demon race. Before setting out, he had deliberately looked up the information, memorizing the landmarks that marked the areas where the target might flee. The geographical marker here was Mysway Village. As its name suggested, it was an utterly ordinary village growing like wheat across the territory of the human race. Hard-working farmers and simple residents, fields always planted with various crops, and children running barefoot through the streets. Such a village was now being devoured by towering flames. Why did they do this? Hatred twisted his face, so that even his words came out harsh and grating through clenched teeth. Bela the Flame Demon, 4th rank, a scion of the Flame Demon Court in Yuanlin City. After coming of age, he had left the court and begun indiscriminate attacks on human settlements along the border. Before they departed, the old knight had already told Constantine what kind of creature they would face. Even so, he still felt furious. "What does this bastard take life for?" "Calm down, Constantine." The old knight yawned. "Don't let anger cloud your mind. You will see many more things like this in the future. You must stay clear-headed and remember who is responsible for all of this." He tightened his grip on the reins. It was the Demon King. The lord of the demon race, a race born with original sin, a devil shamelessly clinging to existence. The horses ran swiftly, and soon the two drew near the burning village. Most of the flames spewed by the flame demons were indistinguishable from normal fire, so the thatched roofs became fuel, scorching the torn flesh and emitting a pungent aroma. Constantine bit his lip, trying to keep calm, and thus did not notice the expression that appeared on the old knight's face beside him. Surprise, perplexity, and a faint lurking fanaticism. "Constantine, let's go!" Holy light burst forth, forming a shield about 2 meters in diameter centered on the old knight, protecting him as he charged into the sea of flames. Constantine snapped back to reality, lowered his helmet visor, and concentrated his mind. A thick white light flowed around him, and the engraved Holy Spirit motifs on the visor shone in response. The maiden holding the sun. Holy light gushed out, creating a shield about 3 meters in diameter around Constantine. He forcibly suppressed the fury in his heart, and followed the old knight, rushing toward the center of the inferno. At the heart of the sea of flames, he saw the old knight, halted not far away, a man sitting on the ground whose crotch was already reeking of filth, Baylor indistinguishable from the lecherous youth with red horns in the wanted poster, and a young girl. A girl. No, even calling her a girl was a stretch. From the back she looked about 6 years old. At most it would be more accurate to call her a child. With that child, as the center of the fire was isolated more than 10 meters away, amid the endless flames, that spot seemed to be the only pure land promised by the gods. Only her and the flame demon. The old knight's eyes widened, showing an expression that Constantine thought was even foolish. The child seemed oblivious to their arrival, slowly walking toward Bela. "Get away! Monster! Monster!" Baylor scrambled backward, but just as he was about to enter the flames, he was trapped by an invisible wall. The child silently watched him. Constantine could only see her hair as blue and boundless as the sky, intoxicating to behold. She advanced, and the flames retreated before her, refusing to aid the flame demon. Crack, crack. That was the sound of bones breaking. Bela deflated as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer. The more she advanced, the flatter Baylor became. His initial curses turned into meaningless shouts, then into utter silence, leaving only the sound of bones and flesh being crushed. Finally she stopped, confusedly staring at the pulverized flesh before her. The flames completely dissipated. Thud. The old knight dismounted and pressed his forehead hard against the ground, causing the child to turn around at the sound. A pair of sky-blue eyes, as if untouched by defilement, holding only the confusion and curiosity of a young forest fawn. "A miracle! It's a miracle! Praise the Pope! Praise the Holy Spirit! Saintus! Saintus!" The old knight shouted in exultation, causing the girl to show a look of bewilderment. Then she turned her gaze to the young man behind the old knight, who hesitated whether to step forward. She spoke, her voice devoid of joy or sorrow, like a campfire extinguished by a chilling rain. "Are you also here to hit me?" The sky remained azure, but after that day Constantine never saw those clear eyes again. Year 1377 of the new era. Summer. The summer of Avalon was stifling, like being crammed into a steamer. Isabeau sat in the nameless tavern across from the Adventurers' Guild. At the window seat before her sat half a mug of watered ale, and a plate of beef pickled in ketchup. Her black hair, much longer than a year ago, fell past her waist, loosely tied back with a cheap leather cord. The hairpin was still there, though its color had faded a little. Her 18-year-old face had lost the last traces of youth. Her disguised brown eyes were half flitted, as if she had no energy for anything. Her clothes had changed. A black robe, a grayish-white coarse shirt. At her waist hung an iron short sword bought from a second-hand weapon shop already beginning to rust. On the Adventurers' Guild registry beside the name Isabeau, the rank column read C, and next to it was a small line of supplementary text. External. She refused the Adventurers' Guild's physical examination and the provision of more detailed identity information, serving only as a mercenary whose whereabouts could not be confirmed. In Avalon, renowned for its tales of adventurers and nightly stories, Crank was the bottom of the pecking chain. Even though the lowest rating was F, Crank adventurers still suffered the worst treatment. Those who were external had it even worse. Almost no one respected you. After all, this type of adventurer was mostly fugitives or non-humans. Isabeau didn't care. From cleaning giant rats in the sewers to escorting merchant caravans through the holy remains field, from finding lost cats for noble ladies to smashing rock lizard nests in the mines. Her strength was more than enough for these jobs, but she never took any commissions that exceeded her adventurer rank. The guild's receptionist probably noticed something. Every time the girl with the chestnut bun handed her a task slip, her amber eyes would linger for half a second longer, the curiosity beneath her smile almost overflowing. Isabeau never responded to that curiosity. Take commissions, complete them, turn them, and collect the money. Occasionally she would sit for a while in this nameless tavern, drink half a mug of watered ale, eat some ketchup pickled beef, then return to rest in an old building she rented on the edge of the red light district. That building cost 3 copper coins a month. The windows didn't close properly, the door lock was broken, letting in drafts in winter and leaks in summer. But it was only 3 copper coins. Days passed like this. Occasionally, when her bloodthirst acted up, she would go into the wild, suck blood from some beasts, then skin them to sell the hides, and roast the meat for food. Living aimlessly without a goal. Then the street outside suddenly grew noisy. The streets of Avalon were always bustling, and Isabeau's ears had long learned to tune it out automatically. But this time was different. The clamor carried a certain collective excitement. Isabeau glanced outside. The crowd was surging in the same direction, all eyes pointing toward the palace square. "The captain is back!" A half-grown boy rushed past the tavern entrance, his voice nearly tearing. "Captain Constantine is back!" "He's going to draw the sword." Several customers in the tavern stood up simultaneously. The landlady leaned out from behind the counter, still clutching a dishcloth in her hand. "Really? Wasn't the captain suppressing bandits in the north? He just got back. The entire Holy Spirit Knights have mobilized. The square is already packed." Isabeau finished the last slice of beef, stood up from the chair, dropped a few copper coins on the counter, and followed the crowd out of the tavern. Over the past year, the Holy Sword had become a famous landmark in Avalon. The iron chain cordoned around the black rock had been replaced with sturdier stone pillars and iron railings, and outside the railings vendors were selling Holy Sword commemorative badges and blessed bread. The number of people trying to draw the sword had dwindled from dozens a day to a few a week as the hype faded. Today was different. The square was more crowded than on Isabeau's first day in Avalon. The Knights of the Holy Spirit Knights lined up in 2 rows inside the railings. Just standing there made Isabeau feel a wave of nausea. No matter, she could bear it. At the center of the railings a man stood before the black rock. Tall. That was Isabeau's first impression. He was half a head taller than the surrounding Holy Spirit Knights, with shoulders as broad as a wall. His silver-white full armor was heavier than that of ordinary knights. Short dark brown hair clung to his broad forehead. His face was upright and resolute, like the classic guardian found in novels. Constantine, captain of the Holy Spirit Knights, peak of the 7th rank. Isapo stood on tiptoe, her eyes passing over the shoulders of several people in front, landing on Constantine. The surrounding crowd was cheering, shouting his name. Some were crying. A middle-aged woman clutched a handkerchief, tears streaming down, murmuring, "The captain can definitely do it. Even more beloved by humans than I thought." Of course, Isapo knew of Constantine, the most devout of the Holy Spirit Knights. His piety was not feigned. He genuinely believed in the doctrines of the Radiant Church. Protect the weak, aid the poor, uphold justice, serve the light. Thus he had slain many demons. He was described as incorruptible, cherishing life, never abandoning anyone before him. Such phrases were used to describe him. But that was all. In the center of the square, Constantine waved to the crowd, his face showing little expression. Then he turned, facing the holy sword within the black rock. Thousands of people fell silent at once, and even the wind stopped. Sunlight shone directly onto the black rock, a gray halo flowing over the blade's surface, shimmering faintly. Constantine took a deep breath, extended both hands, clasped his fingers together, and gripped the sword hilt. The willpower of the 7th rank surged from his body, flowing along his arms, into his palms, which pressed against the metal surface of the hilt. By circulating the magic circuits engraved within the body, one could obtain magical power. At the same time, by tempering the mind and dedicating faith to one's beliefs, one could obtain willpower. A power originating from the soul. Though fundamentally different from magical power, it often served the same purpose. And in the instant the willpower touched the sword body, the halo moved. Gray mist peeled away from the blade's surface, crawled upward along the sword, and coiled around Constantine's fingers and wrists, gently, slowly, as if testing something. A suppressed gasp rose from the crowd. Constantine's arms tensed, he pulled upward. It moved. The blade slid out of the stone crevice by a section. Gray light burst from the exposed edge, dazzling the front rows, forcing them to squint. Half the sword. The crowd erupted. Screams, cheers, and cries mingled together. The middle-aged woman clutching the handkerchief fainted, directly caught by those beside her. Someone shouted, "Hero!" Someone yelled, "Long live the captain!" And someone knelt to pray. Yet Constantine's face flushed red. He was straining, but the gray light on the sword suddenly solidified at half a foot, as if an invisible hand had seized the blade from within, preventing it from rising further. Constantine clenched his teeth, the veins on his neck bulging, his entire center of gravity shifting backward, his feet bracing against the rock surface. The sword retracted. The gray light peeled away from Constantine's fingers, shrank back to the blade's surface, and once again became that slow-flowing mist. Constantine, losing his grip, fell hard on his rear. The cheers in the square stopped abruptly. Open mouths forgot to close, raised fists forgot to lower, kneeling worshippers forgot to stand. The air still held the ecstasy of that moment, but the ecstasy had frozen, turning into something heavier than silence. Embarrassment. Sweat began to roll down Constantine's forehead. The eyes of the Holy Spirit Knights subtly avoided the center. The silence lasted about 5 seconds. The sound was soft. But in this silence, it was as clear as a pebble dropped into a calm lake. Isapo covered her mouth with her hand. Too late. Her shoulders shook, suppressing a laugh. The people around turned to look at her. Dozens of eyes fell upon the black-haired girl simultaneously. Some frowned, some glared, some opened their mouths with expressions of disbelief. Isapo's hand pressed tighter, but the laughter leaked through her fingers like water, impossible to contain. A few tears welled at the corners of her eyes, purely from holding back laughter. The esteemed Holy Spirit Knight captain drew half the holy sword, and then the sword retracted. Before thousands of people, under the watchful gaze of the entire Holy Spirit Knights formation, after that middle-aged woman fainted, it retracted. Ta! The second sound escaped louder than the first. This was the happiest she had laughed in a year. In the center of the square, Constantine slowly turned his head. He had heard it. His eyes, as if doubting life itself, crossed the layers of the human wall and landed on the black-haired girl, whose shoulders were trembling. Their eyes met. Isapo's smile froze on her face. Constantine gazed at her. Sweat still clung to his temples, but his face remained expressionless. Only a sense of helplessness and resignation. Then he looked away, turned, and walked toward the ranks of the Holy Spirit Knights. His steps were steady, his back straight, his shoulders not slumped. Only the tips of his ears were red. The silence in the square was finally broken. Whispers rose like a tide from all directions. So close! Half a sword. Half, really, so close. Half equals 1 point, they said. The captain is the closest so far, isn't he? Over a year, hardly anyone could make the sword budge. Indeed. But still didn't pull it out. Isabeau lowered her hand from her mouth, the laughter finally fading. She watched the receding silver-armored figure of Constantine, watched the holy sword that had quieted again, watched the gray light flowing slowly on the surface of the black rock. Although that man, because of his terrifying strength, gave her a stronger nauseating feeling than anyone else, for some reason Isabeau felt she didn't actually dislike him. Perhaps it was because his eyes were too pitiful. That sword recognized half of him, but only half. Isabeau leaned back into the human wall, squeezed herself into the gaps between the shoulders and heads of the surrounding people, and slowly pushed her way out. The attention drawn by that laugh was fading. People's interest had shifted to discussions about Constantine, and no one was looking at her anymore. But she was thinking. A man who by universal values could undoubtedly be considered a good person could only draw half the holy sword. So what kind of person could fully pull it out? Under normal circumstances, no one would notice that Isabeau was trying to squeeze past the crowd. But things didn't go as planned. Just as she reached the edge of the throng, a hand landed on her shoulder, pulling her back a step. Hey! Isabeau stopped in her tracks. She turned around to see 3 figures all dressed like adventurers. Leading them was a young man with red hair in his early 20s, sporting a silver branch badge on his chest. Behind him stood 2 companions, 1 male and 1 female, both with unfriendly expressions. The red-haired man scanned her from top to bottom with his eyes. You were the one laughing just now, weren't you? Isabeau stared at the hand on her shoulder, then looked up. Take your hand away. Answer my question. Take your hand away, and I'll answer. The red-haired man furrowed his brows slightly, but withdrew his hand. With his arms crossed over his chest, he continued, the captain has risked his life for this city, and for the entire human race in the Northern Territories for years. Even if he failed to draw the sword that... I know. Isabeau interrupted him. So what? So you shouldn't laugh. Even if the captain failed, he shouldn't be ridiculed by you. I didn't ridicule him. You laughed. Everyone heard it. Isabeau fell silent for a moment. She had indeed laughed. And she shouldn't have laughed. But the scene was simply too... She laughed again. A few more people nearby turned to glare at her menacingly. The female adventurer behind the red-haired man stepped forward. A person like you wouldn't even be able to budge the holy sword, would you? What of it? Isabeau's honest response momentarily stunned them. You admit it that quickly. I'm just a crank. The captain of the Holy Knights couldn't even draw half of it. What result could I possibly achieve? The red-haired man exchanged glances with the female adventurer. Wait a minute. You said you're crank? Yes. In Avalon? Yes. What's your name? Isabeau. From out of town. What about it? You're a nobody. Isabeau vaguely heard someone in the crowd curse viciously. The red-haired man turned his head and signaled to his male companion. The male companion promptly pulled out a thin booklet from his leather pack. A copy of the sword trial registration list. The Adventurers Guild updates this list weekly, posting it on the bulletin board. Some people copy it to carry around, using the information about who has drawn the sword and how far as conversation fodder. The man flipped through a few pages, tracing down the list with his finger until he reached the section starting with a Isabeau. Isabeau. His finger stopped. Not here. The red-haired man raised an eyebrow. Isabeau isn't on the list. More people around began to turn their heads. So that means this girl hasn't even tried to draw the sword. The female adventurer's voice was not loud, but became particularly clear under the gaze of those around. A smelly outsider living off scraps in Avalon, and the holy sword has been stuck in the square for over a year, and she hasn't even tried. And she dares to mock the captain. If she's too cowardly to try, how can she laugh at others? Voices erupted from all directions. 1 or 2 remarks fueled the fire, making it grow ever more intense. Go draw it. A loud voice shouted from behind the crowd. Let her try to draw it. Right. If she has the guts to laugh at others, she should step up herself. Draw. 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 The uproar grew like a rolling snowball, spreading from a dozen people around Isabeau to dozens more, then to hundreds. The emotions that had built up earlier because of Constantine's half-drawn sword finally found an outlet. Esper stood surrounded by the crowd, her eyes half closed, her lips pressed into a thin line. The uproar buzzed in her ears, a constant drone, like a swarm of flies. Boring. The voice was soft, drowned out by the clamor. Only the nearby red-haired man heard it. The corner of his mouth curled up. Useless. Esper looked at his smug face, then turned around and walked toward the iron railing. The uproar paused when she took her first step, then erupted into an even greater din mixed with whistles, applause, and laughter. The crowd parted automatically, creating a path with people on either side stretching their necks like spectators, some even standing on tiptoes. Esper didn't believe she could draw it, but she still intended to try. A year of numbly surviving like a living corpse almost made her forget her past self. Impulsive, arrogant, overly proud. She vaguely remembered the feeling she used to experience when angry. So she walked up to the stage. The knight in charge of registration coldly scanned Esper as she approached, his eyes hidden behind his visor. Sword trial. Yes. Name. Esper. Rank. C. Class. 3rd class. The knight's gaze lingered on her for a moment, then he stepped aside to let her through the entrance, hastily scribbling a few notes in the registration book with his quill. Esper crossed over the iron railing. The space inside the railing was much quieter than outside. The line of holy knights had scattered following Constantine, leaving only 4 standing guard at the corners of the black rock. In the center of the square stood a black rock with the sword embedded in its center. Tiny points of light like fireflies danced along the metallic surface of the blade, converging, dispersing, and converging again, forming a living, breathing mist. Unlike the holy light, it was something more special and wondrous, something that did not frighten Esper. The sword's hilt was facing up. The simple metallic grip had a guard that resembled a pair of outstretched wings. There were no gems, no carvings, no unnecessary embellishments. It was only slightly better than the broken sword she held. Esper stood before the rock and looked down at the sword. The uproar from outside the railing continued, but the distance of a few steps and the silence of the 4 holy knights made those voices blur, as if heard through water. She reached out her hand. Her fingers hovered above the sword's hilt, pausing for a second. Right now her palm only bore thick calluses shaped by a year of adventurer life, covering the traces of her past. She gripped the sword hilt with his hand. The metallic sensation flowed from her palm, yet it bore a constant warmth, like body heat. A gray aura peeled away from the blade's surface, climbing up along the sword, touching Esper's fingers. It spread from her fingertips to her palm, from her palm to her wrist. Unlike her attitude towards Constantine, the light continued to climb up Esper's wrist. From her wrist to her forearm, from her forearm to her elbow, from her elbow to her shoulder, the gray light spread across her skin, seeping through the fabric, dyeing the black into a translucent gray-white. The radiance enveloped the girl completely. All sounds vanished. Everything fell silent, as if the world had left Esper all alone. An inorganic, lifeless, emotionless voice rang in her mind, shattering this tranquility. Delta Nu Alpha Mu Iota Sigma Omicron Phi Alpha Pi Sigma Iota Theta Epsilon Lambda Lambda Alpha. Lambda Pi. Each time that voice recited a word, a circle of light visible only to Esper appeared above the holy sword. A simple, unadorned gray light circle. Lathina continued to pull upwards. Thena. The uproar from outside the railing came to a halt. Esper felt momentarily dazed without exerting force, just a gentle pull similar to lifting a cat. The sword slid out from the black rock. The surface of the black rock didn't even leave a trace. The gap closed the moment the sword left. Esper stood in the center of the square, holding the sword aloft. The points of light danced along the blade much faster than before, like a dog wagging its tail. Huh? Among the thousands in the square, not a single person spoke. It was quieter than when Constantine had drawn half of his sword and then put it back. Esper looked down at the sword in her hand. The grip pressed against her palm, as if one hand was holding another. The brown pupils reflected the flowing gray light on the blade, then faintly revealed a ring of crimson. Ah! Esper's lips moved, producing a meaningless syllable. She had drawn it. The entire sword. Outside the railing, the red-haired man's mouth hung agape. The female adventurer behind him dropped her water bottle, water spilling out and soaking the white marble floor. The 4 guarding holy knights simultaneously knelt on one knee. Hero. They explained in unison. Esper stared blankly at the sword. A hole in her chest that had been empty for a year throbbed as the gray light surged in. as if she had lost something once again. Isapo thrust the sword back into the rock. Before the 4 kneeling Holy Spirit Knights could lift their heads, she had already released her grip. The black rock parted of its own accord, forming a crevice that swallowed the holy blade once more. The gray halo flickered across the blade's surface, shrinking in a petulant manner. Then Isapo, head bowed, stared at the stone fissure beneath her feet, turned and fled. "What the hell? What the hell?" Her voice was so faint that only she could hear it. The warmth of the hilt still lingered in her palm. She vaulted over the iron railing and squeezed through the human wall. Thousands of eyes remained fixed on the black rock, most minds still processing what had just occurred. A crank third-tier girl had pulled the holy sword from the stone only to thrust it back and flee. The sheer volume of information caused a delay of at least 3 seconds before the crowd reacted. Isapo exploited those 3 seconds to slip through the gaps in the crowd. Shoulder brushing shoulder, elbows jostling elbows, she wriggled like an eel through the human jumble, veering left and right as she dashed toward the alley mouth at the square's edge. Almost there. The alley mouth lay just 10 paces away, a narrow slit between 2 stone buildings. A chill ran down her spine. Isapo's steps faltered as she glanced back. The sword was following. It seemed to hesitate for a moment, but soon pulled itself free from the black rock. "You can move on your own." So it had been feigning all along. Her mind, at the most inopportune moment, recalled how the holy sword had retracted without hesitation when Constantine had tried to draw it. Stay composed. Now the holy sword hung in a manner that defied the laws of physics, trailing behind Isapo like a faithful lapdog that had found its master. Isapo stopped, turned, and glared at the sword. The gray halo flickered, specks of light dancing along the blade. If a sword could have an expression, it would have looked extraordinarily pleased. "Go back!" The sword wobbled. It did not retreat. Instead, it drifted half an inch closer, its hilt angled toward Isapo's right hand, as if inviting her to grasp it. "I said go back!" Isapo reached out to shove the sword away, but the moment her fingers touched the blade, the gray halo crept up from the metal surface, slithering toward her wrist. She snatched her hand back and gave it a shake, scattering the specks of light from her fingertips into the air, where they traced graceful arcs before coalescing again on the blade's surface. The sword still followed. Isapo took 3 steps left, and the sword drifted 3 steps left. 2 steps right, and the sword glided 2 steps right. She suddenly sprinted toward the alley mouth, and the sword accelerated too, maintaining a steady distance of 2 feet without so much as a wobble. "Are you a dog?" The crowd behind her finally snapped out of its stupor. The sword flew out. The holy sword flew out by itself. "It's following that Isapo. She's heading that way. Stop her." Shouts surged from every direction across the square. Isapo gritted her teeth, ignoring the sword she couldn't shake off, and charged toward the alley mouth. 5 steps. 3. 1. A hair's breadth away, and then a golden wall of light rose from the shadows of the alley. Holy light. A golden curtain suffused with a warm essence unique to the Radiance Church stretched from the ground to the eaves of the 2 stone buildings, sealing the entire alley mouth tightly. Intricate runes flowed across the surface of the light curtain, their patterns radiating outward from the center like the rays of the sun. Isapo's feet skidded to a halt half a step before the light curtain, her boots soles screeching against the marble floor. Her vampire instincts also screamed. When holy light comes into contact with a vampire, it instantly seeps through the pores into the body, burning through the mana circuits until paralysis. With Isapo's strength, she could endure it without dying, but her disguise would definitely shatter. In the heart of Avalon, before thousands of humans, to expose herself as a vampire. Even the most hardcore Dojinshi Ailey had ever read never played it this dangerously. No. Isapo stepped back and turned to head in another direction, only to see more walls of light rising, cutting off every escape route. She stopped. The crowd pressed in at the periphery, but no one entered. They were waiting for something. Soon Constantine stepped out from the light curtain, his expression grim. His gaze at Isapo was scrutinizing, tinged with a subtle complexity. "Everyone, please go back for now. Leave this to the Holy Spirit Knights." He turned and called out to the crowd, and the people dispersed in droves. Then the 2 stood face to face. Silence. The floating holy sword swayed gently in the air between them, as if watching the spectacle. Isapo felt a strong urge to blast this wretched sword to pieces with a blood spike, but she held back, because Constantine was looking at her. Isapo met his gaze for a moment, then looked away guiltily. The atmosphere was so awkward it could be wrung dry. Constantine's Adam's apple bobbed. Isapo's lips parted. Her gaze drifted to the side then back. Sorry, old man. Constantine's expression froze. Old man. His voice carried a strained calm, as if he were struggling to control his emotions. I'm only 32. Oh. Isapo's mouth twitched. Sorry, big brother. The holy light in Constantine's left palm flickered. Emotional instability causing fluctuation in his willpower. He took a deep breath and snapped his fingers. The light walls dissipated, reopening the escape routes on both sides. But he did not step aside. You pulled the holy sword. Yeah. And then you thrust it back. Yeah. And then you ran. Yeah. And then it flew out on its own to follow you. Isapo glanced back. The holy sword still hung behind her, its gray halo flickering, its hilt pointed toward her right hand in an obsequious posture. So it seems. Constantine stared at the sword behind her for 3 seconds. Many things churned in his gaze, but in the end, he said nothing. The church will be here soon. The Pope may also come. Isapo's shoulders tensed. You have 2 choices. Come with me to the Holy Spirit Knight's garrison and explain everything before the church arrives. Or keep running. But that sword will follow you wherever you go, and everyone in Avalon will see a girl being chased through the streets by a self-flying holy sword. Isapo glanced back at the sword. It showed no sign of returning. I really can't shake it off. There has never been a precedent. Once the holy sword chooses its master, it does not leave unless the holder dies. But I thrust it back. Yes, and then it flew out on its own. Isapo closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The hero who would defeat the demon lord. The hero who would defeat Lavina. She opened her eyes. Let's go! Her voice was so soft it sounded like a sigh squeezed through clenched teeth. Her brown eyes fixed on Constantine's silver-armored back as she followed his steps toward the knight's garrison. The Knightly Order's garrison was situated on the northern side of the palace square. 2 figures walked along the flagstone path, maintaining an arm's length between them. Isapo followed behind Constantine, her leather boots producing barely a whisper against the ground, the sound almost entirely eclipsed by the metallic clanking of the armored figure ahead. The holy sword hovered behind her, its grayish radiance nearly invisible under the sunlight, yet occasionally the blade would catch a slender ray of light sweeping across the faces of passers-by and eliciting sharp intakes of breath. Pedestrians made way for Isapo, their eyes fixed on the floating sword and the black-haired girl stepping aside with looks of profound reverence. What are you looking at? Isapo's voice squeezed through clenched teeth. The silver-armored figure ahead did not turn around. Looking at the hero. Don't call me that. The holy sword has chosen its master. According to the Church's scriptures, its wielder is the hero. It's not a matter of my calling you so. The sword followed me on its own. I didn't ask for it. It chose you. I didn't choose it. Constantine paused for a moment. Isapo. What? What did you do before you became an adventurer? Isapo stared at Constantine's back, at the faint scars on the silver armor left by battles with demons. From the east. Where in the east? Shanghai Plains. Where in the Shanghai Plains? A roadside village. Constantine did not press further. He turned his head, casting a deeply conflicted look at Isapo. What was he searching for? The pallor of her skin, the shape of her pupils, or something else? She did not know. We're here, Constantine said. The main gate of the knightly garrison swung open before them. Inside lay a spacious stone courtyard surrounded by cloisters, whose pillars were carved with reliefs of illustrious figures from the Radiant Church's history. A year had given the Radiant Church ample reason to erect these reliefs in Avalon structures meant to gather the power of faith. Several young knights polishing their armor caught sight of Constantine, instantly rising to salute. Then their gazes fell upon Isapo and the floating holy sword behind her, and their polishing cloths dropped to the ground in unison. "See, Captain. That is, prepare the guest room. No tea needed." Constantine's tone was as flat as if he were commenting on the weather. The young knights exchanged bewildered glances for 2 seconds, then scattered in near comical haste. The guest room was on the second floor of the garrison. The room was modest, an oak table, 6 chairs, and an oil painting on the wall, a colossal sun, and a young girl with flowing silver-white hair reaching out toward it. Constantine gestured toward the chairs, and Isapo obediently sat down. The holy sword hovered directly above the back of her chair, occasionally spinning or performing a backflip-like motion, as if trying to win her favor. Isapo paid it no heed, but the emotions flickering in Constantine's eyes grew even more intricate. He decided to set those thoughts aside for now. He sat down, propping his elbows on the table and interlacing his fingers. Before the church people arrive, I have a few questions. You may decline to answer, but I suggest you do. Ask. Your strength is not at the 3rd rank. What do you mean? Even ignoring the aura you released while fleeing, how do you explain your speed far beyond the average of the 3rd rank? Isapo's lips tightened. 5th rank. She spoke. I registered as class to avoid trouble. This was a lie, but she no longer flushed when deceiving. Constantine nodded, offering no further comment on the matter. Why could you draw the holy sword? I don't know why either. This was the truth. Constantine gazed at her for a long while, so long that Isapo's skin began to prickle, before he spoke slowly. I once thought that person would be me. He placed those words gently before Isapo, then averted his gaze. His Holiness the Pope has arrived. Footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. The sound was very light, as if from bare feet treading on stone. It grew louder than the door to the guest room was pushed open from outside. A small figure emerged from behind the doorframe. Isapo nearly gagged. The figure was exceedingly petite, nearly 2 heads shorter than Isapo, so that when she stood in the doorway the space above the frame gaped like a cavern. Silver-white hair like liquid moonlight cascaded from her crown down past her ankles, trailing across the stone floor. Golden pupils blazed in a face that seemed no older than 12, like 2 miniature suns embedded in their sockets. A platinum-white papal robe enveloped her diminutive frame, its hem pooling on the ground and mingling with the silver-white locks, so that one could not tell where fabric ended and hair began. A massive crown rested upon her head, clearly too large for her size, but somehow fixed in place without tilting. Beatrice, the Pope of the Radiant Church. Human. 9th stage. The eternal maiden, sovereign of holy spirits, extinguisher of the long night, daughter of psalms, and songs, the maiden who seizes the sun. The holder of faith. Constantine rose to his feet and knelt on one knee. Your Holiness. Isapo did not kneel. She was frozen stiff, even the surging nausea in her stomach forcibly suppressed. Beatrice was looking at her, looking into her eyes, looking at what lay beneath the disguise. A sound escaped from those small lips, soft and gentle, carrying a dignity and compassion that belied her youthful appearance. So it's you. She stepped forward, bare feet treading on the robe's hem, moving step by step until she stood before Isapo. Close. Too close. That face, raised upward, ethereally beautiful and human, was less than a foot from Isapo's chin. Those twin suns looked up at her, making her feel as if she might be purified at any moment. You're even more adorable than Beatrice imagined. Isapo opened her mouth, finally speaking in a hoarse voice. Your Holiness. No need to be so formal. Just call me Beatrice. She rose on her tiptoes, and a small pale hand emerged from the wide sleeve of the papal robe, pressing down on Isapo's head. Her fingertips were cold, unnaturally so, as if they belonged to a corpse long dead yet unrotted. Isapo had sensed a similar aura only from scavengers, yet there was a decisive difference. Since the holy sword has chosen you, you are the hero. She ruffled Isapo's hair with a tenderness even softer than Rafina's. The reflection of Isapo's expression in those blazing suns deepened the smile on Beatrice's face. Welcome, Lord Hero. Beatrice withdrew her arm, stepped back, turned, and walked toward the door. She paused at the threshold, tilting her head, half a golden eye peeking through the silver-white curtain of hair. Constantine. Yes. Beatrice will return later. Treat our hero well. She looks like she desperately needs care. Footsteps receded down the corridor, barely a whisper of bare soles on stone. The guest room fell silent once more. Isapo's fingers slowly clenched beneath the table, her nails digging into the gaps between old calluses, the pain sharp and clear. Constantine rose from his kneeling position. His Holiness has acknowledged your status as the hero. A formal coronation ceremony will be held in a few days. Until then, you must remain in the garrison. Can I refuse? Do you understand what you're saying? Isipo closed her eyes. Aisipa sat on the oak chair, her back straight, as a rod, both hands primly resting on her knees. I've been good. The holy sword hovered directly above the chair's back, having remained completely motionless the entire time as if dead. Now that the Pope had left, it returned to its former self, trying to cheer Aisipa up. All for naught. Now before Aisipa lay an empty plate that had held a cream bun. Baya Li had instructed Kong Si Tan Ding to treat Aisipa well, so after a moment's thought he asked a Holy Spirit Knight to procure a cream bun. Eat. Was a Holy Spirit Knight's hospitality merely offering a cream bun? She suspected Kong Si Tan Ding was insulting her, and intended to refuse. But Kong Si Tan Ding seemed serious. So she ate. Kong Si Tan Ding stood by the door watching her finish the bun, his lips pressed together in thought. The door opened. Silver-white hair streamed from behind the doorframe, like a moonlit river of molten silver. Baya Li walked to the opposite side of the long table, hopped onto a chair, and sat down. The hem of her robe pooled on the floor, and her slender legs dangled in the air, swinging back and forth. So, brave one, can you tell Baya your name? Aisipa. Full name. Just Aisipa. No surname. Then Baya will call the brave one Aisipa. Where is Aisipa from? Aisipa's fingers tightened slightly on her knees. Why did they all like asking such questions? Shanghai Yuan. In the east. What does your family do? Farming. Farming. Just a farmer's daughter. A village girl. Aisipa noticed that across from her those golden eyes narrowed slightly at the words. Village girl. Like a cat squinting in the sun, as if spotting something interesting. A village girl. No wonder Aisipa dresses so plainly. There was no mockery in Baya Li's tone. At least not on the surface. So when did Aisipa come to Awanlong? A year ago. Why did you come? To make a living. Alone. Alone. And your family. Gone. Baya Li looked at her. How pitiful. Her voice was soft as cotton candy. Baya heard from others that Aisipa never tried to draw the sword before. No. Why? It had nothing to do with me. But it chose you. I don't know why either. Baya Li tilted her head. Baya has something to tell Aisipa. She shifted her golden gaze away from Aisipa's face, and began speaking on her own. A few days ago, the demon king of the Eternal Night Empire died. The one named Ji who abused and murdered the previous brave one and ruled with cruel tyranny. Joyful news, joyful news. Aisipa's fingers froze on her knees. Then a new demon king has been crowned. Golden willpower coalesced in Baya Li's hand, forming a piece of paper. The golden ink on the paper was clearly visible in the afternoon light. She pushed the paper toward Aisipa. Aisipa took it, her gaze sweeping line by line across the surface, each word like a needle piercing her mind. La Fei Nata-in. Half-breed demon. 9th rank. Reported to be the youngest demon king in history, crowned at the Ge Castle in Yuanlin City, witnessed by the 10 courts in joint session. She had taken that seat, accepted that curse, and become the demon king. Her name has spread across the entire continent. Baya Li's voice drifted from across the paper. A girl named La Fei Nata-in has become the new demon king, while Aisipa has become the brave one chosen by the holy sword. Fate is truly strange. Kong Si Tan Ding. Yes. You may leave first. Baya wants to talk to Aisipa alone. Kong Si Tan Ding's expression froze. Your Holiness, according to protocol. It's fine. Aisipa won't eat Baya, right? Kong Si Tan Ding was silent for 2 seconds. Then he knelt on one knee, bowed, stood up, turned, and walked out the door. The door closed behind him. The heavy oak panel muffled the sounds from the corridor. Baya Li sat on the chair looking at Aisipa. A dignified maternal smile still hung at the corners of her mouth, and then that smile changed. From warmth to sharpness, from softness to edge, from maternal to something more primal and pure. In the golden sun, that dignified membrane peeled away, revealing a glittering mischievous light beneath. I know you, Lul Inaya Katuli. Aisipa's spine from her tailbone to the back of her skull felt as if an ice-cold needle had pierced through. The princess of the vampire court. Her tone carried an undisguised childlike delight. Pleasure. like a little girl opening a long-awaited gift box only to find something even more entertaining than she had imagined. A village girl. A pure-blood vampire princess calling herself a village girl. And who is she really? Oh, it's Lonia Tuoli, the sister of Shaka Tuoli, the new demon king La Fey not an ends. She drew out the last syllable, stretching it long and long. What? What is it? A friend. Or something else. When did you know? From the first day you walked into a Walong, I knew. She looked at Aiseep, a glittering light flickering in her eyes. A princess of the vampire clan abandoning her family name, disguising herself to infiltrate a human city, taking low-level quests at the Adventurers Guild to get by. Did you think such a thing could be hidden from anyone? Oh, you fooled many, and even fooled Kong Si Tan Ding. But that's because Kong Si Tan Ding is a good person. And good people usually don't like to suspect others. She placed her index fingers at the corners of her mouth, pulled them upward, and flashed a guileless smile. Too bad I'm not a good person. She said this with utter righteousness, even a hint of pride. Aiseep's fists clenched at her sides. Her nails dug into her palms, settling into the crevices of old calluses. Then why didn't you expose me? Because there was no need. What threat are you to me? If Elisha herself had come, that would require some seriousness. But you? She deliberately made that sound, as if saying something extremely hilarious. But now it's different. Her smile receded a little, shifting from playfulness to something weightier. You drew the holy sword, so you are the brave one. And the demon king you are to vanquish is the girl you have known since childhood. Do you know what her first decree was? She wanted to restart trade relations with the humans, just like that fool Ji. She looked at her. So Lu and Ayakatuli. She extended a small hand. Want to play together? The ever-young whispered like a lover. Become my accomplice. Isapo did not immediately reach for that hand. The hand belonged to a ninth order, the apex of the holy attribute. There was no escape. Even among ninth orders, the gap between Biotelic and Lafina could not be measured by numbers. It was nearly noon. Isapo patted the dust off her tailored coat once more, then pulled open the door and stepped into the corridor. The holy sword drifted up from the bedside, silently trailing behind her. Several hundred. 1,000. No one knew, because Biatalika's name had appeared before the damn Ten Kings court had even taken shape. A monster that never grew up, one so ancient that even Gia had to call her a senior. Isapo's shoulders sagged a little. Just tell me what you want me to do. Biatelic withdrew her hand, turned around, and pattered back to the chair, hopping onto it again. Her bare feet pressed against the seat, knees hugged to her chest, the hem of her robe draping down from the chair, and her silver-white hair spread across the floor. She crouched, their hands cupping her cheeks, smiling at Isapo. Don't ask about such practical things yet. Let me first tell you about the benefits. She spoke slowly. You'll keep your identity a secret. The name of the vampire princess Lonia Katoli will never pass from my lips to a second person. To everyone outside, you are Isapo, a village girl with no family. In Avalon, you should know better than I what it means for a vampire's identity to be exposed. Cecilia of the Inquisition is not exactly someone easy to talk to, her attitude toward vampires. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Let's just say she has a certain enthusiasm. I suppose Nape went cold. She had seen the name on the bulletin board at the Adventurers Guild. Cardinal of Punishment Cecilia, responsible for eliminating all beings that defy the Chich's will. 1/3 of the wanted posters on the board were signed by her, and at least 5 of them had vampires as their targets. And then here's what I want you to do, she said lightly. You will accept the Chich's knighthood as a hero and carry out the mission to vanquish the Demon King. Isapo's fist clenched at her side. You want me to kill Faye? She bit her tongue. Too late. The syllable had already slipped halfway past her lips. But Biatalika's golden pupils had already gleamed. Faye! Her silver-white brows lifted, her expression like that of someone receiving an unexpected gift. Is it Faina? You call her Faina? Isapo's jaw clenched so hard it creaked. You want me to kill Athena? I never said kill. Biatalika's smile widened. I said vanquish. Vanquishing and killing are 2 different things. What's the difference? A huge difference. Vanquishing is a process. You take the holy sword form, a team cross the continent, and finally reached the Demon King's castle face to face with her. As for what happens after the Faceta phase, whether it's fighting, talking, crying, hugging, or doing something that can't be said directly, that's all up to you. Isapo's breath suddenly grew heavy. You don't care whether the Demon King lives or dies. Of course I care. I care about the outcome and I care about the process. Lonia, think about it. Baiatalika's face lifted, staring straight at Isapo. A vampire princess wielding the holy sword to vanquish the Demon King, going to find the Demon King she's known since she was 6. No matter how others see this story, I don't want to miss it. Isapo looked at the expression on that 12 or 13-year-old face, an expression that didn't belong to any child that age, and her stomach churned again. She couldn't count how many times she had felt like throwing up today. Humans hold prejudice against the demon race. Lafina said some people don't want that prejudice to disappear. Baiatelic. This woman didn't care whether the Demon King lived or died, didn't care about what people believed, and didn't care who the Holy Sword chose. She perpetuated hatred, commanded the Holy Spirit Knights to wage one religious war after another, offending the demons, the Storm Empire, Esper, fight the Mage Tower, all because she thought it was fun. What if I refuse? Then I'll have no reason to keep your secret. Baiatalika's tone was airy, as if commenting on the nice weather. A vampire sneaked into Avalon, registered under a false identity at the Adventurers Guild for a year, and pulled out humanity's holy sword. What do you think Sexilia would do when she hears this news? Baiatelic jumped down from the chair, landing flat on the stone floor. And besides, do you really want to refuse? Her voice suddenly became soft. The Holy Sword chose you. A vampire princess who grew up with the Demon King. A pale finger extended from her sleeve, the tip touching the spot over Isapo's chest. Don't you find that strange? Isapo looked down at the finger hovering an inch before her chest. The fingertip was an inch from her heart. An inch from the hollow that had been empty for a year. Don't you want to know why you could draw the Holy Sword? Don't you want to know why the one who draws the Holy Sword must either kill the Demon King or be killed by the Demon King? Don't you want to know what Gia has been hiding? What has she been hiding? I can't tell you now unless you agree to play with me. Vanquish the Demon King. Vanquish Lafina. With the Holy Sword cross the continent, walk to Yuanlin City, to Gia Castle, down that pitch-black corridor, and stand before her. This was what she called playing. I have conditions. Baiatalika's golden pupils gleamed. Speak. I decide the method of vanquishing. You don't interfere. Of course, it wouldn't be fun if I interfered too much. I choose the team members. You don't insert anyone. That's fine. Stop spreading malice and prejudice against the demon race, and support Lafina's new policies. Isapo looked at Baiatelic. Oh! Baiatelic looked back at her. In her eyes the interest in Isapo was as thick as honey. So thick it seemed ready to spill beyond her irises. Deal. Bay agrees. The powerful gathered once more, condensing into golden runes. Upon them were inscribed the covenant between the two and various conditions. Just press your fingerprint at the bottom. Baiatelic pressed lightly and Isapo followed suit. Very good. Then tomorrow you need to attend a meeting at the Round Table Hall to perform the liberation ceremony of the Holy Sword. Then the day after the ennoblement ceremony, you can set out. As per tradition, the Heroes Party doesn't need to be fully formed from the start, so you can add members as you travel. The Round Table Hall. Avalon was the capital of the Storm Empire, and the Round Table Hall was the heart of Avalon. It was also the dwelling place of the Storm Emperor and the Sword Saint. Attending a meeting there was something she had never even dared to imagine. But there were many things she had never dared to imagine. Just as she had never dared to imagine speaking face to face with Baiatelic about so much. By the way, when I drew the Holy Sword, I seemed to hear a voice speaking a bunch of words without any emotion. Do you know what it was saying? Baiatelic pursed her lips, as if thinking for a moment. It's the notification from the Holy Sword that every hero hears. No one can understand that sort of thing, not even where it could translate it. After you hear it, the impression fades away, you know. Can you still remember what it recited? All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. She really couldn't remember. And while Isapo was still trying to recall, Baiatelic had already turned and walked toward the door. But just as she reached the door, she stopped, as if suddenly remembering something important. She turned her head, looking in Isapo's direction. Oh, by the way, Her voice returned to that dignified and affectionate tone. You call her Faina. So what? Nothing. Just wondering what does she call you? Little bat. The sound of footsteps faded down the corridor. The reception room fell silent again. The holy sword hovered above Isabeau's head, its gray glow flowing quietly, light motes drifting slowly along the blade. Naya. She called her. Naya. Are there any recommended teams? Ones that can form a hero's party? After Beatrice left, Constantine entered again. So Esper tentatively asked him if he had any suggestions for party members. After all, he was someone acknowledged by half a holy sword. Although upon second thought, that she acknowledged by the entire holy sword was only at this level was somewhat disappointing. Constantine thought for a moment. The Holy Spirit Knight Order. Esper regretted it. The Holy Spirit Knight Order, an entire armed force of holy light. From the captain to the lowest apprentice, knight, every one of them releases something equivalent to poison for vampires during battle. Daily training requires releasing holy light, morning prayers require releasing holy light, and the Thanksgiving prayer before meals probably also requires releasing holy light. A noble vampire staying with them is like a piece of ice thrown into a pot of boiling oil. It's not a question of whether it will melt, but how many seconds it can last. Esper's mouth twitched. Are there any other options? Constantine's expression showed a hint of displeasure. The Holy Spirit Knight Order is one of the most elite subjugation forces on the continent. Every formal knight is above the 4th rank, and you are 7th rank. I know. Esper interrupted him. But I don't need that many people. Subjugating the Demon King is not a one-man job. I didn't say one person either. I said I don't need that many. Constantine frowned even more. You are the hero. The church naturally should equip you with the best resources. Yes, I know. But I really don't need the Holy Spirit Knight Order. The journey to subjugate the Demon King is not a military campaign. A knight order of several hundred people walking around everywhere would be known to everyone before even reaching the border of the demon realm. And what about supplies? Will you use wish power to make bread? Moreover, under the Eternal Night Barrier can the Holy Spirit Knights defeat the Twilight Hunters of the Demon King's army. This reason was made up on the spot. But Esper thought she didn't do a bad job. At least it made tactical sense. But Constantine seemed to have caught a blind spot. A crank adventurer from a peasant background knows the name of the Demon King's elite guard. Cough, this was just now, His Holiness the Pope told me. Constantine was silent for a few seconds, then seemed to accept the explanation. What kind of party do you want? A small one. Within 5 people. Capable fighters. Preferably fewer church people. Fewer church people. Yeah. Reason. Subjugating the Demon King is a matter for the whole world, not just the church. A party with people from different backgrounds will more easily gain support and intelligence from various sides at the border of the demon realm. This reason was also made up on the spot. But it was better than the last one. Constantine leaned back in his chair as if thinking. If you insist on a small party, the church side needs at least one representative. You? I am the captain. The order cannot be left unattended. Esper's mouth twitched, almost laughing again. But this time she suppressed that inappropriate smile. Then who will the church send? That depends on His Holiness the Pope's will. But if it's a small party... Constantine's fingers stopped tapping, as if flipping through a list in his mind. His Holiness should send the Saintess. Saintess. Just by the name you know she's holy. What is the Saintess? Like? Constantine closed his eyes. I have been stationed at the border for years, so I don't know much about the Saintess. You can ask someone else. Not know much. I understand. Are there any other factions? Well, I don't have much contact with the Mage Tower, the Empire, and such. Those with deep ties are all fighting on the front lines. However, if you need non-church members, you can go to the Adventurers Guild to pick people. The guild headquarters in Avalon has many high-rank adventurers stationed there, at least 20, or more above the 5th rank. Are there any who don't use holy light? Esper often wanted to slap herself for speaking too hastily. Constantine's gaze fell on her face. Don't use holy light. Yeah. I mean, combat style leans towards physical. I personally prefer to cooperate with melee fighters. Esper's expression was calm, her tone natural, but her palms were sweating. Constantine thought for a moment. Julia Wagner. External rank adventurer, former Round Table Knight, and disciple of the Sword Saint. For disgracing her master's style, she had her arm severed by the Sword Saint, and was expelled from the sect, later stripped of her bestowed name by the Emperor. She currently operates as a free adventurer. Her strength is rated as 7th rank. Reason for expulsion. Constantine's jaw tightened, a shadow flickering across his square face. She intentionally loses when fighting others. Match fixing. Esper nodded. Making a living by match fixing in a night city that values honor. TSK. If it were that simple, the Sword Saint wouldn't have severed her arm. Constantine spoke with difficulty. Before each battle, she establishes a contract that the loser will be at the mercy of the winner. She basically only fights large male monsters. Esper decided not to imagine the scene she should imagine. Besides her, any other recommendations? Landon Colon. A rank external adventurer, mana capacity of the 6th rank, specializes in unarmed combat. His fighting skills among people I've seen can at least rank in the top 3. What's wrong with him? I haven't said but yet. You can skip that part. Esper sighed while holding her forehead. He was wanted by the Empire for tearing apart several titled knights with his bare hands. So that's the reason for being external. Wade tore apart. Yes, he also said a rather terrifying line at the time. Do you want to hear it? What is it? Interesting, so this is how a titled knight feels. Esper stopped thinking. Madman. Besides these two, are there any others to choose from? Constantine shrugged helplessly, as if he himself was also very troubled by the style of high-level adventurer combat power. From my standpoint, there's nothing more to recommend. But barring unexpected events, the Empire, the Mage Tower, and Esper fight should each recommend one person to join the hero's party. You can decide then. I see. Thanks. Esper nodded, turned around, pulled open the door, and walked into the corridor. The light in the corridor was much dimmer than in the reception room. The holy sword floated behind her, its gray glow not too conspicuous, but sufficient to illuminate. Although a vampire didn't need anyone to help dispel the darkness. Esper muttered in her heart, walking along the corridor, toward the temporary room assigned to her in the residence. She was thinking. The party to subjugate the Demon King. Cannot have too many holy light users. Cannot have too many church people. Must be a small party. Must be capable fighters. And then a vampire disguised as a hero leads a carefully chosen party that won't accidentally burn her to death, crossing the entire continent to subjugate a Demon King she has known since she was 6 years old. Esper pushed open the door to the temporary room, walked in, and closed the door. The room was small, with a single bed, a desk, and a chair. She lay down on the bed, turned her head to look at the holy sword. Esper still did not know why it was her. Why did you choose me? The girl murmured. Night settled on the eaves of Avalon, soaking the stone walls that had been polished by sunlight into a deep gray. Isapo rose from her bed and made her way toward the Adventurers Guild. The holy sword floated behind her, its glow glaringly conspicuous in the darkness. She tried to cover it with her coat, but the radiance pierced through the fabric effortlessly. Never mind. First return the room. She went back to the old building. Pushing open the door that wouldn't lock, she found the room smaller than she remembered. She had lived there for some time, yet there was still nothing worth taking. A change of clothes, a few coins saved in the bedside drawer. That was all. She turned and went downstairs. The landlord was still awake, sitting behind the counter, gnawing on a dry loaf by the oil lamp, utterly absorbed in a book titled How to Tame a Fire Dragon. "I'm checking out." Isapo tapped the counter. "No deposit refund." He didn't even look up. "I know." She tossed the key on the counter and walked out of the old building. Moving out in the middle of the night. Young people are so restless. The landlord's mutter was sealed behind the door. A few heads peeked out from an alley, saw the glowing sword, and retreated faster than they would from a patrol night. The Adventurers Guild was always crowded during the day, but at night the crowd thinned considerably. Still, the counter lights remained on. It operated 24 hours with night commissions and emergency quests posted and taken at any time. Isapo pushed open the main door. A few adventurers sat scattered around the corner tables. Some were drinking, some dozing with their heads on the tables, others whispering among themselves. At the counter, the receptionist, who always watched her with curiosity, was dozing off. Her name was Mila. Yes, Isapo finally recalled it. She walked up to the counter. Mila! Mila's eyes snapped open and then widened. Her gaze first landed on Isapo's face, then moved past her shoulder to the holy sword behind her. Miss Isapo! She stood up from behind the counter, the chair legs scraping the floor with a piercing screech. Fat Hat Sword! You're the one from the square this afternoon, yes? Don't shout! Isapo raised her hand palm facing forward, making a stop gesture. Then she swept her gaze across the hall. A few adventurers in the corner had already lifted their heads. Their eyes lingered on the sword behind her for a moment, before quickly dropping, pretending not to have seen anything. Keep your voice down. I need to ask you something. Mila took a deep breath. Please go ahead. Professionalism overrode shock within 3 seconds. I need to form a party. Small squad, no more than 5. Preferably above rank 5. No church members. Mila's fingers had already begun searching under the counter, probably for the adventurer roster. Above rank 5. Currently stationed in Avalon, there are 23. Break them down by category. 4 are affiliated with the Mage Tower, but unless Chief Archmage Vault personally approves, the Tower's people generally don't accept external commissions. Then, there are 15 free adventurers, and the remaining 4 are associated with the church. If we consider external personnel, there are 2 prominent ones. One is named Landon, the other Yulia. They are extremely capable, but have criminal records that might affect the party's image. And I heard they've been working together recently, so they might not respond to your invitation. What about the Empire and Esper? The Empire's round table nights are mostly in regular formations, and Esper's internal combatants rarely go out. I see. Understood. Anything else? Isapo pursed her lips. The Holy Maiden, how much do you know about her? Mila's quill stopped. The Holy Maiden? Yes. Well, the Holy Maiden isn't under the Guild's jurisdiction. She's church personnel. If you want to invite her to join a party, you'd need to go through the Church's channels. I know. I'm just curious. Why is she the Holy Maiden? Mila scratched her cheek. Well, how to put it? The Holy Maiden's power is extremely pure. She measured her words and spoke very quietly. You know the holy water distributed at the Church's annual ceremony. I've heard of it, but never received any. I was out on a mission when it was handed out. They say it was originally just ordinary recovery potions. But after the Holy Maiden's blessing, it became holy water. Isapo's eyebrow twitched slightly. Brand effect. No, the effect genuinely transformed. Mila's tone carried undisguised reverence. Recovery potions are just items made by mixing herbs and magic ores. They can only accelerate wound healing. But holy water is different. If you drink it, injuries heal, severed limbs regenerate, and even the body becomes younger and more vibrant. How is that possible? A blessing alone can achieve such an effect. Isapo tilted her head, her voice full of doubt. That's what the church officially announces. But within the guild there's a rumor. Mila lowered her voice further. Some say the holy water is actually made from the Holy Maiden's flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. As a vampire, Isapo instinctively wanted to say something but held back. The church once publicly stated that the Holy Maiden doesn't use holy light. Her very existence is the embodiment of the concept of holy light. Embodiment of a concept. Authority. Isapo bit her lip, a foreboding sensation swelling in her heart. Holy light proliferates within her body at all times. Whenever she is injured, holy light automatically repairs her body. Over time, the nature of her willpower, the flesh on her surface, even the breath she exhales, all carry holy light. Isapo's face darkened. What did it mean that even her breath was filled with holy light? That meant just being in the same room with this person would fill the space with holy light like sardines packed in a can. For humans, that might be as comfortable as bathing in sunlight. For a vampire, it would be akin to having one's head shoved into a cauldron of molten lava. She had learned enough, but one question remained. Why is there a rumor about using flesh and blood to make holy water? Is it just a conspiracy theory? There's no direct evidence, it's mostly speculation. Mila's tone was a bit ambiguous. Have you ever seen the Holy Maiden? No. The Holy Maiden only appears at major church events, so it's rare for people to see her. And every time she appears, her face is expressionless. like a machine, not even blinking, just occasionally turning her head to respond to the believer's calls. Since she can regenerate, there's no outward sign, so some of you speculate that the church abuses the Holy Maiden to produce holy water. It might just be groundless rumor, perhaps the Holy Maiden is simply born with that cold demeanor. Thanks. Isapo nodded, offering a simple thank you. She had reached a conclusion. She must never stay with the Holy Maiden. Absolutely not. Even if the excuse she fabricated was so absurd that it raised suspicion, she had to come up with one. Allergies, a special constitution, dislike of bright light. Anything as long as it kept someone whose every breath emitted holy light from getting close to her. Miss Isapo. Millis' voice came from behind the counter, tinged with cautious probing. It's nothing. For now she'd go back to sleep. Aisipa was roused by a knock at the door. Since arriving in A while long, her daily rhythms had begun to resemble those of humans more and more. Although sleep remained unnecessary for her, if circumstances allowed, she would not object to wasting a little time on rest. Especially after pulling the Shengjian from its sheath, having her identity exposed, and becoming an accomplice to the continent's most dangerous silver-haired brat. The sudden collapse of tension had washed over her like fatigue, and the instant her body touched the bed, she sank into a deep sleep. The knocking kept coming, each beat identical, like some precise instrument at work. Irritated, Aisipa sat up, her long hair lay tangled across her shoulders. She rubbed her face, stepped barefoot onto the cool floor, and opened the door. Kong Si Tan Ding stood there, and relaxed when he saw her. Glad you're up. I thought you were oversleeping. Sorry, I already was. Kong Si Tan Ding's eye twitched. Shall we go? Aisipa stepped out again onto the streets of A Long. The Shengjian swung lazily at her side, spitting at the occasional cry of passing pedestrians, as if responding to them. She offered a silent moment of pity to Kong Si Tan Ding, who was leading her. When they reached the palace gates, he halted. Heavily armored guard knights crossed their spears and blocked their way in silence. This is as far as I go. The pontiff said someone inside the palace will receive you. Kong Si Tan Ding stepped back, gave Aisipa his last instructions, and turned toward the church quarters. Aisipa blinked and watched his slightly forlorn figure retreat. She opened her mouth, then said nothing. They passed down a gallery decorated with portraits of past Round Table knights. Standing before Aisipa at the doorway was a black-haired girl whose eyes had been sewn shut. One could read the story on the girl's face, the eyelids pierced and stitched, pierced again, and tightened, the thread cut, an expression of calm born of a terrible procedure. Aisipa swallowed. In a year as an adventurer, she had fought many strange and grotesque things, but none had worn such a tranquil smile upon their face as this girl did. Great hero, you have arrived, the girl said softly, then extended her hand, fingers splayed. Please take my hand. Who are you? Aisipa felt a chill, and could not help speaking. A ward of the sacred ground, the girl replied, who will remove the seal from your Shengjian and reveal it in its true aspect. Aisipa fell silent for a moment, then took the girl's hand. It was soft, uncalloused, pleasantly warm. Now close your eyes, the girl said. As her lids closed, Aisipa heard a door open. Do not open them under any circumstance. The girl guided Aisipa into some place, a place where screams flitted like wild bees. Wails, roars, shrieks, retching, the wet sounds of chewing and swallowing. A chorus of noises rose up, unnervingly sharp to ears, like hers attuned by blood. She bit her lip and forced herself not to open her eyes. The girl's hand led her step by step across roads that seemed like wastelands, marshes, meadows, beaches, and streams. Finally she stopped and released Aisipa's hand. Great hero, you may open your eyes. When you need me, simply close your eyes and summon my shape in your heart, and I shall come to you. Aisipa opened her eyes. Nobody stood before her. Only a narrow chamber remained, black walls pressed in on all sides, compressing sky and ground into this tight space. She turned instinctively, but only saw the black walls. In the center of the room sat a stone-carved round table and 5 stone chairs. The Shengjian hovered above the table, its tip aimed at the chair opposite Aisipa, twisting and turning. What a strange sight, Aisipa muttered as she took a seat. Attempting to retrieve record. Retrieval failed, connected to redacted. Performing error screening. Registration approved, safety checks complete. Sending request to the gardener. Request unhandled, confirming Shengjian composition elements. Stellar Era Tendency Arkham, Covenant Era Tendency Wald, Law Era Tendency Ariel, Hunt Era Tendency Arthur, Redacted Era Tendency Lonia. Load complete. The same unintelligible lines were spoken in an emotionless synthesized voice. Aisipa clicked her tongue and pretended not to hear. For figures coalesced burning and wavering, each form from motes of cyan, orange, gold, and crimson light. A cyan youth sweating at his temple, clutching a small mechanical key no larger than a short dagger, striving to look serious despite his tremors. The pontiff of Aisipa Fete, an orange figure, a young man, with eyes closed behind spectacles, head bowed, as if deep in thought. The chief archmage of the Mage Tower, Wa-Erda. A golden childlike form, whose obedient, beautiful hair flowed across the floor like a river. The pontiff of the Luminous Order, Baya-Te-Li-Chi. A crimson girl in military dress sat rigidly, her expression stern as she surveyed Aisipa with an assessing gaze, her own blood-red longsword held tightly, faint sparks of lightning winking along its length. Veronica, king of the Storm Empire. All their gazes turned to Aisipa, anxious, composed, indulgent, scrutinizing, and Aisipa straightened her spine on instinct. They did not seem especially fond of the hero. This is Aisipa, our newly appointed great hero. Wa-Erda, long time no see. Baya, I missed you. And trilled. Baya-Te-Li-Chi withdrew her attention from Aisipa and waved at Wa-Erda with a smile. Wa-Erda remained motionless, watching Aisipa with an impassive gaze. Hey, so cold, where's little Vika? Miss Baya missed you. Spare the chatter, let's begin. Veronica closed her eyes and spoke coldly. Already it's starting. Who will go first? And stammered, his key-bearing hand trembling. By custom, Delta Alpha Iota goes first, your holiness. Ah. Oh, right. He hurried to his feet and extended the key toward the Shengjian. The blank gray ring briefly appeared again. When the key met the Shengjian, clear cyan replaced empty gray, and a gear-like pattern surfaced across it. Authority power connection successful. Current compatibility 24. The voice intoned once more. Wa-Erda then fixed his gaze on the Shengjian. Authority wisdom connection successful. Current compatibility 57. An orange corona flared patterns, like a flourishing forest, slowly rippled through it. Baya-Te-Li-Chi smiled, and clasped her hands. A soft golden light streamed toward the Shengjian like a river. Oh, look, it's Baya's turn. So envious of Wa-Erda's power, so convenient. Authority faith connection successful. Current compatibility 99. The golden ring shone without patterns, pure and unadorned. Veronica glanced at Baya-Te-Li-Chi with contempt, raised her long sword, and gently set it upon the Shengjian. Authority storm connection successful. Current compatibility 10. A crimson ring ignited, marked by signs of thunder and flame. All right, Aisipa, your turn. Baya-Te-Li-Chi said briskly, eyes narrowing to slits in anticipation. Me. Just grasp the Shengjian. Aisipa hesitated briefly, then stepped forward and took hold of the weapon. Authority hope connection successful. Current compatibility. A white ring flared with sudden brilliance, shattering the gray. Embryonic patterns unfurled at once to cover the whole corona. The 5 colored rings merged into the blade, refracting light like a rainbow and dispelling the dull gray. At last the hues settled within the sword, leaving only a flow of white light. The Shengjian still looked like an ordinary sword, but Aisipa could feel with certainty that something within it had changed. So what exactly is this sword? A weapon forged to save the world. Wa-Erda spoke in a young, even voice. Had it not been for the timbre, it would have sounded identical to the dispassionate voice that kept echoing in Aisipa's mind. It can bear multiple authorities, and when compatibility is met, manifest and wield them. In the final days of the Age of Strife, it was forged to eradicate the Black Tide. Veronica cast Wa-Erda a puzzled glance, as if surprised he had spoken at all. Because at that time, the demons were allied with the Black Tide. The initial architects embedded special trigger conditions into its program. When the Black Tide returns, or when a new demon king is about to be born, the Shengjian will reappear in the world to seek out a hero. Program. Aisipa repeated the word in bewilderment. Just a habit of speech. Wa-Erda continued calmly. As eras shift, those who bear new authorities arise. When the Shengjian manifests, these authorities connect to it, thus shaping the sword as it is today. Now that the Shengjian's unsealing is complete, let's talk of something practical. Bayatelichi interrupted without ceremony, but Waerda did not appear angered. Or perhaps he was angry and simply did not show it. AICP wishes to form a heroes company and secure the support of various factions. Do any of you have candidates to recommend? I refuse. Before Bayatelichi's words had even finished, Veronica declared her stance, and AICP felt a chill drop into her chest. The Abyss expedition is about to commence. Every round table night is a vital strategic asset. To disperse such forces for the sake of a single anti-demon operation is an unacceptable loss for the Empire. Veronica enunciated each syllable like a hammer blow. Pay, does the Sword Saint share your view? Your proudest disciple, Bayatelichi, if you continue, I will treat every word you say as an insult and a declaration of war against the Empire. Veronica's eyes darkened, and her voice rolled out like thunder. Such smallness of mind. Bayatelichi stuck out her tongue and lazily turned her head toward him. And you, your holiness. Eek! And had barely opened his mouth when he emitted a mortifying squeal, as though scolded by an unseen hand. He collapsed into an apologetic tremble. Yes, I understand. He stammered out, trembling. AICP Fate is a noble and pure nation that fights for humanity. Its pontiff cannot consent to aiding one marked by heresy. Participation in the Shung Jian's unsealing is my limit beyond that I shall not be complicit. What a shame! Bayatelichi sighed theatrically, letting her gaze pass over him, who looked as though he might cry and fix on Waerda. Then Waerda, Noel Green's second seat archmage of the Mage Tower, will join the hero's company of his own accord after he completes his latest research. AICP stared bewildered at the three who showed such different expressions. Bayatelichi revealing her true flustered nature, and soft and bewildered as cotton. Veronica silent and sullen as though she had swallowed a bag of flies. How surprising to see Waerda so concerned for AICP. Bayya is a little jealous. Bayatelichi smoothed her expression and continued. So will the church be sending someone? Veronica cut in icily. The church will not be sending a representative. Bayatelichi drawled the last syllable, because the saintess accompanies the hero that is customary. She is not a member of the company. AICP's breath stopped. She froze, like a statue under a stasis spell. What? Its simple saintess Adia will accompany AICP on the journey. Golden eyes lifted, slowly curving like twin crescents. It is tradition that the saintess follows the hero. She is not a member of the company. AICP's lips parted, then closed again. Something churned violently behind her eyes, and she forced it down. The saintess of the order radiating holy light would be attached to her, following her every step. From Awa Long to Yuan Lincheng, across the whole continent, day and night, eating, sleeping, traveling together. After all, this is a campaign against the demonic evil. With her present, one need worry less about other matters, yes. Bayatelichi's voice floated as if speaking of trifles. You? AICP stared at Bayatelichi, the words squeezed from her teeth, a faint crimson light flickering in her pupils. Bayatelichi smiled on. What's the matter? Her voice was saccharine and sickly, like honey poured on a wound. Unhappy. AICP wanted to say many things. You broke your promise. You said you would not stuff people into the company. You never intended to keep any vow from the start. You, an ageless silver-haired trickster, have been toying with her all along. But she did not utter a single word. It would be useless. They had signed a covenant, yet the covenant did not take effect. The saintess was not part of the company. The saintess was tradition, not an insertion by the church, a consensus that had hardened into custom. As the pontiff of AICP Fate participates in such councils, as the Storm Empire conducts its Abyss expedition, as if the fate of the Demon King will bear everything alone. When will the saintess arrive? AICP's voice regained calm by burying all her anger beneath her features. She is currently in the city of Holy Radiance. Bayya has dispatched a party. She should arrive in about 3 days. Bayatelichi swayed as she spoke, a smile refusing to be suppressed. Then, that concludes the meeting. Until next time, everyone. The golden form dissolved into motes of light. Veronica snorted and exited the chamber, and looked at AICP and opened his mouth. You must try your best. After saying it, he fled as though escaping. Only Waerda and AICP remained. He spoke first. You are not qualified. I trembled. To ordinary mortals you are indeed a prodigy. But among those I have seen who bear authority you are among the weakest. He listed names softly. La Fei Na Ji Li Sha. I know, she said. But you were chosen by it even as a member of the bloodline. Wa Erda's expression remained unchanged. What are you saying? Aisipa asked. Your magic aura is a disguise wrapped beneath another layer of power. I unravel that wrapping. Wa Erda's amber eyes seemed to etch Aisipa's figure into his memory. Then why not simply expose me earlier? You were chosen in a moment of utter impossibility, he said evenly. Fortuna observed an infinity of incalculable possibilities and made such a choice. I chose to trust you and your potential. If you intend to slay the Demon King, my best counsel is to seek the traces of the vanished march and slay them to seize their strength. One day you will understand why Fortuna made that choice. Aisipa rose abruptly. Who on earth is Fortuna? Why must everything revolve around her? Why must we obey her decrees and let these things happen? Is even the curse that says a hero must slay the Demon King her contrivance? She thought of the curse La Fei Na had borne of Ji's cracked, ravaged body of the human shears after she drew the Sheng Jian. She would never accept it, never forgive it those who would condemn Fei Na to such torment, those who made her pull the Sheng Jian. She vowed to change everything. Wa Erda watched Aisipa, then bowed his head to ponder for a few seconds and tapped the table lightly with his finger. Believe in yourself. One who bears hope must harbor hope within. A soft sizzle. That is my personal counsel. Farewell. The motes that comprised Wa Erda dissipated in an instant, leaving Aisipa alone in the room. What a load of nonsense, she muttered. She closed her eyes and summoned the image of the blindfolded girl once more. The girl's hand took hers again, leading her into the unknown darkness. The girl's hand gripped hers anew, and together they stepped into the unseen night. It was nearly noon. Aispo patted the dust off her tailored coat once more, then pulled open the door and stepped into the corridor. The holy sword drifted up from the bedside, silently trailing behind her. Constantine stood at the stairway at the end of the corridor. He stepped aside, making way for the stairs. The ceremony is at the palace square. Follow me. The two descended the stairs one after the other, heading toward the main entrance. Young knights stood in ranks on both sides of the courtyard, every gaze fixed on the sword behind Aispo. No one spoke. Constantine walked ahead, his back serving as the best edict of silence. On the stone road outside the main gate a carriage waited, an ordinary four-wheeled open-top vehicle. His Holiness said a hero doesn't need to be too ostentatious, Constantine said as he opened the door, his tone ambiguous. I indeed don't care for ostentation either. Aispo stepped onto the carriage. The moment her backside touched the wooden seat, her peripheral vision caught something that should not have been there. At the other end of the carriage, in the corner, sat a person. Azure blue hair cascaded from the crown of the head, spilling over the shoulders, arms, and sides. The ends of the hair piled on the carriage's wooden floor, winding beneath the seat like a bolt of blue silk casually discarded. The strands were exquisitely fine, as if they had been cared for since birth with the finest oils. The color was impossibly pure blue, as if a whole clear sky had been melted and poured over the head. A white linen robe wrapped the slender body, the fabric rough and the weave sparse. The cut of the robe was excessively wide. The shoulders seemed slipped down to the upper arms, the collar hung loosely open, revealing skin that looked almost unnaturally healthy. Bare feet. Delicate ankles, toes resting quietly on the carriage floor. Sky blue eyes gazed from that serene face. A gaze that seemed to look at the world through a thin veil. The focus of the pupils appeared unable to lock onto the things before them, falling instead on some invisible distant place. The Saintess Alatia. Wasn't she supposed to arrive in 3 days? Aispo didn't voice the thought, but her temple twitched. She understood. She had been tricked again. Even over such a trivial matter, even if only to annoy her, Beatrice would never pass up such an opportunity. The carriage fell silent again. Aispo sat rigidly on the seat, her back straight, hands resting on her knees, knuckles pale. She could feel the warmth radiating from Alatia's direction, spreading through the air like morning mist. It was holy light. But the concentration was far lower than Aispo had anticipated. So low that it only raised a faint warmth on her skin, not the searing pain she had imagined like plunging her face into holy water. Because of the distance, Alicia sat in the far corner of the carriage with about 4 feet, the width of the carriage, between them. Not a coincidence. Aispo heard the faintest breath. Alicia was restraining her aura. She was nearly holding her breath, drawing all her holy light inward, allowing only the tiniest uncontainable traces to seep out. The saintess was accommodating her. A person whose every breath emanated holy light was deliberately controlling the distance between them, keeping the diffuse concentration of holy light below the threshold that would harm her. She knew Aispo feared holy light. But she didn't say it. She only looked at Aispo. The pupil's focus still unfocused, still falling on some distant place. Her lips were closed with no sign of parting. She had no expression. Aispo had imagined what she might see on that face. Apprehension or disgust. As a saintess, it was natural to feel aversion toward a demon. Concern and caution. If the rumors were true, then as another victim of Beatrice's torment, she might have empathy. What Aispo saw was a third possibility. Serenity. As if she didn't exist at all. Yet she was indeed restraining her own aura. Aispo's gaze drifted upward, finally settling on that quiet face. The sky-blue eyes were still. "Thank you." Aispo's voice was very soft, nearly drowned out by the rumble of wheels on the stone pavement. Even if she couldn't discern her motive, she was indeed protecting her. Alicia nodded. As if accustomed to being thanked, she revealed nothing. Only a silence that could evoke confusion and unease. After a while, the carriage halted at the entrance of the palace square. The square was even more crowded than before. A wall of Holy Spirit knights replaced the railings, and in the center a wooden platform had been erected. The platform was covered with deep blue velvet embroidered at the edges, with the Pendragon Royal Lightning crest, the Radiance Church Sun crest, the Esperful Gear crest, and the Mage Tower Book crest. Beatrice stood on the platform, wearing a dignified maternal smile. Aispo jumped off the carriage, the sound of her leather boots on the stone drowned by the crowd's noise. The holy sword drifted out from the carriage, hovering behind her, its white radiance barely visible under the strong midday light. Alicia descended from the other side of the carriage, standing slightly behind and to the left of Aispo, still at a distance of 4 feet. The two walked along the white corridor of knights toward the platform. The crowd on both sides of the square cheered, shouting, "Hero!" The waves of sound surged from all directions, pounding against her eardrums, but Aispo's attention was entirely focused on the presence behind her. The platform had only 5 steps. As Aispo set foot on the first step, Beatrice's golden pupils looked down from above. The investiture ceremony began. The noise in the square fell silent the moment she reached the top. Beatrice stood at the center of the platform. The crown was perfectly placed on her head. Her silver-white hair, held by some invisible force, no longer dragged on the ground, but floated half an inch above at the ends, perfectly aligned, like a frozen silver waterfall. The platinum-white papal robe glinted with a faint metallic sheen under the midday sun. The hem was motionless, as if even the wind dared not ruffle it at this moment. On that face of a 12 or 13-year-old, all childishness, malice, and cat-like sharpness had vanished, replaced by a solemnity dredged from the depths of centuries. The golden sun looked forward, calm and profound, its pupils reflecting the dense sea of heads in the square and the cloudless blue sky above. This was the Pope, the supreme leader of the Radiance Church, the living symbol of humanity's faith, a pinnacle even among the 9th rank. She looked down at Aispo. "Kneel!" Her voice cut through the air, through the eardrums of the tens of thousands in the square, reaching every ear. Faith. Every follower of the Radiance Church, from the commoners in the square to the Holy Spirit knights in the ranks, heard those 2 words in the same instant, as clear as if the Pope had whispered them into their ears. Aispo's knees buckled, not of her own will. The vampire's magic circuits briefly faltered under the impact. She gritted her molars, forced her knees to lock, and corrected the falling motion into a barely controlled single-knee kneel. The holy sword hovered above her right shoulder, flickering with concern. 4 feet behind, Alicia also knelt. Her movement was much lighter than Aispo's. The sky-blue eyes simply lowered quietly. Beatrice approached. She walked up to Aispo and stopped. Golden pupils looked down from above. A small hand extended from the wide sleeve of the papal robe. Pale fingers spread, palm facing downward, hovering above Aispo's head. "In the name of Radiance." The voice flowed from those small lips, every syllable resonating with authority, vibrating in the eardrums of the tens of thousands. By the chosen of the holy sword. Light seeped from the palm. Not holy light. The light that poured from her palm was something thicker, heavier. Like liquid gold cascading from the palm, solidifying into a thin film of light in the air covering Aispo's head. This was the manifestation of authority. Aispo's skin broke out in goosebumps the moment the film of light touched her hair. This light was different from holy light. It did not act directly on the magic circuits, but on something deeper, more abstract, will and conviction. For a vampire, the stimulation of this power was not a burn, but more like being force-fed something foul. I invest you, the maiden named Aispo, as a hero from this day forth. Wield the holy sword, traverse the continent, slay the demon king, and fight for all humanity. Beatrice withdrew her hand. Rise! Aispo rose from her single kneel. Her knees were stiff. The silence in the square lasted 3 seconds. Then the wave of sound erupted. Applause, whistles, shouts, cries, prayers. All sounds mixed together, surging from all directions onto the platform, pounding against Aispo's eardrums. Hero! Long live the hero! Slay the demon king! Kilfina! 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 Aispo stood on the platform, staring blankly at everyone below. They were cheering. Cheering for a vampire. So noisy! She whispered, dazed, her voice drowned in the roar of the sea of people. Only Alacia behind her heard. The saintess had already risen. Her lips moved slightly, as if practicing a long and used motion. Congratulations! Then those words too were swallowed by the wave of sound. The waves of sound in the square were still surging, but Aispo had already descended from the side steps of the platform. The front steps faced countless people, each pair of eyes, like an open mouth, as if trying to swallow her whole. Behind the platform was a row of temporary tents set up for the ceremony participants to rest. The innermost tent had its curtain half lifted, empty inside, with only a folding wooden table and 2 chairs. Aispo slipped inside, sat down on a chair, and began to think. Going from the 6th realm to fight a 9th realm demon king from Avalon to the abyssal city, the journey could not be peaceful all the way. Monsters, bandits, spies of various factions, and perhaps those who wished the hero would never reach her destination. Against those of the same realm, she was confident. But if it were a bit higher? The tent curtain was lifted from outside, and Kong Si Tan Ding squeezed in sideways. I've been looking for you for a while. I'm really tired. I can see that. Kong Si Tan Ding sat down on the opposite chair. The crowding is over. Now let's talk business. Hero team. The saintess is an attendant not counted in the team's roster. But if you wish, she can be included. Then Noelle from the Mage Tower's time is uncertain. She's reportedly busy with a very important project, at least a few weeks. So counting the saintess according to your request, there are still 2 vacancies. Need me to help you find people? Never mind, not necessary. Having the saintess in the team meant that Aispo was at risk of being exposed by the holy light at any time. Although the saintess would restrain herself based on the power output described by Mila, if she accidentally let loose one day, she might even send Aispo straight to heaven. As for the other members, Aispo was not prepared to share her identity with them. Moreover, the current available candidates were either eccentrics or simply lacking in strength, so Aispo gave up on expanding the team. Perhaps she would meet better ones later. Do you have a growth plan? Kong Si Tan Ding raised an eyebrow. Growth plan? 6th realm to fight the demon king? Don't you think that's absurd? I have the holy sword, true, but it's the demon king. She almost certainly has other trump cards. The Pope told me about this. Kong Si Tan Ding was silent for 2 seconds. You know about the Death March. I've heard of it, but I've never really encountered it. I'm not familiar. Aispo said, touching her lips with her finger. The dead cursed by the dark tide returning from hell. While possessing memories of their past lives with deviations, they also gain power akin to authority. Most of them lack rational thought for normal communication, or have vastly different ideologies, making peaceful coexistence difficult, so they often appear as enemies. But that's only one reason. Kong Si Tan Ding gritted his teeth. Killing those death marchers allows one to seize the power of the dark tide that resides in them. For this, if one wishes to quickly increase strength, hunting death marchers might be a good choice. I see. Aispo sensed the man's inner conflict before her, which made her think a little better of him. In that case, let's specifically hunt death marchers that have been confirmed as evil. The church should have some intelligence on death marchers, right? Kong Si Tan Ding paused, then nodded. Provided by the Pope. It is said that Hart Town on the western border has shown signs of suspected death marchers. It is a small settlement known for appearing as a background in the Blood Hunter story. Blood Hunter. Aisipa repeated the name in her mind. After the Blood Ancestor, the second Blood Clan to reach the 9th realm, the holder of the Blood Authority. Serving the Wild Hunt King at the end of the Dragon Authority era later, during the decisive battle between Wild Hunt Victor and Storm Arthur, he rebelled internally, causing heavy losses to the Wild Hunt army. But that was all in the past. In the local area, a mediocre duke governs a mundane town leading a peaceful life. One day a knight who happened to stop there was executed, and his body was placed in the center of the town in a symbolic manner. Then someone found the scent of a death marcher on the corpse. Executed. Kong Si Tan Ding nodded. After that, new victims appeared. The intervals between days were irregular, and each corpse was hung somewhere in the town after 4 in the morning. The internal organs were removed, the head severed, and the same line was written in blood around "must repay." Quite ritualistic. Aisipa commented. If you have no objections, you can set off tomorrow. No transportation. I have to walk there myself. Kong Si Tan Ding scratched his face. It's not far anyway. Not because of that, right? The church can afford a carriage. The Pope said that the story of the hero and the saintess traveling on foot is very romantic. Aisipa took a deep breath. Calm. Calm. It's not the first time this little bitch has pissed me off. Kong Si Tan Ding sighed, stood up, and turned to leave. When he reached the tent opening, he paused, turned his head. By the way, the saintess is waiting outside. She's been standing outside the tent since the crowding ended. The curtain fell. The sound of silver armor footsteps faded along the muddy ground outside the tent. The sunlight outside the tent was blindingly white. Lonia stood by the side of the tent, her back against a wooden pole supporting the canvas. The sun was scorching, but she wasn't sweating. The holy light kept her body in optimal condition, while also isolating everything that tried to interfere with her. Her sky-blue eyes quietly stared at the canvas wall of the tent. She rarely thought about things because most of the time it wasn't necessary. Or rather, not allowed. But she was thinking now about yesterday's events. The city of Holy Radiance. The Pope's bedchamber. That was early yesterday. No early today. No was it tomorrow. Time was always blurry in Lonia's memory, because the days in the city of Holy Radiance were almost all the same. In a white room without windows, she would rise after hearing the morning bell, pray to the statue of Beiya Tailichi, then wait for that person to come and raise the knife. And then it would be tomorrow. She had never counted the days. Whether it was the second day, the 20th day, or the 200th day. For her, she only needed to remember yesterday, today, and tomorrow. There was no need to remember things before, and things after had no meaning. Sometimes there were events, and she would be taken out to meet all the believers. To hear them cheer for her, cry for her, thank her, and endure their noise until she returned to the bedchamber, and then wait for that person to come in again. But in these past few days, there was one early morning that was different. Someone came to pick her up, telling her the Pope was waiting for her. Lonia walked to the Pope's bedchamber. Beiya Tailichi sat on the edge of the bed. Her silver white hair spread out on the bed, like a silver river flowing from the pillow to the foot of the bed. She had removed her crown, and wasn't wearing the white gold papal robe, only a thin translucent silk nightgown that shimmered like water in the candlelight. Merciful, loving, selfless, great saintess Lonia, come and sit. Lonia walked over and sat down on the other end of the bed. Beiya Tailichi tilted her head and looked at her. I have a job for you. The hero has emerged. The Holy Sword chose a very interesting person. I want you to follow her. Accompany the hero. It's tradition for the saintess to follow the hero. But there's one thing you must remember. The glint of mischief that always flickered in her eyes dimmed a little. If our dear hero has any dangerous thoughts against the church, then please take care of the housekeeping. Me. Although you've hardly fought if facing a pure-blooded vampire, then just a basic purification would be enough to kill them several times over, right? If Aisipa were here, she would realize one thing. Beiya Tailichi had broken the contract between them. But Beiya Tailichi only showed a nonchalant expression. Lonia sat quietly. "Pure-blooded vampire," she murmured softly, as if in a dream. Bayatalichi watched her reaction, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "Ah, by the way, if you kill the hero and bring back evidence of her betrayal or something, then you can leave here." Lonia blinked. "No longer needed. Thanks to the diligent devotion of our great saintess, the reserves of holy blood and holy meal are enough for several more years of holy ceremonies. Moreover, I've actually found other girls with a holy blood constitution." "Oh," she was thinking. Thinking about the stone room called the saintess' bedchamber without windows. The bell at 4 in the morning. The holy light transmitted from the statue. The sound of the door opening. The feeling of a blade cutting through flesh. The image of blood gushing out. Then her body would heal as if nothing had happened. She was thinking about these things. She could only think about these things. Before that were the believer's smiles, gratitude of no value. Before that were the flames in the sky and the flesh that had turned into a mess for some unknown reason. Before that were the bland meals at the monastery, the images of peers pushing her into the well, into the river, down the stairs, then laughing as they watched her recover. Discussing things even more repulsive than monotonous pain. Then she tried to imagine what it would be like if she were no longer the saintess. Lonia fell into a long silence before Bayatalichi. "Didn't hear clearly." "I heard clearly." Lonia's voice was very soft, almost inaudible. "Then you'll agree, right, Because there was no reason to refuse. Sipa walked out, and the midday sun slammed down on her pale face. She squinted, waiting for her eyes to adjust before opening them again. She had long stopped fearing the sun, but she still found it annoying. The holy sword floated out of the tent, hovering above her right shoulder. Then she saw Lonia. The blue-haired saintess stood by the side of the tent, her sky-blue eyes fixed on her. "You've been standing here all along." Lonia nodded slightly. "The sun is so strong, aren't you hot?" "Not hot." Her voice was very soft, with a rawness peculiar to someone not used to speaking. They were still 4 feet apart. "Let's go." Sipa turned and walked towards the night order's garrison. The sound of leather boots on the muddy ground was muffled and rhythmic. For feet behind, the sound of bare feet on the muddy ground was very, very soft, mingling with the wind and the residual voices from the distant square, like a blue shadow silently trailing behind her. Lonia watched Sipa pass back. With just one purification, she could kill this black-haired girl. Then she would gain freedom. She followed Sipa, trying to imagine what freedom would be like, just as she had thought in front of Bayatalichi. The result was the same. She couldn't imagine it. From Avalon to Hate Town. Sipa studied the map for a moment. On her own, it would be a half-day journey. But the problem was, she cast her gaze upon Lonia. This child hardly looked athletic, and she wasn't even wearing shoes. Sipa pondered for a moment. "Why don't you wear shoes?" "The church couldn't even afford a pair." A familiar question, so Sipa immediately realized why after asking. "The Pope says that bare feet are more beloved by the faithful. So she forbids me from wearing shoes. And I don't need them." Lonia spoke calmly. "So you can speak in longer sentences. Don't your feet hurt?" Sipa frowned. "I'm used to it. Even if they bleed, they return to normal." Sipa carefully scanned Lonia from head to toe. "You don't need them. Then, forget it," she muttered, then turned, lowered her head, and led the way. After they had walked about a few dozen meters, Sipa stopped. "No. What do you mean, don't need them? What do you mean, used to it? Why should I just let it go?" Sipa turned around with a displeased look. Lonia stood still, her face still expressionless, looking at Sipa as if she were gazing at an uninteresting painting. Sipa's gaze lingered on her pale feet for a few seconds, then she walked toward the roadside. This section of the main street was a commercial district, where a cobbler's shop was squeezed between a bakery and an herbalist's. On the wooden racks outside the door hung all kinds of leather boots, sandals, and lace-up shoes, from exquisite noble riding boots to rough peasant straw sandals. Sipa browsed in front of the wooden rack for a while. Her gaze swept over, finally stopping on a pair of brown soft-soled leather shoes. The opening had no laces, it was a slip-in style. "How much for these?" 3 silver coins, including socks." Sipa pulled 3 silver coins from her cloth money pouch and slapped them on the counter. Then she picked up the shoes and walked back to Eladia, placing the socks and shoes on the stone slab at the saint's feet. Put them on. Otherwise people will think I'm mistreating the saint. Her tone was stiff like an order. She didn't look at Eladia's face, just glanced away, as if unconcerned. Eladia looked down at the shoes at her feet, then bent over. She didn't argue, only obediently followed the command. Her slender fingers pinched the edge of the shoe opening, slipping her right foot and then her left. It felt strange. How many years had she walked barefoot in the stone chambers of Shungwi City? She remembered the coldness of the stone, but not the sensation of shoes. Until today. Eladia stood straight. She tried a few steps, her lips moving. Thank you. Her face still showed nothing, but the words were real. Ai Sippo withdrew her gaze from the tavern sign, glancing at the shoes on Eladia's feet. Not bad. That's it. If we hurry, we can cut down a lot of travel time. Ai Sippo turned and strode toward the city gate. Don't lag behind. Her tone carried a casualness that she used only when speaking to someone from long ago. The world outside the city was utterly different from within. Ai Sippo didn't take the main road. At the boundary between the main road and a wheat field, she turned and stepped onto a narrow path half hidden by wild grass. The main road is a detour. This path goes through the wheat fields, then connects to the hunter's path, which leads to Duya Creek. Across the creek is the edge of Foland Forest. It's a day faster than the main road. Constantine had provided such intelligence before she set out. Her feet behind Eladia walked the narrow path in her new shoes. The narrow path curved at the end of the wheat field and plunged into a low thicket. The branches of the shrubs interwove overhead into a natural archway, blocking the afternoon sun, and the air cooled accordingly. Ai Sippo paused at the entrance of the shrub archway, turned sideways, and made room on the narrow path. She glanced behind. Eladia was walking from the end of the wheat field. The uppers of her new shoes were already covered in yellow earth, starkly contrasting with her robe and body, which were perpetually pristine, as if marinated in holy light. Ahead is the hunter's path. The path is narrow with many shrubs. Your hair will get caught on branches. Ai Sippo's gaze fell on the ends of Eladia's hair trailing on the ground. That blue river had not picked up any dust or dirt, because the holy light cleansed it. But if it got tangled in something, it might cause trouble. Want to tie it up? Eladia looked at her quietly. No string. Oh, I have some. Ai Sippo reached behind her head and pulled off the leather cord binding her hair. Her black long hair, free from its restraint, fell over her shoulders and back with stray strands hanging by her ears and cheeks. Here! Just as she was about to hand over the cord, her body froze. If she got close to Eladia, she would be hurt. Hey, you know. Eladia's pupils reflected Ai Sippo's image. Hair reaching her waist to face with classical delicacy. Just looking, one could sense an indescribable nobility and elegance in the girl before her. In contrast, her overly casual demeanor, her unguarded frankness, and the sudden embarrassment of realizing something. There was nothing else in her eyes. Everyone looked at Eladia differently. The believers were fervent and excited. That person was pitying and pained. Beatrice was delighted and disdainful. Ai Sippo was. Yes, you are a demon. She stopped breathing, reached out, and took the leather cord. Her fingers inevitably brushed against Ai Sippo's skin for a moment. Ai Sippo felt an extremely faint warmth, like touching a lit candle through glass. It was the diffusion of holy light, but much lighter. Because she had deliberately stopped breathing. Ai Sippo's hand retracted twice as fast as it had extended. Hey! You? Eladia began to breathe again. She pinched the leather cord, lowered her head, and clumsily gathered her hair back. Her movements were unfamiliar, as if she had never tied her own hair before. Finally, she gathered all her hair into a bundle, wrapped the leather cord around it 3 times behind her head, and tied a crooked knot. The blue long hair went from loose to a thick, loosely tied low ponytail. The end of the ponytail hung below her waist, but at least it no longer dragged on the ground. A few strands that hadn't been gathered fell from her temples and forehead, clinging to her smooth cheeks, gleaming with a deep blue luster in the sunlight. With her hair tied up, Eladia's face was revealed. A delicate face. Not as flamboyant and aggressive as her sister's, nor as breathtakingly stunning at first glance as Beatrice's. But it was beautiful no matter how you looked at it. The more you looked, the more you found it pleasing, like a gentle girl next door in the countryside. Very quiet with a sense of detachment, like a girl who would tell you bedtime stories and read picture books when you couldn't sleep. AI Sipo's pupils paused on that face for a second. If only in terms of temperament and feeling. The one she had seen that most resembled this face was. AI Sipo looked away. Let's go! She turned and plunged into the shrubs. Behind her a soft footfall followed. After nightfall the hunter's path sank into complete darkness, with only the short chirps of crickets and the long calls of unknown night insects interweaving. AI Sipo stopped and looked back at Eladia. Need a rest. Holy light nourishes the spirit. Even without sleep, I can stay full of energy. What are you saying? Aren't you tired? A little tired. AI Sipo stopped and set up a very crude camp. A year as an adventurer had taught her many things she would never have learned before, and one of them was making camp. Building a fire, erecting a low shelter with branches, and laying a bed of grass. You go inside and sleep. I'll keep watch. As she said this, AI Sipo was crouched by the campfire poking the charcoal at the bottom with a wet branch. Eladia stood at the entrance of the low shelter watching AI Sipo for a moment, then bent down and crawled inside. The rustling sound of dry grass being compressed came from the shelter. The campfire crackled. At a certain moment, the chirping of night insects became exceptionally clear, as if someone had turned the volume knob of the world a notch to the right. The hairpin at her temple glowed a dark red in the firelight. She remembered that day the hairpin that had fallen to the ground. Had Fina picked it up afterward? Or had it been thrown away? The campfire crackled. Fina! The sound leaked from between tightly pressed lips, light as a wisp of smoke. Rafina was only 18 now, but she had already taken up that curse. How long could her body endure? 300 years. 500 years. 1,000 years. How long would she suffer? AI Sipo's teeth bit into her lip, biting hard. The taste of rust spread in her mouth. Does she still hate me? The girl's forehead slowly lowered, resting on her folded arms. Her body trembled silently. The firelight danced over her curled-up form, casting her shadow onto the shrubs behind. The grass in the shelter rustled slightly. The leaf-made door was pushed open from the inside a crack, and a strand of azure hair slipped through the gap, shimmering with a deep blue luster in the firelight. Eladia emerged from the low shelter. She didn't walk to AI Sipo's side, but stopped at the entrance of the shelter. About 6 feet from the campfire, farther than the usual 4 feet. She saw a girl with her head buried between her knees, trembling continuously. Her lips moved, but she didn't speak. Instead, she sat down softly. She didn't approach, didn't make a sound, didn't do anything that might disturb the trembling figure. She just sat there. The campfire crackled. Then, the trembling slowly subsided. AI Sipo lifted her forehead from her arms. She saw Eladia, who had been sitting there for who knew how long. Why did you come out? Her voice was hoarse, not sounding like her own. Eladia's lips moved. Can't sleep. Insomnia. I can never sleep. Although I get sleepy, my spirit is full. By the time I fall asleep, it's usually dawn. AI Sipo lowered her head. Then go back to sleep. Eladia responded but didn't move. AI Sipo didn't urge her again. The campfire crackled. The two sat in the night, separated by the light and heat of the fire, and by their respective silences. The sound of insects gradually changed tone. The short chirps of crickets diminished, replaced by a deeper, more prolonged hum. It was too quiet. Can you talk a bit more? AI Sipo lifted her head. She didn't look at the fire, but at Eladia 6 feet away. In such silence, it makes me think of certain things. Eladia looked into AI Sipo's eyes, into the emotion deep within them that seemed to yearn for someone. I'm not very good at it. Not good at talking. I thought you just didn't want to talk. Anyway, if you can't change it for now, leave it as it is. After saying that, she pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then her expression became serious, as if she had made up her mind. Hey, Eladia. She spoke. Get closer to me from now on. Otherwise people will think I'm bullying the saint. Getting closer meant the concentration of holy light diffusion would increase. From almost imperceptible to slightly warm, from slightly warm to slightly prickling, from slightly prickling to AI Sipo sighed. Pain. Of course it hurts. But it's still bearable. When I reached out earlier, you hadn't even held your breath, and I felt I could manage at about 3 feet. If it really becomes uncomfortable, it'll let you know. It had also hurt when she used to sit in the sunlight listening to Fina's stories. But she hadn't dodged. Because dodging the sunlight meant retreating into the shadows, and Fina preferred the sun to the shadows, that round disk whose appeal she still didn't understand. AI Sippo had long understood that pain could be endured as long as the reason was sufficient. Although our relationship is not bound by duty or affection. AI Sippo's voice dropped half a tone in the night as if weighing the weight of each word. But since you have become my companion, I will do my best to help you. Do you understand? Her tone was subtle. It was the kind of arrogant admonition she used only when speaking to someone from long ago. Eladia showed a different expression for the first time. Before she had always been calm, like a corpse in a morgue. But now she showed a different expression. Puzzled. Then the puzzlement disappeared. Perhaps not because she understood it, but because she chose not to understand. I understand. Her voice was a little louder than all her previous answers. Then with her hands supporting her on the muddy ground, she slowly inch by inch moved forward. It looked clumsy, but she did it seriously, as if it were a very important command. 6 feet. 5 feet. 4 feet. 3 feet. AI Sippo's skin broke out in a very fine layer of goosebumps. It was like being lightly pricked by many extremely fine needles. Not very painful, but painful. This is enough. They had closed the distance by 1 foot. This distance was insignificant in many places. But on this night in this forest clearing wrapped in insect chirps and campfire, this distance symbolized a boundary that had been voluntarily crossed. Eladia saw the very thin white lines on the back of AI Sippo's hand. Traces of holy light scorching. At a distance of 3 feet merely her existence here breathing the air was causing harm to the person before her. Will you get scars? Her voice was still very soft, but within that softness there seemed to be something else mixed in. All along everyone had praised her, with the words greatness and selflessness. Some sincerely, some only to mock, but in the end all pointed to the same reason. They were profiting from her. You are a giver sacrificing your own flesh and blood in exchange for the happiness and peace of all beings, Beatrice had once said. No one had ever given anything for her. AI Sippo didn't know those things, she just looked down at the back of her own hand. No, they fade half an hour after I step away. I see. Eladia nodded, then fell silent again. AI Sippo threw another piece of wood into the fire. The campfire crackled. The road on the second day was easier to traverse than the first. The hunter's path forked on the northern bank of Duya Creek, and after they had walked along the shore for about half an hour, AI Sippo spoke up. Is it a bit dull? I don't feel anything. Then it's dull. Let's chat. AI Sippo pondered what she might talk about. She already knew her own identity, so she might as well stop concealing it. There are quite a few interesting characters among the demon tribe. Among those I know 2 are fairly formidable, one named Fima and the other Tia. Fima is a flame demon, short-tempered and short in stature. Tia is a nightmare. She looks gentle and soft, but in truth she's wicked and loves to tease Fima the most. Whenever Fima gets so angry at Supa Tia that she jumps, flames burst from her head. Then Tia would stand nearby holding her pipe with an expression so smug it begged a punch. Eladia nodded, showing no expression, merely listening intently. Before I left, Tia had already become a court head. Fima will probably take office in a few years. When those 2 end up in the same meeting, the scene will certainly be spectacular. And there's a pair of succubus sisters, Ailey and Sila. Ailey is the elder sister. She talks nonsense all day, but her courage is smaller than a rabbit's. She blushes if a man gets too close. Sila is the younger sister, cold as ice, but extremely reliable. AI Sippo's voice slowed slightly when she spoke those 2 names, as if fishing for certain images from the depths of memory. It seems they later joined a maid training program. They'll probably work as attendants serving a very powerful person. AI Sippo bit her lip. Ailey must be causing trouble every day. With her personality, just carrying tea would make her trip over her own wild thoughts at least 3 times. Sila probably cleans up the mess beside her, expressionless. A trace of subtle tenderness mixed into her voice. They're all good people. After she finished, she fell silent for a moment, a faint smile still on her face. The sound of the creek filled the silence. What about you? Eladia's voice came from 3 feet behind her. Sipo's steps paused for a beat as she turned around, the smile still lingering on her face. What about me? Your story. There's nothing to tell. I'm a village girl from the demon border. When I couldn't make it there, I came to Avalon to scrape by doing the dull work of a low-level adventurer. Boring stuff. Sipo felt a bit awkward. What about you? Your story. Eladia blinked. I grew up in a village convent. The nuns there would send the orphans to beg on the streets. Usually we could only cheat tourists out of money, because to the locals we were just a bunch of ruffians. Sipo raised an eyebrow. That convent doesn't belong to the Radiant Faith. No, Eladia continued, because I naturally recovered quickly. The other children in the orphanage liked to stab me with things and watch me heal. Then, when I was 6, a flame demon attacked my village. A flame demon. Sipo shrank her neck. He burned everyone to death. Then I survived and killed him. You? Killed someone. At 6 years old. Sipo felt the question was not quite appropriate, but she couldn't help asking. I didn't mean to kill him. I just wanted to get close to him to ask him why he had killed everyone. And then, he died. Uncontrollable power, extraordinary talent, a lonely childhood. Yes, it was very much like someone else. Then, 2 Holy Spirit knights appeared. They brought me before the Pope. And then, here I am now. The difference was that at 6, she had not met Lonia. She had met Baya Taili Chi. Sipo opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Should she say interesting or boring? Neither seemed appropriate. Thank you for telling me these things. Eladia did not respond immediately. She seemed to be thinking about something, but after a long time, she still hadn't found an answer. So after the silence she said, You look very happy when you talk about other people. Huh? What's wrong? Eladia asked, puzzled. Why? Do you feel happy? Because my friends are doing well. So I feel happy. Why? Feel happy because of others. Sipo wore a baffled expression. Because we're friends, we feel happiness for each other. So-called friends are just people who are more familiar than strangers, aren't they? The stagnation in her voice vanished. Every time she spoke it was as if she was thinking while talking, her words trailing off with a long tone, like a gear toy that had not been wobbling in a child's hand. After all, they are still other people. Why feel happy for others? Now she had wound the spring, pouring out the confusion she had pondered countless times in her heart to the girl before her. The Pope gained great quantities of holy water. Because of me, the nobles gained new topics of conversation. Because of the holy water, the believers regained their health. Because of me. I remember every face. Those faces that smiled, cheered, and rejoiced for me because of me. Even with the spring wound, only the speed of her speech changed. The calm and indifference etched into her bones remained unchanged. Why would I look at those faces that feel happy for me? Can I not feel happy at all? You? Joy, sorrow, comfort, pain, happiness, regret, satisfaction, self-blame. Why can you all reveal these things so easily? Why can you all make such expressions at me on your own whim? Why am I the only one who feels nothing? Eladia looked at Sipo. Sipo, have you ever tried to commit suicide? Huh? Driving an awl into the brain through the ear, having someone chop me into mincemeat with a sword, or being reduced to ashes by the highest grade magic? I've tried. Then the next day came as usual, and when I woke up, the Pope and the believers smiled at me again. I know, because they benefited from it. The goodwill and smiles they show me are nothing but the charity of profiteers. But why would you smile like that for people who will never have anything to do with you again? They mean nothing to you. Just like me. Wait. Eladia, hold on. Sipo gestured to stop her. Your thoughts are so dangerous. Hold on, let me take a moment. I've never heard anything like this. Sipo. Everyone is selfish and ugly, aren't they? Eladia brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, interrupting Sipo. In the Saintess' narrow world, everything operated according to a fixed law. Because everything in the world was selfish and ugly, everyone who approached her came with ulterior motives. Like greedy hyenas, they tore her apart, swallowed her blood and flesh, and howled over her corpse, rejoicing in one gluttonous feast after another. And she could do nothing, nor could she feel happiness. Yes, that was how it was. Because everything was selfish and ugly. And she was not allowed to be selfish. So she could not be happy. If happiness and joy were not for oneself, they could never come. Thus her happiness and joy never came. Eladia had long accepted this. She was not even allowed to die, so she chose numbness. Then a girl named Sippo appeared. She, who could not make Eladia feel ugliness, smiled because of others. Ah, I think. But you helped me. Even when I could only hurt you. Eladia raised her hand, extending 5 fingers. She folded one down. Why did you buy these shoes for me knowing full well I don't need them? She folded another. Why did you ask me to come closer knowing it would only cause you more harm? She folded another. Why did you smile at me knowing that my existence is merely a restraint and bond imposed on you by the Pope? The 4th finger. Why can you give your heart to things that have no value? She folded the last finger. Why? Are you different from others? Why can you feel happiness because of others? If that's the case, can I also find happiness? Eladia's thoughts surged. The silence and endurance of over a decade poured out like a torrent. Sippo felt the surge inside. I'm not different from others. You're lying. You are different. No, I only do things for myself. La Fei Na, would you like to be my friend? Why me? Because I can't stand seeing you so pathetic. I just can't stand it. I grieve for others' misfortunes on my own, get angry at their plights on my own, and then give and change things on my own. Everything I do is for myself. Sippo said calmly. Eladia, you are right. Those who dedicate their entire lives to others cannot find happiness. I see. The spring stopped. Yes, from the very beginning, she should not have expected anything from the future. Because that's how the world works. And she who could only live in such a world could not be happy. So just live for yourself. That's impossible. Huh? Eladia said calmly. Because I cannot live for myself. Nor do I have any meaning in living for myself. There is nothing in this world that I want to strive for my own sake. No, you have strived for yourself. Sippo's words completely interrupted Eladia's train of thought. Her sapphire eyes widened, lips slightly parted, as if she were a robot overloaded with sudden information frozen in place. You chose suicide for yourself, didn't you? What? You wanted to free yourself from despair and pain to kill yourself for your own sake. Isn't that exactly what you call selfish and ugly behavior? Sippo wasn't keen on delving into what she was saying. This child's condition was too severe, more troublesome than Fei Na when she was young. Fei Na. In that case, let's try to convince her with twisted logic. You say there is no meaning in living for yourself nor anything you want to strive for. That's all wrong. You are waiting for death. Isn't that the meaning of your life? Death. Yes, death. Sippo met Eladia's gaze with firm eyes. You who cannot die are longing for death. That is the meaning of your life. To free yourself from endless suffering and devotion, to discard the people who have received your grace like pigs and trash, to let yourself sink into the selfishness of death. That is your motivation to strive. No. That's wrong. There must be something wrong with what you're saying. Eladia. Sippo raised her voice. You waited outside the tent for a long time yesterday, didn't you? Because there was nothing else to do. Yesterday you asked me if I would leave scars, didn't you? I was just curious. Today you asked about my past, didn't you? You care about me. I don't. You think you mean nothing to me. Then do I mean anything to you? There was, of course, if I killed you the Pope would set me free. She didn't say it out loud. She who never knew the meaning of freedom had never hoped for such a future, nor did she intend to kill the girl before her. Yes, they meant nothing to each other. Eladia, if living toward death cannot make you happy nor become a reason for you to live, then let that something be me. How about that? You cannot feel happiness from others' happiness because you have never been cared about by anyone. No friends, no family, no companions. You have lived like this all your life, and that has made you what you are. So let me change you. Just like long ago, she reached out her hand to the lonely girl. Eladia, would you like to be my friend? The holy light stung her hand, making it slightly warm. Eladia looked at that hand, her lips trembling. Her hand rose a little, then pulled back. Sippo stepped forward and grasped it. A sizzling sound. Her flesh and blood charred from repelling the holy light, the power that could purify all darkness slowly seeped into her magical circuits, spreading from her palm. But she did not let go. AI Sippo had never changed. Even if she had given up striving, even if she still felt the sting of the past, she remained unchanged. A self-righteous savior, a girl driven by emotion and impulse. Answer me, Eladia. You? You're hurt. Let go. Eladia panicked. She even forgot to hold her breath immediately, instead clumsily stepping back, trying to shake off the hand. Answer me. Eladia. AI Sippo gripped even tighter. Aye. Eladia saw those eyes. The hand holding hers, as if determined never to let go, held her tightly. Yes. The hand released. Eladia immediately stepped back, hiding her own hand behind her, then looked up at AI Sippo's hand. It was completely charred, the holy light spreading to her shoulder, making her entire arm tremble involuntarily. In the depths of her pupils, a ring of crimson expanded, nearly covering the layer of disguised brown. You're an idiot. Her voice trembled too. She did not know why her voice trembled. I'm usually the one calling others that. AI Sippo gently supported her injured hand. Now you don't have to think about all those messy things. Ella. It's a nickname. Come on, smile for me, okay? Eladia took a deep breath. A nickname. Then the corners of her mouth lifted in an extremely awkward manner. Like this. AI Sippo's eyelid twitched. It was a terrifying smile that could not possibly be imagined on such a face. Only the muscles around her mouth moved, the rest of her face was locked in place, as if bolted down, making the smile appear extremely discordant. It was very fake. It's okay, it looks good, but try not to smile at others. Why? Because I want to be the only one to see. She couldn't very well say it was too ugly, could she? AI Sippo replying randomly. Eladia's smile faded, revealing the calm expression that was more familiar to AI Sippo. Okay. Hate Town would soon be in sight. The Adventurers Guild branch in Heart Town was even more desolate inside than out. The hall was only a third the size of the Avalon headquarters, the reception desk empty, and beyond it a curtain blocked the interior. In the corner sat two adventurers, a man and a woman. The moment Esper stepped through the door, both of them lifted their gazes, simultaneously staring at the holy sword floating behind. The male adventurer's eyelid twitched, the female adventurer's face froze for a moment, then a gloating expression spread across it. Esper ignored them. She walked straight to the counter and rapped her knuckles twice on the surface. The wooden echo bounced back and forth twice in the empty hall. Anyone here? The curtain parted and a bald man walked out, yawning. The branch chief. A human around 40 years old. He was tall and burly, with a scar running from the corner of his eye straight down to the bridge of his nose. Yoa Brave. From headquarters. The chief glanced at Esper's hands. Her arms were wrapped in bandages, revealing not a sliver of skin. The corner of his mouth twisted slightly, but he said nothing more, only shifting his gaze to Alacia behind her. Alacia silently gazed back at the chief, saying nothing. A saintess. Esper raised an eyebrow. Have you been to the Holy Radiant City before? No, life there is too exhausting. Someone like me would rather go to Avalon. The chief gave a self-deprecating laugh, his voice slow and unhurried. But the scent of holy light, those hope mingled in the lower ranks long enough can all sense it. The day and night battles of the Holy Spirit Knights often overlapped with the quests adventurers undertook. In their long-term cooperation, the Church and the Adventurers Guild had formed a strange symbiotic relationship. The chief pulled out a stack of papers from under the counter and slapped them onto the surface. The edges of the papers were curled and yellow, densely covered in writing. There were several different handwritings, some neat, some scrawled. Others had ink blots spreading in large patches, as if the writer's hand had been trembling. All the records of the deceased. Esper looked down and flipped through the stack. Cassidy, male, 37 years old, Holy Spirit Knight, 5th rank. Disappeared at night, found the next day, beheaded, entrails entirely removed, a rusty iron spear thrust through the chest and out the back, planted in front of the Lord's manor. At the side of death, 4 words were written in blood: must repay. Jack, male, 45 years old, retired, Knight, 4th rank. Disappeared at night, found the next day, beheaded, entrails entirely removed, the remaining body cleaved in two by a rusty greatsword placed on either side of the blacksmith's gate. No other visible external injuries. At the site of death, 4 words were written in blood: must repay. Mine's male 23 years old squire 3rd rank. Disappeared at night, found the next day, beheaded entrails, entirely removed the remaining body, chopped into the wall of a fruit shop with a rusty iron axe. No other visible external injuries. At the site of death 4 words were written in blood: must repay. In our male 14 years old student, often considered a knight in training, no rank. Disappeared at night, found the next day, beheaded entrails, entirely removed the remaining body, cut into several pieces, and strung on a rusty iron knife, then thrust into the floor of the town gate. No visible external injuries on individual pieces. At the site of death 4 words were written in blood: must repay. 14. Esper bit her lip. Yes, that kid. The chief dropped his smile, his eyes lowering. Flipping further, there were records of 2 Brank adventurers. Carl Brown Brank, swordsman, 5th rank male. Lost contact at night after accepting a commission. The next day his remains were found in a nearby woodland. Cause of death: a rusty iron sword piercing the heart. 1 lethal blow. No other external injuries. Lena Green Brank, archer, 5th rank female. Lost contact on the 2nd night after accepting a commission. The next day her remains were found on the roof of a residence. Cause of death: an arrow piercing the skull. The arrow's material matched that of the arrow she carried. No other external injuries. Esper's fingers paused. This guy. At least 6th rank. And he seems to bear a particular hatred for knights. The chief sighed. Esper lowered her head in thought. Do you have any conclusions about the weapons he used to kill? They're all scrap metal, but every single one is tainted with the aura of the Black Tide. Other than that, there's no information. Can't trace them through manufacturing techniques or unique features. No. Those weapons were already on the verge of breaking. Each one was at the edge of complete destruction. They were essentially useless for combat. There's no way to find any clues from these things. Esper let out a breath. Did the victims know each other? Cassidy was a traveler passing through. The other 3 did know each other. The old man and the young one were father and son. Inar used to pester them every day for night stories. I see. They'll take a look around town first. She folded the stack of papers and tucked them into the inner pocket of her coat. Turning, she walked toward the door. The door swung open, and the twilight surged in from outside, stretching Esper's shadow long across the stone floor of the hall. Esper decided to try other angles. She picked a few people and went to their homes. The information provided by the guild felt insufficient, and for the sake of investigative rigor, she chose to meet those connected to the victims. The first person lived in a bakery, a woman in her 40s. Her apron was dusted with flour and dark circles hung under her eyes, as if she hadn't had a full night's sleep in a long time. Emmy, Jack's wife, Mike's mother. Andy, Emmy, you look unwell. Esper, never particularly adept at conversation, hesitated as she spoke. Haven't slept well for days. Her voice was hoarse. She led Esper and Alacia into the cramped living room behind the shop. Jack went out to buy wine that day. I told him to be careful not to fall over in the street and get picked up. He promised me he'd be back. He always said that, and he always came back. So I closed up shop and went to sleep. The next morning his bed was empty. He hadn't come home. Even though her voice was already filled with undeniable exhaustion, Esper could still hear the pain buried beneath the words. Mike's cried. It was the first time Head cried since becoming an adult. He and Jack had a pact. Once he became a knight, he couldn't cry anymore. He always remembered that promise. Even as a mere squire, he never cried. He said he wanted to avenge his father. A knight should die gloriously in battle, protecting everyone. Even if Dad was no longer a knight, he shouldn't have died like that. Then he went out in the middle of the night. I told him this wasn't something he could handle, but he still went. I couldn't stop him. He just stood there looking at me with those eyes I've known since he was little. Tears began to glisten at the corners of her eyes, then overflowed. Before all this happened, did you notice anything different about your husband or son compared to usual? Esper sat on a low stool by the table, her tone as flat as possible, but her fingers unconsciously clenched, digging deep into the fabric of her robe. Emmy sniffled. No. After he retired, he was always that same slacker. Besides drinking, he just told stories to the kids. Esper nodded. The second person lived in a small cottage near the edge of town. He was a hunter, a quiet, taciturn, middle-aged man, a crank adventurer who had partnered with Jack in their younger days. Mr. Hunter, what do you think of Jack? Just an ordinary town knight. Not too serious crack jokes occasionally follow the code of chivalry, while protecting the town from demon beasts. Caught a few thieves and criminals now, and then, and served until retirement. Esper rubbed her fingertips. Before it happened, did he seem unusual? No. The third person was Nar's mother. She lived in a house even more run down than the hunter's cottage. He went out at night, said he was going on patrol. Like a knight. I told him not to go, that it was dangerous outside. He said knights aren't afraid of danger. Then he left. The mother sobbed, covering her face, her eyes full of despair, pain, and bewilderment. The fourth person had no fixed residence. Esper and Alacia waited by the town gate for a while before they saw him approaching in the twilight. A man wearing a steel helmet with a visor pulled down to conceal his face. A cyan cloak hung down over his armor. A long sword strapped to his back, and a hand crossbow on his nose guard caught her eye. Male, 31 years old, a rank adventurer, and titled knight. Skull Hunter Yade, 6th rank. The only titled knight in this town, and its strongest. Brave! Yade stopped and studied the two young women before him. Mister. Yade, do you have a moment to talk? Esper asked earnestly. Let's go to the guild. When the three arrived at the guild, Yade walked straight to the counter, pulled a segment of finger bone from his cloak, and handed it to the chief. The chief accepted the bone with a complicated expression, then pulled a banknote from under the counter, and handed it to Yade. Yade nodded, took the note, turned around, and chose a secluded corner, beckoning Esper to sit. Esper pulled out a chair, and sat down, while Alacia sat nearby. Ask away, Brave. What do you think about the 4 people who were killed recently? Hey, Chief, a bottle of wine. Yade suddenly turned and snapped his fingers at the chief. I keep telling you this isn't a bar. The chief sighed, pulling a bottle of wine from under the counter, and tossing it to Yade. Snap. Yade caught the bottle steadily. I didn't know might well. Cassidy and Jack used to work with me before. I barely had a chance to meet NAR. Esper watched his overly practiced movements, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. So what do you think of Cassidy and Jack? Yade pushed up his visor, revealing a disheveled, stubbly face, then popped the bottle cap open with his thumb. Both were good people. He grabbed the bottle by the neck, and took a heavy swig. The bottle slammed down hard, and Yade let out a rough breath. More worthy of life than I am. Mister. Yade. Jack had a scar on his belly. Got it when he saved a girl once someone slashed him open. That girl later became his wife. And then he died. Yade stared at the bottle. Cassidy was an idiot. If he caught you pissing in the open, he'd grab your pants and lift you up, making you piss your pants just to stop you. I had a few fights with him before. And then he died. Bang. He slammed the bottle onto the table, letting the wine and glass shards explode and scatter everywhere. Hey, you're cleaning that up yourself. The chief sighed. Alacia blinked from the side, a puzzled expression on her face. Esper simply watched him silently. And I couldn't do a thing, he rasped. I didn't dare go after that bastard because I was afraid I couldn't beat him, afraid I'd be the next one. So I hurried back to town before dark, just thinking about sleeping it off in some damn tavern shack and forgetting all the shit happening in this town. He slumped over the table, his body trembling uncontrollably, the sound he made like a sob or a furious roar of frustration. Esper hesitated for a moment, then reached out to pat his shoulder. And here are kids as young as you all striving for this cause. His voice softened, the hoarseness faded, leaving only a kind of calm pain and numbness. In the coming days, they'll go out at night. If that bastard shows up, he'll crush this crystal. Then the one in your hand will shatter too. The man known as Skull Hunter pulled 2 crystals from his cloak, slid one across the table to Esper, and spoke word by word. Miss Brave am a useless knight. So please, you must succeed. Esper left the guild, and walked along the alley toward the main street. The night wind blew in from the direction of the maple forest, carrying the dampness of earth. She instinctively tightened her grip on the crystal in her hand. The main street was even more desolate. The few shops that had been open during the day were now closed, their wooden boards nailed tight. Only a thin line of dim yellow light and muffled voices leaked through the window cracks of the guild. Probably Yade cleaning up the glass shards. Esper's gaze swept across both sides of the street. It wasn't fully dark yet. And when darkness fell, would someone else die? Bastard! The words slipped through her clenched teeth so low they nearly melted into the night breeze. Elisha stood 3 feet away watching Esper's clenched fist. Esper! The killer! Is strong, she said softly. You don't have to tell me. Looking at the corpses of the 2 senior adventurers, one terrifying conclusion emerged. That guy had one shot of 5th rank. Esper considered herself among the best in the 6th rank, but if asked whether she could one shot of 5th rank, she couldn't give a definite yes. The night wind passed through the forest, and in the silence, the rustling of leaves drifted from outside the town into the town, reaching the ears of the 2. Esper! Elisha spoke hesitantly. What? Change your target. Why? The blue-haired girl's eyes dimmed slightly. You? Are only 5th rank too. It was a blunt, undisguised concern. Yet even those words spoken out of worry for her left Esper momentarily speechless. No, I'm actually 6th rank now. That's still not enough, is it? That knight was only 6th rank too. Elisha shook her head, a hint of seriousness appearing on her small face. I never learned how to fight. His Holiness the Pope said it was a subject I didn't need to understand. So I can't help. So, pick another target. This one is too dangerous. To be honest, Esper was a bit scared too. The enemy she faced had completely opaque information and strength enough to inspire fear. And what about her? 6th rank, carrying a holy sword that was utterly useless now. The various clever little tricks that damned Demon King had taught her were indeed useful, and she would also have a 6th rank assistant. But that didn't bridge the doubts in Esper's heart. So what was the reason that kept her standing here? Esper clenched her fist. Elisha, do you really want to just leave this place? You said you live for yourself. Elisha, one of the victims was only 14. That still has nothing to do with you. Elisha, if I weren't here, I'd naturally pretend it never happened. Because those are distant events I can neither interfere with nor reach. Esper turned around. The disguise was still in her eyes, brown masking the crimson, but it couldn't mask the fire burning within. She still remembered her sister saying that they were children of the Catalai family, noble blood of the royal line. As nobles as the strong, they should protect the weak and act to prove their nobility. She remembered Rafina saying that those of other races weren't necessarily enemies, just as demons weren't necessarily evil. She hadn't quite understood that at first, but in her year as an adventurer, she had met many people. A vengeful soul whose family was ruined by demons wandering abroad. So different from the knights she had imagined slaughtering demon kin at the border. Ugly and brutal demons. So different from the companions she had once partied with in banquet halls. These were things she had come to understand step by step. But since I've come here, I should try my best to make the place I arrive at better. To avert unbearable tragedies, to save lives worth saving, to mete out the punishment deserved to those who commit sins. Rooted in a nature that couldn't easily abandon those in need, and fused with the 18 years of life that made her who she was. And based on an incomplete confidence in her own strength, Esper's choice was to stay here. Because the source of the tragedy had not yet vanished. Elisha, I'm going to stay. Elisha closed her eyes. The girl said. Don't die. Just as I try to live for you, please live for me. The victims were all isolated. They were all killed at night. Apart from the deceased, almost no one had sensed that person's presence. It was said that the Lord had dispatched people specifically to keep watch and patrol after 4 o'clock. But it was of little use. The damned would still die. Yade had probably already left by now, hadn't he? Isapo decided to go to the tavern first to rent a room. She and Eladia needed a place to rest. The tavern keeper in the town was a gaunt middle-aged man. His gaze lingered for 2 seconds on the holy sword floating behind Isapo. The corner of his mouth twitched, but he asked nothing. 1 room is enough. Isapo raised a finger. The frequency of the Death March's appearances was unclear. Although it mostly targeted night-related individuals, it had also killed 2 adventurers. Moreover, how exactly it chose its prey had yet to be determined. If this creature specifically killed not knights, but those who possessed some trait common to all knights, then Eladia might fall within that scope. Isapo could do without sleep, and it was enough for Eladia to have the bed. So for safety, the 2 sharing a room was the most reliable option. And it saved money. But others might not think so. The innkeeper's one eye darted between her and Lonia, and the twitch at the corner of his mouth twisted into an ambiguous smile. As you wish. 5 copper coins a night. The two went upstairs, and Isapo entered the room. Though cheap and shabby, it had a bed, a small table, and a small chair. Enough. You sleep on the bed. Isapo dragged the only chair over and sat down. The moment she sat, the chair wobbled. This is far too shabby. Lonia stood at the door, her azure pupils gazing at the narrow single bed in the dim light of the corridor oil lamp, then at Isapo sitting by the low table. You still want sleep. No need. Isapo shrugged. I'm used to staying up late. You sleep. Lonia looked at her for 2 seconds. Then she walked to the bed and sat down. When taking off her shoes, she hesitated for a moment as if somewhat reluctant. With the holy light automatically cleansing her, she didn't even need to bathe. After removing her shoes, she pulled the blanket over herself, her eyes fixed on the backlit figure before the oil lamp for a long time before closing. Her breathing became long and steady. She fell asleep. The night was deep. It was truly bright. While asleep, the holy light she had been deliberately suppressing was fully released. Even from several feet away, Isapo still felt discomfort. The oil lamp on the low table was still lit, but before Lonia's holy light, it was as if it weren't lit at all. Then Isapo heard the sound of a gem chattering. She stood up from the chair. The chair toppled backward, hitting the floor with a dull thud. She walked to the window, hooked her fingers on the edge of the shutter, and pushed it open. The town in the night was a sea of endless darkness, but in Isapo's eyes, it was still as clear as day. To the southeast, fragments of a sighing cloak fluttered. The holy sword floated to her shoulder, its blades light points converging neatly toward that direction. She turned her head and looked at Lonia on the bed. There was danger. She had to wake her first. Lonia. No response. Lonia. She was sleeping soundly. Holy sword, go poke her awake. The holy sword paused in midair. Go. Isapo growled. The holy sword flipped 180 degrees and aimed its hilt at Lonia's shoulder, thrusting down hard. MMPH. Lonia woke up first, meeting the holy sword's hilt floating before her, then Isapo standing by the window. Isapo. Lonia, I have to go. Stay here and don't move. Isapo whispered, then leaped from the window, dashing straight toward the southeast. Yade walked along his familiar streets, sensing the small disturbances in the darkness. He was a man without talent, and he had believed it firmly until the first time he killed someone. Later he understood that he was the kind of person who needed to build his life upon the sacrifices of others. So he had long made up his mind, no matter what happened, he only needed to protect himself. But after Nar's death, when he walked into the guild to turn in the quest, Nar's mother was there searching for adventurers, pleading with them almost in a begging manner to accept her request. The request was simple: killed at Death March. He decided to ignore it. He even prepared how to refuse her when she approached. But she only said to him, "Why are you still alive?" And then she walked away. So Yade stood here. Whether it was shame for his past life, creed pride as a title knight, or being moved by the hero, he now stood here. He listened to the wind. What came into view was a spiral formed by countless dripping black tendrils. He turned sideways, crushed the gem, and watched the spiral graze his helmet, pierce his cloak, and send the cyan fabric fluttering in the air. He drew his long blade. On the gleaming blade, cloud-like runes shimmered. Avalon and the Mage Tower had a cooperative relationship, being the most harmonious pair among the 4 major human factions. The Mage Tower crafted equipment capable of using magic for Avalon's knights, and in return Avalon's knights undertook additional commissions for the tower's members. Yade, known as the Headhunter, earned his name by precisely severing heads. The rune inscribed on this long blade, named Cloud Slayer, was Wind. The wind rose. The air current stirred, enveloping the long blade, and slashed down at the oncoming spiral with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Chirp. The spiral was severed, and the front form of tendrils fell to the ground along with a burst of black oil, yet it dissolved into nothingness upon touching the ground. The knight retreated, turned, and cast his gaze ahead. Plop-plop-plop-ploo. A tall humanoid figure in a huge black robe and top hat wobbled and straightened itself, facing Yade. Beneath the top hat was nothing. It simply floated in the air like a trick. A foul stench spread. It was not the stench of excrement or decay but another odor. An odor that made one's soul tremble and feel nauseous. The scent of what people call the black tide, and things tainted by it. Is it you? Yade straightened his 5 fingers, and the hand crossbow on his arm clicked, transforming wind into an arrow and loading it. Moonshooter! The hand crossbow paired with Cloudslayer. Its inscribed rune was Force. Cloudslayer could manipulate the surrounding wind, while Moonshooter could continuously amplify it. The black robe tilted its head, then extended several tendrils from its belly, each holding a rusted weapon, and waved them before Yade. Ha! The wind on the hand crossbow swirled and gathered as he aimed the crossbow forward. Then the wind arrow shot forth. Yad's form turned, blessed by the raging wind, and flashed to the side of the black robe. His blade swung with a cold glint, striking fiercely at the opponent. But behind him, from a shadow cast by the eaves, a spiral of tendrils had already thrust out. It aimed straight for his back. And just as Yade realized something was coming from behind, and was about to dodge, an even faster object pierced through that spiral. Then a figure far swifter than Yade descended, gripping that object tightly. Yad's blade had already struck the black robe, but after cutting through the outer layer of cloth and several tendrils, Cloudslayer could no longer cut deeper. The black robe quickly retreated, and from the surrounding shadows several more spirals shot out. The holy sword flew past Yade like a missile, slamming straight into the wound on the black robe. The surrounding spirals froze, then fell to the ground and vanished like before. Before Yade could react, Isapo had already caught the holy sword she had thrown again. Among the title knights of the same rank, Yad's strongest competitive edge was the extreme speed he could unleash with the wind's blessing. But Isapo was faster than him. Logically, this was abnormal. But for Isapo, it was normal. In places Yade could not see, the blood within her body was boiling, surging, accelerating. Crimson Scale Leap, one of the most useful among the countless little tricks the Demon King had taught her. Given her identity, she couldn't directly use Blood Pierce or Supernova in front of Yade. They were too conspicuous. But Crimson Scale Leap was different. Yade couldn't see through her. How would he know what she was doing? All he knew was that the girl before him was now terrifyingly strong. Chirp. She swung the holy sword fiercely, cutting through the black robe from deep within its body, almost severing it at the waist. Tendrils spread and filled a wound in the black robe, repairing its injury at a visible speed. But Isapo had already retreated. Heroine! Yade called out softly, and Isapo nodded in response, then snapped her fingers. Plop, 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 plop. The next moment, the sound of countless flesh being torn and pierced rang out. It was blood. While Yade was in a blind spot, Isapo had used the holy sword to carry a massive amount of blood, compressed by hundredfold. When it pierced into the black robe, her blood transformed into supernova. She couldn't use it openly, so she used it secretly. Then regeneration began. The supernova injected into the black robe's body erupted at that moment. Plop, 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 plop. Yade watched in some astonishment as the huge black robe figure convulsed like a seizure, then glanced at Isapo, who had relaxed a little. Miss, you're this strong. Don't let your guard down, it's not dead yet. Isapo exhaled and warned. The impact of the supernova explosion had passed, and the blood threads rampaging inside the black robe gradually lost their grip. Before the black robe could regain mobility, Isapo charged forward again. Yade snapped back to reality, gripped Cloudslayer, and charged from the other side alongside Isapo, launching attacks at the black robe. The black robe had been slower than Yade from the start, and under the combined assault of Isapo, even when it occasionally tried to summon spirals in retaliation, Isapo would cut them off with a holy sword before they could land. Wounds of varying depths were carved into its body one after another. The previously visible regeneration rate slowed until finally only a few tendrils writhed like worms. Then a flash of the blade. Isapo swung her sword one last time, cutting the black robe in two. The top hat fell, and Isapo sliced it in half midair. It hit the ground and vanished. The two halves of the black robe still writhed, crawling at a not-so-slow pace, as if trying to escape the two. But before that, Yade and Isapo had already divided the work, each taking a half, and began finishing them off. Whenever they saw a moving tendril, they cut it. If it didn't move after cutting, they cut again. Yade was even more thorough. He simply minced the entire black robe into fine pieces. The lifeless tendrils dissolved into nothingness, just like before. By the time the two were done, only scattered black cloth fragments proved what had just happened. Yade snapped back to reality, staring at the fabric on the ground for a moment. I did it. Yes, you did. Isapo looked at Yad's bewildered expression and couldn't help but smile. He looked at the girl's smile, his nose stinging almost on the verge of tears. A grown man in his 30s. Thanks. Heroin. No need. Just call me Isapo. Isapo. He repeated the name, nodded, and extended his hand toward Isapo. Pleasure working with you. She grasped his hand, still clad in the gauntlet, and shook it firmly. After the death march's death, the power of the black tide that had resided in its body flowed into Isapo. Not much, but it existed. But, with such a level, it could kill a 5th rank in an instant. Isapo felt a little perplexed, but quickly dismissed it. Abilities related to shadows. How could they not be specialized in ambush? Summoning spirals through shadows to ambush. That was a move it had already used. So presumably there were other ambush-related skills, but because they had defeated it too smoothly, they hadn't had the chance to see them. Those rusted weapons hadn't been used at all. Perhaps they were hidden in the shadows. Like some second-rate spellcaster who kept a dog. And it died without ever using them. Like in a game when you clear a boss health bar too fast and miss out on a few bucks worth of content. So, I finally... Yade, on the other hand, clearly didn't think that much. He just let go of her hand and bowed solemnly to Isapo. Then he'll go find the chief to turn in the quest, Miss Isapo. See you tomorrow. Yade nodded, manipulated the wind to gather the scattered fabric on the ground, blowing most of it into Isapo's hand, and the rest into his own. May your journey to defeat the Demon King be smooth. Isapo's smile froze on her face. You sure have a way with words. Yade didn't notice Isapo's expression. He just turned around and disappeared into the night. She sighed and returned to the room along the same path. Then she bumped straight into Lonia, who had been standing by the window. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to move around? What if you were targeted by a bad person? Isapo was startled, asking with some irritation. I was worried about you, Lonia said calmly. Cough. You shouldn't have risked poking your head out. But I was still worried about you. Anyway, it's not allowed. Okay. Lonia nodded, but a hint of hard-to-hide disappointment lurked in her eyes. At least ensure your own safety. Alright, go to sleep now. Isapo sighed, watching Lonia sit back on the bed and pull the blanket over herself. Good night, Ella. Good night, Isapo. Yade saw a rank adventurer, title Knight, 6th rank male. After turning in the wilderness monster hunting quest in the afternoon, he went missing during the night. The next day, he was found beheaded, his internal organs completely removed, a rusted long blade inserted from the center of his neck down to his abdomen. His body was abandoned at the tavern entrance, with multiple visible external injuries. The blood words at the death site wrote 4 characters. Must be repaid. Hart Town had no dedicated cemetery. The minister, accompanied by 2 young men, carried the coffin to the barren grassy slope east of the town. They shoveled the soil, smoothed it, erected a tombstone, and tied a fragment of the azure cloak to its top. Isapo stood atop the slope, not approaching. The holy sword hovered behind her shoulder, its radiance so dim it was nearly invisible. Just yesterday weren't they fighting together? Hadn't they said they would meet again tomorrow? The minister pressed the shovel handle into the ground and turned his head toward Isapo. The situation is rather grim. I've sent new reinforcement requests to other guilds and churches. In a while, we should have new adventurers coming to help. Probably. The 3rd tier was the level that most mortals could only reach after a lifetime of effort, and it was also the threshold for ordinary soldiers to become Imperial Apprentice Knights. The standard for a Holy Spirit Apprentice Knight was the 4th tier, and the formal Knight standards for both factions were 1 tier above the Apprentice. For comparison, a 4th-tier Flame Demon could easily destroy an entire village. A 5th-tier Holy Spirit Knight could handle several 4th-tier Flame Demons at once. But the higher the tier, the greater the gap in power. At the 6th tier, one would be granted a title in the Empire, and qualify for entry to the Round Table. In the Church, they would be recognized as elites, and could compete for the position of Holy Spirit Knight Commander. Titled Knights were already rare, and free ones, not yet admitted to the Round Table, were even scarcer. For the time being, through this call for aid, how many adventurers could be summoned to replace the Adest combat power? Isapo did not respond to the minister. She stared at the fresh mound of earth for a long time until the minister sighed, and turned away until the two young men hunched their necks and ran down the slope. 3 feet away, Aladia stood beside her. She did not look at the new grave, she looked at Isapo's clenched fist. Isapo! I know. The voice squeezed through her teeth dry and hard. You want to tell me to calm down? I know. Aladia shook her head. No. I wanted to say your hand is bleeding. Isapo looked down at her palm. Her nails had dug in, and several dark red droplets of blood oozed from the wounds. Yesterday, this blood had been flowing rapidly, as she commanded it, fighting alongside the reliable knight to destroy the undead march. Now the blood had cooled, no longer flowing, just suspended over the wounds. She released her hand. Let's go! The two walked down the slope toward the town. Isapo's pace was faster than usual, her footsteps on the ground hurried and chaotic. Midway down the slope, she suddenly stopped, stood still, took a deep breath, and exhaled. No! Aladia stopped and waited quietly. Isapo turned around, thoughts churning rapidly in her eyes. Yades's body has numerous battle wounds. He wasn't killed by a single sneak attack. He fought the enemy. Isapo began to walk back, not toward the town, but toward the battlefield from last night. The road looked unremarkable in daylight. Isapo crouched down, closed her eyes, and released the deliberately suppressed olfactory scents under her disguise. The Blood Clan was extremely sensitive to odors. If the target of tracking was blood, that sensitivity would expand even further. At full power, every drop of blood within 100 paces would become a glowing beacon for Isapo. The traces of yesterday's battle were scarce. The greasy smell of the black robe had dissipated, leaving only a nearly invisible dark film on the stone slabs. But in this state, Isapo could still smell it. That nauseating greasy odor along with the scent of Yada. Then the smell of blood mixed with a trace of wind, attribute magic and rust. Very faint, appearing intermittently from the east side of the alley. She stood up and followed the intermittent scent line eastward. That was the route Yada took after leaving the battlefield last night, heading toward the guild. Midway, Isapo's steps halted. Something new appeared in the air. The scent of another kind of blood. Extremely faint, mostly diluted by the night dew and morning sunlight. But it was there. The contamination of the black tide was mixed in, but different from the black robes. The black robes' contamination was uniform and diffused like a mist. The contamination in this scent seemed to be self-suppressing, as if forcefully sealed within a container. A living container. Here! Isapo continued forward. At the end of the scent trail, everything appeared normal. If not for that genuine odor, Isapo would never have known something happened here. She carefully sniffed the nearby scents. The black tide's aura only leaked through the blood, pointing to a single corner. There, the scent of Yades's blood mixed with the black tide's aura. It looked like nothing was there. Something was waiting for him here. An ambush or a tailing. Isapo stood up, her gaze extending along the narrow path. After Yada finished off the black robe and returned to the guild to report the mission, he was intercepted by a second person on the way. This is the real enemy. Aladia walked to the stone slab, looked down. That thing bled. Him. She crouched down, a ring of scarlet spreading in her eyes. After enhancing her perception with Scarlet Scale Leap, she maximized her sensory abilities. She felt quietly nothing could escape her perception. She sensed many tiny things. All blood. All blood carrying the black tide's aura. Extremely evenly distributed from the landing points, it looked like traces left by someone bleeding while walking the whole way. That trail extended deep into the woods. Then abruptly all traces vanished, as if they had disappeared into thin air. If she hadn't mastered Scarlet Scale Leap, she would never have sensed the uniform blood aura on the ground. Those were things that had disappeared, been erased. That creature actively erased its own traces, but it did not erase that one conspicuous patch of blood in the same way. That meant, under normal circumstances, that creature was constantly bleeding. Every time after committing murder, it actively erased its own traces, so much so that it overlooked the most obvious blood splash from the wound inflicted by Yades's counterattack. It simply let it fall into the ground, like the black robe's tendrils, and disappear naturally. Isapo stood up. Yades's Cloud Cleaver and Moon Shooter are missing. No doubt the murderer also took the deceased's weapons. The wind blew from the direction of Feng Lin, carrying the dampness of decaying leaves. It doesn't come out during the day. It moves at night, hiding in some dark corner during the day. The Black Robe's ability is related to shadows. The spiral it used for ambush also pierced out from the shadows. Isapo tapped her knuckles. There are at least 2 people on the other side. One is responsible for killing the other for cover and reconnaissance. The Black Robe was probably the cover summon released to draw fire and protect the killer. Yesterday we killed the summon mistakenly thinking it was the end. Then the cover took advantage of the moment, Isapo, and Yeda separated, cooperating with the killer to slay Yeda. Isapo walked forward a dozen steps along the blood trail, stopping before the forest. Here the blood trail vanished. The ground became earth and turf, residual traces washed away by the morning dew. But what happened would not be washed away. A cowardly knight once faced himself here. A wanton slaughterer had killed him here. Isapo knew that one night that creature would appear again. In the silent obscurity, bleeding, using a rusty weapon to sever someone's head. And she would find him. Aladia, the Black Tide's power can devour holy light, so you must protect yourself. Understand? Isapo. Isapo stood still, speaking softly to Aladia. Leave it to me. The holy sword's glow seemed a little brighter, flickering as if encouraged by something. I will make that creature pay. In the manner of the Blood Clan. At 3 in the afternoon, the sun had baked the dust on Hart Town's main street into a fine white powder. The messenger dispatched by the minister had not yet returned, but that was hardly the man's fault. Hart Town was already quite distant from the various settlements, and expecting him to make a round trip in a single afternoon was simply asking too much. Esper glanced at the latest directive posted by the branch, which advised knights not to venture out at night or stay overnight outside in recent days. Though staying indoors could not prevent that creature's disruption, at least it would allow everyone to hear when it made a sound. However, this also led to another dilemma. Come nightfall, Esper might have to face 2 enemies of the 6th rank or higher all alone. It was hard to imagine that aside from Esper, the most capable fighter in the town was likely the branch minister, who had retreated to the sidelines ages ago. He was merely 4th rank. Though she could correspondingly unleash supernova and blood pierce without restraint, and even activate Canal and Crimson Scale, Leap Carry Esper was still sitting in the guild branch deep in thought when the door suddenly burst open. The person who entered was young, roughly her age. His gray hair was cropped extremely short, exposing an old scar on the back of his neck. He wore a standard Imperial Knight's light armor with a badge pinned to his left chest. The pattern on the badge was a round table formed by countless overlapping swords. Yes, a knight of the Round Table. A titled knight, who after being granted a name by the Emperor chose to join the Imperial Round Table. He swept his gaze across the hall, pausing for less than half a second on the holy sword floating behind Esper, then walked straight to the counter. I am Raincaster 6th rank. I ran into your messenger outside the town. The minister poked his head out from behind the curtain, and upon seeing the visitor wore an expression of utter astonishment. The Annihilator. Yes. A knight's title often reflected their combat style, or most distinctive trait. Yard was called the Skull Hunter, and this man was called the Annihilator. Esper pressed her finger to her lips. Rain offered no superfluous pleasantries. He pulled a neatly folded piece of paper from a leather pouch at his waist, unfolded it, and placed it on the counter. It was his identity credentials, as a Knight of the Round Table, complete with serial number and seal. Give me whatever intelligence you have on the Death March. The minister glanced at Esper. She rose from the low stool and walked to the counter. Let me speak. I fought it last night. Rain turned to look at her. His gray-blue eyes held no warmth, like a sheet of iron frosted over on a winter morning. You are a hero. Yes. Just call me Esper. Esper gave a brief account of the intelligence she had compiled, and Rain fell silent for a few seconds after listening. Understood. He tapped his fingers lightly on the hilt of his sword. It targets knights as prey. Then I shall serve as the bait. Esper raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? The titled knight yesterday was also 6th rank, and this morning he was found hanging outside the tavern. It clearly prioritizes knights as targets. Using myself as bait to lure it out is the optimal solution available. Moreover, I am a Knight of the Round Table, a disciple of the Sword Saint. He pressed gently on the badge on his chest, and the next moment a presence similar to what Esper had felt from Veronica's phantom emanated outward. the symbol of a Knight of the Round Table, the aura of authority emitted through the badge. Though it has no practical effect, and is extremely faint, it is still a manifestation of the storm. He spoke these words without any fluctuation in his expression. If he truly hates knights that much, then upon sensing this aura, he should appear to kill me. And since the creature that exclusively kills knights is here, I should be here as well. Esper stared at him for 2 seconds, then looked away. Yard had made the same choice, but he was different from Yard. Yard was clearly afraid, clearly admitted his cowardice, yet still stepped forward. Raincaster. He was not afraid. There was only a strange, almost stubborn sense of duty and determination that unsettled Esper. But it also has a mind. After the ambush last night, it should know that I will be watching from the sidelines today. Under such circumstances will it be so easily deceived? Rain nodded. His hatred for knights is extremely intense, and I am a Knight of the Round Table belonging to the Empire. To him, I must be a target that cannot be left alive. An open scheme. Esper studied the young man before her for a few more moments. Fine. Tonight you patrol the town and he'll follow you. When it appears well, take on together. Agreed. Rain gave a nod signaling a consensus. Then he turned as if to leave the guild. I'll wait. Esper called out to him. You said you met the messenger outside the town. What were you doing nearby before you came here? Don't Knights of the Round Table usually have specific missions and assignments to take on? Rain stopped in his tracks back to her and paused for a moment. I am currently pursuing Julia Wagner. Esper's eye twitched. She remembered that name. Former Knight of the Round Table, former disciple of the Sword Saint Queen of Match-Fixing Collector of Defeat CG. Constantine's expression when he mentioned her was too vivid, and her deeds were hardly human. Pursuing your senior, not pursuing and not a senior. He turned around, correcting her earnestly. First, I only need to defeat her and bring her back. Second, she is no longer a disciple of the Sword Saint. He spoke seriously, but his tone was flat as if reciting an official document. Did you catch up with her? No. She is faster than me. I lost her trail. Then I learned of what was happening here, so I will deal with this first. If you don't mind me asking, do you think you can beat her? Not at the moment. The same tone. In terms of mana reserve, she is 7th rank. I am 6th. In terms of swordsmanship, I still have a long way to go. Esper's mouth twitched. You're quite honest. Can't beat her is can't beat her. No need to lie. Rain turned and continued walking out. Even so, you still intend to go after her? Esper couldn't help but ask one more question. I am a disciple of the Sword Saint and Knight of the Round Table of the Empire. This is my responsibility. Rain reached the door and pushed it open. The afternoon light poured in from outside, cutting his silhouette into a black shadow. Esper didn't know what to say. Esper, meet me tonight after sunset at the bell tower in the east of town. The door closed. The guild fell silent again, and the minister let out a long sigh behind the counter. Young people these days, every one of them is abnormal. The shadow of the bell tower had already swallowed half the street. Layan sat on the steps of the bell tower with 3 old books spread out before him, which he had retrieved from the guild archives. He did not raise his head, merely pressing his index finger on a passage, and gently pushing the book toward Aisipa as she approached. Beneath the slight indentation left by his fingertip, the text read, The Fall of the Blood Hunter Territory. At the end of the Dragon Sovereignty era, after the Wild Hunt army was routed at the Sacred Bones Plain, the Storm Army carried out a thorough purge of the remnants of the Wild Hunt. The Blood Hunter Territory, as one of the 10 hunter domains, was the first to be attacked. Meanwhile, the knights stationed within the Blood Hunter Territory, who had sworn loyalty to the Wild Hunt upon learning of the Blood Hunters' betrayal, launched a rebellion from within. Under the combined assault of the Wild Hunt army and the Storm Army, the Blood Hunter Territory was reduced to ruins within just a few days. Aisipa sat down on the step beside him. Layan spoke suddenly. The hunter saw his face, and called out, Follow me. The shepherd abandoned his staff, took up a spear, and followed the king. The shepherd said, Men call me the Blood Hunter, for I was born thirsty for blood. So the king granted him a territory, allowing him to establish his own kingdom on this land and raise his descendants. Aisipa rested her chin on her knees, her gaze falling on the faded ink of those lines in the book. The Dragon Sovereignty Epic. You can recite that. It was a compulsory course for the Round Table Knights. Master said, "We must remember the victories the Storm King won for humanity." All right. Aisipa made a halting gesture. She had long heard the story of the Blood Hunter, the shame of the vampire court, the most infamous wielder of the blood authority in history. His true name and origin were lost to time. The most widely circulated account claimed he was the son of a menial servant in the vampire court. Due to an innate and abnormal thirst for blood, he attacked a vampire of the court, was placed under a bounty, and fled into exile. During that time, he disguised himself as a shepherd, sustaining himself by drinking sheep's blood. But eventually unable to suppress his craving, he attacked a passing army and encountered the Wild Hunt King. Having earned the king's recognition, he joined the Wild Hunt army and received the Blood Authority, establishing a vampire territory within the dragon-human empire founded by the Wild Hunt. Whenever her sister mentioned him, she could feel the piercing cold in her sister's tone. But that was all in the past. Leon turned to the next page, where a rough battlefield diagram was drawn. The scale of the siege on the Blood Hunter territory was enormous. Even the dead of the 6th rank numbered in the thousands, and most records are sparse in detail. His finger slid down to a small annotation at the bottom of the page. But there is one special record. Aisipa leaned in to look. Strange blood. 6th rank pure-blooded human. In the vampire vassal state backed by the dragon humans, he earned his title through pure martial skill, and became a titled knight of the Wild Hunt. During the siege of the Blood Hunter territory, he covered the escape of the 4th princess of the Blood Hunter territory, single-handedly killed several knights, and ultimately fell in battle due to being outnumbered. The princess used the time he bought to flee into the wilderness, and her whereabouts thereafter remained unknown. Pure martial skill. So no special abilities. Aisipa tilted her head. That means his close combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. Leon nodded in agreement and added, Hard Town was built upon the ruins of the fallen Blood Hunter territory. It is said that this area is where the strange Blood Knight fell in battle. He closed the book. When the Death March resurrects, they retain their memories and obsessions from life, but they are twisted. A knight who protected a princess in life becomes a specter that slaughters knights in death. Aisipa's fingertip traced the 2 characters' strange blood on the page. The Wild Hunt Knights were mostly dragon humans, while the Storm Knights were pure-blooded humans. Being both a pure-blooded human and a Wild Hunt Knight, he faced attacks from both sides, and could only fight to the very last moment. Perhaps it was that despair and pain of being rejected by everything that drove him. Even though he successfully covered the prince's retreat, that made him become part of the Death March. Leon nodded. Hatred does not distinguish between eras. To him, everyone wearing armor and bearing a sword was one of those who killed him that night. Aisipa was silent for a few seconds. Even a boy dreaming of knighthood. To him, yes. Leon's gaze hardened slightly. However, the Death March gained special powers upon resurrection, and he has accomplices. So we cannot treat him as an ordinary 6th rank or a mere martial artist. He stood up, dusting off the dirt from his trousers. His assistant's ability is not easy to deal with, but since we know the general mechanism, it shouldn't be too difficult to avoid if we want to. Although he is recorded as powerful and troublesome in a direct confrontation, I am confident I will not be at a disadvantage. At that time, I will rely on you. Fine. Aisipa also stood up and stretched. The holy sword behind her shoulder swayed slightly, its halo glowing pale gold in the twilight. Eladia had been sitting on the stone base of the bell tower, hands resting on her knees, her sky-blue eyes watching the 2 quietly. One more thing. Aisipa turned to face Leon. Yulia Waguna, can you tell me more about her? Leon's expression remained unchanged. What do you want to know? What kind of person she is? Strong. Leon's hand rested on his sword hilt. Master adopted her when she was only 3, but she could already speak like a normal adult. From the very first day, she learned everything faster than others. Swordsmanship, physical techniques, magic usage. She could replicate almost anything after just watching it once. Master said many times that if she worked a little harder, surpassing Master would only be a matter of time. Truly remarkable. Yes, she was a genius. So was Master. Leon paused for a moment. But she was different from Master. Master devoted a lifetime to a single pursuit, perfecting the art of the sword. She was different. She could do everything, excelled at everything, but cared about nothing. An icy Pa's brow twitched. How so? She looked at everything with the same gaze. Swordspeople battles honor. In her eyes, they were all equivalent. All could be consumed, all could be discarded. Lei En's voice remained flat, but the pauses returned. Except for Master. Oh, the way she looked at Master was different. I can't say exactly how, but it was just different. Aisipa thought of something but didn't voice it. What happened later? Later she started taking those strange commissions. Deliberately losing to monsters, letting herself be dealt with. When this news spread, Master's reputation suffered. Lei En's tone grew heavier. Master called her back and asked why. She said calmly that she just wanted to do it. Her face was expressionless. Master was furious, almost drew her sword on the spot, but she still showed no expression. Master warned her never to do it again, and she nodded. Yet afterward she still did the same thing outside. So Master challenged her to a duel. A duel using pure swordsmanship without magic enhancement. Lei En seemed to recall something very unpleasant, his voice slowing even more. Then Master won. She cut off her right arm and told her to leave and never appear before her again. The wind blew down from the gaps in the bell tower, stirring the short hair on Lei En's forehead. She nodded and left. But before she left, she said something to Master. I don't know the exact words, Master never told anyone. But I saw Master's hand trembling from a distance. He paused one last time. After that, Master locked herself in her room for 3 months, speaking to no one. His Majesty issued a warrant and handed it to me. Aisipa was silent for a few seconds, then turned her gaze toward the distant forest. Do you hate her? No. The answer came quickly. But I must find her. Because Master is waiting for her. Perhaps your Master isn't waiting for anyone. Aisipa's voice was a little dry, barely above a whisper. If Yulia truly cared about your Master, why wouldn't she listen to her? If your Master truly cared about Yulia, why couldn't she tolerate her flaws? Lei En did not answer this question. He simply turned around, facing the darkening sky. Why did you ask that? I just don't understand. Aisipa clenched her teeth. If they truly cared about each other, why couldn't they be a little more patient? Accept a little more of each other? Why did they have to let the other leave completely before being satisfied? And then one-sidedly search for the other? Is Thea looking for me? She didn't know. She didn't know such things. But that didn't stop her from asking the question. Lei En took a deep breath and looked seriously at the young woman before him, whose eyes were almost welling with tears. The sun is about to set. Prepare. Night fell. Lei En walked alone on the main street, the clanking of his armor, and the sound of his footsteps the only noises in the thoroughfare. His thumb pressed against the emblem on his chest, and the lingering resonance of the storm authority emanated from the small metal piece, proclaiming its presence in the dark street to all things capable of perceiving it. Aisipa concealed herself in a nearby room, her gaze fixed on Lei En's back through the window. The holy sword lay against her spine, its radiance dimmed to the minimum. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Nothing happened. Lei En reached the end of the street, turned, and walked back. Then the wall behind him exploded. Black tendrils surged toward Lei En from all directions, their sheer number filling the entire alleyway. Lei En's drawing of his sword was synchronized with his turn. The rune engraved on the blade flashed for an instant. Annihilation, meaning to extinguish, to eliminate. A rune capable of erasing all energy it touched. Including mana, including willpower, including kinetic energy and resistance. As the swiftly moving blade erased the resistance upon it, and sliced through the first tentacle, all mana fluctuations within that tentacle were instantly extinguished. Then its momentum diminished to nothing, and it was cleanly severed, falling to the ground as a mass of dead flesh. But the ensuing tentacle still surged forward. Hey, isn't this rune too unfair? How dare the Mage Tower design something like this? And you who can resonate with such a rune are terrifying too. A crisp voice came from behind the mass of tentacles. A diminutive girl stood atop the collapsed brick wall. A pointed wizard's hat sat crookedly on her head, revealing a freckled young face beneath the brim. She appeared to be about 20 years old. This is my first time seeing a native round table knight. I thought you'd be wielding a much more powerful sword like the Sword of Victory or something. Her fingers traced circles in the air. With each circuit, new tentacles emerged from the surrounding shadows, surging toward Lei-In. Lei-In did not respond. His sword swung ceaselessly, each strike severing several tentacles, but for every one cut, as many more replaced them. This guy, is he stalling for time? He shifted his gaze toward Aic-Pa's position, and his eyes paused for a moment. Aic-Pa was not there. You might think you're quite attractive, but unfortunately to the grave that girl is far more appealing. Aic-Pa's pupils contracted. The moment Lei-In turned, the shadows suddenly deepened. They expanded outward, then swallowed Lei-In whole. The next moment his figure vanished before Aic-Pa's eyes. Before she could react, a faint metallic scent of rust permeated the air. It did not come from Lei-In's direction. It was. The flow of blood quickened a breath before she became aware of the danger. Scarlet Scale leaped load. The velocity surged to its limit in an instant, and she immediately propelled herself out of the window. A rusted longsword came down from where she had just been. The blade, stained with black oil, cleaved through the windowsill and wooden beams, and the pressure of the swing split the entire house in two. Crack. The sword shattered rusted iron fragments, scattering to the ground before dissolving in the wind. Aic-Pa twisted her body in midair. She saw him. He was shorter than expected. A figure about 1.60 meters, wrapped in a tattered old robe soaked with blood and black grease. No armor, only a body riddled with the hilt ends of rusted weapons protruding through the holes in the robe. Countless weapons seemed to have been forcibly thrust into his flesh, poking out from between his ribs, between his shoulder blades, and from his abdomen. The flesh around the wounds writhed, constantly healing, then being torn open again. Blood flowed ceaselessly from those perpetually unhealable wounds, seeping along the folds of the robe, pooling at his feet into a small dark puddle. His hair was tangled and thick, like seaweed, obscuring most of his face. The only clearly visible part was his stubbled chin, which bore no expression at all. The nameless knight, Strange Blood. Through the disheveled strands, his pitch-black bloodshot eyes were fixed on the holy sword behind her. A hatred so intense, it was almost tangible, surged from those eyes, causing Aic-Pa genuine discomfort. Then his gaze moved to her face. He froze, as if he had seen something he absolutely did not want to see on her. Under the enhancement of Scarlet Scale leaped load, the brown pupils used to disguise her identity had reverted to the blood red of a vampire, and the concealed mana had also revealed its original aura. It seemed he recognized her as a vampire. Come to think of it, this guy apparently died to protect the vampire princess, so maybe he would show mercy when fighting her. Beast! Trembling all over, he pulled out a second weapon from his body. It was a rusted broadsword, its edge chipped like a row of rotten teeth. It seemed to make him even angrier. Before Aic-Pa's landing foot had even steadied, he was already in front of her. Fast. Faster than her speed after activating Scarlet Scale leap. The broadsword swept horizontally, and Aic-Pa leaned back to dodge the blade, grazing the tip of her nose. The second strike came immediately. A short spear drawn from his left side aimed at her abdomen. The holy sword flew from behind her back to intercept the spear's trajectory, the sharp clang of metal echoing in the night sky. But his third strike was already upon her. As the distance closed, the hand holding the sword changed its trajectory, slashing upward from below at a tricky angle. Aic-Pa's body had already lost its balance while evading the first two strikes. She could only raise her left arm to block. The blade touched the outside of her forearm. Her arm was cut off. No! At the moment of the strike, her forearm shot forward like a cannonball, slamming straight into his face, sending him flying back several meters. Blood like a river connected Aic-Pa's arm to her body. Even though severed by the blade for an instant, it reconnected the next moment. The forearm was drawn back to the wound by the river, rejoining and healing. That hurt! Aic-Pa muttered. River. One of the Demon King's clever little tricks. By creating blood conduits, one could store blood that had been compressed through the 100-fold refinement in advance, and also use them to reattach limbs and extend range. Then the splattered blood, already compressed to the extreme by the 100-fold refinement, after being cut by Strange Blood, burst forth in that instant. Blood pierce. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several bloodlines pierced the sound barrier, firing simultaneously towards Strange Blood's throat, forehead, heart, and other vital points. Strange Blood murmured, plunging the hand still holding the short spear into his own chest and abdomen. The short spear was reinserted into his body, and then he grasped something else. Whoosh whoosh, a gale raged. A icy bit her lip. From within Strange Blood's body, a long sword shimmering with runes emerged, its name Cut Cloud. In an instant, it summoned a windstorm far surpassing the scale of disrupting the trajectory of Blood Pierce, and causing all the sure-kill shots to veer past him. A icy ripped the holy sword and retreated a few steps, putting distance between them. Strange Blood did not pursue. He stood still, staring at her with hollow eyes filled with hatred. Then he casually tossed the rusted sword aside and spoke. Blasphemer! Filthy thing! Defilement! He took a step forward. The puddle of blood under his feet splashed. Must be repaid. He pulled another long sword from his body. On the blade was engraved the sword's name, Flame Scorch. One hand with Cut Cloud, the other with Flame Scorch. A dead man from the past, a revenant driven by hatred. The nameless knight now proclaimed his title. In the name of the grave! At the end of the Crimson Thunder and Dragon roars, the Wild Hunt King's final hunt is drawing to a close. Amidst the thousands of blades tearing through the abyss, the Storm King's expedition has arrived. Ishwa leaned against the windowsill, tilting his head to gaze at the Blood Hunt territory outside. Some distance away, a group of dragon men were having afternoon tea together, while on the other side patrolling guards were vampires. He was the only human. Yet this land, not his homeland, had long become his sole refuge. Even though he had long understood this truth, the youth still felt an indescribable sorrow in his heart whenever he gazed out from here. Here I am ultimately an outsider. The youth was the descendant of a disgraced minister, stripped of his name, exiled from the borders of the Fonebow Empire, and became a Wild Hunt knight. A knight from a foreign land. His magic circuits were branded by the Empire. Though they could still generate mana, they could not resonate with any runes belonging to the mage towers. He could only rely on his own body and skills to survive in this nation of might makes right. Creak creak. The faint sound of a wheel turning came from beside him. My knight, what are you looking at? It was still the gentle, almost disarmingly soft greeting. Ishwet closed his eyes. Ah, am just enjoying the breeze. Is it because you feel stuffy, my knight? Yes. How annoying. You're no different from them. I've known it all along. Those who whispered about me at the banquet, you must have been among them too. You don't even know my true name, yet you pretend to say, my knight. It's nothing but a tactic to win people over. How disgusting. My knight, come to me. The girl's gentle voice called out, and after a moment of silence, the youth left the window and knelt on one knee before her. What are your orders, your highness? A breeze blew. It was so faint that if not for his extraordinary perception, he might not have felt it. My knight, could you raise your head? Your highness, is that necessary? Of course it is, my knight. I want to see you more. He reluctantly raised his head. What met his eyes was a girl with hair as black as ink and eyes like gems formed from the sediment of blood. She sat in a wheelchair, smiling, gently fanning him with a small hand so thin that the bones were visible. Her frail body could barely support the exquisite dress, which hung loosely on her. This was the fourth princess of the Blood Hunt territory. A girl so weak and sickly that she couldn't even bear magic circuits, neglected by the Blood Hunt clan and cold-shouldered by everyone. Ishwet turned his head away. My knight, my neck is a bit sore. Then that fair and soft hand touched his neck, hesitantly applying some pressure to ease his discomfort. Your highness. As expected of my knight, even when receiving a reward you still speak in such a tone. Her voice was slow and leisurely, as if she were camping, strolling by a lake, or watching the stars with friends on a grassy field. You should be hating and complaining about all this just like me. Your highness. Ishwa spoke discontentedly. Kill! You? A rusted broadsword swung horizontally. Esper raised her holy sword in front of her to block the impact of the metal collision, pushed her feet across the stone floor, leaving 2 grooves. Shon's physical capabilities were already far beyond what a 6th rank should possess. At the same time, the corruption of the black tide continuously repaired his muscles and joints, keeping his body in peak condition. Moreover, his swordsmanship itself was extremely dangerous. The fact that he had earned a title as a pure-blood human in the vampire nation during his lifetime alone spoke volumes about his mastery. Esper clenched her molars. She brought her hands together in front of her, and a crimson liquid surged from between her fingers. Supernova! 6 blood beads compressed to the extreme through a 100-fold condensation shot from between her fingers, drawing fan-shaped arcs in the air, each landing before Zhong. Zhong's footsteps paused for a moment. His bloodshot eyes swept over the blood beads, as if he had seen this technique before. Probably from yesterday's experience. But what he didn't know was that this moment of hesitation in response to the supernova was exactly what Esper needed. With a tearing sound, Esper's back suddenly bulged, splitting her clothes, as several crimson liquid columns burst forth from her back. Wing King! Though it's not the true Wing King, it's the same in terms of acceleration. Be careful. Turning will be very inconvenient in this state. Ji had said this when teaching the technique. Compressing the blood through a 100-fold condensation and storing it in the back muscles, then releasing it in an instant to generate recoil, transforming it into pure propulsion. Her figure vanished from the spot. At the same time, the 6 blood beads detonated simultaneously. Several blood-piercing shots launched by the supernova nearly wove a blood net, stabbing fiercely toward Zhong. Zhong let out a low growl, swinging Cloud Cutter and Flame Scorch in succession. Flames burst forth, with a blade of Flame Scorch, and under the gusts stirred by Cloud Cutter they spun into a wall of wind and fire, blocking the blood-piercing shots. And while he was dealing with the blood-piercing shots, the holy sword in Esper's hand was already coated with a layer of high-speed rotating blood film, the buzzing vibration tearing through the air. Blood Blade! Through the gap in the fire wall left by defending against the blood-piercing shots, with the extreme speed burst from the dual enhancement of Wing King and Crimson Scale Leap, this sword strike cut into Yishua's right shoulder and sliced all the way to his left waist. The rotating blood film was like countless miniature saws working simultaneously, cutting and shattering the flesh and bones on the contact surface. Black grease and red blood gushed out from the wound, splattering all over Esper's face. Yishua's body was cut into 2 irregular halves. The upper half tilted to the left, the lower half collapsed to the right. But he did not die. He could not die. Long tendrils and black grease writhed wildly at the wound, pulling the 2 halves back together. The regeneration was visible to the naked eye, muscle fibers, like spider silk pulled out from the cross-sections, intertwining and weaving. Esper landed, shaking off the blood film from her holy sword, which splashed a puddle of red on the ground. Can't die, huh? She panted, staring at the healing Yishua. Then she saw his face. Because his body was constantly convulsing, his hair shook loose, revealing his expression fully to Esper. It was extreme agony. His mouth kept opening and closing, the sounds he made no longer forming words. No! Not like this! Don't! Die! Those long tendrils began to form a structure resembling a cocoon shell on his body's surface. He let out a scream, throwing away Cloud Cutter and Flame Scorch like trash, and reached his hands toward his own throat. His fingers gripped the flesh of his throat and tore it open forcefully. Esper didn't quite understand what was happening, but she knew what she should do now. She activated Wing King again, her figure rushing toward Zhong at high speed. Meanwhile, Zhong was reaching his hand into the torn throat, his entire arm plunging into his own body. That hand was groping inside his body, and the wet sounds of bones breaking and muscles tearing could be heard. Then he grabbed something and began to pull it out. First came the hilt, white plain with no decoration. Then the broken blade. Only 1/3 the length of its complete form, the fracture uneven, as if it had been forcibly snapped by something. But that shape, that color, that pattern extending from the hilt to the fracture. Esper's heart skipped a beat. That broken sword was identical to the holy sword floating behind her. What? Yishua fully pulled the broken sword out from his own head. The wound healed instantly upon extraction. His eyes were fixed on the complete holy sword floating behind Esper. You? Again! He gripped the broken holy sword using a different grip than with his other weapons for the first time. Both hands. This time. Won't let you succeed. The holy sword behind Esper vibrated, its halo flickering, as if warning in some resonance. Hey! What the hell is this? As soon as the words left her mouth, the 2 holy swords collided, and a sudden torrent of memories flooded into her mind like a tide. Little late today, we will learn about the setting of the black tide. An icy and human voice echoed. Senior, my surname is not Lei. My family name is Ka Si Te. The young Lei in Ka Si Te replied, sitting nervously on the chair. Oh, little Ka. A stunningly beautiful blonde girl in a maid outfit nodded, then crouched down, with a bold manly stance opening a book in front of him, seemingly unconcerned about the glimpse of her underwear. Her voice was so icy yet her actions so crude. Lei-In immediately turned his head away. I don't mind, why do you? Turn around. Her impatient voice came. My apologies. He turned his head, but forced himself to focus on the book, not looking down. The woman he saw when looking up was Yulia Waguna. The Sword Saint's senior disciple is senior. She always spoke in this tone, wore strange clothes, and did inexplicable things. First, the most basic point, how did the black tide come about? She pointed her finger at a line of text. The power of authority is not without cost. The birth of miracles must be accompanied by calamity and malice. Every time someone uses the power of authority, an equivalent calamity will breed somewhere in the world. To prevent calamities from randomly spawning across the world and causing uncontrollable destruction, the Creator used the authority of creation to forge the abyss, a most unique authority capable of bearing the cost of miracles, ensuring that disasters occur stably at a fixed location and constantly shifting to be controlled. Initially, the Creator himself bore this authority, and the calamities it produced were also shouldered and eliminated by the Creator. Thus, in the early days of the era of divine abandonment, the ancestors did not even know what the cost of authority was. Lei-In's gaze followed the line of text traced by her finger, as white as a scallion, and he nodded earnestly. Later, the ancestor of man stole the primordial fire that bore the authority of fire, banishing the Creator to an unknown place, causing the various authorities to scatter across the world, including the abyss. Yulia's finger paused. And then the black tide was born. Unrestrained disasters coupled with the unchecked indulgence of the ancestors, who had fully mastered their authorities, caused the black tide to grow to an unprecedented level, in a short time becoming a calamity capable of exterminating the entire world. Thus began the era of strife. This era was finally ended by a Kamu, the wielder of the power authority. He reforged his flesh with steel, and half of his soul, creating the primordial machine god to house power. The remaining half of his soul was used to bear the abyss. He then fell into the deepest part of the abyss, fighting against the endless black tide with human will. Next came the era of dragon sovereignty. Because a Kamu alone would eventually go mad from the black tide's power, the various races swore the abyss expedition oath. They agreed to halt all wars at regular intervals, or whenever the abyss showed anomalies, and instead formed the most elite armies to sweep through the abyss, cleansing the abominations born within. The Wild Hunt Army originated from the Abyss Expedition. The first Wild Hunt, distinguished by his military achievements, was rewarded by the human king. His first words were, "I want to marry that dragon." Senior, there's something I don't quite understand. Do the abominations in the abyss naturally appear along with calamities? Tisk, if only that were the case. Yulia shook her head. On this continent, the souls of all that have passed away are captured by the black tide and born in the abyss. Among them, the rare ones that retain their self-original form and memories are what we call the death march. Senior, everything that has passed away refers to slaughtered poultry, soldiers killed in war, even special beings without flesh, only souls. All of these are within the black tide's capture range. Things that cannot maintain their original form are twisted by the black tide. The most common appearance is that of tentacles dripping with black oil. Among the imbeciles who worship the black tide, some are known for manipulating these black tide abominations through the abyss. Within that cult, they usually call each other mourners. And more often people call them intermediate abomination tamer, Shierin. The short girl raised an eyebrow. Yo, you actually know my name. Looks like I'm more famous than I thought. Lei-In did not reply. He only swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the surging tentacles. Buying himself a few seconds. I Knight of the Round Table Annihilation, Lei-In. He recited the declaration he had long since memorized, and pulled out a long, narrow object from his armor. Crimson in color, slightly collapsed at the top, it looked like the product of some resin solidified. It shall annihilate all evil, burn all filth, and execute all wickedness. He slapped this object onto the end of the blade, then gripped it firmly, and wiped it all the way to the tip. Swoosh! Fire ignited. Flames flickering with rune-like patterns soared into the sky, but the next moment, they were gathered by the annihilation rune wrapping around the blade to form a bright halo. At this time, at this place. Enchanted resin. Looks like a high-grade item not available on the market. You sure are generous. Shierin was saying leisurely when Lei-In flashed forward. The light of annihilation flickered. The flame on the blade erupted, each strand imprinted with the meaning of annihilation, each strand applying its effect, each strand extinguishing the magic and momentum of the tentacles upon contact, then burning them to ash. "You're fighting a bit impatiently. Worry about the situation on the other side." Sheeran smiled as she slowly backed away. The endless tentacles before her still surged forward, even as they were instantly burned away by the sprayed flames, buying her a little time. She knew this resin couldn't last long. So as long as she dragged it out until the flames died, the situation would revert to him being overwhelmed by her. And her original job was to stall this guy in front of her. The Chimera, the most powerful individual abomination under her command, had been destroyed yesterday by Yeda and AIC working together, but even without high-level combat units relying on sheer numbers of mooks, she could still achieve the goal. But this guy before her seemed to exceed expectations. A physique far beyond the 6th rank. Sword skills of divine mastery. A rune that extinguishes all things. Flames of annihilation sprang. At this moment, the knight in light armor was wielding sword and fire, sweeping away all abominations approaching him, and closing in on Sheeran at a visible speed. Trouble. Real trouble. A surge of aura came. From beyond the shadow barrier, she had set an aura she had never felt but had heard of more than once came through. "Huh? Ha ha." She burst out laughing, causing Lei-In to frown. "I'm sorry, but sorry." She grinned as wide as possible. "Right here, you and that hero will both die." Everyone was fleeing, riding warhorses that emitted magical fluctuations. After reaching the 4th tier, ordinary horses could no longer run as fast as they normally would. But horses that were not truly horses were different. In battles of the same rank, there were not a few warhorses whose performance rivaled that of driving a supercar into someone. And Esper saw many vampires on horseback. They emitted a scent similar to that of her sister, and also similar to her own. The youth who would later call himself Joan was following a frail young girl racing across the earth alongside the people around him. Those people were the retainers of the 4th princess. Such a memory surfaced in Esper's mind. That girl who was riding the same horse as another attendant, tightly clutching the attendant's waist to keep herself from being thrown off, was the 4th princess of the Bloodhunt territory. That youth was a knight named Yishui. The memories surged and boiled, imprinting the information of the people before her into her mind. It seemed that the holy sword had triggered some special effect. Esper looked around and found that she seemed to have no physical form. It was as if she had activated a god's perspective, but the focus of her gaze was always on that knight. It was a memory. In this guy's memories, such a thing had once happened. "Forgive me, my knight. It's all because of me." The prince's apologetic words rang in his ears, but Yishui only clenched his teeth. "Stop talking nonsense. If you have time to say such things, you'd better focus on what's ahead." The retainers beside her seemed to open their mouths, instinctively wanting to reprimand Yishui for his rudeness, but the current situation was by no means the time for such superfluous actions. Close behind them were knights, also riding warhorses. The encirclement of the Wild Hunt Knights had been shaken off when they first fled the Bloodhunt territory, and now those chasing them were mainly Storm Knights. Was it contempt or luck? Among the forces pursuing the princes and princesses, their route had the fewest troops and the worst quality. After the Wild Hunt Knights at the escape point diverted the firepower, the high-level combatants maintaining the pursuit seemed to be only 2 or 3 of the 6th rank, while the vast majority of the rest appeared to be mere filler, seeking merit. That perpetually gloomy first prince seemed to have been personally led by the top 10 seats of the round table to be cut down. As for the remaining princes and princesses, although they did not need to suffer such pressure, they still had to guard against 7th rank or even 8th rank combatants. The 4th princess only needed to guard against those of the 6th rank. But even so, the current predicament could not be reversed. As the weakest faction, he was already the pinnacle of combat power under her command. Among the remaining retainers, the menial workers, who had not even crossed the 3rd rank, had already been left behind. As for those who followed, asking them to face the titled knights was almost like a joke. Although there were a few of the 5th rank, they were all of the type not adept at combat. This won't do. Yishui quickly made a judgment. The quality of the warhorses on the prince's side was already inferior to those of the knights. If they continued like this, they would surely be caught up. Someone had to hold them off. "Your Highness," he spoke in a deep voice, and the princess, as if realizing something raised her head with worry. My knight. He'll hold them off shortly. You take the retainers and continue forward. Hearing this, the retainers' expressions changed, and then they began to speak. Hey, Ishwe, I'll go with you. What use would you be? What if Her Highness encounters other enemies? Protect Her Highness properly. If these guys banded together and fought alongside him, they might barely handle one more 6th rank. But the road ahead could not be dealt with by just the remaining rabble. So he replied irritably, then tightened the reins, and turned around amid the snorts of the warhorse. Ishwe. The prince's voice suddenly grew louder, making him turn his head. With a thud, a red gem was tossed over, and he caught it instinctively. Inject magic into it, inscribe the characters Ishwe, and this gem will shoot a beam of light in my direction. The retainers were dumbfounded, as if they had seen something absolutely forbidden. Esper frowned. As a member of the vampire royal family, she naturally recognized that thing. It had been mentioned in the etiquette lessons she had never taken seriously. A special gem that could seal vampire blood and point to its owner. Just input the password and it would work. For the vampire royal family, there was only one situation where a person's name would be set as the password. Lover. But that didn't matter. Ishwe had no idea what that thing was. He nodded casually, put away the gem, and drew his long sword. He faced the knights behind him alone. Come back! Of course I will come back. Am not going with the resolve to die. He tightened his grip on the sword. Generally speaking, everyone had an affinity with a certain rune, and that affinity allowed them to activate the rune for battle. Yade had an affinity with wind rain with annihilation. But Ishwe could possess no affinity. So his sword was just a fine iron sword. The knights at the forefront stopped first, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the youth before them, then let out sneers. Just you alone. The vampire royal family has become so pathetic. The leading knight, clad in dark brown armor, said contemptuously. The other 2 knights, one in light armor, and one in heavy armor, also stopped, silently drawing their weapons. One is enough. Ishwe laughed lowly, but his mind began to race. He had heard stories about these guys. The one in front was the blazing knight, whose rune could control flames. The one in light armor beside him was the spirit knight. It was said that his dagger, dark spirit, imbued with spirit, could erase his traces. The one in heavy armor on the other side was the Iron Knight. His warhammer, ultimate iron, imbued with iron, could continuously generate metal. All could be fought. Ishwe tightened his grip on the sword. Yes, he could fight. At first glance, they were 3 of the same rank, but they were not of one mind. If he suppressed them with speed, taking them out one by one would actually not be difficult. The blazing knight was arrogant, and conceded his flame's range limited. The spirit's frontal combat ability was weak. Just concentrating magical defense would make it hard to break through. As for the Iron Knight, while he was still pondering a countermeasure, a beam of light shot straight from behind the knight formation, piercing the plane, piercing the head of Ishwe's warhorse, and vanishing at the horizon's end. Ishwe himself barely dodged, but as he watched his fallen warhorse, his heart sank to the bottom. A man who was not riding a warhorse leaped out from the end of the knight formation, flamboyantly tossing his shiny golden hair back. He held a gleaming holy sword as if cheering him on. The hero. Huh? Ishwe's face turned completely dark. Yo, you're that Ishwe, right? He snapped his fingers, pointing at Ishwe. Leave him to me, all of you. Go chase that princess. Hey, what are you doing? The blazing knight said discontentedly. Go. The hero's voice turned a bit colder, and the blazing knight fell silent for a moment, then rode his warhorse off to the side. The spirit and Iron Knights followed behind him. Ishwe stepped forward to intercept them, but the next moment, the hero appeared before him wearing a sinister smile. I heard you're a physical fighter. What a coincidence, let's have a go. I want to try the feeling of defeating someone in their own specialty. He revealed a confident smile. You probably don't know, but the Pope told me the hero will surely kill the Demon King or be killed by the Demon King. In other words, as long as you're not the Demon King, you can't kill me. His smile grew even more as he spoke, to the point that Esper felt this guy seemed a bit off in the head. Moreover, I'm a transmigrate. The next moment, the world began to collapse. Gibberish and noise covered everything, erasing the hero, and also erasing Ishwe. Only Esper and the holy sword silently radiating light remained between heaven and earth. Then even the holy sword was devoured by the noise. Only Esper remained. What is this? Esper looked around, and then saw the noise disappear, revealing Ishwa's figure. She saw the holy sword pierce Ishwa's chest. But he did not die. He thrust that ordinary iron sword into the hero's brain, stirring it around and around. The hero died. This is also a transmigrator. This kind of guy is worthy of pulling the holy sword. I'm actually on the same level as this caliber of guy. Esper felt something was wrong, but these questions were not something she could figure out now. She saw that after the hero's death the holy sword broke apart. Then he grabbed the broken sword and charged at the knights, who had taken advantage of their battle to chase after the princess. Then he killed them. Then he couldn't find them. He couldn't find them. The 3 6th rank knights had far outdistanced the other grunts. He couldn't find them. So he grasped the gem with blood-soaked hands. Ishwe! Then a beam of light shot out, and he stepped forward one step at a time with legs that could no longer feel. Along the way he killed all who blocked him, bearing countless blades on his back, stepping over corpses, and arrived at the princess' location. There too was a field of corpses. Some were pursuers, some were guards. And the princess lay in the very center, no longer breathing. Her eyes were still open. Those eyes, like gems formed from settled blood, had not closed even in death. Esper saw the image of Ishwe kneeling on the ground. He just knelt there motionless. The blazing knight was already dead, seemingly stabbed through the heart by someone secretly. The Iron Knight had died of suffocation. Blood had poured through the gaps in the armor directly into his mouth and nose. The Spirit Knight was nowhere to be found, but the wound on the prince's chest was made by a dagger. He knelt there motionless. He was thinking about the past. I really like knights. Is that so? A wild hunt knight or a storm knight? What's the difference between the two? Of course there is. Wild hunt knights are warriors who hunt everything. Storm knights are soldiers who adhere to the code of chivalry. Then a dagger stabbed into his chest from behind. So my knight, what kind of knight are you? Of course. Why did you fall silent? I don't know. He should be a wild hunt knight, right? A knight who lives by hunting, whose life is only about killing stronger beings. But no matter how powerful his body was, he was still human. Faced with true dragonmen, with those monsters of strength supremacy, what was he? So was he a storm knight. He was unwilling to recite those precepts and oaths, and he could not return to his homeland. He was just a knight. He felt his life slowly slipping away. Numbness in his limbs, strength being drained, consciousness sinking into the deep sea. Even if you don't know, it's okay. I like knights not because of anything else, but just because you are a knight. The standards or differences between storm knights and wild hunt knights, they don't really matter. You are a knight who belongs only to me, and my only knight. So to me, you are the entirety of the word knight. So I really like knights. Such a person was killed by a knight. She who loved knights was killed by someone bearing the name of knight just like him. This was a blasphemy. A blasphemy of killing her with those lowly, nauseating hands. This was an insult. An insult to the word knight. Because knight was a word that carried what she should love, an unrealistic dream born from him. Also, that was it. You're all the same, storm knights and wild hunt knights alike. You're all the same. You are utterly unworthy of being called knights. Only I am the knight. The one and only knight, truly noble and great, a knight who could make her fall for him. The Spirit Knight let go. He stared in horror at the youth ahead, who should have been dead. His dagger, his rune, were leaving him. Like sinking into quicksand or being drawn into a vortex, they merged into his blood and flesh. Then the rune lit up in place of the magical circuit. A black tide surged from the earth, engulfing his knees, his waist, his chest. I am the knight. He turned his head. You are not. This was his past. The torrent of memories broke off here. As the memories receded like a tide, Esper found herself kneeling on one knee. A thin line of blood dripped from her nose onto the stone slab. The holy sword trembled violently behind her, its glow flickering. She looked up. Joan stood 10 paces away, holding the broken holy sword with both hands. His body had fully healed, the weapon handles protruding from his body were emitting a faint light, sinking into his flesh, one by one disappearing. Esper stood up, wiped away the nosebleed, and gripped the hilt of the holy sword. Her hands were trembling. Not from fear, but from anger. So what? She spoke, her voice hoarse but clear. Because the princess died, you can kill everyone in this town who is associated with knights. Because you're in pain, others should die in your place. Zhong tilted his head. Yay to see, and that child who dreamed of becoming a knight. He couldn't even hold a sword steadily. When you cut off his head and hung it at the gate, did you ever think that he was as innocent as your princess? Zhong did not answer. What gives you the right? She stepped forward. The holy sword's glow flickered violently with her emotional surge. What right do you have to drag these innocent people into your pain? Zhong laughed. Lonia Katoli. What right do you have to accuse me? Ai Sippo stiffened for a heartbeat. He too had glimpsed her past. Your kindness, your courage, all come from that girl called La Fei Na. And your conduct. It was that sister who taught you the exemplar doctrines fed to you by others. Ai Sippo's steps halted. Where is your own part? Zhong stepped forward. The broken holy sword scraped the stone with a grating sound. In front of that saintess. You claimed you acted for yourself. Don't be ridiculous. The you of now. What right have you to say such things? The you of old cared nothing for human life. To you other races were merely enemies. He halted 5 paces away. And yet now, you save strange others. You rescue lives that have nothing to do with you. These were never your true wishes. Since you came here, shouldn't you make this place better? You said that once, didn't you? Why do you want to do this? Why must you do it? The reasons have nothing to do with you. You only think that if it were her, she would certainly do so. She wanted to save everyone, to fashion a world where all could be happy. Under that vision, your choices mirror your former self so closely that you no longer recognize what you have become. You cannot catch her shadow, so you chose to imitate her, to be her mimic. Ai Sippo opened her mouth. You long ago forgot what your true self was like. Now you are merely a hollow shell named Ai Sippo, pieced together from fragments stolen from others' hearts. With such a you, what right have you to stand before me and preach about my life? You have never faced your mission. You are only evading it. You refuse to accept that you will one day have to kill her with your own hands. So you flee. Shut up. Do you truly understand what you bear? Do you really suppose this will save that demon king? I said shut up. Unable to fully relinquish the past, yet unable to genuinely accept the present. With your half-baked resolve and self, what on earth are you striving for? Ai Sippo lunged forward. Zhong met her at the same instant. To think you were a face so similar to hers. It is nauseating. The whole holy sword and the broken holy sword carved 2 starkly different arcs across the night, one luminous, the other dim, descending together. Clang. The clash of metal echoed over Hate town. They were locked at the crossing of blades, so near that each could read his own reflection in the other's pupils. Zhong watched her calmly. Lonia Katori. He rasped a subtle curve at the corner of his mouth. Do you know the nature of the authority? Ai Sippo clenched her teeth, refusing to let her attention fracture over such questions. It is a root tongue fashioned by the creator, concepts born by words that touch the laws of the world. Some are born able to inherit authority, some wield it through instruments, others gain it by making a choice that alters a life, and so earn the authority's recognition. But what they do not know is this: based on the interpretations of those words, if the authority can be read another way, then even that which should not have been chosen may inherit that power. He laughed, and with a slight push of his hand drove Ai Sippo backward, forcing her to stumble across the flagstones before she barely recovered. Do you know? Another meaning of hope. Something along the blade of the broken holy sword began to glow. It is obsession. Whether it fits or not is immaterial. Clench your teeth and kindle every obsession you have harbored so far, and even where hope does not exist, I shall be strong enough. Authority manifests. The place where fate points. His voice altered. Low, clear, laden with an almost palpable fatigue. The broken holy sword bloomed with fathomless darkness. Dark tendrils lengthened, greedily swallowing the sword and his arm, alike the hilt seeming like one hand grasping another. ZZZ. Unknown virus intrusion detected. Attempting elimination. ZZZ. Attempting to acquire record. ZZZ. Acquisition successful, connected to redacted. ZZZ. Performing error screening. Filing failed. ZZZ. Security check failed. Sending request to redacted. Request processed, confirming constituent elements. Error inclination redacted. Load failed. Load failed. ZZZ. Past confirmed. Incomplete authority, hope, authority, manifestation, the place where fate points. A translucent outline surfaced upon Joan's body. It was as if another person's shadow were stepping out from within him and overlapping him. That silhouette was far younger than Joan, now slightly smaller in frame. No corroded arms of iron, only a single sword. The shadow coalesced with him. He opened his eyes. Gone were the hollowness and hate, in their place lay an utter death-like weariness. A scarcely audible swallow rippled through the air. Then Sippo felt it, an oppressive aura issuing from Joan's body. The suffocating pressure of confronting an authority bearer, identical to how she had felt standing before Baya Taili Chi. Gam Alpha Sigmat Riotum Alpha Gam Alpha. An ever-unsated spiritual craving. The yearning to become in her eyes the perfect knight, the urge to swallow those abominations, to exalt oneself. That yearning transmuted into power. Its name is Bashar Gluttony. Sippo had already surmised the essence of his ability. Weren't the powers of those three knights unerringly familiar? The ability to erase traces, the power to fashion iron, the art of conjuring flame. Once he became a Wang Xing Jun, what abilities he would possess was not hard to imagine. He devoured runes, fused them into himself, becoming one with them. Zhan Yun Yin Zhua Shi Wen Ling Ji Tai. There were yet more within him. And that was merely what he could do before invoking Bowsher. Come Lonia Katori. Bowsher activate. Authority manifestation, forbidden fruit. Countless runes crawled onto the holy sword, condensing and coalescing. Joan grinned, his features unbridled. The rune-clad sword disassembled into shards, which shifted and snapped together in an instant. Wind, fire, force, spirit, iron. The fragments formed a hammer's half, runes crawling upward. Using force to stir wind, setting every fire alight. An iron vessel was forged to swallow wind and flame, part bellows, part boiler. With spirit, all sound was drawn inward, and the holy sword was remade into a pitch-black silent warhammer. That which should not exist was wrought from what he had consumed. Having fused the runes, the ability was engraved upon the object. The fivefold runes merged, each power elevating the others. The weapon born of this union was a restless, seething furnace. Steel climbed across his flesh, like a spreading colony interlinking to form armor that guarded his body. Beneath that armor a flash of flame stirred with the wind and began to circulate. The surface of the plating cracked, minutely thick plumes of steam burst forth, visible to the eye. Let me see how far your counterfeit self can go. He stepped. When Joan's iron boots struck the gravel, Sippo heard a sound she had never before known. A dull boiler-like thrum poured from the seams of the armor, spewing white steam. A wave of heat struck her face. She raised her holy sword to parry. The warhammer fell. On contact, her arms nearly went numb. The force coursed through the blade into her bones, detonating at the joints, and launching her bodily away. Her body slammed into a half-collapsed wall, bricks shattered, and dust flurried. Before she could find her footing, the second blow arrived. Steam venting from the armor's joints screamed sharply through the air. Sharing a principle with a winged king, the joint steam served Joan as an accelerator in its own right. Wind drove fire, the fire boiled in the iron vessel, and force poured every ounce of energy into each strike. It was no ordinary steam engine construct, it felt born of forcibly combined concepts. Thus the power and speed of birth were beyond any mere steam engine's measure. By the time she could see it, Sippo only managed to twist aside, letting the hammer graze her ribs. Steam blasted from the hammer's exhaust, slamming into her flank at close range. She bit her lip to stifle a cry, flipped her wrist, and launched the blood piercer toward a seam in Joan's faceplate. From experience, Iron Knights died when blood poured into the seams. Yet the instant the blood touched the armor surface, the iron began to proliferate. Fresh metallic filaments spread from the point of contact, sealing the gap. The tip of the blood piercer sank into the metal and became stuck less than half an inch deep. Useless. Just because that counterfeit could not conceive of it does not mean I cannot. Joan did not even turn his head. He swung the hammer once more. Sippo turned, blood thrust from her back by the Winged King propelling her. Her body moved at high speed among the ruins. Then she could hear and also imagine the scene behind her. White jets of steam erupted simultaneously from every joint of Joan's body, propelling that heavy iron frame to a speed matching hers. He was catching up. The warhammer swept horizontally. Sippo turned and blocked vertically with the sacred sword. The shockwave from the metal collision shattered the stone slabs beneath her feet, sinking her entire body into the ground. Her arms were already trembling. The crimson scale leap had been sustained for too long, and the blood flow rate was nearing its limit. If this continued, her blood vessels would collapse before her body. She dodged and rolled out of the pit, landing on one knee, gasping for air. Is that all? Jones stopped 3 paces away, his warhammer planted on the ground, steam continuously pouring out from every gap in his armor, shrouding his silhouette in white mist. Bring out what that woman taught you. Bring out the doctrines that sister instilled in you. Isapo raised her head, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth down her chin. She wiped the blood from her mouth. Supernova. Several large full blood droplets shot out from between her fingers as she wiped, forming an encirclement around Joan. Joan did not move. The blood droplets detonated, and piercing blood rained down on his body from 6 directions simultaneously. The metal on the surface of his armor proliferated again, surging from the inside out, forming a thick iron cocoon. All the piercing blood stabbed into the ever-growing metal, being wrapped and swallowed. Then the iron cocoon burst. Fragments scattered, each piece carrying the faint glow of runes, shooting toward Isapo at tremendous speed. The Wing King's speed boost was still active. She barely dodged those iron shards, but suddenly felt a chill at her waist. Cough. Pwah. Her peripheral vision glanced down at her waist. A blade, only the edge, had somehow been thrust into her waist. Using spirit to erase its trace, it delivered a fatal strike from a blind spot, just as she neared her limit. She fell to one knee, blood continuously seeping from her waist. The sensation of pain was already growing dull. Your techniques, your thoughts, all bear the shadow of others. Joan walked out of the white mist, his armor showing no trace of damage. Who taught you the canal? Who taught you the Wing King? Shut up. What do you have? That is solely your own. Isapo coughed up another mouthful of blood, wrapped the blood from her waist around that iron sword, and pulled it out of her body. She steadied herself, healed the wound at her waist with blood, then gripped the sacred sword and charged again. The blood blade activated a rotating membrane of blood enveloping the sacred sword, with a hum slashing at Joan's breastplate. Joan raised his hammer to meet it. Collision. The blood blade on the sacred sword, the moment it touched the hammer surface, seemed to get stuck, sawing inch by inch into the war hammer, then breaking apart inch by inch. The war hammer continued forward, striking the sacred sword, now unprotected by the blood membrane. Isapo's tiger's mouth split open. The sacred sword nearly flew from her hand, and then the hammer's spinning strike hit her abdomen. Steam concentrated and erupted at the moment the hammer face contacted her body. That scorching hot blast directly singed her clothes, leaving a shocking red burn on her abdomen. She was sent flying, the sacred sword landing in front of her. Her back slammed into something hard this time. She heard the faint cracking sound of her own ribs. Something seemed to buzz inside her head. She lifted her head groggily. The moon hung in the night sky unchanged. Her vision began to blur. Answer me. Lonia Catoli. The sound of Joan's footsteps approached. The sacred sword has never truly resonated with you. Is it that the sacred sword has not accepted you? Or that you are still rejecting it? Her vision blurred. Something surged up from the depths of memory. That year at 17 she was in Avalon, sitting alone in a corner of a tavern, staring blankly at the water surface in her cup. Why did she come here? Because she didn't want to stay in that home anymore. Then what did she want to do after coming here? I don't know. Maple Leaf Town, when she was 13. Faina said she wanted to make prejudice disappear. And she didn't know what to do, but she said she would protect Faina. Silent Night Castle when she was 8. She pulled Faina, begging her not to become the Demon King because she didn't want her to die. The library when she was 6. She saw her, curled up in a corner like an abandoned cat. Why did I walk over that day? A self-righteous savior, an emotional and impulsive girl. You're wrong. Isapo raised her head, looking at the Joan before her through eyes full of blood. Many things of mine were indeed learned from her. Like treating non-humans kindly before I was 6, I couldn't do that at all. Joan stood in the white mist, his war hammer planted on the ground, unmoving. But so what? Her knees supported her body as she stood up shakily. You also learned from the princess, didn't you? The meaning of a knight, the reason for fighting, the goal of living. Aren't all these given to you by her? The steam from the gaps in Joan's armor paused for a moment. Maybe some of what you said is right. Like I've been chasing her shadow, like I think about what she would do. Isapo took a step forward. The sacred sword was tightly gripped in her hand, its faint light still flickering. But those things are never wrong. The stories Faina told me, the techniques the Demon King taught me, the creeds my sister instilled in me picking up this sword, meeting Iladea, 18 years of life. All of these together make me who I am now. A person is the sum of their past relationships. Everything that Iladea experienced forged the saint, everything that the alien blood experienced forged Joan. And everything that a girl named Lonia experienced forged Isapo. From a naive and arrogant princess, she became the hero who would now hold the saint's hand. Through day-to-day companionship, Lafina's ideals had become an inseparable part of her life. There has never been a forged self nor a so-called empty shell. Even if the fragments were stolen from another's vision, the self she pieced together could never be labeled as false. She would not abandon the past, because there was never a need to. In the past she was Lonia Catoli, the princess of the Blood Clan, the Demon King's close friend. She would not escape the present, because there was no reason to escape. Now she is Isapo, the hero of humanity, the inheritor of hope. You ask me what I fight for. That day what she said to Iladea was not entirely true. She said she fought only for herself. That was wrong. Everyone is equally ugly and selfish. Therefore living only for others cannot bring happiness. But for Isapo, the other side of this question held the same answer. Can one find happiness by living only for oneself? Perhaps. Isapo had seen many people. Among them not a few lived only for themselves. But she could not accept that. She couldn't bear to see others suffer, couldn't bear to see their misery. She wanted to save others, to rescue more innocent lives. Not just Lafina, not just Iladea, but also those lives that should have been saved but weren't, and those hands that should have been held but weren't. What does she fight for? Of course for myself, for my family, for my friends, for everyone I care about. For that fool who bears the curse alone. The sacred sword's light grew brighter. Since I am to kill the Demon King, then the Demon King should also be saved by me. Since I've inherited this power, then let me end it all. The curse, the hatred, all the darkness and despair. At this moment white light poured into Isapo's entire body. From the day it was drawn, the sacred sword had never truly resonated with her, because she had been rejecting it. Rejecting the identity of the hero, rejecting the mission to slay the Demon King, rejecting the weight that the word hope carried. But now she would no longer refuse. I will end it all. Even a shattered wing can still flap and fly toward the sky. So-called hope is the desire for a vision. The desire to save everything, the vision to save everything. The hope to save everything. Answer me. Authority, hope. She spoke in a low voice. Authority, manifestation, land of fated destiny. Attempting to acquire record. Acquisition successful. Connected to heaven and earth, reconstruction, reenactment of all things. Performing era screening. Record approved, safety coefficient check complete. Sending request to the gardener. Request processed. Confirming sacred sword composition elements. Stellar era tendency Acum. Covenant era tendency Wald. Law era tendency Alier. Wild Hunt era tendency Arthur. Era tendency Lonia. Loading complete. Detecting possibilities. Possibility detection complete. Number of manifestable entities 13. Compatibility detection in progress. Authority power 2416, authority wisdom 5731, authority faith 199, authority storm 1037, connected to wind. Detected an authority within the hero that did not participate in the sacred sword's composition. Beginning analysis. Abyss era tendency Akado. Compatibility detection in progress. Authority blood 2398, connected to blood. A black ring of light emerged from the sword and endless blood surged up from the ground. A rain as dark and deep as the night was now grasped in the hero's hand. Authority manifestation beast in the blood. She pulled the rain upward. From the blood a wolf with a twisted visage was born. Parents died. 18-year-old Yulisha sat on the throne, sweeping her calm gaze across the ministers below. After her sister was born, her mother succumbed to illness. Then her father, unable to bear the loss, took his own life. But that was not the truth. Yulisha tapped the armrest gently with her fingers, silently counting the rhythm in her heart. The truth was nothing like that. 1 tap, 2 taps. On the 7th tap her uncle waddled in, his belly protruding. Disgusting. Though he was of the same bloodline, he never restrained his words and deeds with elegance. Clearly incompetent, yet he always coveted the position of clan lord. Clearly family yet. Yilish's fingers stopped. Her uncle was staring at her. Contempt, disdain, and something else mixed in. A wave of nausea washed over her. Both parents prided themselves on being artists, so they spent almost no effort on expanding influence or winning hearts. Instead, they churned out countless messy paintings and musical scores. She had already been involved in the political chess game of the demon realm before Lonia was born. Was it because she wanted to? No, because her parents simply never took charge. Thus now almost everyone sided with her uncle. Her administrative skills were indeed outstanding, but in the end, she was only one person. What she faced was the visibly declining vampire court under her parents' unwise leadership, and a competitor who held every advantage. Just give up. The family precepts laid down by the blood ancestor Akato had long been forgotten by those people. Never harm family for personal gain, never abandon elegance out of boredom or contempt. The capable bear heavy responsibilities, the incapable offer respect. No one cared about that anymore. So why should I persist? Father and mother were gone. If she wanted to turn the tables, what could she rely on? The authority of blood had appeared only a handful of times in history. First held by the blood ancestor, then seized by a blood hunter. After that it had almost never appeared again in vampire history. And placing hope on the elusive favor of that authority, the outcome was obviously pessimistic. So what should I do? As she pondered in her mind, she dealt with the vassals, who had already abandoned her. On the first day of the new clan lord's tenure, they had already shown their coldness and disdain. At yesterday's funeral none of them wept. Family had died, yet they shed no tears. Family. After the meeting, the vassals followed her uncle out the door. Yilisha walked with small steps back to her room. Give up, she murmured as she pushed open the door. She saw the little vampire infant giggling in her swaddling. No. If I give up, what will become of Lonia? She was so young, what kind of environment would she grow up in? I am her sister, her elder, her only support. Yes. She can only rely on me. So I must never give up. Even if I have only myself to depend on, I must persevere. Yilisha clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. The precepts of the blood ancestor, the 1,000-year heritage of the blood clan, the unbreakable familial bonds in the bloodline. They must be protected by her, and only by her. At any cost, by any means. I am the clan lord of the blood clan. That day every vampire in the court realized one thing. The new host of the authority of blood had appeared. Sister. Through the one-way blood pact within her body, Yilisha's memories surged into Isapo's heart, along with the influx of blood. With the resonance of the blood, her body, which had been pushed to its limits, was restored to its former state. She exhaled deeply. Thank you. The holy sword disintegrated. Infinite blood gushed out, enveloping the blade, devouring light, twisting its form as it spun. A spear over 2 meters long surged from the blood. The spiral crimson spearhead occupied most of its length, and at the end of the spiral thorn-like branches extended as a handguard. If it were called a spear, it would be too strange. It was a lance. As the lance took shape, a blood-colored wave radiated from Isapo, tinging everything it touched with crimson. The civilians hiding in their homes felt only a shudder, but for Joan it was a long-lost, unpleasant sensation. Like a prey being stalked by a hunter. The blood wave spread over 100 meters, then linked together to form a blood barrier, creating a space that separated inside from outside. The hunting ground was complete. Then she tightened the reins in her hand. The beast, born from blood, its body composed entirely of solidified black blood. Its limbs were thick, its claws sharp as blades, each step leaving deep gouges in the stone floor. The wolf's head was ferocious, fangs exposed, and crimson light burned in its eye sockets. The moment the blood beast was born, Isapo was already astride its back. The blood-formed body sank slightly under her weight, then rose again, steadying her. The touch was cold and slippery, like sitting on a freshly coagulated pool of blood. She could feel the blood flowing inside the wolf, feel the power stirring under her control. Go, she whispered. The blood wolf growled low, pushed off with its limbs, and charged toward Joan. Rubble flew under its claws, and each step was accompanied by a heavy thud. Joan stood still, the white steam from the gaps in his steam armor clearly visible under the moonlight. He raised his warhammer, the cracks on the armor's surface becoming more pronounced. I see. His voice remained calm, but there was something else in it. The runes on the warhammer lit up again. Wind, fire, force, spirit, iron. 5 runes activated simultaneously. The hammer began to tremble, and the steam erupted more violently. Then, let me see how long your resolve can last. He took a step forward. The steam concentrated at the armor's joints propelled his body forward. The two collided. Lance and warhammer crossed in the air. Clang. The sound of metal and blood clashing exploded in the night sky. Isapo was nearly thrown off the wolf's back by the shockwave. She clenched her teeth, squeezed the wolf's belly with her legs, held a lance in her right hand, and pulled the reins with her left. The blood wolf stepped back, its claws gouging several deep furrows into the ground. Meanwhile, rings of cracks appeared on Joan's armor. So that's it, he muttered, raising the warhammer again. This is why he chose you from infinite possibilities. Isapo did not answer. She tightened the reins, and the blood wolf charged again. This time she did not charge Hedon. The blood wolf suddenly veered left just before reaching Zhong, circling to his flank at tremendous speed. Isapo used the wolf's speed to thrust the lance. Wrapped in blood blade, the lance shot toward Zhong's chest faster than before. At the same time, countless blood droplets were flung off the wolf as it galloped suspended in midair. Then they exploded. Countless blood-borne piercers shot from countless supernovas, leaving infinite trajectories, and striking from all directions. Not only had the number multiplied several times, but each individual attack was several magnitudes stronger than before. The lance was blocked by Zhong's warhammer at the moment of impact, but the next instant the piercer struck his body. The armor's metal layer was sliced open, steam gushing from the cuts. The defense was broken. Zhong's body swayed slightly, as if he hadn't expected the blood's power to reach such a level after being amplified by the authority. Isapo seized the moment and thrust the lance forward. Clang! The warhammer was knocked away. Although Zhong instantly clenched his fist and recalled the warhammer through rune resonance, the opening remained. The lance pierced his chest. The armor's protective layer was torn, revealing the squirming black tendrils inside. And this is why he was appreciated by that guy. Zhong's voice was hoarse, but the warhammer had already returned to his hand, smashing toward the blood wolf's head. The blood wolf growled low, lunging its head forward to meet the warhammer's trajectory. At the moment of collision, the wolf's head exploded, splattering into countless droplets of blood. But those droplets reaggregated in the next instant, restoring their original shape before the warhammer could continue forward. Blood coiled around Zhong's arm, and the fangs bit down fiercely. Rip! The steel was torn and the flesh was torn. The arm was bitten off, and the warhammer was bitten off. Long tendrils surged from the stump, reforming into an arm, while the warhammer held in the blood wolf's mouth was recalled the next moment, breaking through the wolf's face and flying back to his hand. The hole in the blood wolf's face instantly mended, and Zhong had already distanced himself. He had chosen to retreat, and his translucent outline flickered violently. Pity! Steam erupted. Then cracks spread across Zhong's entire body. The armor began to disintegrate. Yet just as it was about to be completely destroyed, the disintegration halted. The iron was continuously regenerating to repair it, and the wind was being expelled at maximum power. Steam billowed out in endless waves, accumulating kinetic energy. After reaching maximum output, the power was still being amplified. After the steam flames rose, pure fire covered the steam armor, replacing the original dull color with a layer of fervor. The force rune was still exerting its effect. Not enough. Convergence, a rune that concentrated all energy into a single point and continuously strengthened it. Explosion, a rune capable of causing explosions. Frenzy, a rune that fully unleashed physical potential, strengthening the body to its limit. Rigor, a rune that enhanced hardness and rigidity. Heart, a rune that bolstered the body according to will. The furnace-like warhammer was transforming. On top of the original 5 runes, another 5 runes were added. Even if it would impose an immense burden, even if it would leave terrible aftereffects, even if striking this blow would mean losing all ability to fight back and save himself, leaving him to rely solely on that sharp-tongued brat. But at this point, there was nothing more to say. Hope had already recognized the girl before him, and the girl had recognized Hope. He who forcibly ignited Hope with obsession, and she who resonated with Hope through longing, now stood opposite each other. And he was a knight. He faced a truly worthy opponent. Give it everything. Authority manifestation. Forbidden fruit, the Warhammer reborn from 10 runes propelled by explosions, and steam with multiple runes amplifying its stats charge forward in that moment, as if it could smash even space itself. At the end of the Warhammer's path that could annihilate everything the rider astride the Blood Wolf tightened her reins. There was no overwhelming earth-shattering thought in her heart. She only knew that the man before her had taken many innocent lives. A madman who satisfied his own desires, a night filled with delusions of frenzy. That was enough. Let me end your sins. The beast that burst from the earth, born of blood and resentment, originally summoned by the blood ancestor from the pain and unwillingness of his blood descendants, but as the journey progressed, he gradually realized that the essence determining this evil beast's form and power was his own will. The reason he could strengthen the blood wolf through the pain and unwillingness of his blood descendants was that he suffered because of his family's suffering. In other words, this evil twisted seed born from the coupling of curse and consciousness, if reined in by the name of self, would transform from a blood-born beast into the steed of a brave knight. The stronger the conviction, the stronger the power. At this moment, the evil beast summoned by Isapo from blood carried a will that had reached an extremely terrifying level. Then she assumed a stance. She drew the lance back along with her entire body. Crimson scales leap, mount. Wing king open. Wolf gallop. The wolf that yearned, envied, and raved in death. Hiding its past and true nature within the blood, Isapo listened to the mournful cry of the wind. A crimson comet. A blood-colored thunderbolt. An arrow of death. Every description of Isapo at this moment fell too pale. If that figure was to be compared to something, the only thing worthy was the rebellious Wild Hunt King. The name was Blood Hunter. The forbidden fruit condensed from countless runes crashed down toward the place destiny pointed. At the end, waiting for him, was the wolf that tore through everything and rushed through the gap between the previous second and the next. Lance and hammer collided. Steam and blood erupted simultaneously. White mist and black blood intertwined in the air, shrouding the two figures completely. Then the white mist and black blood dissipated together. The roaring crimson giant wolf, the spiraling blood-colored lance, the brave knight bearing the name of Hope, at this moment delivered the final act to the delusional knight. The evil beast in the blood sank into the earth, and the lance in Isapo's hand disintegrated, reforming into the holy sword. Behind her, Joan stood still. The warhammer was shattered, half of his body gone, leaving only a terrifying gaping hole. Isapo turned around, her expression complex, as she glanced at him once more. Your princess actually didn't die. In historical records she survived and you died. Then on Joan's face, she saw an expression she never expected. A sneer. No. Myher is already dead. As the words flowed, his body turned to snow-white ash. Life departed, and the power of the death march poured into her body. The broken holy sword vanished, the warhammer vanished, and Joan vanished. And after Joan disappeared, something fell from within him. A red gemstone. Plop. It fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The curtain fell, and the delusional knight's tale of slaughter came to an end. The brave knight heard the wind's mournful cry no more, only a solemn and distant echo. The moment the mound died, the smile beneath Hillian's brim vanished completely. She turned her head to look into the distance. Gluttony is gone! Then what the hell are we playing for? She cursed irritably. Let's go, time to run. A snap of fingers. The shadow beneath her feet suddenly expanded, swallowing her. The shadow writhed on the ground for 2 or 3 seconds, then vanished completely. In Rain's field of vision, the shadow barrier that had shrouded the entire alley also shattered. Moonlight streamed back and clearly outlining the ruins. Without hesitation, he turned and ran toward the main street. Crossing 3 streets and skirting 2 collapsed houses, something lingered in the air ahead, a heavy smell of rust mixed with the scent of scorched stone slabs. Then he saw her. Esper knelt on one knee in the center of the ruins, her right hand gripping the holy sword thrust into the ground, her left hand clutching her side. Even though the wounds had healed through the resonance of the blood, the pain from the earlier scalding steam and the direct blow from the war hammer still lingered. After the battle, as the blood departed, that stabbing pain surged back into her mind. Then Rain saw her eyes. They were red. Rain's hand rested on his sword hilt. Esper looked up, saw his movement, and saw his expression. You saw. Her voice was hoarse, not like her own. Rain nodded. Then will you kill me? No. He was silent for a moment, then released the sword hilt. Killing demons on sight is the rule of the Holy Spirit Knights. The rule of the Round Table Knights is to fight for honor and the weak. You certainly know how to interpret. Esper coughed, tried to stand, but her legs gave way, and she knelt again. Rain stepped forward, crouched, and pulled a small vial of potion from his belt, handing it to her. Drink it. It's not poison, is it? If I wanted to kill you now, I wouldn't go through so much trouble. TCH. She took the vial and tipped it down her throat. The bitter liquid made her whole face scrunch up. But the dull ache in her waist did ease considerably. Thanks. You're welcome. Rain stood up and looked around, his gaze lingering for a second or two on the dried black stains. You look pale. Did your enemy get away? Esper asked, rubbing her sore muscles. Yes. Intermediate heretic shepherd Hillian cursed and retreated. Rain was silent again for a moment. But he'll catch up to her. So now you've got another girl to chase. First the crazy senior, then the wicked witch. Rain didn't laugh or respond. He just fixed his gaze on the gray horizon in the distance. On the way back to the tavern, Esper changed into a robe she had picked up from the ruins, covering most of her injuries. The moment the door swung open, Alacia, sitting on a chair in the corner, jerked her head up. Those sky-blue eyes had been vacant and lifeless, but the moment she saw Esper walk in, it was as if something had suddenly been lit up inside them. Then she kept staring at her face unblinkingly. Hey, what's wrong? Esper felt a chill creep up her back under the gaze. She thought she had hidden everything that might cause concern. The wounds were covered, the blood washed away, her expression under control. Alacia stared for a while longer. Esper! Your eyes! Ah. Right. The disguise hadn't been restored yet. Rain's attitude had been so natural that she had completely forgotten about it. Good thing no one else saw, she muttered as she closed her eyes, concentrating to let her magic power circulate again. When she opened her eyes again, her pupils had returned to a deep brown. This should be fine, right? Alacia nodded vigorously. So you were just staring at my eyes? I think red eyes are very pretty, but you usually disguise them as brown, so I don't get many chances to see them. Is that a compliment? Yes. Thank you. Esper sighed and leaned against the window. Dawn was approaching. After daybreak, things became trivial. The head of the Adventurers Guild walked over with a commission sheet and a bag of gold coins. His hand was still trembling as he shoved the bag into Esper's hand. Holy shit, you guys actually took that thing down. Young people are awesome. Esper weighed the bag in her hand. It felt like about 50 gold coins. Don't complain, it was a commission from a small local lord. The head gave a helpless smile. The hunter stood by the counter silent for a long time after hearing the story. Then he turned away and roughly wiped his face with his sleeve. At least that thing is dead. After the hunter left, Amy from the bakery arrived. She brought a basket of bread, still steaming, freshly baked. Amy didn't say a word. She just placed the basket on the table, glanced at Esper, nodded, and left. The bread was delicious. Really delicious. The crust was slightly crisp, the inside soft, and steam rose when you tore it apart. Even Alacia ate a few extra pieces. After finishing the bread, Nair's mother came. The woman stood before Esper holding a bowl of clear water. Her eyes were still red, but her expression had calmed. Please let me perform a simple blessing ritual for you. I don't believe in the Radiant Church. This isn't a Radiant Church ceremony, it's a custom handed down in our town. With water. Esper hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The woman dipped her finger into the water and gently traced a circle on Esper's forehead. Brave one, may you never see children's tears on your journey henceforth. It was about time. At the tavern entrance, Esper carried her tattered pack, the holy sword floating behind her. Rain stood nearby adjusting his gear. Alacia stood on the other side, still holding half a piece of bread, nibbling at it like a hamster. Oh, right. Esper remembered something. The messenger. The one sent out yesterday. As soon as she spoke, the sound of hooves came from the town entrance. A young messenger on a skinny horse rushed in, sweating profusely, clutching a letter. Him back, him back. He dismounted, nearly falling flat on his face, and staggered over to the guild head. Report. About the reinforcements. They said since the extermination knight was here, they didn't need to come. You're quite famous, huh? Esper raised an eyebrow. Just a hollow reputation. Rain's expression remained unchanged. But, They gave us this. A commission sheet along with several stacked documents was handed over by the messenger. The guild head took a glance at it, frowned, and passed it to Esper. Esper scanned the contents. The next confirmed target of the death march. Unlike the mound, this one had distinct features. Kyler female. Gray-haired dwarf. 6th rank. Carries a hammer. No corresponding prototype found in history, but she carries the aura of the Black Tide. She flipped through the pages. The location is about 2 days north of Hart Town. Rain leaned in for a look. This direction. It's the same as the direction the senior left in last time. Huh? Yulia Wagner is very likely in the area north of Hart Town by now. Esper looked at Rain, then at the commission sheet. So you're coming with us? Just temporarily traveling together. If you don't mind. Would it matter if I did? You're going there anyway. And then so it wouldn't. Then why are you being polite? I am a knight. How awkward. Esper folded the commission sheet, tucked it into her pocket, and turned to look at Elisha. Let's go. Mm. Elisha stuffed the last bite of bread into her mouth, her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel's. Before stepping out of Hart Town, Esper did one last thing. She drew her holy sword and held it up to her eyes. The glow on the blade had subsided, but the moment she looked at it, she could feel something had remained inside. Gluttony, the authority of the mound, had been stored within the sword through its recording function. She didn't yet know how to use it. She didn't even know if it could be used. But it was there. Inherited by her. By absorbing the power of the Mount, Esper's magical reserves had now reached the peak of the 6th rank. Only one step away from the 7th rank. However, even a single step is still an unbroken barrier. Let it be for now. I wonder what difference this thing has from greed in essence. Esper returned the holy sword to her back and stepped out of Hart Town's gate. On the grassy slope east of the town, the cloak fragment tied to Yad's tombstone fluttered gently in the wind. A final farewell to those who would never be seen again. The banquet hall was ablaze with light. The second princess, holding a wine glass, reclined on a soft chair, casting a gaze of near pity toward the wheelchair in the corner. I heard your knight broke the training grounds gatepost again. That's the 3rd time, isn't it? The 3rd princess giggled behind her hand. A human serving as a knight in our Shuelia territory. That alone is ridiculous enough. And to make matters worse, he's a coarse, ill-mannered brute who doesn't even know basic etiquette. The 4th princess did not respond. She simply gazed calmly at the teacup before her, her ruby-like red eyes tranquil and still. The tea in the cup had gone cold. Sister, doesn't it pain you? The 2nd princess approached, glass in hand, and crouched before the wheelchair, speaking in a tone as if comforting a pet. Having a knight of such caliber, people will laugh at you. I can speak to father on your behalf, and have a proper person assigned. He is indeed stubborn. The 4th princess finally spoke. Sometimes he is quite rude, and makes me a little upset. The 2nd princess wore an expression of anticipated triumph, ready to continue along that line. But he is still my knight. The 2nd princess's expression shifted to one of surprise. He is the one who tells me stories, the one who lets me dream here. The 4th princess lifted her head, her red eyes meeting the 2nd princess's. So I have never felt pain because of this. The 2nd princess's smile froze for a moment. The 3rd princess set down her glass and raised an eyebrow. Then why don't you ask him for his former name? Do you truly care about him? The 4th princess lowered her eyelids, her fingers gently stroking the armrest of her wheelchair. Because I gave him a name. Ishue is his name. What are you talking about? Even if the whole world thinks the name is ugly, it doesn't matter, because he is my knight. The knight named Ishue. His past is irrelevant, he is my knight now, and he will always be my knight. So as long as I think the name sounds good, that's enough. The banquet hall fell silent for 2 or 3 seconds. The 2nd princess stood up, shrugged, and turned back to her group. She muttered something under her breath, probably along the lines of "what a strange person." The 4th princess lowered her head again, gazing at the tea that had gone completely cold. She had never cared about her sister's opinions from the start. After the gathering ended, a servant pushed the wheelchair through the corridor. The evening wind rushed in through the windows, carrying the mingled scent of soil and grass from the courtyard. The wheels creaked slightly as they rolled over the gaps between stone bricks. The courtyard gate was pushed open. And then she saw the youth named Ishue. He was leaning against the old tree in the yard, arms crossed, head tilted as he dozed off. An old book lay open on his knees, its pages fluttering noisily in the wind, yet he did not wake. The fourth princess looked at that sight, and the corners of her lips curled upward. "My knight." The youth grunted, not opening his eyes. "Your knight is sleeping." "I can see that." "Then don't call me." "But I want to talk to you." The youth finally cracked open one eye, glanced at her, then closed it again. "How was the party?" "Same as always." The youth was silent for a moment, then closed the book on his knees, pushed himself up against the tree trunk, and walked over to the wheelchair. He crouched down in front of it. His eyes were level with hers. "I'll go beat up those princesses." "No." "Just one." "No. You can't beat them. Even though they are girls, they are still the royal bloodline of the Shuelia territory." "Then I'll go steal their jewelry and hide it." "That's childish." "Aren't they childish?" "I'm childish too. Let's see who's afraid of whom." The fourth princess couldn't help but laugh. After she finished laughing, Yishue made a sour face, then sat cross-legged beside the wheelchair. "What's the story today?" The fourth princess tilted her head to look at him. Where did we leave off last time?" "We got to the part where the foolish hero chased the dragon for 3 days and 3 nights, only to find out the dragon was actually a particularly huge fat chicken." "Then did he roast that fat chicken?" "No, he didn't roast it. He brought the fat chicken home and raised it." "Why?" "Because he was too stupid. He thought the chicken was a type of dragon." The fourth princess laughed again. She watched Yishue's utterly serious expression as he spouted nonsense. This was enough. As a princess of the Shuelia territory, she could neither use magic nor stand up to learn dance and etiquette. She couldn't even rise to toast her sisters at the banquet. Before her lay only the cold reality that there was no future to look forward to. But there was a youth willing to sit beside her wheelchair and tell her all sorts of wild stories. He said that one day she would stand up, that she would run, that they could run wild on the grass, climb trees, and catch fish by the river. He said that one day she would master magic, awaken a power comparable to the Shuelia bloodline, and knock down all the princes and princesses. She knew it was impossible. She had known from the very beginning. But it didn't matter. Just being able to dream this dream was already enough. She gently closed her eyes. In the dream, beneath a boundless blue sky, the grassland stretched to the horizon, endless without boundary. She was standing. Her bare feet pressed into the soft grass, her toes feeling the moisture and coolness of the soil. No wheelchair, no powerless legs. The wind blew, and her skirt swayed gently. The youth stood before her, head tilted, as he looked at her, his expression as mischievous as ever. "What are you staring at?" "Let's go." His eyes reflected that infinite blue. Then she reached out and took his hand. "Thank you." The youth blushed, but he held her hand back, saying nothing. The girl led the boy, and they ran toward the edge of the sky. In this boundless world, the youth wove for the girl a fragile, broken dream, a web as fine as a strand of hair. But even such a web was fine. For her, she needed nothing more. As long as they had each other by their side, that was enough. Ah, what a wonderful dream. A red gemstone fragment lay in the gap between the stone slabs of Hart Town's main street. The morning sunlight fell upon it, refracting a few scattered rays of light. A gentle breeze passed by. The fragment's luster gradually dimmed, as if the last remnants of warmth had finally dissipated. Before the morning bell tolled, Athena was already seated at her desk. The documents on the surface had piled into 3 small mountains, still bound with red, gray, and black ribbons. Each stack was taller than the day before, giving the impression that they would eventually devour her desk entirely. In her left hand, she held a teacup, and in her right a quill. Her eyes simultaneously scanned the contents of 2 documents before her, then swiftly and precisely penned responses in the annotation column. Application from the Flame Demon Court to add 3 new mining zones. Rejected. Note: 40% of last year's mining quota remains in use. The new application lacks supporting data. It is recommended to resubmit after a complete usage report in the next quarter. Application from the Lich Court to allocate 30 experimental cadavers. Approved. Note: please submit an experimental purpose filing by the 15th of next month. Failure to do so will result in suspension of subsequent allocations. The Carrion Court. She paused, pulled a document out, and set it aside, then wrote a brief attached letter to the Lord of the Carrion Court regarding the dispute over experimental material allocation between your court and the Lich Court. Please send representatives from both sides to the third conference room of Silent Night Fortress for mediation in 3 days. The mediation will be presided over by the Demon King's direct secretariat. By the way, in the future please refrain from drawing turtles on the back of your application forms. That is quite childish. She folded the letter, sealed it in an envelope with wax, and placed it in the tray labeled to be sent. The moment the envelope was set down, a searing pain erupted from the marrow of her arms. Her movement paused for an instant, but her expression remained unchanged. She merely let the agony spread from her marrow through her entire body, waiting for the sensation of being gnawed to pieces by countless teeth to fade away. Then she picked up the next document. The door opened. Lafina Ellie entered carrying a breakfast tray, her cherry pink curls tied into several small braids that hung evenly behind her. As an adult, she appeared exceptionally alluring. The deliberately oversized maid costume still seemed small and tight on her outlining curves that made Lafina feel a pang of inferiority. Her tone, however, remained that same coy and affected manner. Time for breakfast. You didn't eat on time again, did you, sister? You should call me your majesty the Demon King. Sarah, also dressed in a maid outfit, but looking conspicuously underdeveloped due to poor growth, followed behind Ellie. She held a stack of clean clothes in one hand and with her other hand grabbed Ellie's braid and yanked it down hard without expression. Eek. It hurts, hurts. Stop pulling. Stop pulling. The breakfast will spill. Aya. Lafina looked up at them for a moment, then returned her gaze to the documents. Sarah, you can call me Fina in such places. Say the honorifics for public occasions. Ellie, put the breakfast over there, I'll eat it later. Sarah released her grip. Ellie, with red-rimmed eyes, set the breakfast aside. Every time you say that, and then every time you forget to eat. It seemed Sarah had really pulled hard. Ellie's pain made it difficult for her to maintain that affected tone for a while. But Sarah was indifferent. She merely folded the clean clothes and placed them on the nearby table, then picked up Lafina's old coat draped over the chair back, shook it, folded it, and stacked it on top of the clothes. Lafina, did you work late again? That meeting yesterday ended in the early evening. You must have stayed to handle the documents. Ellie rubbed her head, speaking leisurely after recovering. Lafina's quill paused for a fraction of a second. I did not. Your dark circles are a shade deeper than last week. That is due to the lighting. The lighting does not make your eye circles dark. Lafina fell silent. She put down her quill, picked up a piece of bread from the breakfast tray, and took a small bite. She ate quickly, as if completing a task rather than enjoying the food. Ellie tilted her head, watching her for a few seconds, then sighed. She pulled a thin document from her sleeve and gently placed it on top of the stack on the desk. What is this? Lafina's gaze fell upon the document. The cover bore the gilt emblem of the Radiant Church. The paper was smooth and thick, the specialized stock used by the Radiant Church for official announcements, far more delicate than the standard paper used by the demon race. It is intelligence delivered this morning from Maple Leaf Town. Ellie's usual lightheartedness had vanished, replaced by a cautious tone. They say, the hero has appeared. Lafina's fingers stopped on the rim of her teacup. The air in the room seemed to grow heavier for an instant. The hero. As the Demon King, Lafina understood the weight of that word better than anyone. The one who would vanquish the Demon King, the one who would save everything. Even though there were precedents of the hero being slain by the Demon King, and even cases, like Silent Night, who eliminated both the Demon King and the hero, this intelligence was still enough to stir commotion in Yuanlin City. Sarah furrowed her brow slightly, shooting a glance at her sister, as if questioning why Ellie had chosen this moment to deliver the document. Ellie winked and grimaced at Sarah, as if exchanging a secret code only the two of them understood. Lafina ignored them, neither accepting the document immediately. She simply stared at the church emblem on the cover. The golden gilt glinted faintly in the morning light, stinging her eyes. Lafina had never harbored any fondness for the church. They secretly obstructed her decrees, and occasionally dispatched the Holy Spirit Knights to hunt on the border. How could she possibly have a good impression of them? But in recent days something seemed different. The Holy Spirit Knights' hunting of demons had weakened considerably, and even the policy interference orchestrated by Beatrice had softened. Lafina could not be sure what had caused the enemy's retreat. She could only seize this golden opportunity to accelerate her own development, preparing for the future. The Abyss expedition was said to be imminent. When the time came, even if they were enemies, humans and demons would have to unite to eliminate the common foe. She took another bite of bread, chewed, swallowed, then placed the bread back on the tray. A hero. I hope they are a peaceful person. Her voice was flat. And this is all the intelligence we have gathered so far. Ellie folded her hands in front of her, speaking earnestly. Inside, there should be something you care about deeply. Care about deeply. What did that mean? Was this hero exceptionally strong? Or did they possess some special power? Lafina opened the cover. The first page was an official announcement from the church. In the summer of the 1377th year of the new era, the holy sword was drawn from Avalon by a maiden named Esper. By the personal appointment of His Holiness Pope Beatrice of the Radiant Church, Esper was officially recognized as the new hero charged with the sacred mission of vanquishing demons and maintaining peace on the continent. Lafina's gaze lingered on that name for a moment. Esper. An unfamiliar name. She continued turning the pages. The second page contained detailed activity records. It began with Esper's registration at the Adventurers Guild in Avalon. Level External Tier 3. Then a note stating that her actual combat capability far exceeded her registered level. She had been active in Avalon for about a year with nothing noteworthy in between, only trivial matters. Before that there were no activity records. 1 year. Lafina pressed her hand to her forehead. She had always been sensitive to time. And ever since Lonia had left, whenever matters of the past were mentioned, her movements would stiffen for a moment. The closer those events were to a year ago, the longer the stiffness persisted. Her mind would begin to grow hazy, and then the image of the girl she deeply loved walking away, a back she had never seen, only imagined, would reappear in her thoughts. That back should have been limping. Because she had never endured the agony of soul backlash, she could barely maintain balance after standing, so she could only limp. That back should have turned around from time to time, checking if she had looked back. Because she wanted to see her one more time, wanted to see her turn around and reconcile. What did that back look like now? Would she have grown to resemble her sister? Or become even cuter? Or perhaps become a more mature-looking girl? Did someone accompany her to the coming of age ceremony on her 18th birthday? What should her back look like now? She could not dwell on this any longer. There was work to be done. Lafina lowered her hand and continued turning the pages. Behind the document was a battle report of Esper's subjugation of the undead March shown in Hate Town, followed by a speculation of her northward route. Every line was neatly written, every time note clearly marked. Lafina's finger stopped at the Hate Town Joan subjugation entry. Joan, a Tier 6 undead March originally, the Wild Hunt Knight heterogeneous blood from the Dragon Authority era. According to reports, it was a candidate for the authority of gluttony. It had successively killed several knights and adventurers in Hate Town, ultimately subjugated by the hero Esper and Round Table Knight Lay and Ka Siite. Result confirmed: killed. Lafina's eyes lingered on the word gluttony for a few seconds. Then she turned to the next page. The third page was a portrait. A church communication portrait, the kind attached to intelligence files for identification purposes. The church had hired the best painters they could afford, using the finest pigments and brushes. The resulting masterpiece was then mass-produced by the church through some method, like copying, reducing a work that could have sold for hundreds of gold coins to merely an excellent ordinary portrait. But the silhouette in the portrait was still clearly discernible. Long black hair tied in a low ponytail reaching her waist, a maple leaf hairpin on her forehead. A face with sharp lines, a gaze carrying a hint of piercing coldness, and a touch of frost. A face that had appeared numerous times in Lafina's countless fantasies. A face that might have formed after a year of change. Her breath stopped. Her vision was pinned to the portrait, moving inch by inch from the crown of the head to the tips of the hair, from the eyebrows to the lips. Ah! A simple, meaningless syllable escaped from the mouth of Lafina, who had grown accustomed to handling everything with utmost efficiency. Ellie gasped, turning back to see Sarah's clearly dissatisfied glare. I just thought she should know, she mouthed with a not while she's working. Sarah signaled rapidly, blinking at a frequency akin to Morse code. But Lafina's movements did not change. However, her whole body was trembling. Starting from her shoulders, spreading, to her arms, spreading. Extended to her fingertips. Demon King! Ellie's voice was even softer than before. She reached out to support Rafina's wrist, but Sarah tugged at her sleeve and shook her head. Rafina closed the document. Her movements were gentle, as if she feared damaging the portrait inside. Then she opened the drawer and placed the document inside. "It's nothing." Her voice was hoarse. "You two may leave first." Ellie opened her mouth to speak, but Sarah was already pulling her by the sleeve toward the door. Ellie was dragged a few steps, but as she stepped over the threshold, she couldn't help glancing back. Rafina sat behind the desk, her expression utterly blank. The door closed. Sarah led Ellie around the corner of the corridor, and only after confirming they were far enough did she release her hand. "Sarah, what should we do now?" Ellie asked worriedly. "First go put a pack of tissues in the Demon King's room." Sarah rolled her eyes and pulled Ellie toward the room. "Oh, right." Ellie's tone reverted to that syrupy, affected voice. Rafina reviewed and approved all documents with unprecedented efficiency, completing her day's work. Then she opened the drawer a crack, pulled out the document, and pressed it to her chest. She hurriedly ran toward her own room. "You spent a year in Avalon. You registered as an external adventurer under a false name. You were chosen by the Holy Sword. You became the hero." "No. It could just be a striking resemblance. Although Lady Elisha did say you went that way. But perhaps it's a case of mistaken identity." There was no mistaking that hairpin. "So why didn't you come back? You left no clues when you departed. I searched for you for a long time and couldn't find you. I thought you would never return." "No. Why was the Holy Sword drawn by Nia? This isn't normal. Although previous generations of heroes have included non-humans, a demon race hero is truly unheard of. Perhaps it's just a girl who looks very much like Nia." It was definitely her. No matter how much she wished to dismiss it as false, she could not change this fact. "If you truly became a hero, then you would come to vanquish me, wouldn't you? You would come to kill me, use the Holy Sword to cut off my head, shattering the bones. In other words, would I get to see you?" Rafina's eyes suddenly stung. But she didn't cry. She opened the door and threw herself onto the bed. The room was neatly arranged, but a dress clearly of a child's size, a bundle of ribbons, and a set of braces, and a maple leaf-shaped hairpin that seemed to be cleaned daily were all placed in the most visible spot from the bed. Rafina let out a deep breath, reopened the document, and flipped to the page with the portrait. "Do you want to be my friend? One for each, so even if we get separated, we can recognize each other. I told you it was dangerous. Why didn't you listen? What if you can't win? Please, don't become the Demon King." "I didn't tell her. I said nothing." Rafina's fingers fell on the portrait, gently tracing the outline of Lonia's brows and eyes. "I've been searching for you for so long, and it turns out you changed your name long ago." Her voice was even hoarser now. Her fingers stopped at the corner of the portrait's mouth. "Esper." She uttered the name once. "Do you think the you now is better than the you of the past?" She turned the portrait around and stared at it for a long time. Then she brought the portrait close to her face and gently sniffed it. "As expected, it's just ordinary paper." She had already prepared for this. In fact, it would be strange if it weren't ordinary paper. But she still tried. With a sigh, she turned to the next page. The next page contained the hero's activity records and route predictions. Rafina's gaze swept down line by line much faster than before, but still with great earnestness. Then she turned to the last page. The last page had a promotional image attached. An official promotional image distributed by the church after the hero's coronation. The print quality was far superior to the portrait, with fine lines and vibrant colors. The image was bathed in golden sunlight, with the white marble floor of the Avalon Royal Palace Square and the distant spires of towers in the background. In the center of the image stood two people. The one on the left was all too familiar to her. Rafina gazed at the vividly colored Lonia for a long time, until through Lonia's left hand, she saw whom that hand was holding. The person on the right. Long cerulean hair cascaded from head to foot, barefoot, wearing a white linen robe. Light poured over her, as if the finest lines in the world had been traced upon her. In the painting, the two hands were tightly clasped. If Esper were here, she would immediately understand whose handiwork this was. That beast by Utiliki. But Rafina didn't know. She stared at their hands for a very long time. Her gaze paused for a moment on Esper's lips. Those lips that seemed to be holding something back. Her gaze paused for a moment on the saint's face. That calm, radiant face that grew more beautiful the longer she looked. Her tail moved. It sprang up from the floor, pointing straight at the ceiling, the arrow-shaped tip spreading open. Her breathing became rapid. Her fingers began to tremble. She raised the image to her face, brought it close, and stared at it for 3 seconds. Then she flipped the image over, turned it back, and flipped it again, as if trying to find an angle that would separate the two figures in the picture. They did not separate. "Ellie!" The door was yanked open. Ellie, who was standing guard in the corridor, was startled at first, then hurried into the room. Her eyes wide, she looked worriedly at the Demon King in the room. "This..." Rafina held the promotional image up in front of Ellie, her finger tapping rapidly beside the saint's face. "What is this? Who is she?" "Huh? It's the saint! Saint! Why is she standing beside her? Why are they holding hands? I haven't allowed her to hold hands with anyone else. It seems it's because the saint is supposed to accompany the hero. Why?" Ellie was stumped. She stood still, blinking several times, as if struggling to recall some rule with her not-so-bright mind. "It seems to be a church tradition, saying that the saint walks with the hero representing light and hope together. Why are they holding hands? It seems that every generation of heroes apparently marries the saint. I didn't say that." Too late. Rafina's expression changed. That expression was hard to describe, so well simply not describe it. "Marriage. The hero and the saint. Nia, this woman." Her voice grew softer and slower. "Rafina." Rafina did not respond. She turned and went back into her room, closing the door. Ellie heard a very faint click from inside, then silence for about 3 seconds. Then she heard a dull thud, as if something had been slammed hard onto the desk. Ellie stepped back a few paces, then miserably curled herself into a ball. After a long while, Rafina's voice came from inside the room. "Ellie, present." She stood at attention. "Bring all intelligence related to the hero and the saint to my desk. All meaning. Activity records, church announcements, eyewitness reports, circulated portraits, correspondence, route predictions, lists of possible contacts, detailed investigation results of Hearttown, and the identity and background of those traveling with her. All." Ellie was stunned for a moment, then nodded emphatically. "I understand." Her footsteps receded down the corridor, growing softer. The room fell silent again. Rafina clutched the dress to her chest, lay on the bed, and began to sniff it. They were holding hands. That blue-haired woman, could she smell Nia at any time? Rafina sniffed harder. She glanced up to confirm the tissues were there. "But I'm not in the mood." A knock sounded. "Demon King, it's me." "Sarah." "Come in." She set the dress aside, looking at Sarah with eyes ashen as death. "I know what troubles your majesty, but please do not worry." Sarah's tone was calm, but carried an undeniable confidence. "Not worry. First, because the previous hero did not pair with the saint. I assume the church has no tradition of forcing same-sex relationships. That unfortunate soul beheaded by Silent Night. Heard. She was also a woman." Rafina's eyes brightened a little. "Continue." "Then, as far as I know, the saint possesses an extremely special constitution emitting holy light at all times. This is a fatal trait for Lonia. So the two holding hands in the painting is likely an artistic embellishment. Their relationship probably isn't that intimate yet." Rafina's tail began to sway from side to side. "Continue. Furthermore, your majesty has spent over a decade with Lonia. You must know what kind of person she is. You've known each other for over 10 years. Even if she were to fall in love, she would surely choose your majesty. How could she possibly fall for a saint she just met?" Sarah showed a hint of confusion. "Am I wrong? Ellie often shows you those kinds of books, doesn't she?" But fiction is fiction, reality is reality. Just like how I'm not interested in anyone else because I like my sister. You should leave now." "As you command." The door closed. Rafina sighed and hugged the dress again in her arms. "Will I win?" She glanced at the tissues beside her and sighed. "I will win." The Fool's Entertainment of the Kings. The gardener derisively called it battle. The story of 6 kings from different eras fighting for a future that could never be realized was dismissed by him as a futile folly. The site of that battle now remains only a gray-white wasteland. The sound of the wind passing over the wasteland resembles the rattle of a dying person's last breath in their throat. 6 figures once intersected above that wasteland. Terminus, creation, infinity, eternity, absolute, opposition. 6 authorities, 6 obsessions, 6 strands of fate that should never have converged were forcibly twisted together by an irresistible force. The final victor would seize the authorities of the 6 kings to fight against an existence more terrifying than the abyss. To commit that useless, foolish act. Yet when this folly came to an end, even the gardener sighed, and connected to that power. Heaven and earth reconstructed, all things reenacted. Then the laws of the world were rewritten. Fruits began to grow, then rotted and fell. The unwanted branches were cut off together along with the battlefield where the 6 kings once fought, turning into the power of the final victor. Those redundant possibilities were trimmed, folded, sealed, and sunk into the depths of the world, becoming nutrients that would never sprout again. And among those countless worlds on the verge of destruction, there was one such world. In this world there was a house with only one door. Here 2 people sat. 7 chairs were arranged around a round table, 5 of them already covered in dust. A middle-aged man in a tattered robe with no undergarment, exposing most of his upper body, sat on the armrest of a chair, one leg crossed, twirling a copper coin in his hand. The patterns on the copper coin had been worn away until they were barely visible, but he didn't care, skillfully passing the coin between his fingers. Wallawussy, former holder of infinity. The warrior, a handsome male with black hair and red eyes, sat opposite him, posture upright, hands folded on his knees. That face revealed no specific age. At first glance, he seemed 30. At second glance, he seemed 3,000 years old. A casual former holder of eternity. The blood ancestor. Luge is ruling alone through the ages. The gardener is helping. So where the hell are the other 3? Wallawussy glanced at the 3 empty seats. Zong Shanyan is celebrating his wife's birthday. Zitting is just being alone. And Lu is gone mad again, probably looking for something to eat. A casual calmly replied one by one. The air in the room stagnated again. A casual am planning to defect to the black tide. The copper coin flipped in the air, and was caught by Wallawussy. Why? A casual didn't move at all, just asked puzzledly. The terms they offered me are good. They said they would give me greed. Ever since infinity was taken from me, I felt terrible all over. You feel the same, don't you? Doesn't it feel bad to lose eternity? With just blood, I can still protect my family. But it's still unpleasant, so I simply agreed. Better to live in disgrace than to die in honor. A casual's eyes darkened a little. What a pity. There's nothing to pity. You know me. Wallawussy leaned back leisurely in his chair, chattering nonstop. There are still so many things I haven't done in this world. Do you know about titled knights? I heard it's a new profession that will appear thousands of years later. They mainly use body cultivation and magic to strengthen their physique, fighting with runic weapons. Sounds professional. Right. It makes me want to punch a few. I haven't killed any titled knights yet. They'll have to try it when the time comes. Their methods of training the body must be special, right? I wonder what it feels like to kill them. Oh, and another thing. That Akamu. He is said to be recognized as the strongest existence in human history. The Wild Hunt King is considered a dragonman, so he doesn't count. I've always wanted to fight him, but he has become an anchor point, completely untouchable. And the primordial mechanical god locked underground in Esper is just a half-baked one. Sigh. Oh, speaking of the Wild Hunt King, I actually also thought about going to fight him. Although it's an anchor point that the guy will be killed by the Storm King, that doesn't stop me from giving him a punch first. A casual only responded with a single word. A casual, you can't expect everyone to be like you, not only shouting about justice every day, but also being willing to die for family. Wallawussy's tone suddenly became serious. Justice means nothing to me, and I've already killed all my family. You can't expect me to fight for nothing. Me. I plan to savor death only at the very end of my life. A casual did not respond immediately. He knew exactly what kind of being this man was. Killed his own family. Huh. Just for that kind of thing. He was just that kind of person. A casual lifted his eyes slightly, his gaze falling on the copper coin in Wallawussy's hand. After a few seconds he spoke. Then go. Although I just said that, aren't you going to stop me? You almost killed Luge. The final victor of the fool's entertainment of the king's the agent of opposition. That Eastern Taoist who spoke in a refined manner. But didn't I still lose? If I had won, I wouldn't be defecting to the black tide, alright. Wallawussy flicked the copper coin up, this time, not catching it, letting it clatter to the ground. And Akaju, even if I am indeed a bit stronger than you, that doesn't stop you from stopping me for justice. Besides, when I beat you before, I still had infinity. Now it's gone. Your eternity was also taken, and your strength dropped to the 9th rank. So we're even now. Maybe we can try fighting again. His body leaned forward, his black pupils reflecting Akajua's silhouette. This time I want aim to kill you, alright. No. The refusal was quite crisp. I have more meaningful things to do than fight you, Akajua said word by word. I envy you. You actually have so many things to do besides eating and drinking. Wallawussy jumped down from the armrest, dusting off the non-existent dirt on his hands. Alright. Anyway, I'm not just here to tell you about my whereabouts, but also to give you a benefit. What? Akajua finally showed a hint of unexpected expression. Within my ability, I'll grant you one wish. Just don't be too excessive. Consider it a reward for a good opponent. After all, you once beat me once. Although at that time, I had no idea how that blood dragon suddenly charged at me. Akajua remained silent for a long time. So long that Wallawussy had started kicking the fallen copper coin with his toe. When you see my family, don't kill them. There are so many vampires. How do I tell which are your family? I can't just not fight any vampire, right? I also plan to go beat up some blood hunters. Those with the aura of blood are family. Fine. Wait, blood hunters have blood, right? Forget it. Wallawussy picked up the copper coin and stuffed it into his pocket, then turned and walked toward the door. After 2 steps, he turned back. Oh, by the way, I'm going to call myself Landing Kaluan from now on. The name Wallawussy can no longer be used, and I can't use my full power either. The Black Tide made a fake identity for me, but if Fortuna finds out I defected, things could get serious. Akajua nodded. Hey, you bastard. Wallawussy shook his head. Akajua, let's meet again in some world where we don't have to die. He turned his head, raised his hand, and waved it as a farewell. Wallawussy. What? He turned back again. I wish you success in your future work. Wallawussy paused for a beat, then burst out laughing. You bastard, you're really fucking crazy. The door closed. Only Akajua remained in the meeting room. After a moment, Akajua stood up the chair, making no sound. He walked to the only door and pulled it open. The corridor outside was pitch black, without light source, without end. But he could still see the walls on both sides of the corridor densely engraved with names. All were names of vampires. From the 1st generation to the 1000th generation. From those he still remembered to those he could no longer recall, from those already dead to those yet to be born, the families he protected. His fingertips brushed over Shuelia, over Yilisha, over Lonia, then he stepped into the darkness. The door slowly closed behind him with a dull click. The round table and 7 chairs returned to silence. Dust continued to accumulate on the backs of the chairs. No one witnessed any of this. Unknown years later, on a dirt road flanked by maple trees and shrubs, Landing Kaluan was leaning against a roadside stone tablet, looking at the copper coin in his hand, its patterns nearly worn away beyond recognition. Wish me success in my work. You bastard really blessed me, right? What are you muttering about? The voice from beside him was icy cold, having nothing to do with temperature. Landing tucked the copper coin into his chest and glanced sideways at the woman beside him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, well-proportioned figure, wearing a cheapao that seemed out of place in this world. The high slit revealed long legs that were dazzlingly white, and a face so beautiful it made one want to punch her. The only flaw was that she was missing an arm, cut off from the shoulder. The wound had healed into an ugly lump of flesh resting on her fair and delicate skin. The remaining hand was holding a sword. An ordinary iron sword. In the blacksmith shop of Alalong, it could be bought for a few copper coins with a discount for bulk purchase. Yulia Wajina. One of his colleagues. Nothing, just thinking about the past. Oh. Yulia clearly had no interest at all, turning her gaze forward. Did you just get information about the hero? Yes. The tavern owner in the town by the road was very talkative, and there was a portrait issued by the church. I showed it to Jidu. See over there. Landing gestured with his chin. A gray-haired masked man was squatting by a tree root holding the crumpled portrait in both hands, his shoulders trembling slightly. Only one horn on the right side of his head belonging to a demon was particularly conspicuous due to the trembling. The left one had been completely cut off at the base, revealing a smooth flat cross-section. And the sword at his waist sheathed with a particularly distinct skeletal texture on the hilt swayed gently with his body. What's wrong with that guy? Parkinson's. Landing pointed at him with his thumb, a bit confused. Don't know. I heard the hero killed Jong. Yulia said calmly. Landing raised an eyebrow. Wasn't Jong pretty strong? He didn't get carried away again, did he? Who knows? But Jong is indeed dead. Chiron hasn't come to report to us yet, and I don't know how the weapon recovery is going. Jong is dead, and your first reaction is to recover the weapon. Do you want me to cry for you? Yulia raised her remaining hand and waved the sword in it. You can see this sword isn't very good. That shopkeeper said this is the best sword in the village. Is he lying to me? Sigh. With your sword style, you should have taken advantage of the sword saint's inattention and swiped a few good swords back then. Landing felt a pain in his balls, couldn't help saying that. The air froze for a moment. Clang. The iron sword swung so fast that only a silver light could be seen. Before the sword tip reached his throat, Landing's right hand steadily caught the blade between his fingers. Not a single drop of blood between his knuckles. What the fuck are you doing again? Did I allow you to mention my master? Alright, but at the very least, you could take your junior brother's extinction sword right. Yulia's expression was calm as a lake. It was this calmness that made one's spine chill. Did I allow you to mention my junior brother? Landing's eyes turned cold. The surrounding grass began to lean outward. Do you really want to die? Don't forget even now you're still just a human. Yulia did not withdraw her sword. You don't dare to use your full power, so I have no reason to fear you. You think I can't beat you even with restraint? You can try. Enough, are you two children? Jidu interrupted the pointless quarrel, his tone carrying obvious suppressed excitement and agitation. He had stood up at some point, still holding the portrait of Isapo. The two each snorted coldly, and almost simultaneously withdrew their stances. All right, Jidu. Landing flexed the fingers that had just caught the sword blade and glanced at the gray-haired demon before him. You've been looking at that portrait for a long time. Any conclusions? She is on her way to find Kyler. Just coinciding with our goal. The Adventurers Guild indeed mistook Kyler for the Death March. That's good for us. Jaida's voice tried to stay calm, but his pace unconsciously quickened. How did you immediately judge what she's going to do? Do you know her? Landing's mouth twitched as he couldn't help asking. Jaida's movements paused for a moment, the corner of his mouth twisting upward beneath the mask. Of course I know. The girl in the portrait. Even though she used brown to conceal her crimson eyes. Even though a year of adventurer life had smoothed her edges. Even though this was not the her he knew. How could I not know? How the fuck could I not know? Ha. Jaida's body curled up slightly, trembling uncontrollably, as if thorns were growing wildly inside him, piercing through his entire body. I know her more than just knowing. His voice trembled too, but not from fear or anger. It was something more twisted. Lonia Katuli. Who? Yulia asked coldly. The hero's true name. Jaida's voice was already mixed with uncontrollable laughter. What exactly is your relationship with her? Landing thought that if he had known his colleagues were such bastards, maybe dying in battle that day would have been better. Relationship. He took off his mask, revealing a pair of purple pupils exactly like Jai. She is the person I most want to kill in this life. The northern official road stretched alongside a dry riverbed. 3 figures walked in a somewhat uneven line. Rain led at the front, his pace steady as if marching. Esper walked in the middle, pulling a new loaf of bread from her bag. The holy sword floated behind her, swaying slightly. Aratia brought up the rear, keeping about 3 feet of distance from Esper, her eyes never leaving Esper. A farmer driving an ox cart passed by on the roadside. He glanced at them, but didn't bother, merely urging the ox to move a little faster. Guess we don't look like decent folk. Esper glanced at the receding cart. Maybe it's because your sword keeps floating around, Looks really out of place. Rain replied without turning. That's a holy sword, you know. The real reason must be your scary face, right? Esper grumbled in dissatisfaction. Her attitude toward the holy sword had shifted from indifference to occasionally patting its hilt when it acted clingy. Not quite intimate yet, but still a sign of acceptance. Then the Hadji sword would start doing backflips. Who taught it that? Esper didn't know, and neither did Rain. So, Kaler. Esper sighed, chewing on bread, while pulling the commission slip from her pocket and reading as she walked. Gray-haired dwarf 6th rank. What else? The guild notes say she's in a rank external adventurer. Rain didn't look back. His voice came from ahead. External similar to Esper. No physical exams or registration required, suited for those who wanted to earn a living through combat despite being wanted. The difference was that Esper had been crank, while this Kaler was a rank. A complete novice. Anything else? The reason for her bounty is quite detailed. Esper looked down at the documents. External means she has no fixed team or guild backing. She takes leftover odd jobs. One day, she accepted a high-difficulty commission with a generous reward, and someone intercepted it. Esper took another bite of bread. They stole her prey. Worse than that. Rain's tone remained flat. After she exhausted herself defeating the target, ambushers jumped out, intending to finish both her and the prey. External treatment is already poor, and rank externals have no guild protection. Often no one investigates if they die. The bounty and spoils all go to the interceptor. Then she crippled all the interceptors. Yes. Well done, Esper said offhanded. Such people didn't need saving. Erasha, walking about 3 feet to her right rear, tilted her head slightly. Then, she didn't do anything wrong. Why is she wanted? Rain paused for a moment, as if considering how to explain. Because the interceptors were a rank adventurer squad with guild registration and team structure. Dozens of them. All incapacitated, needing long recovery. So killing an external is fine for registered personnel, but self-defense by a solo is a crime. Rain didn't answer. Esper's eyes turned cold. She had also been an external before working solo around Avalon. Her jobs were all scraps. No one would bother competing. Who would kill over a cat-finding job? But she had heard rumors that in some remote branches conflicts between externals and registered members were bloodier than imagined. She had always taken it as gossip. Now she knew it wasn't gossip. Wait, she took down over a dozen adventurers from rank squads. The members were mostly brank with a few ranks. They reportedly attacked together, and only one person returned with all limbs intact to file the bounty report. Brank means 4th to 5th rank, a rank means 6th. And she beat them all. If the intelligence is accurate. That's a bit absurd. Even the previous Night Hollow wasn't that strong. Moreover, she hadn't killed. Holding back is harder than going for the kill. Esper stuffed the commission slip back into her pocket and scratched the back of her head. And she's marked as Death March, which means she carries Black Tide aura. But Death March beings act on obsession, right? So what was her purpose in registering as an adventurer? Hadn't she had enough of working in life? No records. She was silent throughout. So how does this Kaler fight? Any combat records? Yes. Rain nodded and continued flipping through the book. According to eyewitness reports, she uses no magic or runic weapons, but purely physical techniques, and some breathing method to strengthen her body. The report uses the term blacksmith art. Blacksmith art. Esper felt she had heard Fina mention it at some point. It seemed to be a dwarf thing. But she had always thought dwarves looked like bouncing balls, and wasn't interested, so she just focused on playing with Fina's tail. Yes, a dwarf technique, a body strengthening method based on the concept of forging. Rare but not unheard of. The most common and well-known is the overbreathing method. By breathing in a specific rhythm, air is infused into bones and muscles, granting the body temporary hardness and toughness similar to quenched metal. According to survivors, she fights like a war chariot. Their attacks don't even scratch her skin, while one punch from her can shatter all bones in a person. Esper exhaled, stuffed the last piece of bread into her mouth, chewed, and swallowed. How did the Black Tide aura leak out? From inside her body. Supposedly it emerged during the fight. The survivor was at the edge, about to shoot an arrow at her eye, but when she met his gaze, he was so scared, he wet himself and fled. What a coward. Rain shrugged, showing an expression beyond calm for the first time. A helpless sort of helplessness. So this is our next target to subdue. Rain's steps paused briefly, then continued. Esper was silent for a moment. This is completely different from Night Hollow. He was blatantly killing people everywhere. This Kaler sounds like she only acted when cornered. Yeah. Could her purpose in registering at the Adventurers Guild really be to find a job? Esper muttered. Even she found her own conclusion unlikely. How could a 6th-rank powerhouse, who fights like a war chariot, sound like a downtrodden office worker? As a death march, she must have an obsession. Could Kaler's obsession be going to work? Esper let her mind wander as she walked. Suddenly she remembered something. Rain? Is your rune also called Annihilation, like your nickname? Rain nodded. What does Annihilation do? Can you explain? Last night, when Rain thought that Hilaire Esper hadn't seen his side at all. By the time it was over, Rain was already standing there covered in dust, his expression calm, as if he had just taken a stroll. Energy that comes into contact is extinguished. That's it. That's it. You mean you can nullify any energy you touch? Not exactly. Rain's face was expressionless. Annihilation has a limited capacity per contact. Each contact only extinguishes a portion of the energy, not a conceptual total elimination. If the opponent's output exceeds Annihilation's limit, the excess still pierces through me. Huh? So it's basically a defensive ability. Fixed damage reduction. Most of the time, yes. You say it so casually. That's just the truth. Against spells or runic attacks below 6th rank, Annihilation can almost completely cancel them. But against pure power output above 7th rank, it can only reduce about 20 to 30%. If the opponent's strength goes higher, it might not even reduce 1%. So how did you handle that guy yesterday? She could summon a large number of low-rank aberrations. The mana content per individual was low, so Annihilation could extinguish them easily. But if there were too many, the processing speed couldn't keep up with the generation speed. That's a different story. So I applied Runic Fire Enchanted Resin. It allows Annihilation's effect to spread through the flames, turning point attacks into area attacks. But the resin is consumable. Once it's gone, it's gone. Wow. Your sun is rising. So you relied on items last night. Because I needed to end the fight quickly, and using full power is the most basic chivalry. What kind of chivalry uses items in a fight? That's not what the books say. Thena had mentioned night duels before. Esper had listened attentively to those stories, and had once harbored some romantic notions about knights. Now those illusions were shattered. The knightly code of the Round Table does not forbid using items. Esper decided not to dwell on it. She had more important things to ask. Do you still have any of that runic fire in stock? Esper's eyes sparkled. She wanted to try lighting things on fire with it. It looked awesome. Even though it conflicted with her blood blade, just imagining herself wielding a flaming sword made her think it was extremely cool. There are 2 more strips of runic fire. The remaining resins are mainly for handling emergencies. Only 2. The girl's face showed obvious disappointment. This resin's crafting process is complicated, and the materials are rare. The cheapest fire resin strip costs about 1 gold coin on the market. Runic fire costs 30 times that. Esper rummaged through her pocket. 30 gold coins. I only have 50 in my pocket, and that's just from the chief. Yeah. Can you at least show some sympathy? Sympathy won't make you rich. Esper rolled her eyes, and gave up arguing with him. She slowed her pace slightly, shifting her position a little to the left. The distance was exactly 3 feet. Era. The girl on the left lifted her head slightly, her azure hair shimmered with fine specks under the sunlight. Are you okay? We've been walking for a long time. Not tired. Holy light continuously restores my stamina, so I don't feel fatigued. Her voice was still soft, but much better than when they first met. Though still lacking emotional fluctuation, that awkwardness was gradually fading. Then the 3 continued north along the official road. The sun climbed to a position slightly west of overhead. After walking a while, Esper noticed Erasia's lips moving slightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Say what you want. Esper. You? Got a lot of injuries yesterday. I told you they're healed already. But it still hurts, right? Esper turned her head, glancing at the clouds drifting across the sky. It doesn't hurt. Liar. Erasha's tone carried a stubborn seriousness. How do you know I'm lying? When you walk, your left shoulder tilts a little. Esper shrank her shoulder. It was a reflex. She only realized what she was doing after shrinking. Watching that closely. Because it's Esper. So I've been watching for a long time. Esper turned her face away, feeling her cheeks warm slightly. Don't talk like that, it feels a bit. A bit what? Never mind nothing. Esper muttered, quickening her pace to reestablish distance from Aratia. When she reached Rain, she noticed the Round Table Knight's gaze seemed a little vacant, as if his mind was racing. What are you thinking about? About my master and senior. His tone was complicated. Senior always speaks in a way that baffles people, troubling both me and my master. But sometimes, she says rather strange things. Esper sighed. Sunlight bathed the three figures. Speaking of which, Rain. Yeah. You said Yulia was last seen in this northern area, right? Can you roughly guess her most likely route? No. Senior's actions have no pattern. But one thing is certain. What? Rain paused. She actively approaches danger. Right, she was that kind of woman. So if that Kaler is really active in the north, Yulia might be heading to find her too. Possible. Then this gets complicated. Esper sighed. She had a feeling things wouldn't be easy from here on. A dwarf death march, who fights, like a war chariot, a genius swordsman, who could be considered an avatar of Slaanesh and Hilaire, and her organization lurking somewhere. There might be even more outrageous things waiting for them. Anyway, let's get there first. Walk faster. I don't want to spend the night on the road. At this pace, we'll arrive by tomorrow evening. Then that's settled. Esper quickened her pace, the hem of her gray old robe swaying around her ankles. The holy sword behind her adjusted its angle slightly, emitting a faint cold light. She didn't look back, but she could hear Erasha's footsteps as she jogged to catch up. By evening, a small settlement of fewer than 20 households appeared by the roadside. There was no wall, no gatekeeper. At the entrance stood a wooden sign bearing the three characters. Luigi Village. One of the characters was even misspelled. The village's only tavern, which also served as a general store, looked small and shabby. Pushing the door open, inside sat three cart-driving merchants, and a middle-aged man dozing on the counter. Excuse me, boss. Isapo walked to the counter, and knocked on the surface. The man jerked his head up, a strand of drool still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Ah. Customers. Want wine or a room? So this was the owner. First 3 cups of water, and then I'll ask you a few things. The boss fished out 3 wooden cups from under the counter, and poured some well water that looked rather murky. Isapo glanced at it, and decided not to drink. Have you seen a gray-haired dwarf around here recently? One who uses a hammer, not very tall. A dwarf. The boss scratched his head, his face full of confusion. You mean that little girl? Little girl. Gray hair indeed, not tall, but that's no dwarf. Just a little girl, looks about 10 or so. Anyway, not much older than the granddaughter of the old man in the village. Isapo was taken aback. The commission slip clearly stated a gray-haired dwarf. Are you sure it's not a dwarf? I've lived all these years, I can still recognize what a dwarf looks like. That little girl, though short, looks no different from a human child. Did the child you mentioned also carry a hammer? Lan walked over from behind and stood beside Isapo. The boss glanced at him. Yep, probably for self-defense. A child so young out alone, how could she not carry a weapon for protection? What did the hammer look like? Lan continued asking. Huh? Just an ordinary iron hammer used for blacksmithing, not a long-handled war hammer. She's wanted. The witness said she was a dwarf. Wanted. Why is she wanted? The boss' drowsiness had mostly dissipated, and his tone carried a kind of nosy enthusiasm. She crippled over a dozen people in an adventuring party, and the only one who wasn't injured came back to report her. That child is that ruthless. He looked skeptical, his attitude clearly disbelieving. Lan silently handed the wanted notice and documents to the boss. The boss rubbed his chin as he flipped through the documents page by page, unable to stifle a laugh midway. Oh, the guy who reported it probably got it wrong. There was an adventurer who passed by here briefly while fleeing, probably him. He didn't stop here, he kept running forward screaming all the way, making a huge racket. Since he was so scared, he wet his pants and ran away, he probably didn't even get a clear look at the other person's appearance. Just because of blacksmithing skills and a small stature, they assumed she was a dwarf, and when she, and a rank outsider, dared to take on a high-difficulty quest, they still tried to kill her and steal her goods. Who knows what was going on in their heads? Isabeau felt extremely speechless. She had long known that the witness was not only a scumbag, but also a complete idiot. But she hadn't expected him to be such an idiot. So when did she appear in this village? The first time was several weeks ago, and the last time was just last week. The boss yawned and wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. A few weeks ago in the afternoon, she came and bought 2 loaves of bread and a flask of water paid and left. She was quiet and didn't cause any trouble. I initially thought she was some blacksmith's apprentice who had run away, but then the next day I heard that the long-standing commission in the north had been resolved. He gestured north with his thumb. There was a frenzied boar king there. Because of its high defense and extreme ferocity, the subjugation commission had been shelved for a long time. Then the boar king died. She came back expressionless, just used the bounty to buy a cup of wine, but choked up and cried after one sip. Ah, is this right? Imagine a gray-haired child walking into a bar, with a serious face coldly ordering a cup of wine, then choking and crying. Are there such people in the death march? Isabeau couldn't help asking Lan. Indeed, there are many unique individuals. Should this be classified as unique? It felt more like simply. And then? Isabeau suppressed her urge to comment and continued asking. Then she killed a few more high-level beasts wandering around, and one day she suddenly left heading north. Anyway, she refused to stay in this dump any longer. She rested her chin on her hand and thought. Besides buying things, did she say anything? She did. The boss' expression suddenly turned a bit odd. What's wrong? That little girl, the first time she bought wine, she said, The boss hesitated. It's as pleasant as ordering a cup of coffee in a cafe after dealing with a villain. That whole long sentence. Then she was choked by the wine and cried. Isabeau was silent. Later she came back to buy things, asked for several slices of bread and a small cup of water. After one sip, she said, Why does your plain water have a taste? A taste. I gave her a cup of lower alcohol content, because she looked so lonely and pitiful, right? And then, she got drunk. She sprawled on the table, drooling all over, and shouted things like, I don't want to do this anymore, I want to go home. The boss sighed. After that, I never gave her wine again. How should I put it you? Later, when she sobered up, she asked me if she had said anything stupid while she was out of it. I told her exactly what she had said. She let out a breath, left the money for that cup of wine on the table, and ran away. The boss' gaze drifted to a nearby table, as if recalling the copper coins the girl had left there. She came a few more times after that, rarely speaking. But every time she left, she said thank you. Isabeau's mouth twitched. This was completely different from the image she had imagined. What did she look like? Be specific. Her hair was very short, about to the earlobes. Her eyes were unusually large, gray-green. Round face. She wore a dirty, rust-colored clothes. The same color as her hammer. Rust-colored clothes. Just clothes made of cloth. Dirty and old, covered in patches. She was about up to my chest. The boss gestured with his hand. Oh, and she seemed to have something tattooed on her neck. I didn't see it clearly. Black like a pattern. A tattoo. Direction. Which way did she go after leaving? North, straight north. Whether she turned off, I don't know. People from our village usually don't go there. That place is full of beasts and all sorts of things, very dangerous. Isabeau nodded. Thanks, boss. She turned and walked toward the door. Iladia stood on the steps outside the tavern, hands folded in front of her feet in little calfskin boots, together, waiting quietly. Did you hear that? Not a dwarf. A little girl. Right. And from the sound of it, a rather silly little girl. Silly. Iladia gently shook her head, a hint of confusion appearing on her face. Lan came out of the tavern after a while, holding a small scroll of What's this? I got it from those merchants earlier. He unrolled the parchment, on which a few lines and crosses were hastily drawn. A rough map of the north. The merchants sometimes have to take this route due to time constraints, so they specially marked a few relatively safe paths. On these paths, beasts are relatively scarce, making travel easier and saving a lot of trouble. Isapo nodded, gaining a bit more understanding of this guy's character. Moreover, in the past few days, some merchants have actually seen Kyra. What? She's been lurking around this area. Lan pointed to a cross on the map and then drew a small circle around it. Isapo leaned in to look. Frequency. Several merchant caravans combined have only seen her a few times, no conversation, no prolonged appearances. So no other pattern could be discerned, but we can be sure she's in this area. Isapo took the crude map and examined it more carefully. According to the scale, after enlarging with the three of them searching, it would probably only take half a day. Let's set out early tomorrow morning and go take a look. Lan put away the map. Dinner was had at the tavern. Not very tasty bread, a piece of cured meat, and a few unidentified vegetables. The taste was mediocre, but at least it filled the stomach. The tattoo on her neck, Isapo muttered softly. The boss said it was a black pattern, hard to see clearly. Is it a mark of the Death March? Doesn't seem like it. More likely a mark related to the Abyss cult. But as far as I know, no cult would tattoo a mark on the neck. Then what could it be? I don't know. If we can see her tomorrow, maybe we can try asking her directly. Judging by the boss account, she seems reasonably approachable. A person who would insist on paying even when given something. After dinner, it was time to prepare for rest. 3 rooms cost 10 copper coins, 2 rooms 8, 1 room 5. Isapo rubbed her hands together. Hero, isn't there a discount? If you take 4 rooms, they'll charge you 11. Is that enough? Let's take 2 rooms. Isapo sighed. He'll share a room with her. She pointed behind her at Iladia. The difference between 3 rooms and 2 rooms was 2 copper coins. Saving that could buy a meal. Fine. But won't it be cramped for you and that girl? The bed is very small. You might end up hugging. The boss' eyes darted between Iladia and Isapo with a mysterious look. It's fine. She can sleep on the bed, he'll sleep on the floor, Isapo said casually. The boss gave in. Oh. Collected the money, took 2 keys from the nail on the wall, and tossed them over. Isapo caught them, handed one to Lan, and then the 3 of them went up to the 2nd floor. The corridor on the 2nd floor was narrow and dim, the wooden floorboards creaking underfoot. Isapo opened the door. Inside was a narrow bed, a table, a chair, and a small window. She walked and tossed her bag on the floor, and turned to look at Iladia, who had followed 3 feet behind. You sleep on the bed. What? I said you sleep on the bed. Iladia looked at her, her sky-blue eyes reflecting the last twilight outside the window. Okay. Isapo pulled an old cloth from her bag and spread it on the floor as a makeshift mattress. Then she sat down against the wall, placed the holy sword beside her, and wrapped her arms around her knees. Isapo. Do you think that person is a bad person? Isapo closed her eyes and thought. Can't conclude yet. But she doesn't sound like the type of Chong who goes around killing. We'll see when we get there tomorrow. Sleep. A few seconds of silence. Isapo. What? Iladia's gaze remained fixed on the girl sitting in the corner. Let's change our target. Why are you saying that again? Isapo replied with some exasperation. Because you look not very happy. She didn't answer. You said before, since you came, you should make the place you're in better. So you want to kill that Gong. Iladia's fingers gently intertwined and fidgeted, as if uncertain whether she should say the conclusion. But I feel you don't think killing that Kyra would make things better. Didn't I say I can't draw a conclusion yet? Small details in daily life can't fully represent a person's character, right? Isapo buried her head in her arms, her voice a bit muffled. She hasn't killed anyone. She's in the death march. Just because she hasn't killed now doesn't mean she won't in the future. But you're hesitating. So what if I am? Everyone hesitates, it's not that strange. Iladia didn't answer, but Isapo heard a rustling sound. She was getting off the bed. Isapo looked up and saw Iladia only a foot away. No discomfort nor any sense of the other's breathing. Then Iladia carefully pulled the corners of her mouth upward a little. If a third party had seen that expression, they would probably think it was a prelude to biting someone. A smile strained from that emotionless face. A strange stiff smile, one that she had promised to show only to one person. A smile that was indeed a smile. "What are you doing?" Isopos said weakly. Isopos said before. "You wanted to see my smile." Aladia's voice was extremely soft, even controlling her breath to the smallest range, not letting Isopos be touched by any holy light. Come to think of it, she had indeed said something like that. But the original words were probably, "Only smile for me." Should she correct her? "I think, since Isopos wants to see my smile, it should mean that seeing it will make you a little happier." An extremely soft voice. Forget it, no need to correct. "Isopos, are you a little happier?" "I am," she said sullenly. "The effect wasn't good enough." Aladia muttered, lowered her fingers, and took small steps away from Isopos, resuming her breathing. Isopos buried her head back in her arms. "Sleep. I'm sorry. I'm not good enough yet. I'll practice more." Her voice was a little down. "Sleep." Only after she lay back down on the bed, and after a long while, when the faintest snoring began, did Isopos lift her eyes again to look at that quiet little face. "You're the real fool," she said softly. The next morning at dawn, the trio departed from Luigi village. Rain walked ahead, occasionally crouching to examine the traces on the ground. "Footprints. Fresh from this morning." He pointed to a small patch of bare mud amidst the grass. On it was clearly imprinted a very small shoe print. Heading east, the three adjusted their route and continued along the direction of the footprints. The forest path gradually narrowed, the trees on both sides compressing their view into a narrow corridor. "She should be active around here." Rain lowered his voice. Isopos nodded, gripping the holy sword in her hand, ready for any sudden situation. Eladia silently followed behind Isopos, suppressing her presence as much as possible to avoid causing any disturbance. The three continued walking until a violent gust of wind came from above. Something was tearing through the air at an extremely fast speed, producing a whistling sound. From directly above, a gray figure shot out from a branch not far away, moving too fast for thought. The figure held a warhammer in both hands, its surface reflecting a dull metallic luster in the sunlight. The trajectory aimed precisely at Isopos' shoulder, with a tricky angle and heavy force. Isopos' body reacted before her mind, bringing the holy sword horizontally above her head to block. Clang! The moment of impact sent a shockwave that flattened the shrubs within a 3-meter radius. Mud-splattered stones ricocheted. The force of that hammer blow was far heavier than she had anticipated. Through some technique, all the power was channeled, as if the entire weight and kinetic energy were concentrated on the single point where the hammer face met the target. The rhythm of breathing was strange. Short, powerful, like a blacksmith working a bellows. Blacksmith technique. Isopos gritted her teeth and held the holy sword, looking at the attacker above her through the gap between the blade and the hammer. Short gray hair roughly to the earlobes, disheveled. Gray-green pupils were calm as water, yet seemed to be calculating something, giving Isopos the feeling that there was something else lurking behind those eyes, swimming. A rusty, patched-up old coat full of patches, like a rag that had been sewn over and over. She was very small, hanging midair, balanced on the hammer face pressed against the holy sword. Then those eyes followed the hammer face downward, and saw the holy sword. Her breathing faltered and her pupils suddenly dilated. Isopos clearly saw the process. Then, that small body made a move that completely defied the laws of inertia. With her entire weight on the hammer face, arms fully extended, body leaning forward in midair, she forcibly pulled back all the force. The warhammer flew out of her hands, and then her body, as if yanked by an invisible force, plummeted straight down from the air. She knelt. The dull thud of her knees hitting the mud was louder than the sound of the hammer striking the holy sword. Then she placed her hands on the ground and touched her forehead to the earth. A full prostration. "Ah, can we make peace?" Her voice carried a sob, as if she could no longer hold it together. From the block to her prostration, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. Isopos remained frozen in the posture of raising her sword, her mind blank for a moment. Rain's hand rested on his sword hilt, neither drawing nor releasing. His expression was calm as usual, but a slight twitch at the corner of his eye betrayed him. Eladia stood not far away, motionless, her eyes radiating a clear stupidity. And the gray-haired girl lying on the ground had her shoulders trembling violently. Her sobbing voice turned into real crying. She cried very loudly, "Don't kill me! I don't want to do this anymore. Whoa, this damn job is really unmanageable. Wait a moment. Isapo finally came to her senses and slowly lowered the holy sword. Calm down first. How can I be calm? Kylayer lifted her face from the mud covered in a mixture of mud and tears, her gray-green eyes swollen and red from crying. I just wanted to earn some money for a full meal. Then I was surrounded by a group of people and beaten. After winning, I was still wanted. Now I don't even have a decent place to live. I sleep on rocks every day. Do you know how cold rocks are? I know. She really did know. During the year in Avalon, she often slept on rocks after killing beasts in the wild. You don't know. You're a hero. You have a house. Well, I actually sleep on the floor a lot. But at least you have a roof. I don't even have a roof. When it rains, I have to find a hole to crawl into. Last time, I crawled and there was a bear inside. Do you know how terrifying that was? That is a bit scary. What happened? Couldn't you beat it? I could. Then I beat the bear away. But that hole was too smelly to live in at all. She cried more and more fiercely, pounding her fists on the ground, not even bothering to wipe the mud splashing onto her face. Isapo watched this little creature wailing in a heap. This scene was simply too. Are you really not a dwarf? Rain spoke. Kylayer lifted her head from the mud, glaring at Rain with bloodshot eyes. You're the dwarf. Of course I'm not a dwarf. I just stopped growing. The wanted poster says gray-haired dwarf. That was the liar who ran away. He didn't even look back more than a few times. Just because I use blacksmith technique and am short, he called me a dwarf. Are his eyes just for show? Kylayer wiped her face hard, but it only made it dirtier. Bullying a kid. Pa. Shameless. No. The way you talk is nothing like a kid. Isapo covered her forehead and crouched down to bring her eyes level with the girl's. From this distance, she could see more clearly. Those gray-green eyes were indeed beautiful, though now swollen like walnuts. That dirty little face, if washed, would probably be, well, quite cute. Around her neck was a ring of black patterns encircling the entire neck, as if tattooed deep into the skin. What's that on your neck? Kylayer's body stiffened, and she instinctively covered her neck with her hand. The crying stopped. The distance was too close, so Isapo could see that the thing behind her eyes seemed to accelerate its swimming and turning. She was thinking, weighing pros and cons, confirming, worth deciding what to say and what not to say. The thinking was fast. Within a few seconds, the thing under her pupil stopped moving. Enhancement rune. Who put it on you? The Pope. Which cult? Kylayer bit her lip. The Weavers Association. What is that? Isapo looked at Rain. I do know, but you don't have to look at me immediately. Rain commented flatly. The Weavers Association. One of the Abyss cults. Formerly a branch of the Mage Tower, they mastered the technique of weaving runes directly onto the human body. Later, during the Abyss expedition, they fell into the Abyss, causing the technique to be lost for a time until Vault recovered it through the authority of wisdom. But as far as I know, among the runes mastered by the Weavers Association, there is no rune that needs to be woven around the neck. Well, now you know there is. Kylayer patted her neck, her expression returning to calm. So you are a member of the Weavers Association. I am not. The calm expression immediately shattered. She panicked. Her voice was thick with nasal congestion from crying. I was captured. Those bastards painted on my body without my consent. I never wanted to join such a thing. Isapo rubbed her forehead in frustration. But you do carry the aura of the Black Tide. Kylayer was silent for a few seconds, seemingly thinking again about how much to reveal. It's a side effect of the rune. The Weavers Association uses the power of the Black Tide to enhance the rune's efficacy, but it also stains the rune with the Black Tide's aura. She touched the pattern on her neck with her fingers. It doesn't usually come out. Only when the rune is activated. Does it leak a little? So you were mistaken for a death march because of this. And then because if I didn't use full power, I might be overwhelmed by numbers, so I released a bit. And then the guy who ran away might have sensed it. Her voice grew softer. I'm really not a death march. I just want to live normally. Kylayer. Not a dwarf, probably human. Mastered blacksmith technique forcibly tattooed with a rune that emits the black-tide aura by a human tattoo artist. That was her entire situation. Do you have any proof of what you're saying? Rain walked over. Kylea raised her swollen eyes to look at him. Are you a knight of the Round Table? And then the Knight of the Round Table Extinguisher. Has the Round Table come to catch me too? I'm here to investigate the Death March. If you're not a Death March, then it's none of my business. Kylea sniffled. I can't prove it. Rain said nothing, simply turning his gaze to Isapo. Isapo sighed. Then forget it. Huh? Kylea stared blankly at her. You believe me. 70%. After all, you can't even kill someone who wants to kill you. Even so, you don't fully believe me. What about the other 30%? Ask again, and it becomes 60%. Kylea immediately covered her mouth and nodded frantically. What about the bounty? Eladia's voice came softly from the side. Well, just drag it out. Can the Adventurer Guild send someone to deal with me too? Isapo said coldly, now having no goodwill toward the Adventurer Guild. Really? Kylea lowered her hands, blinking. Why would I lie to you? You won't let me relax and then stab me with your sword, will you? Or lure me into a pyramid scheme? I am a hero. Heroes can be bad people too. You doubt me. Kylea sniffled hard twice. Then hero. Just call me Isapo. Hero Isapo. Isapo. Hero Isapo-sama. Ahem Isapo. Kylea's expression immediately retracted into that now unreliable calm demeanor. So can I trouble you with one thing? Isapo raised an eyebrow. Let's hear it. Ahem, do you have any idea why I'm hanging around here? Get to the point. Because I heard that a famous blacksmith once secluded himself here, so there should be some ruins underground filled with many high-quality weapons, and I want to find them. Could you please help me? You'd better say it slowly. Kylea made a peace sign that begged to be hit, then briefly repeated herself. Oh, I see. Isapo spread her hands. So what's in it for me? You're so practical. I thought Isapo was the kind of soft-hearted, super good person. Say one more word and he'll leave now. Ahem. Kylea composed her expression, kneeling formally on the ground. I can provide you with information about other Death March. You know, Isapo said with some surprise. I spent quite a while in that cult, how could I not know? Then give me one first. Humph. Do you know about gluttony? What about it? The holder of that authority died a long time ago, and since then gluttony has never reappeared. It's said that there are too few people who can fully resonate without bearing other authorities. But recently a Death March has appeared who could become gluttony in the future, a candidate. Wow, so who is he? Hee. Do you know the story of the heterogeneous Blood Knight from the end of the Dragon Sovereign era? Ah. Kylea. Eladia interrupted her inopportunely. Jome has already been vanquished by Isapo. Kylea's gaze flickered between Eladia and Isapo, the thoughts behind her eyes seeming to crash from high-speed operation. How did you win? Isapo raised the holy sword. Still, Jome's vanquishing was only a few days ago. News couldn't have spread that fast. That is, she might indeed know something. So besides gluttony. Rain stepped closer. Pride, lust, envy, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath. The 7 representative authorities created by the Abyss. Now aside from gluttony, which is confirmed uninherited, what about the other 6? Kylea instinctively stepped back. Rain pointed at himself expressionlessly, as if to say, am I that scared? Indeed, a little. Let me think. Sloth and greed seem to have never changed holders. I don't know if they are undying, or if no new inheritors have appeared. Envy and lust seem to have been inherited recently. As for pride and wrath, the information is unclear. Do you know who the respective holders are? That kind of thing is rather private, right? I'm just an outer experimental subject. Rain and Isapo exchanged glances, confirming each other's thoughts from their eyes. Well, after we find the good weapons, you can use them too. There should be plenty of rune weapons there. And I can teach you blacksmith technique. Though it's not that easy to learn. All right, consider it a favor. Isapo sighed and stood up. Meanwhile, Rain seemed to have spotted a blind spot. Blacksmith technique, who taught you? Kylea froze for a moment. I taught myself. Is that so? Rain's eyes were full of suspicion. Let's go first. Isapo shrugged and walked toward Eladia. And in the distance, Eladia watched the scene, her hands crossed over her chest, giving Isapo a slight nod. Then she quietly said a sentence. "She looks like a dog." The window of the tavern was open from the inside. Isapo leaned halfway out the window, the night wind blowing her black hair across her face. She looked down for a moment, confirming that Chiral was standing in the mud behind the tavern, looking up with a cloth-bound hammer on his back. "Come up." Isapo's voice was low. "Can't you just use the front door? Are you trying to make it obvious that you're a wanted criminal?" Chiral puffed his cheeks in dissatisfaction, then took 2 steps back, made a rune-up, kicked off the wall, and his fingers grasped the window ledge, making no sound at all. Ispa reached out and grabbed his wrist, pulling him into the room. He stumbled slightly upon landing, then stood still, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "Wow, this place is so shabby." Aratia sat on the edge of the bed, her gaze quietly directed at Ispu, an old booklet borrowed from the tavern owner spread across her knees. "Then sleep outside. Cough, it's still better than a hole in the ground," Chiral quickly added. Originally, lines suggested they search for the ruins overnight, but Chiral insisted that he truly needed a safe place to get a good night's sleep. Thus it ended up like this. Line was in the next room, and he couldn't hear any noise, probably already asleep. If there were no unexpected situations or urgent tasks, this guy's routine would be as regular as a machine. Ispa closed the window and turned around, crossing her arms. "Tell me about those ruins. Besides the rune weapons, what other spoils are there? Any other blacksmith skills?" "Yes, but I don't know the specifics." Chiral sat down on the chair, sitting very properly, a stark contrast to his earlier crying in the mud. However, his eyes were still red and swollen. "The owner of those ruins didn't leave a name," she spoke. "Only that he was a master craftsman. At the end of the Dragon Authority era, he fled from the human territories, unwilling to forge weapons for either side in the war, and found an underground ruin nearby to take refuge. He never came out again until his death." "Then how do you know he was here?" Ispa raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "The association's internal records. They document many unknown secrets, including the whereabouts of this nameless master." You mentioned underground ruins. It seems to be a part of an abandoned structure from an earlier era that he modified. The entrance has been buried and needs to be dug out. I have a rough idea of the location, but digging alone is too slow. And even though I have a rough idea, I still haven't found the exact spot. So you've been squatting around here, unwilling to leave, preferring to sleep in a bear's den instead." Chiral's expression stiffened for a moment, then he cleared his throat, forcing calm. "This directly relates to whether I can fill my stomach or not." Ispa nodded, switching to another question. "By the way, how did you escape from the association?" "They made me too strong, so I broke out of prison." She spoke lightly, with a hint of melancholy in her tone. I see. So, Ispu drew the holy sword from behind her waist, placing it across her lap. A white halo flowed slowly across the blade's surface, dimming the oil lamp's light in the room. "This sword contains fragments of several authorities." When it spoke to me, it used a language I couldn't understand. After a few initial times, she would forget the recordings played in her mind. But after that resonance a few days ago, that incomprehensible gibberish seemed to take root in her mind, impossible to shake off. Even so, what she remembered wasn't the complete record of the holy sword, but 7 individual words extracted for her to remember. They seemed to correspond to a different authority. "As a member of the Abyssal Cult, since you know about the Black Tide Authority, have you learned about the language related to it?" "Greek." Chiral nodded. "It's a script from another world used by the Creator to write the authority." The Pope said that the essence of each authority is a vocabulary, or rather the concept carried by that word. Supposedly new concepts continue to be created as the era progresses. These authorities not made by creation are usually carried by other scripts, such as gun and kingship authority. "What?" Ispa didn't understand any of it. "It means gun and kingship." The former was once held by an Srank adventurer, and was lost. The latter was originally held by the first king of man, and later merged into Storm by Arthur. These 2 vocabularies are carried in Japanese and English respectively. I've heard there are authorities carried by Chinese or something too. "In any case, you understand what all this means, right?" "All right then." Ispa placed the holy sword on the table, the blade hitting the wood with a dull thud. "You teach me." "Huh? Didn't you say you would give me benefits?" The information has expired, so let's exchange it for this. Chiral stared at her for a few seconds, then turned to Eratia, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, as if seeking some support. Eratia simply gently set down the old booklet she had in her hands, cast her gaze toward Aispu, then stood up and walked to the side of the chair, maintaining a distance of about 3 feet. I want to learn too. Eratia's voice was soft. Is that okay? Chiral's side slid down from the chair and sat cross-legged on the floor. All right. Since I have nowhere to go tonight, I'll be a foreign language teacher for once. She took the hammer off her back and placed it beside her. The hammer's surface reflected a dull metallic sheen under the oil lamp covered in tiny dents. Let me say this first, my pronunciation might be a bit strange. The Pope has a heavy accent, and she curses in her native tongue, so I don't know if it's standard or not. That's enough. Aispa also sat down opposite her. Chiral extended her finger, drawing several symbols in the dust on the floor. Her fingers were steady, the strokes sharp and clean. Let's start with the sword you're most familiar with. She pointed to the holy sword. What authorities does it currently have? Try reading them out loud. Aispa tilted her head, contemplating for a moment. She had only heard those words pronounced by that mechanical synthesized voice before, if she had to repeat them herself. Delta from Yoda. She tried to read it. Power. Chiral responded, nodding. The pronunciation is all right, just not very standard. That's enough. The original meaning of this word is power, or ability. After being reinterpreted by the pinnacle of humanity, Arkham, it now carries the meanings of momentum and energy. Is there a difference? Aispa frowned. Do you know how the mecha of Esperfit operates? It connects with the original mechanical god using incomplete power to directly provide early momentum, and converts it through various weapons into various output methods for combat. It even includes mental driving force. Huh? Green skin technology, you understand. I don't understand. Fair enough. Chiral let out a slightly helpless laugh. All right, what about the second one? Sigma Omicron Phi Alpha, wisdom. This word originally does not just refer to intelligence. It's more about, how should I put it? Chiral frowned, her finger tracing the curly letters in the dust. It's a kind of understanding of the world. Accumulating experience, contemplating essence, obtaining truth. The entire process is called Sigma Omicron Phi Alpha. The most basic ability is to directly analyze everything. For instance, she immediately analyzed Aispa's true identity upon meeting her. Did Vald reinterpret it? Reinterpretation isn't something everyone can do. The Pope mentioned that Vald is the closest among the holders of Sigma Omicron Phi Alpha across generations to complete resonance. But even so, he has not managed to redefine the meaning of wisdom. Chiral shrugged. It's strange. According to the Pope, based on Valda's performance over the years, he should have reached the pinnacle and completed the reinterpretation of the authority long ago. But for some reason, he still hasn't completed the reinterpretation, and he is only at the 9th level. The next one is Pi Sigma Iota, faith. A power based on will seemingly possessing some cognitive modification and brainwashing functions. This is the foundation of the Radiant Church. Throughout, only Beatrice has possessed it. So we don't know if she has redefined faith, and we also don't dare to ask. Theta Epsilon Lambda Alpha, storm. The most straightforward one, just the literal meaning. But it has undergone reinterpretation by the Storm King, and has been combined with kingship, endowing it with meanings and effects such as royal might, command power, etc. It is said to greatly enhance the strength of surrounding subjects. It was through this power that the Storm Army, originally evenly matched against the Wild Hunt, managed to overwhelm them, ultimately leading the Wild Hunt King into a position of isolation. And then there's Lambda Pi. Aispa's tone lightened slightly when she pronounced this word. You should already know this. Hope. Also an obsession. The core of your holy sword. I shouldn't need to elaborate further on that. The hero's fingers tightened on her knee. There are 2 more, she said softly. Chiral looked up. Iota Mu Alpha. Aispa pronounced it. Blood. Chiral's eyes narrowed slightly. Her thoughts behind her gaze seemed to jump, as if she understood something in an instant. This word is not difficult to pronounce. It simply means blood in the literal sense. However, the ancestor of blood has reinterpreted it. Bloodline kinship stories connected by blood bonds and emotions etched in one's bones. It can directly borrow the power of nearby blood descendants, or establish special blood contracts, by setting rules. However, the most famous effect is regarding one's blood being treated as that of the descendants. Blood descendants. Blood beasts. They create an endless hunting ground, turning their own blood into blood descendants, granting them wisdom and the ability to act, allowing them to hunt within the hunting ground. Then the blood touched by blood will be assimilated, thus increasing the number of blood descendants. Those assimilated blood descendants will further increase the blood descendants, while the blood descendants themselves can provide power and heal the wounds of the holder of blood. Is this a type specialized for battlefields? More or less. But it could also work well in night duels, right? Kyral's tone shifted back to her usual coldness as she continued to draw in the dust with her finger. But it also depends on the situation. The Pope said that the essence of authority is concept. And concepts, the same word in different hands, are completely different things. Besides reinterpretation, there are also different manifestations of authority. For example, the ancestor of blood's blood beasts can summon various forms of creatures. Horses, wolves, tigers, lions, dragons. It is said they have used everything. And the blood beasts summoned by blood hunters are their armies. Endless armies forged of blood, the undead puppets bearing the name of blood descendants. What would my sister's blood beasts look like? Esper looked down at the flowing white light on the holy sword's blade. I understand, she said. Really understand. Otherwise. Kyral brushed the dust off her fingers and turned to Erasia, who had been quietly listening. What about you? How many have you remembered? Eratia blinked. Her fingers gently traced her knee, as if silently writing the symbol she had just seen. Power, wisdom, faith, storm, hope, blood. She recited them one by one, her voice soft, but the order of each word was accurate. Kyral raised an eyebrow. Your memory is quite good, because these are all very important to Esper. So I have to learn carefully, Eratia said calmly. Kyral's gaze bounced back and forth between the calm Eratia and the slightly blushing Esper, then her mouth closed, as if she understood something. There's one last one. The holy sword absorbed a new one from the grave. Isn't the grave a candidate? Never mind, I won't ask too much. In any case, it's gluttony, right? Kyral crossed her legs, pondering. I'm not very precise with the pronunciation of this word. The Pope said the pronunciation is Gam Alpha Sigmat Riotum Yalfro Gam Alpha. The syllables rolled off her tongue with a strange awkwardness. The moment the voice fell into the air, the halo on the holy sword trembled gently. It reacted to that word. Eratia leaned closer to the holy sword, speaking with curiosity. Of course it reacted. It recorded the fragment of that authority. Kyral stared at the holy sword for a few seconds. However, the meaning of this word is not simply about overeating. Its interpretation pertains to a spiritual craving somewhat akin to the needs of individuals with autism. A longing for recognition, for instance. And this craving can turn into power. It's that simple. Esper put the holy sword away, leaning on her knees. The room fell silent for a few seconds. The chirping of night insects and the distant cooing of an unknown nocturnal bird could be heard outside. All right. Esper stood up, brushing the dust off her pants. Let's stop here for today. Come and sleep on the floor with me. Kyral shrugged, expressing no opinion. But her and Esper's lack of objection didn't mean others wouldn't have opinions. Kyral, you should sleep in the bed. Erasia's voice floated over softly. What about you? I can sleep on the floor. Kyral glanced at the narrow bed, then at the two tattered cloths Esper had laid on the floor, and then at the bewildered Esper. Fine. I'll sleep in the bed. She shook her head and climbed onto the narrow bed, placing the hammer at her headboard within easy reach. Esper sat against the wall, looking at Erasia, who lay not far away, with a complicated expression. The oil lamp had not yet been blown out, and Eratia lay with her head tilted, quietly looking at Esper. Esper! Eratia softly spoke her name. Can you teach me again tomorrow? I didn't remember a few pronunciations. Didn't you remember? I forgot now. Let her teach too, I guess. Esper pointed her chin toward Kyral on the bed. I want to hear you pronounce them. She fell silent for a moment, then put the holy sword aside and recited that word under the oil lamp. Lambapai, Lambapai. Eratia echoed softly. Her voice was so quiet, it was almost drowned out by the buzzing of night insects. But the white light on the holy sword flickered. It was as if it was responding to her. On the bed Chiral stirred slightly, followed by a vague mumble. By the third day, they still hadn't found the ruins. Eratia clutched a small booklet silently reciting the foreign language that Kale had taught her. Kale stood atop a small mound stroking her chin. She held a scroll-like object scrutinizing the forest back and forth several times, then lowered her head, raised it again, and lowered it once more. Wasn't there supposed to be a charred pine tree here? You said the same thing a few days ago. Rain crouched by the stream, leisurely honing his sword with a whetstone. That was different. That was an oak tree. There's a huge difference between an oak and a pine. What kind of attitude is that? Kale hopped down from the mound in a huff, her hammer nearly slipping off her back. She fumbled to reposition it, then plopped down onto the slope. A blacksmith who locked himself in an underground ruin until he died of old age. Why did he have to hide the entrance so deep? Was he guarding against thieves back then? She buried her face in her hands, her voice muffled by her fingers toward the end. Esper sat not far away, leaning against a tree trunk with one eye closed, and the other half up and gazing at the holy sword in her hands. There had been no real trouble in the past few days. The last serious fight was against the Gravenheart town. After that they searched northward until they reached this thicket where even the caravan's wheel tracks had vanished. Occasionally they spotted a few magical beasts, but none that actively attack humans. As for those that did attack, they simply became an extra meal. Skin the beast, clean the entrails, roasted over a fire, and it was ready to eat. Rain's culinary skills were superb, and he carried numerous jars and bottles of seasoning with him. Is this also part of your nightly code? Cooking for oneself is a virtue. Life like this was a bit dull, but not unpleasant. Rain still adhered to the strict regimen of a round-table night. He would rise at sunrise, and promptly wake everyone to dig and search for the ruins. His biological clock was as unyielding as a wound-up spring. No one objected except Kale. Esper set the holy sword on her knees and tilted her head to look at Kale. Hey, since we can't find it anyway, wanna chat? About what? Anything. Let me think. Kale lifted her face from her hands and glanced at Esper. How is it for you in the Order? Kale's fingers paused. She was silent for a moment, then turned her face away, staring into the depths of the forest, as if recalling something. If I have to say, it was okay. They weren't really that bad to me. I never lacked food or drink. The Pope even taught me to read personally. Just that it wasn't too bad. Esper watched Kale's profile and noticed a brief unnatural pause in her expression when she mentioned the Pope. Then why did you run? Because I didn't fit in with him. Kale picked up a twig from the ground and drew a few random overlapping lines in the dirt. The core philosophy of the Order. Part of it is acceptable. For instance, they say that many authorities are held by those unworthy of them, that I can understand. But their later claims were pretty far-fetched. What claims? Kale opened her mouth, then closed it, then pressed her lips together and continued drawing lines in the dirt. What else could the Abyss Order claim? They believe in the Black Tide. Her voice sounded like someone reading a passage they'd rather skip. The Pope said that the Black Tide is the ultimate destination of this world, the divine cataclysm born from endless civilization. If the Black Tide's birth is the final judgment brought upon the world because people abandon the gods, then mankind should never defy it. In short, they support the Black Tide ending the world and then building a new one afterward. Something like that. After speaking, she tossed the twig aside. Anyway, they're lunatics. Who in their right mind believes that? So I ran. Rain paused his sharpening. Kale was lying, but not entirely. So Esper didn't call her out. This perpetually flighty girl carried a tone that wanted to cut ties, but couldn't fully sever the warmth. She didn't agree with those people's ideals, but she remembered that the Pope taught her to read. Then what do you want to do in the future? The question caught Kale off guard. She looked up at Esper, who was staring back with her brown eyes fixed on her. Then she smiled. Since I've somehow ended up in another world, I ought to enjoy it to the fullest. What? Now it was Esper's turn to be stunned. Seeing her reaction, Kale blinked and laughed even more openly. The hesitance she had shown while drawing lines was wiped clean away. Yeah. No point hiding it from you. I'm a transmigrator. Can you tell? You're a transmigrator. Yep. I died at 12 hit by a truck and woke up in this world. What, don't believe me? Kale stood up, hands on her hips, putting on an air of importance. Then, probably realizing they wouldn't know what a truck was, she waved her hand to dismiss it. Let me ask you, have you ever considered that rabbit-eared humanoids develop at a different rate from humans? What? Mature figures? Did you know that a rabbit-eared humanoid just over 6 years old can already have a mature figure? If I ever get to see one in this life, it'll be worth it. Not curious. No matter. Not curious now doesn't mean you won't be later. I'm really looking forward to it. Someday you'll go see one in person. Kale sat back down, hugging her knees. As for work, let me think. If I get the chance, I'd like to open a blacksmith shop in Avalon. She looked up at the canopy overhead. Through the gaps in the leaves, shards of dark gold light from the setting sun filtered down. There's a vacant stall on the street outside the guild hall. I asked about it once. The monthly rent is about 2 silver coins. Not too expensive. And it's close to the Adventurers Guild's so steady customers. You've thought it through quite carefully. That's called planning, understand? In the blacksmithing trade, no planning means courting disaster. And then you'll just stay in Avalon forever. What's wrong with that? Hammering metal every day, taking custom orders from adventurers now and then. The sign will read Kale's workshop with a red lantern hung outside, open evenings too. Once I save up some money, you'll put a few chairs in the backyard, and on nice days, I can sit there and have a drink. She spoke earnestly, as if she had already lived through the next decade or two in her mind. It sounds like one of those after this battle will go home and get married lines, but I don't think he'll die that easily. She paused again. Well, when that day comes, I'll invite the 3 of you to my workshop for a birthday party. Birthday party. Esper repeated the words with a slight hesitation. Yeah, a birthday party. Kale's voice rose half an octave. My birthday is on October 29th. He'll turn 18 this year. Anyway, the landlord won't mind what I do with the shop, so he'll just hang a sign saying closed for the day, lock the door, set up a table in the backyard, and order the smallest cake from the bakery. Wait. Did you say you're 18? What about it? Esper swept her gaze over Kale's entire figure until Kale's expression stiffened and turned into a shade of red, like molten steel heated to boiling. She laughed at me. Kale turned to Rain for help. Rain focused on sharpening his sword, saying nothing, as if he hadn't heard a thing, his expression unchanged. You laughed too, didn't you, Rain? No, he had heard. You did. You must have laughed inside. And you admit it. Kale was at a loss. Forget it. She twisted her head back to face Esper. Then, with her hands braced on the dirt, she leaned forward even more than before. Esper, when's your birthday? Esper didn't answer immediately. She looked down at the back of her hand, then at the holy sword faintly glowing white on her knees. That sort of thing had been left behind along with her family name in Yuanlin City. What was abandoned wasn't the past, but everything her sister had bestowed upon her. There had once been a birthday for the princess of the Blood Clan Court, Lonia Katori. On April 1st, Elizabeth would give her a cup of her own blood brew, then say, with a straight face, "Today you're the boss." But how that day was spent, and what that blood brew tasted like, she chose not to recall. She still hadn't forgiven Elizabeth. I don't remember. Her tone was flat. What? How can that be? Kale's reaction was even more dramatic than when she had been laughed at. She sprang up from the ground and grabbed Esper by the shoulder, startling her. Birthdays are important. It's a day that lets others feel happy just because you exist. After saying that, Kale caught her breath, then let her hands drop and looked away. At least that's what I think. Esper didn't reply. Not far behind her on a rock, Aratia sat hugging her knees, her eyes tinged pale gold by the holy light as she blinked softly. Is it that important? Her voice was very low. Yes. Kale didn't hesitate. Aratia said no more. She simply rested her chin on her knees, her eyes quietly fixed on Esper's profile, lost in thought. We'll talk about it another time. Esper stood up, sheathed the holy sword at her back, and turned to walk toward the other side of the camp. Anyway, I don't remember the date, so any day's fine to celebrate. Then she fell silent. She took 2 steps, her boot snapping a dry twig. stopped and walked on. Nothing happened. Rain stood up by the campfire, slid his sharpened sword back into its sheath. "I'll go on a patrol." With these words he turned and walked into the woods. Kyler remained standing where he was, watching the direction he had gone, propping his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Eladia stood up and then hurried after Layan. Sensing footsteps behind him, Layan turned around. "Mr. Layan," Eladia said softly, her hands clasped in front of her chest. "I would like to ask you a favor." The two talked for a while where Aisipa couldn't hear. Then she bowed slightly and trotted back toward the tavern. Layan followed behind her, saying nothing. By the time Aisipa noticed that Layan had left, he had already returned. He nodded to Aisipa in acknowledgement, then cooked a pot of dried meat and bean stew in the woods as a substitute for the tavern's unbearably terrible dinner. The seasoning was only salt, but it had enough flavor. The beans and meat were cooked just right, causing even Kyler, who often complained that Layan was too harsh, to give a thumbs up. The way Eladia ate seriously had an indescribable naive charm that made Aisipa take a few extra glances. After eating, Kyler dozed off nearby, apparently because the day's search had drained too much energy. After a while, she left the forest first and returned to the tavern room, where she closed her eyes and fell asleep. Before sleeping, she held her hammer horizontally across her chest, curling into a defensive posture, occasionally tilting her head to the left and then to the right, before finally emitting soft snores after a long while. Upon returning to the room, Aisipa glanced at Kyler's sleeping posture, twitched the corner of her mouth, and then sat down in a corner. The sound of fabric rustling came from the corner of her peripheral vision. "Aisipa!" Someone was calling her. The voice was so soft that if the room hadn't been so quiet, Aisipa turned her head. Eladia stood at the door for some reason, not holding the old booklet she had been reading constantly. "Come with me." "Where to?" Eladia did not answer, only made a gesture for her to come. Then she walked toward a door to the side. Aisipa raised an eyebrow, stood up, and followed behind her. She saw Eladia push open a door. It was not Layan's room. "When did you rent another room?" Eladia still did not answer the question, but simply looked at Aisipa and walked inside. Aisipa frowned and followed her into the room. The windows were shut, the curtains drawn tight. By the window stood a table, and two chairs on either side faced each other across it. On the table was a candle, the kind of thin, short candle stuck into a bakery cake. The flame flickered crookedly, casting a constantly shrinking and expanding halo of light on the wooden tabletop. Much of it was overshadowed by the holy light emanating from Eladia herself, yet it was still observable. Beside the candle sat a piece of cake. It was tiny, about the size of her palm. The surface was covered with a layer of cream, not spread very evenly, with some cake crumbs showing through. On top of the cake, a few cream flowers were squeezed crookedly, each with a tiny red crumb embedded in its center, ground from some unknown substance. "Since any day could be Aisipa's birthday, then let it be today, July 8th, Eladia spoke. She stood beside the table, her voice very soft but extremely solemn, as if reading a draft that had been written long ago but never had the chance to be recited. "This way, after today, just one more year, and I can celebrate Aisipa's birthday again." Aisipa looked down at the little candle that kept burning. "There's no need for that, Ella." Eladia stepped forward, stood in front of Aisipa, and looked up. Those blue eyes quietly and directly gazed into the eyes of the girl before her. "Aisipa, my birthday is on February 4th. "What? You? We'll celebrate my birthday." "Right." Her tone was still very soft. Beneath the trailing tone, there was something more enduring than fear, heavier than expectation. Aisipa was silent for a moment. "That's true, I suppose." Eladia smiled. An extremely simple expression. Her eyes merely narrowed slightly, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a natural arc. In her eyes something thick and viscous flowed, giving Aisipa an initial impression of excessive honey, but not the cloying kind. Something heavier than honey, perhaps the expression a person who had nothing would show upon receiving everything. But regardless, she was indeed smiling. A smile born from genuine joy. It was not like the hollow smile of a puppet, nor was there any unnaturalness to it. Even though it was only a faint smile, it was already a significant breakthrough. Aisipa even felt a hint of relief in her heart. Then, there's no need to say anything else. She closed her eyes, and the arc of her mouth lifted a little more. Since AICPA will celebrate my birthday, then of course I must celebrate AICPA's birthday too. Right. Well, then, please close your eyes. Make a wish. Eladia gently clapped her small hands. It was only when the second clap sounded that AICPA realized what she was doing. Clap, 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 clap. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. She probably hadn't sung much before. Not only was she out of tune, but the pitch wavered, sometimes dropping so low it was almost drowned out by the sound of her own clapping. Yet her enunciation was very clear, each word spoken with an unprecedented earnestness. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The trailing tone remained, but it was no longer the hesitant low trailing tone. Instead, it was a prolonged tail drawn out to offer blessings to the person before her. AICPA closed her eyes. A wish. My wish is, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. She continued singing like that, singing a little longer than the birthday song in AICPA's memory. Perhaps because she had never celebrated anyone's birthday before. The reason she stopped singing was that the cheap candle was about to burn out. The song ended and the clapping stopped. Eladia put her hands down by her sides and let out a long-held breath. AICPA, did I sing it right? Does being off-key count? You talk too much. Let's eat the cake. Holy sword, you cut it. The holy sword, which had been dimming its glow on its own, suddenly burst with light as it startled, turning its blade toward AICPA as if to say, You really want me to cut it? Yes. A few tiny pearls scattered from the holy sword's light, and then it cleanly cut the cheap cake into two halves from the center. AICPA, what wish did you make? If I tell, it won't come true. Eat the cake first. As AICPA picked up her portion, the cream flour on top was irreversibly collapsing to one side. So she simply bent down and took a big bite, eating the entire cream flour in one mouthful. The cream melted on her tongue, a cheap, overly sweet taste. Then the dry, hard cake crumbs crumbled between her teeth, messing up the sweetness. How is it? Eladia's eyes looked at her expectantly. Where did you buy it? Wait, where did you get the money for the cake? Ah, I bought it from a traveling merchant in town. I borrowed a little money from Mr. Lay in. It tastes okay. AICPA swallowed the mouthful. Then she put down her fork and looked at the face across from her. It's a bit dry, not particularly good. How much did you spend? 1 silver coin. Cake crumbs sprayed from her mouth, but before they could land on Eladia, they were intercepted by the holy light. AICPA? Eladia stood frozen, looking a bit flustered. Cough. I choke cough. AICPA patted her chest vigorously and wiped the crumbs off with her sleeve. Is it not good? Eladia lowered her head, picked up a small spoon, scooped a tiny bite, and put it in her mouth. Her cheek puffed slightly. Then she put down the spoon. It really is awful. Cough. What do you know? Is buying a cake just for the taste. AICPA finally swallowed the crumbs. She wagged a finger at Eladia, then forcibly stuffed the rest of the cake into her mouth. The only sound in the room was AICPA chewing. Gulp. Your birthday. February 4th, right? AICPA said in a slightly hoarse voice. We'll get you one too then. The best in town. Remembered? Eladia nodded, but then asked another question. Didn't you say it doesn't matter whether the cake tastes good or not? It doesn't matter, but we can try to pursue it right. She blinked, looked at AICPA's earnest face, and nodded lightly a second time. The candle went out. AICPA didn't know when it had been blown out. Perhaps it was the wind from standing up. Or perhaps it just burned out. AICPA, you sleep on the bed. Huh? Why? Because today is your birthday. The next day, everyone got up early. When Kyler woke up, she didn't see AICPA and Eladia and thought they had abandoned her. It wasn't until she was sobbing and knocking on Layton's door to seriously discuss the next steps that AICPA, rubbing her eyes, walked out from the next room with Eladia. This made Kyler so angry that she ignored AICPA for the whole morning. That day's lunch was still dried meat and bean stew, but Kyler had thrown a handful of wild herbs into the soup, claiming it would enhance the flavor. I warned her. Layan said calmly. Aisipa took a sip and almost spat it out. Don't pick any more next time. Hey, do you even know how to eat? As if refusing to believe it, Kyler drank the rest of the soup all by herself. She threw up. How can it be so awful? In the afternoon, Layan found a stone slab at the roots of a dead old oak tree. He tapped it 3 times with his finger. The sound was hollow. There was empty space beneath. Layan waved to the others. Kyler shouldered her iron hammer and stepped close, striking the stone slab's gaps a few times. The slab shattered, revealing a square passage descending into the earth, and a damp, musty odor surged up from within. Not bad, Layan. Just basic knightly competence. No, why would a knight learn such things? What kind of knight are you? Round Table Knight. Layan's face remained unchanged. It'll go down first. With that, he turned and dropped into the pit. Moments later, a short whistle came from below, a sign of safety. Aisipa let the holy sword float down first to illuminate, then followed in the jump. Upon landing, she bent her knees slightly, her leather boots stepping onto the smooth stone bricks. This was not a natural cave, it was man-made. Kyler followed closely, and Lonia came down last. After steadying herself, she naturally moved to a position 3 feet behind Aisipa. The corridor extended about 10 paces before the first turn. Layan gestured for the 3 to stop, then pulled a copperkin-like metal piece from his belt and flicked it around the corner. The instant the copper piece arced through the air, the stone bricks on both walls simultaneously rotated inward, and dozens of rusted iron spears thrust out from the opening holes in a crisscross pattern. The spear tips clashed against each other, sending sparks flying before retracting. Kyler swallowed. This place hasn't been touched. Layan picked up the copper piece and tucked it into his pouch, his voice level. After turning the corner, they encountered more traps, pressure-sensitive stone slabs, trigger runes, and arrays of poison needles hidden in the gaps between bricks. Layan spent about half an hour clearing each of these traps one by one. Aisipa followed behind him, watching, and recalled the expression he always wore when working. No expression. Reliable, truly reliable. At the end of the corridor was a half-open stone door, from whose gap emanated an extremely faint blue glow. Layan pushed the door open. Behind it was a circular hall with several glowing mana crystals embedded in the ceiling, tinting the entire space a thin layer of indigo. In the center of the hall lay a complete skeleton leaning against a mottled stone chair. The skeleton was covered in a thick layer of dust, and beside its leg bones lay an iron hammer with a cracked head, its handle worn into a concave groove from years of gripping. Looks like we found it, Aisipa said. Layan knelt before the remains, clasped his hands, and silently recited a few lines of the Round Table Knight's Requiem prayer. Kyler, however, lowered her head and stared for a long time. Then she also knelt down, placed her hand beside the iron hammer, and probed for a while, as if sensing something. This hammer. There's still a faint mana reaction inside. She brushed aside the thick dust on the skeleton and discovered a small notebook beneath her palm. She flipped through a few pages, her eyes scanning line by line. When his end was near, he planned to remodel himself. He wanted to forge his own body into a furnace capable of bearing higher-level blacksmithing techniques to extend his life. But it failed. Kyler closed the notebook and handed it to Layan. After glancing through it, he passed it to Aisipa. Aisipa did not immediately open the diary. Instead, she walked around the room and stopped before a wall. On the wall hung a neat row of weapons. From short swords to heavy hammers, from poleaxes to guard rapiers. The metal surface of each still glimmered with the residual light of runes. So many! Kyler came over and stood beside her, her eyes bright as if she had seen a room full of treasure. Layan took down one of the short blades from the wall, ran his fingers along the spine, feeling the texture. The runes are in good condition. Some have slightly degraded due to age, but the majority are still functional. If sold, it would be enough for you to never have to be an adventurer again for the rest of your life. The rest of my life. Kyler let out an embarrassingly silly laugh. Aisipa turned her head to look at the holy sword floating behind her shoulder. An idea had been simmering in her mind for a while, and now it felt like the right time to try. She reached out and grasped the first sword on the wall, a rapier with an extremely thin blade. The rune engraved on the blade was Momentum. She remembered that the warhammer of the tomb also had this rune. Its effect was to gather energy and concentrate it into a burst. She moved the holy sword next to the rapier, closed her eyes, and tried to awaken the gluttony within the holy sword. Authority Gluttony 26. The holy sword was speaking in bird language again. However, gluttony did slowly awaken within the holy sword, as reluctant to move as someone who had just eaten and was forced to get back to work. What are you doing? Kylar leaned in to look. Oh, you're using gluttony. Then she quickly backed away several steps. The rapier began to disintegrate from the tip inch by inch, turning into fine specks of light that flowed into the holy sword. The entire process lasted about half a cup of tea's time. When the last piece of metal shaving was swallowed, Sipa took a deep breath. She could feel that the rune, momentum, now resided within the holy sword. First one. Then she moved to the next. It was a short-handled hammer with a rune, firmness, engraved on its face. The devouring took even longer, and by the end a thin layer of sweat had formed on Sipa's forehead. She did not stop. She moved to the third, a broad-bladed short knife with the rune. Convergence. This one was the slowest to devour. In the latter half, gluttony became noticeably heavy and began to resist further absorption. Sipa gritted her teeth and forced it through. As the last shard of the knife's guard light merged into her wrist, she staggered her back, hitting the wall. Lonia instinctively stepped forward to steady Sipa. But then she realized what she had almost done, and with a hint of disappointment stepped back a few paces. Kylar poked half her head out from a corner. Still alive! Obviously. Sipa gasped a few times and straightened up. 3 was the limit. She could feel gluttony now curled up inside her like a piece of gum chewed too many times. Kylar walked up to her, rubbing her chin in thought, her mind working rapidly behind her eyes. Momentum, firmness, convergence. All purely numerical type runes. No special mechanisms, all straightforward effects. But gluttony's fusion mechanism can stack multiple different rune effects, so using it might. Don't talk yet. Sipa held her forehead with one hand, the other leaning against the stone wall. After using gluttony, there was a mental exhaustion, as if some part of her mind had been hollowed out. Oh, that's a side effect of gluttony. Kylar shrugged. The more you use it, the hungrier you get. And it's not stomach hunger. The hole in your heart grows bigger. That's why most of its past wielders ended up mad. Isn't it a bit late to tell me that now? You didn't ask. While the two bickered, Lay pulled out a few yellowed parchments. The writing had faded to the point of being almost illegible. He leaned close to the phosphorescent fire on the stone wall, identifying line by line. Can't read the characters. Kylar, see if this is the blacksmithing technique you're looking for. I'm coming. Kylar bounded over and practically snatched the parchment from Lay-In's hand. Her eyes scanned it from top to bottom twice, and then a slow smile spread across her lips. This is it. It can temporarily enhance a weapon's effect to its limit at the cost of needing to cool down after use. It's a high-level application of blacksmithing technique. A one-time burst, huh? Sipa rubbed her temples. Having obtained the loot and the technique, the group covered the blacksmith's remains with a stone slab. Then Sipa walked back to the weapon wall. Nearly 20 weapons remained on the wall. She couldn't take them all, but she didn't want to leave them gathering dust here either. In the end, she picked a few of the best-looking ones and packed them into her backpack, leaving the rest on the wall, temporarily planning to commission the guild to retrieve them later. After finishing all this, the 4 of them walked back up along the path they came. Lay-In led the way, maintaining his usual steady marching pace. Kylar carried her hammer on her shoulder, altering her breathing rhythm, as if adapting to something. Lonia followed behind her, occasionally glancing down at the booklet in her hand filled with Greek annotations. Sipa walked at the rear. She flipped through the diary pages. The blacksmith had mentioned something unrelated to himself in the last few pages. On the Holy Corpse Plain, where the King of the Wild Hunt and the King of Storms fought their decisive battle, a man with bare hands once appeared. He carried no weapon, wore no armor, used only his fists, and launched a surprise attack on the King of the Wild Hunt, managing to hold back the hunter riding the Crimson Thunder Dragon for a time before vanishing into the battlefield's dust. The diary did not write his name, only a single line bearing greed. He fought the Wild Hunt and then disappeared. The blacksmith added in the diary that only after he left did the storm army break through the wild hunt's flank. In other words, without him, the battle might have lasted several more years. So who was that guy? And where is he now? Kai Lara had somehow come over looking at the diary's text, scratching her nose bridge. So troublesome. She walked away. Aisepa returned the diary to lay in. The four filed out of the tunnel. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy gaps countless times warmer than the underground fluorescent ore. Aisepa squinted, brushing the stone dust off her shoulder. Kai Lara was the last to climb out, her hammer striking the stone slab at the tunnel entrance, sending off a shower of sparks. She stretched vigorously, her joints cracking several times. Layan stood by the old oak tree, first scanning the tree line around them, then turning his gaze to the three behind him. "He'll go find some game nearby." He said it casually, but his eyes were already calculating as they swept over the faint animal trails at the forest edge. "All right. Don't go too far." Aisepa nodded. Layan grunted, hand on his sword hilt, and walked into the depths of the forest. His footsteps soon became nearly inaudible, absorbed by the bushes and fallen leaves. The remaining three waited for a while. Kai Lara amused herself by pounding holes in the ground with her hammer. Lonia sat on a rock, flipping through the Greek booklet, silently memorizing pronunciations. Aisepa leaned against a tree trunk, counting numbers desultorily. Time sank. Kai Lara put away her hammer, stood up, and peered in the direction Layan had gone. "Why is he taking so long?" Her tone carried undisguised worry. Could he be lost? Lonia gently closed the booklet and asked softly, "Don't make bad jokes. If Layan gets lost, he'll eat my hammer on the spot." Kai Lara said that, but her expression tightened a bit. Aisepa also sensed something amiss. Given Layan's habits, he shouldn't be gone this long. Even if he couldn't catch any game, he should have come back to inform them before expanding the search range. "He'll go check." She gripped the holy sword and straightened up. Then a flash of light shot toward them. It streaked toward Lonia with an extremely sharp sound of tearing air. The speed was so great that Aisepa's pupils didn't have time to contract. Lonia's eyes were not yet fully open. She was still quietly watching Aisepa's back, her lips slightly parted as if about to say, "Take care," or something similar. Aisepa's hand had already tightened on her sword, but as she turned, she saw that flash of iron gray that arrived after being launched first. Kai Lara's reaction was faster than that light. She didn't even have time to cry out. Her iron hammer was already held horizontally before her, and she side-shoved herself in front of Lonia. The moment the flash struck the iron hammer, the air exploded with an extremely suppressed muffled boom. A visible ring of shockwave burst from the hammer's surface, denting it almost entirely, while the fallen leaves on the ground were swept outward into a neat circle. At the moment the hammer dented, a red flash passed, and the dented hammer instantly returned to its original shape, but the impact still remained. Kai Lara and Lonia were both blasted away by that force, crashing heavily into the nearby bushes. Cough. Kai Lara still clung tightly to the hammer handle upon landing, not letting go. Lonia was protected behind her, clutching the booklet, looking bewildered but unharmed. The flash did not disappear. It paused for an instant, then charged again toward Kai Lara and Lonia. Aisepa hadn't even had time to see the outline of that thing. But she saw another person. A man walking out from the depths of the forest. In his hand, he still held a mask with closed features. His long gray hair draped over his left side of the face, revealing only the deep purple pupils in his right eye. In those pupils burned a cold, long-suppressed flame. There was hatred, venom, and many more complex things. Aisepa's hand stopped on the sword hilt. She saw the sword hanging at his waist. The sword hilt was twisted from pale, fragmented bone, shaped like many finger bones of different sizes, pressed and kneaded into one. Cardinal sword, skeletal crown. The sword of the Silent Knight. The strongest sword in the demon realm. The symbol of the demon king's throne. This sword should not be hanging at his waist. Aisepa knew this man. He never attended the 10 Courts gatherings, never spoke to anyone voluntarily, only stood silently in the distance, watching everyone. "Louis! Huh? You actually remember my name? Ha. The demon court lord stood before her, uttering the name she had already abandoned. "Long time no see, Lonia Catalai." His voice was as hoarse as sawing wood. "No. I should say this." He raised his head, staring straight at her with eyes burning with purple flames. Nice to meet you, Lady Isipa. Layan navigated through the forest, his footsteps falling in steady rhythm on the path covered with dead branches. He intended to hunt some game for dinner. At least, that was his initial thought. Kylaer didn't eat much but complained of hunger every day. Iladia, though appearing detached and ascetic, ate with more earnestness than anyone else. Isipa went without saying her appetite was almost directly proportional to the delicacy of her appearance. Sometimes Layan even wondered if vampires were naturally this voracious. It was fine. If they wanted to eat, he would cook for them. After all, he had learned excellent culinary skills. It would be a shame not to use them. But after leaving for a few minutes, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to go back to make dinner. Intuition was a subtle thing. The words often associated with it were unreliable and baseless. Yet sometimes for certain people something akin to intuition would flash by. Layan did not believe in intuition. Over a decade of the knight's path of personality cultivated by regular routines and absolute order had destined him to trust other factors more than intuition. The next second after the intuition appeared, another set of footsteps sounded. Layan stopped, his thumb gently pushing open the lock of the sword guard. His body had already prepared to turn the moment it detected the anomaly, but before he could look behind, a person stood before him. A tall woman in a chipao leaned against the tree trunk, holding in her left hand an iron sword so ordinary it could not be more ordinary, its tip resting on the ground as if she were resting. Golden hair cascaded from her shoulders like a stream of molten gold in the thin afternoon light. Her face, at the boundary of shadow and light, appeared half lit and half dark, and there was no curve on her lips. Layan's breath paused for half a beat. Yulia Wagoner. Senior. It's me. Yulia's reply came without any unnecessary pause. She gave Layan a serious look, her emerald eyes calm to the point of emptiness. You've grown taller. I've already reached adulthood. Oh. Yulia lifted the sword tip from the ground, twirled it lightly around her wrist, and the blade traced a silent arc through the air. That's normal too. Layan's hand slowly tightened on the sword hilt, his thumb pressing on the activation note of the rune. What are you doing here? To find you. Why? Because I'm not interested in the other three. My mission is to keep you from influencing the situation over there. Whether to kill you or do whatever to you is up to me. Layan's eyebrow twitched almost imperceptibly. You know I've been looking for you. You want to bring me back before Master. Yulia's tone remained flat. I'm not going back. Layan's pupils contracted. The muscles of his arm tensed instantly, and the oblivion rune within the scabbard glowed with a faint silver light. Why not go back? Why go back? Yulia tapped the ground with the sword tip as if drawing a non-existent horizon. She cut off my dominant hand, took away my knighthood, drove me out of my home, severed the mother-daughter relationship that lasted over a decade. Why should I go back? Layan took a deep breath. Senior, she is waiting for you. She waits for you every day. She has declined all unnecessary meetings, even refused the Emperor's invitation 3 times. She sits in that sword training room, sitting there all day long. Everyone talks about her, but she doesn't care. She only cares about you. He did not raise his voice, instead it lowered like the toll of a bell sinking into deep water. She is waiting for you to return. Senior, you can't make her wait any longer. Oh, then I definitely can't go back. Senior. Layan's voice rose a little. Isipo had almost never seen him show emotional fluctuations. At most, he would force a faint smile because of Kylaer. Now Layan still had no expression, but his brows were furrowed. Do you no longer care about Master at all? I do. She raised me for over a decade. Then why on earth? If I go back, wouldn't she think I've forgiven her? Layan's hand gripping the sword tightened further. Yulia stood still, watching Layan's eyes, which were woven from extreme calm and extreme anger. You can't understand. She was silent for a moment, as if genuinely thinking about how to say it. Like a beloved toy, or directly say a lover. When it is destroyed, defiled, ruined by someone, what would you feel? Anger, pain, grief, and sorrow. Whatever it is. In short, the reason these feelings exist is fundamentally because you care about the other person. Yulia spoke slowly, as if she had no guard against Layan. Her stance was full of openings, the right side clearly undefended. But Lei did not move. He understood the consequences of striking first in front of this senior. Master never fell in love in her life nor raised any other child. She raised me and I raised you. In a sense, it's a kind of generational closeness, but you are clearly not as important to Master as I am. So your existence cannot offset the sorrow Master feels because of me, and even though I haven't seen Master again, I can still imagine how painful her situation is now. Don't you think it's interesting? Interesting. Yulia nodded vigorously. Master is exactly that kind of person. She only thinks that she didn't teach me well, that it was her own fault that led me astray. I haven't corrected her thinking. After all, before I turned 18, I at least kept the precepts, so she had the illusion that my nature was not bad. When she spoke of nature, her eyes lit up slightly like someone tossing a match into a pile of quiet furnace ash. Master's suffering is precisely the symbol of Master's love for me. And love that is not expressed is as meaningless as talent that is not released. So I won't go back. If I go back, Master would stop loving me. Lei no longer tried to communicate with words. His right hand abruptly drew the long sword from his waist. Oblivion lit up from the spine of the blade, and a colorless light spread along the edge. Not going to chat a few more words. Shut up, you bitch. Lei whispered coldly. I'm really hurt. Yulia said expressionlessly. The first move was still made by Lei. It was an incorrect action, a reckless move that would lower his already pitiful chance of victory. But he could not wait any longer. On the other side, Isapo, and the others might be in danger. He had to act even if he shouldn't. Drawing the sword, the resin loaded with rune fire was smeared on in an instant. The fire gathered and contracted the rune that extinguished all energy erasing resistance at this moment. His body had already lowered its center of gravity the moment he drew the sword. Thrust. The sword tip moved forward, the light of oblivion enveloping the blade as it thrust toward Yulia's throat. The speed after erasing resistance was so fast that it seemed to leave only an afterimage and a few brilliant traces of fire. Yulia slashed down with her sword. With that broken sword she split the fire, knocked Lei-In's sword to the ground, then used the flat of the blade to knock Lei-In down, and kicked the sword back in front of him. As easy as drinking water. Your power delivery is steadier than 2 years ago. Lei-In steadied his stance, and grasped the hilt again. The rune fire still burned. At least say a word to me. After all, I'm kind of your half-mother. Filial impiety is a great taboo for a knight. I don't have a mother like you. Am angry. Yulia's figure disappeared from the spot. Clang. Her sword tip struck the guard of oblivion, forcing Lei-In's feet to plow 2 muddy furrows in the ground. Oh, you blocked it. That's right. You've always been good at defense. Yulia nodded, then watched as Lei-In angled his blade to deflect her sword tip. To Yulia, it was not a fatal opening. At worst, it would cut her clothes. No. This dress is too pretty. She muttered, then, with a little more force, she cut through Lei-In's sword guard along with the rune fire. Cut through. From point to surface, erasing a thin layer of matter only as thick as the sword tip. Slash. Lei-In had seen this power before. The authority of the sword sank the power to directly cut through all things on a conceptual level. The sword saint, who had spent her entire life delving into the extremity of the sword path, who had never loved nor believed herself loved, had gained the recognition of the Slash decades after reaching the 9th tier. This power now appeared in the woman before him. Lei-In's eyes widened. That was absolutely impossible. The power that Master had spent most of her life to obtain, the power Master was proud of, the power Master regarded as the meaning of her life, had recognized the woman before him. Half of the blade flew into the sky with Lei-In's motion, while Yulia continued forward, lightly thrusting her sword into the gap between his right shoulder armor and neck guard. SSH. Blood gushed. His right arm along with the armor was cleanly severed. The next moment Yulia's sword slammed heavily onto his head, pressing him downward. An irresistible force fell from above, and he uncontrollably knelt on the ground, while the rune fire rushed to the wound section, beginning to cauterize and stop the bleeding. Yulia looked closely at Lei-In's expression, and found his lips were trembling. But it had nothing to do with shame or fear, it was purely from pain. Oh, that sword has been with you for a long time, hasn't it? I feel like you haven't changed it much. It's fine, the rune is still there. You can transfer the rune to another sword later. Cold sweat covered Layan's face, and he almost bit his teeth to pieces. If it hurts, you can scream. I won't laugh at you. Anyway, losing to me is not shameful. You've worked hard. Clap, clap. She stepped back a few paces, kicked Layan's severed arm to her side, then crouched down, using her own left hand to clap a loud applause with Layan's right hand. The bleeding from the wound stopped. Oh, by the way, although you can reattach your hand, the Mage Tower has already developed a prosthetic that can carry adaptive runes. Avalon should have stopped right. When you go back, you can try installing it. Although it won't be as good as the original, at least you'll have other rune options, and maybe it will be stronger. Why? Don't you? Reattach. Layan's voice was already hoarse, but he still struggled to ask this question. Since that was the case, why didn't you reattach that severed arm? She kicked the severed arm back in front of Lay and then pulled out a vial of healing potion and forcibly poured it into Layan's mouth. Because it was Master who cut it. Because Master cut off my arm, I can't swing a sword like before. In other words, my life has been ruined by Master. This is all Master's fault, and Master must take responsibility. If I heal my arm, then Master won't need to be responsible for me, right? This kind of thing is simple to understand, isn't it, Layan? Layan bit the vial to pieces, letting the healing liquid drip from his mouth. Why? Must it be like this? His voice trembled. The emotions that had always been concealed by calm and Krita's own feelings now showed through his eyes. Is there any why? Yulia sighed. Are you asking me why I threw the match? Or why I fought the monsters? Or why I'm going against you? Actually, I think the last one is clear enough. But it seems you really can't understand the first two. Tell me. Because it's damn fun. Is that hard to understand? Don't you feel the same? Yulia was serious. Later I found out that Master would get angry, and that made me even happier. I didn't even realize this good thing at first. So I had even more reason to do it. Drip. A drop of blood spilled from the corner of Layan's mouth. So I told you to drink the potion. Come open your mouth. I still have several bottles here. Layan spat out a large mouthful of blood and then collapsed to the ground. Passed out. Really? Yulia's expression turned a bit serious. She grabbed Layan's hair and lifted his head. Oh, there's still a breath in him. She let out a long sigh, then used the sword hilt to pry open his mouth and poured all the healing potion into him. After confirming that Layan would not die naturally, she used her sword to carve words on the ground. When you wake up, go straight back to Avalon. Don't follow them anymore. My colleague has probably already succeeded. Going back now won't be in time to stop them. Better prepare for the next Abyss expedition and don't embarrass Master. Wind poured down through the gaps in the canopy, scattering the sound of the sword piercing the mud, leaving no echo. Yulia's departing footsteps were as steady as ever. The iron sword swayed lightly in her hand, its blade stained with iron filings from Layan's shoulder armor and a trace of blood. She lowered her eyes to look at the sword. A cheap iron sword costing 3 silver coins, with visible cracks on its blade. Time to get a new one, she murmured, then continued walking forward. The forest fell silent again, leaving only the sound of a distant stream. Her figure disappeared into the gap between tree shadows and light. Bang! The flash struck the hammer again, sending Kyler skidding backward as if flung by a gust. Kyler! Are you all right? Aletia's voice was thin and edged with worry. I'm fine. Kyler pushed herself up from the ground and lifted the iron hammer again. Her hand trembled, blood welled from between her thumb and forefinger and trickled down. Endure it, and it will pass like always. Hey, who are you? Why attack Aletia? Her gaze fell upon the flash of light that had finally stilled ahead. Landon Collin. You may have heard the name, or you may not. It does not matter. What matters is that you are not my target. The man stood where he was, hands tucked into the sleeves of his robe. His face was unremarkable, so ordinary he would vanish in a crowd. Short hair disheveled, his eyes were calm and hollow, like a salaried worker who has labored late into the night and must still continue. He carried no weapon, yet his presence itself was a weapon. Kyler tightened her grip on the hammer. Landon cocked his head and let his gaze pass over Kyler to the blue-haired figure behind her. First she heals, annoying enough. Then if she dies by it, Aliki loses a useful card. And besides, what lies inside her body will cause us trouble. It would trouble you too. When Elatia heard Bayataliki's name, her hands clenched around her robe without meaning to. You know the Pope? Kyler asked softly. I do not know her personally, but I have studied her method of producing holy water. No creativity. You essentially flay her flesh and collect it piece by piece, wait for it to regrow and repeat. This business model is infinitely renewable, a veritable cash machine. The profit margins are not bad, I confess I envy it a little. His tone resembled that of a veteran chef discussing a common recipe, tinged with a faint approval. For a heartbeat, Elatia's breath halted. Her expression did not change, but her hand clamped upon her robe with increasing force. Kyler ground her teeth until they grated. You bastard, what are you saying? Is this supposed to be amusing? No, not amusing. I told you, it lacks creativity. Landing shrugged indifferently, reached into his sleeve, and produced something. I had planned to render her near death while you were distracted and then use this. But I suppose I can use it outright. He held a heart in his hand, black as tar. It was shaped like a human heart, but its surface was sheathed in a charred resinous shell as if baked in flame. Countless fine cracks radiated across its surface. From the fissures a dim crimson glow pulsed, like a sleeping creature breathing. He clenched his hand hard. Crack. The fissure spidered outward across the shell, consuming the entire surface. The heart shattered, and before its fragments could fall, they dissolved into tendrils of black mist that spread from Landing in all directions. Those vapors twisted and coiled midair, sinking and skimming the ground until they lay like a living shadow. The air itself shifted. Elatia's chest constricted violently. The sanctified light that had always clung to her skin like morning mist began to withdraw the instant it touched the black haze. As it squeezed from the outside, it receded back into her. What is that? Are you from the Abyssal March? Kyler glanced at Elatia from the corner of her eye. When she looked back, her voice had deepened. Yes, similar to you. Who in the world is similar to me? Landing ignored Kyler's shout. This heart is a contrivance those researchers developed to counter the Holy Spirit Knights. It can simulate abyssal conditions to suppress holy light. He brushed the remaining dust from his hand. Don't worry, the effect is temporary. Do you feel your body grow heavy now? Normal. Your sanctified light will lose most of its activity during this period. Self-healing and restorative abilities will slow. Still annoyingly resilient, short of ejecting your brain and crushing your heart, you won't die easily. But he continued calmly, as if explaining a lab procedure. If you take a lethal blow while in this state, even you will need a very long time to regain consciousness. He spoke with the composure of someone detailing an experiment. Then we'll take you away. Kyler stood between Elatia and Landing, fingers clenching the hammer shaft once more. Kyler! Leave me! Elatia's voice came from behind her, barely audible. He's here to kill me! You don't need to fight him. Later. Tell Isapo for me. Shut up! Kyler's tone was nothing like her usual voice. She normally complained, bantered, and chattered at length in a loud, brash manner. Now all of that was gone. Her voice sank into a darker register. What are you babbling about? What do you expect me to do? Let you be turned into mince? Should I sit pretty and clap my hands while he beats you? Then go tell Isapo, oh, I'm sorry I let Elatia be taken. Kyler spat each word as though measuring it. Just what did you think I am? Elatia's lips quivered, but she said nothing. Landing stood at the center of the black mist, tilting his head as he regarded them. His gaze paused on Kyler for 2 seconds, shifted to Elatia behind her, then returned. You are slightly more humane than I expected. 12. Kyler's body froze. 12. Elatia asked in a soft voice. Kyler did not answer. 12, huh? Do you ape whatever names others call you? Are you a dog? She changed her grip on the hammer, lowered her center of gravity, and bent her knees slightly. Landing's brows lifted. Your mouth is filthy. Of course it is. She stepped forward. Her breathing shifted with the step, from steady inhalations to short, forceful draws. Air rushed into her lungs, traveling along some practiced pathway into every limb. Her frame made a faint cracking as muscles coiled beneath worn sleeves. The contours beneath them became suddenly sharper. A thin dark red aura surfaced across her skin, like a piece of iron drawn from a furnace. Landing nodded faintly. Oh, your blacksmithing skill is respectable. Besides that, any other tricks? Cooling arts. Metallurgical ascension. None of your concern. Kyler surged forward. Short and low, her sprint hugged the ground. The hammer swung from her hip, its strike reinforced by the breathing technique that fueled its burst of power aimed at Landing's flank. Landing slid his right leg back a half step, letting the hammer's face graze his tattered robe. Step, swing. Step again, another swing. Kyler did not relent. Blow after blow, each strike heavy and solid, each one feeding the momentum into the next. Her breathing grew heavier and heavier, yet none of her blows found Landing. His steps were minimal, his movements paired to a razor's economy. Sometimes he retreated half a step, sometimes he shifted an inch to the side, each time the hammer's face barely skimmed past him. It was as if he knew where her next strike would land. If you want to wear me down, fine. But if you do not go all out, the hero over there might not hold. Kyler's expression darkened. Words won't change your mind. Then, he rolled his shoulder, the joint made a delicate crack. It'll force you to use it. He moved. At first Kyler could track his motion as standard advance, following a step. Then in the next instant, all she could see was a streak of light. Whoosh. A right fist shot from his hip, without wind-up, driven purely by momentum. Kyler raised the hammer face to meet it. This time the blow on metal sounded dull and muffled. The force surged along the shaft into her palm, numbing her thumb and hand, stronger than before. The battered hammer almost broke, but as the light flashed, it stitched itself back together. Gritting her teeth, she steadied her stance, the shaft spun in her palm, and she countered with a whipping rebound. Landing slipped aside from the hammer's arc, his torso moving less than a fist's breadth. His right knee rose. From below his toes shot a kick toward her abdomen, nastier and faster than the punch had been. She could not raise a guard in time. The kick struck her belly solidly. Through the tattered cloth, and the resilience honed by blacksmithing, her abdomen caved inward. The impact detonated from her navel, her stomach was slammed so hard it hurled her bodily through the air. Her back crashed into an old pine, the trunk cracked from the blow, and needles fell like rain. Her hammer nearly slipped free of her hand, but at the last instant, she twisted her wrist and held on. Landing did not pursue. He stood still, gazing down at his feet. No more. That's all you've got if you don't use full strength. Shall I lop off one of your hands? Kyler went down on one knee, left hand pressed to her belly, right hand bracing the hammer. Her stomach churned as though stirred with an iron rod. More blood seeped from her fingers, reddening the hammer's haft. Her breathing stuttered in uneven measures. Soon she regained her rhythm. Her eyes flashed behind hair that had fallen loose. She was not crying, only in pain. She used the hammer shaft to push herself up. Her knee trembled as she stood, only she knew it. You want me with one hand. Her voice steadied slightly, though the trailing tone quavered. Fine. If you lose, don't cry. A faint buzzing sounded. A subtle noise emerged. Landing frowned and let his eyes drift past Kyler's shoulder to Elatia. The saintess had her fingers clasped, eyes closed, lips moving in an indistinct litany. A sunlight golden sanctum marked surface from Kyler's lower abdomen and embedded into her flesh as if branded. The mark's edges were sharply defined. 12 rays of light radiated outward, slowly revolving even within the abyssal suppression. With each turn, a faint orid halo rippled outward from the center, rippling across Kyler's body. The dull ache left by the kick began to ebb. The blood from her thumb ceased flowing. Her body returned to the state it had been in before the ambush. Whoa! Kyler froze for a moment, then touched her abdomen. The sanctum mark, even through the ragged fabric, still emanated warmth. Prayer holy mending, a prayer that can restore grievous wounds, and afterward continue to bestow holy healing, providing sustained recovery. The abyssal field suppression of holy light was formidable, yet, for Elatia, a single prayer could return Kyler's injuries to their former condition. It even applied a lingering regeneration buff. Kyler's mouth twitched as if to smile, but did not. TCH. Even in the abyss, this level of recovery. Ridiculously perverse. Landing cursed and widened his stance, planting his feet to assume a formal pose. No more mercy, boring. He curled his right hand, and the knuckle of his middle finger jutted forward like the tip of a spear locking onto a target. At that instant his breathing deepened from a natural exhale into a more profound inhalation, Opposed to Kyler's blacksmith breath, it was like a precision instrument, making a final calibration. He stepped forward and snapped a dry twig underfoot. The crack sounded in a clearing, and his middle knuckle had struck the hammer face before the sound faded. The noise was like a hammer on an anvil, dull, abrupt, all force concentrated on a single point. The hammer face fractured. A fine seam radiated from the struck spot to the edge of the head. Crack, crack, crack. The hammer split. Landing seized the broken half of the hammer and leapt back, gripping it like a javelin and bringing it up to his shoulder. He twisted his waist and shifted his hips, channeling his whole body into the broken haft and throwing it like a spear straight toward Kyler and Aletia's head. The moment the hammer left his hand, the air rent in a brief, keening shriek. It whirled and hurtled forward, each rotation slicing the air with a hiss. If it landed, Aletia's skull would likely explode, Kyler thought, the brain like fireworks bursting into a blossom of gore across the earth. The instant the hammer was cast, landing lunged toward Kyler's right, toward Aletia. Aletia! Kyler flung the remaining half, striking the incoming hammer aside. Landing used that moment's opening to dart past her shoulder. His fist clenched. Fine, you're forcing my hand then. Kyler's voice chilled. Boom. An explosion ripped out. The runes around her neck detonated the instant she spoke. Landing's fist had not yet fallen when a heatwave shoved him stumbling forward. He turned his head. Kyler remained where she stood, fingers curled inward like claws. Something intensely bright was forming within her eyes. Undetected unknown presence, activating incomplete authority. Authority manifests, unknown all things. Undetected unknown presence, activating incomplete authority. Authority manifests, unknown destruction. Undetected unknown presence, activating incomplete authority. Authority manifests, beginning. Abyss invasion detected. Requesting permission from ancestor of mankind unknown. Request approved. Covenant era alignment unknown Codoterian. The wind swept through the forest, leaves rustling softly. The holy sword in Isabeau's hand emitted a low hum, its light brightening by 3 degrees. Why are you holding that sword? Isabeau's voice was as low as the hum of the holy sword. Since Fei Na had inherited the throne, that sword should have been in Fei Na's hands. Why was this man holding it? Why? Louis tilted his head, the venom in his eyes ignited by the question. Deep violet flames kindled from the depths of his pupils, spreading outward along the rims of his eyes, leaving 2 blurred trails of light in the air. You ask why? Let me think. His tone twisted. I killed that bastard and took her sword. Does that answer? Before he could finish, the tip of the holy sword was already at his face. The crimson scale leap activated instantly at maximum power. With the blessing of the Winged King, blood erupted from behind her, in an instant propelling her entire body forward, the sword tip aimed straight for his throat. The bones forming the skeleton crown suddenly split open. A mass of dark red flesh surged from the fissures of the sword, rapidly expanding in the air. Flame demon skeleton crown Gausimoj. As Louis's words fell, the flesh coalesced in less than half a breath into a massive claw covered in lava veins extending outward from the sword's guard. The holy sword thrust into the palm of that giant claw, the tip sinking less than 2 inches before being forcibly clamped. A scorching blast of air burst from the wound of the giant claw, forcing Isabeau to retreat half a step. Her boots gouged a shallow trench in the ground, while Louis stood motionless. The giant claw slowly spread its 5 fingers, the sword wound in the palm healing rapidly under the nourishment of the lava veins, leaving only a faint white scar. You don't even have the patience to let me finish my sentence. Bastard! You never intended to talk to me properly. You were the one who started it. Louis's originally leisurely tone suddenly turned into a hoarse roar. The giant claw instantly cracked like lava, a massive amount of magma coalescing in the palm for a moment, before erupting from the wound like a volcanic explosion. Bang! The Winged King exploded from Isabeau's side, dodging the magma at the critical moment. Uh-huh. You dodged. So you do know how to dodge. Louis laughed as he swung the skeleton crown, the giant claw of the flame demon returning to the sword as a red light. The bones and flesh recombined, forming the original pale long sword. Do you know? When I came here and heard the Demon King's name, I thought you were dead. He paused as if suppressing the joy within him. But you're not dead, and you're this weak. Do you know how happy I was at that moment? Isabeau did not respond. She was regulating her breathing. This was the first time she had seen the skeleton crown used in battle. Most of the time Silent Night didn't even need to take this sword out. As far as she could tell, this thing's form switching required no incantation, no charge, and not even any extra movement from Louis. A sword forged from the bones and blood of the 10 lords of the court. In other words, could there be forms of the Blood Clan lords? Isabeau glanced at the holy sword in her hand and clicked her tongue. Buzz buzz. The holy sword flickered aggrievedly. Fine, I'll deal with you later. First fight. Isabeau's body suddenly tilted to the left, her toes already touching the ground. The blood surging from the Winged King seemed to dye her figure into a streak of red light. She slid sideways across the ground for several steps, circling to Louis's right. Louis did not turn his head, but the skeleton crown split open once more. Gargoyle skeleton crown Gadian. This time a gray stratum corneum emerged. The first gargoyles were merely a basic infantry unit of the demon realm. But during the first Demon King's expedition, an unnamed gargoyle distinguished itself in battle, and was granted a name by the Demon King. He was called Gadian, meaning guardian. Then, he was granted territory, continuously managed it, until he became one of the foundations of the demon realm, one of the 10 courts. At this moment Gadian's bones and blood spread across the sword's body, reshaping the skeleton crown into a heavy broadsword. The blade's surface was covered in dense, intricate patterns, each one a natural reinforcement room. Louis gripped the hilt with his left hand, swinging the broadsword, which looked as wide as an adult's torso, with just one hand. The trajectory of the swing was not fast, but the force was incomprehensibly immense. The air compressed into a white turbulent flow along the path. The sword swept crashing toward Isabeau like an invisible wall. She had no time to dodge. The holy sword and the broadsword collided. Clang. The sound of the impact was nothing like metal striking metal. It was more like something enormous being torn apart. The shockwave spread outward from the point of contact, shearing off a layer of treetops from dozens of trees around. Broken branches and shredded leaves were scattered by the second wave before they even hit the ground. Isabeau's feet gouged 2 deep furrows in the earth. Her palms were not split, but the bones in her arms were numbed by the vibration. In terms of magical aura, it felt like the peak of the 6th rank